Well, Weaver with the Deso and level 4 Swarm.
Kaori.
Taken with Ench.
Kaori, you have died.
Okay.
Of dysentery. Mira? Okay.
Okay. Might just be getting wrapped around on. The Bear's going to see Bristle.
Yes, indeed. Pops the smoke. Nightfall going to open things up onto the Bear. As well, they get the roar on the Bear as well, but there's the epicenter onto 3 here. Makoto in a little bit of trouble. The Eon Disc for him is going to proc. Surprisingly, he bought that considering he has not died yet. Firestorm doing massive damage. Underlord does die first, but at the cost of 3 Xtreme members, and they're just going to call it GG, and we're going to a game number 3. What happens with Lone Druid now?
Bear as well as Ember now have it. They're going to smoke.
Bear is stunned. Bear can't get BKB off. Taking tons of damage. Oh, look at the damage coming from WS and Makoto in conjunction. It's 3 dead instantly. They just evaporated. 4 dead for Xtreme, and now XXS left all alone.
Lone Druid was easier to find.
True. Kaori getting backstabbed. It's not quite enough damage. Do they have the stun lock? They get the bash. They get the kill onto Ame. That is a huge one.
Then again, considering who her dad is, they catch Hero.
Oh, no! No! He's alright. It actually is pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie.
It's insane.
I'm an Ench player. I'll enjoy myself. Oh, that's a nice lasso. Buck's got a double lasso. They still find Aurora though on XM. XM, he's the one in danger. Nobody has one down, but XM with the Bloodstone actually healing up. Even with the silence, he's just standing his ground. He doesn't care. Still, they are losing bodies left, right, and center here. Vici Gaming trying to find Wine up with the Sonic Wave out from XM. Finding a double. He's got a third. Daze trying to get away, but they have detection. 1T4 down. Oh, Soulbind is out. They are going to try one last time to jump in. XM almost dying, but not really quite. Raw committed. XM, though, still alive. They can't kill him. He's going to make it out. They got the juice down. They're out of gas here on the side of Na'Vi. Still trying for the co-op. XM finally losing his Aegis, but the GG is called.
Be torn to shreds regardless.
Yes, there's the call. And that is a dead Hoodwink again. Buyback expended from the Windrunner. Sinister Gaze #1 with the Chain Frost doing a good amount of work. Save will survive. He telekinesis himself. Meanwhile, focus fire onto Kiritich, but the Cold Embrace is keeping him alive for now. And there's the Boundless Strike into the right click. Remember, he has a beautiful jump in from the arrow. The MKB enough from Kiritich, and that should do it. That's a dieback. Looking at backstab, potentially a support. Lycan ult comes out. Silencer ready to pop those greaves with the global silence as well. Sonic Wave right on top of the Lycan. Ace in a bit of trouble. He's going to get bashed now, trying to get back to his base. But he's going to take away. Shadow Strike does the job. And just like that, it's a 5 versus 4 in favor of BetBoom. Solar Guardian right on top of Mickey. Gets off the harpoon just in time, but just in time to die shortly after, it seems. And he's down and out with no way to get back in this game. And
seems like they want to try and have a crack at this fight. Roar is out from RCY, immediately onto Yamich, who is not dead somehow. Eventually, though, they will catch him. The egg, Reaper's Scythe, proving not to quite be enough. In fact, now the turnaround. RCY jumping in the middle of 3 of them. Ghost will move back in as well, trying to chase down Lorinov, who's out of options here. All he can do is shield crash to the low ground, but he can't swash away. He's going to drop, chase on for Ike, wanting another. And it seems like they should find him eventually. The Crystallis moving back in. This looks a little bit crazy. Oh, Crystallis. Can't find the kill on Ike either. Oh, Crystallis. Gonna go down. Fades run out of there. Meanwhile, Yamich TPing back in, trying to go after RCY. Gonna pay with his life. Focus fire again on RCY. Fiend's Gate as well. Trying to hunt down Ghost of the Muerta, but there's the BKB being popped. And the turnaround. Boom's in the middle of nowhere. Pits galore, but it's a pit for him. So they'll go for more. Fade. Looking for the Rubik, the sharpshooter. And now RCY going for the jugular right in. There's just no defending this. Fireback is coming out, but it's just more food for RCY. He might time the fountain if they're not too careful. Fade will jump in again.
God.
And he knows, right? He's playing very defensive. No heroes showing on the map, but still gonna get caught.
Not much you can do. Roar being spent as well. Slardar taking down Skullful here, and here comes the mass. They're going to be responding in force. Got Watson dropped down to half HP. He's got the money for the axe, but he won't be getting to the secret shop in time as he's controlled, he's killed. There's the hook shot coming in from Schofield, but it's not a optimal one, or is it? It's enough for the X-Mark to the Reaper's Scythe, and the job's been done. Malady trying to run away from Wits and Dark Mago, but they should be locking in 25 seconds for the Queen of Pain. The clock is ticking.
One more global transfer.
They can do with the snowball connected again onto the supports, and they've got the Centaur locked in. DM, he has a buyback. What, 15 seconds. Soxa getting pushed back. Watson charging in with his hero this time around, but the Ancient is already falling down to half HP. Can they burst through it? 7 seconds for the Queen of Pain to come back up. Wits is trying to get closer, but the bear is disrupting him. Malady goes down. Dark Mago is being controlled. The Ancient's taking hits. Wits is joining in, and the Ancient will fall.
Some situation is convert.
Amar doing Amar things, jumping headlong into Team Spirit, trying to force proceedings here. They might actually be able to bring down Panto, and they succeed in this endeavor. Skeeter will stun himself, but Amar is still forward, and now they've isolated the Terrorblade. Yatoro does manage to get off the Sunder. Bachuk, will he find the stuns that he needs? Yes, he does. They brought down Crit. Snaking will join him in the grave very shortly, as Yatoro is just mowing through these heroes, getting out the right clicks, but he's still dying himself. He's so low, he's already expended the Sunder, and now he's going to return to life without access to an Aegis and also no meta. I doubt they want to keep fighting this, but no, Panto actually blinks forward with the Overgrowth. Lawl is going to go there with the Crozier, getting in the additional damage, helping Bachuk to bring down Malreed. And now Amar, BKB popped, he needs to get the hell out of here. Yatoro will refresh, pop the Metamorphosis again. Amar, Amar, still unkillable. Laurel's gonna try and find anybody else a weaker target, maybe get the dieback out of Crit. Tame the Beast will come out. They should be able to get a dieback. Crit is gone. Buyback though will be there for Sand King as he's coming back, hoping to do something else to keep this game going. Storm Spirit right next to Skeeter, eating a lot of damage from the right clicks. He's out of mana, but he barely manages to limp his way back into the fountain. Amar will take out the final tier 4 tower with the help of Skeeter. They want to end this game here and now. Laurel trying to do what he can, zipping this way and that, trying to get somebody, and he does get Skeeter.
But the throne.
But the throne is destroyed. The game is over. GG, well played. Team Falcons. realizes he's trying to put some pressure onto Satanic, but very quickly decides to leave. That observer ward that was there doing some work, but now they jump him anyway. Triple S still gets the silence, and Whisper, he already used BKB. He cannot use it again. They were going to chase him down, slow him down. He does Timber Chain into the base, but they have ways to chase after him. Satanic goes through the gate looking for Whisper, chasing him to the tier 4 towers. Satanic, relax, bro. Eventually, Whisper might die, but at what cost? He actually doesn't die. 9+ gets him with the Fade Bolt. Now Eclipse coming in from Yuma, going forward. Not going to be able to kill anybody just yet. Satanic coming back for round 2. How far is he going to chase for this Yuma? Yuma gets silenced up as his BKB ends. Already dead. It's a triple kill for 9+. Jumps forward, assassinates KJ. Whisper will be able to skewer him back, but to what end? There's the Bushwhack. We do have a TP coming in. Or a BB. Is it going to be enough? Look at this. Satanic! Yet again, very willing to just dive deep into the base. He takes down Whisper, forcing a buyback out of KJ. Yuma evades the Sunstrike. They get a Bushwhack out onto the Kez. Kez, will he die here? No, he won't. The Raptor dance, keeping him alive. He throws out the Echo Slash. It kills off Yuma. The Holocore dies after being grapple clawed. Tai Long is the one leading the charge, but there's a Moonlight Shadow. They've already found him. He's the one at the forefront of this. 9+ is on the high ground, gets skewered back, but that's not an RP. Kez! My god, just emerges out of nowhere. Massive Raptor dance. 3 heroes die literally instantly. Sunstrike to bring down Tai Long. GG is called.
Flies deep in. That will be a catch for BZM. He did get caught by the Remnant, so Abed, he's focusing on BZM simultaneously. Clyde able to get out, but they're now fighting on the bottom side of this fight. Whitemon got hit by the Walrus Punch, and Tusk is going into dangerous territory, but he has that BKB. V2 right in front of Saberlight. He's already down to 2,000 HP. Tomato's got the focus fire on him, and they're going to lock him in. V2, though, he got the Satanic off. He's trying to regenerate, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to be going down. At the same time, Abed going to be jumping onto the back line onto Whitemon, trying to finish off that Grim Stroke. He's not too far off, and a BZM is going to get caught inside the Tusk shards, and he's dying there. Double kill for Tomato. Invo does have a buyback, but Ari and the boys don't look like they're going to be making their way out of this fight, as they will lose the Underlord. He does have a buyback too, and an ultra kill for Tomato already at this point. VP.
You know, it's always...
Talking about getting caught, maybe. BZM getting kicked right into the arms of the rest of VP. Age is gone. Can they get the back up in time? The pit's there. 33 has arrived to the occasion. Saberlight right on top of him, gets the Abyssal stun. Aeon Disc will pop. Saberlight still in the middle of all of this. He's got 3 heroes surrounding him, but they're doing no damage to him at all. And now Abed with Hellscream, another kick backwards and focusing down the Underlord. He's gone. V2 has to run away. BCM doesn't have any spells ready at the moment, as Abed's going to be charging in with that BKB and the Lotus Orb protecting him as well. Now V2 standing his ground. BZM is so low, he's almost gone for that dieback penalty as Tomato changes his attention towards him and takes him out of play. And Abed and Tomato will hunt down
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another day of Wallachia season number 8. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire. Jonathan, you're looking fantastic as always. You've got the Persian rug shirt on. I can see it looks very, very nice. How you doing?
Doing great, Mikey. I'm glad to see you go back to a look I haven't seen you wear since, what, 2017, 2018, when you sent me that picture of yourself where you were wearing like a black polo tied up. Your hair was tied up. It was long. And you were described yourself like a bartender. This is wait. Well, right? Mikey, you know, you may be unemployed. This isn't a job interview, Mikey. We're here to cast some Dota, some great Dota. Day number 3 of the Wallachia group stage, and we've, as you saw our prolonged highlights, a lot of action happening in the last few days, Mikey.
My daughter walked in just a minute ago, John. She looked so confused. Like, what's this man doing? What does work mean? And here you are, here's the form. I mean, there's been work happening in this format, Jonathan. As you can see, the teams have been going at it. This is day number 3 now, so naturally the third column, I believe it is, John. It's not row, is it? It's column. You know, the vertical
columns.
one.
Yes.
Very good. The third column is where we're at right now, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting with Team Liquid versus Vici Gaming on this stream. I do believe, John X-Fire, unless you're about to correct me.
No, you
which
are
I believe
right.
you're not.
No, you are right. And all the teams we're casting in the first half of today are 1-1 teams. So these teams are still in the safety zone.
We can
They can lose
John.
one more series. Yeah, they can lose one more series. They win one more. They're 1 win away, right? With the Swiss format, we've already got 4 teams that are just 1 series away into qualifying, and 4 teams as well that's 1 series away from just not making it through, not making it further in the group stage. So a lot in the line as these group stages start to wind down. Day 3, of course, day 4 is going to be even more exciting, where you do get some of those eliminations. You already have some teams qualified. But of course, again, we're still on day 3, and we should be able to, experience some fun matches. Again, as these Swiss formats go on, a lot of the matchups get even more and more even. And we've already had a few upsets. I think Yandex's loss yesterday was pretty surprising. And, Liquid maybe going a little bit touch and go to reach this point as well. Going to be interesting to see how they hold up here.
Absolutely, and you're going to see the handsome faces, of course, of Team Liquid as we are slowly inching our way into the Game 1 draft. I think, I was saying to you before we even started the show, John, I was kind of surprised to see Liquid down here in the 1-1 scoreline. I felt the same way about Vici Gaming, I'll be frank as well. So this, hopefully we're in for a pretty hype game. Could very well be 3 games we're in for here between these two sides. I want to see Team Liquid. I want to say Team Liquid is arguably the favorites going into it, Jonathan, but we'll probably look at the odds rather soon. I don't think Vici Gaming is to be underestimated either. I'll just put that out there.
Absolutely not. Love the poses coming out there from Vici on their hero shots as well. I have to say, box poses were fantastic. But I think for me, with Vici Gaming, from what we've seen in the past 2 days, the key thing with Vici's victories have been either, if XM does get these lane dominant heroes, if he has to win lane, and your lanes kind of have to win for Vici Gaming to get going, or you give XM something that can play make, and then you can actually play around earlier on here.
Hold on, John. Is Ace drinking matcha? Is that a matcha latte on Ace?
I mean, it looks like
Ace,
it.
that's
Perhaps.
That's a little bit too green for my liking, Ace. What are you doing?
wrong with
We'll
matcha?
zoom in. Let's have a look. No, let's have a look, Jonathan. Right, we can judge a person by their drink. Is it matcha? I can't read it yet, cameraman. We're almost there. What's it say, John?
Oh, it's a protein. Protein match.
Oh,
protein.
protein.
Match. Protein matcha.
Protein
There you go.
protein matcha. That's an oxymoron, Jonathan. You can't be that. You can't be a chat and drink matcha.
What's
That's an
wrong with
oxymoron.
matcha? What do you mean? What's wrong with traditional tea loaded? You load it with some protein powder. Why not? What's wrong? That's a fine drink. Like our draft
He's
is
a
going
living
fine
paradox.
How is
Ace
it
is a living paradox. I've never seen an ace be such a dunce, Jonathan. Team Liquid. Look at that. That was very clever, John. And when
That
I was
is
about to say,
clever.
speaking of dunces, but that's Blitz. Blitz is a very successful person.
I'd
never call him a dunce.
I know we used to joke we were twins, but that's the successful twin right there, Mike. I can't have you slandering my successful side.
He's
Good
the
old
favorite
Blitz.
son.
He is.
He's the favorite son right there.
That he is. And he's drafted the Quap in first for Liquid. But you already get the Bat Rider out from Vici Gaming. This is a hero that has had 34 bans. Again, one of the top contest heroes in Wallachia Season 8 for good reason. I think we've seen a lot of fantastic Bat Rider pause 4 plays. You hit that blink timing. The kidnapping strats just feel really, really strong overall. So I don't mind this for the side of Vici Gaming. I am wondering if this is just a lock-in for SinQ now, or if we get some of that flex going here for the side of Liquid. This is likely just our very early Nisha response. Again, there is some flex, but I don't think we've seen Quap flex in a rather long time. So less chances of that. Still curious to see if we see any of those special picks from yesterday's slide in. We've seen a couple of teams go for, say, Necrophos. It has felt like teams are recognizing the strength of just the increased value in health restoration because of the changes to how viable most people feel about, say, Spirit Vessel and supports. It hasn't been as common outside of mid pickups, it feels like. And, Shiva's not having a health restoration reduction anymore. Scotty still being expensive. So it does feel like a lot of these heavy regen heroes have been coming out a little bit more. And it doesn't feel like Necrophos is here that's going to get banned out all too soon. Maybe up against GamerLegion specifically, that could be a thing teams adjust to. But I'm curious to see if Liquid or VG kind of try to pull that out here, because it looked fantastic. Again, it's still a bit of a niche pick. It's not a very traditional carry, at least in terms of what we've been seeing from carries in the past, year. That does feel like an exciting element. We'll have to see. We see more mids being banned out by Liquid, Monkey King plus Puck. So they are leaving the XM lane-dominant mids as an option if Vici Gaming are so tempted to go back to Viper and Razor, which, from what we've seen for Vici, has not been the hottest moments for XM, but they have been drafting it consistently if it is in the pool. So, I don't know. Up against the Quap, maybe the Viper is a better call, but even that matchup isn't really that dominant here for the Viper.
No, it certainly isn't. A team like
Dire team pick.
they're going to get themselves a Hoodwink. I mean, this has been a very popular support throughout this current meta of Wallachia Season 8. Been seeing a hell of a lot of Hoodwink being picked up practically every single game, and it has been very impactful. Like, Bushwhack as an ability is just such a nuisance to have to play against. As well as that, for Team Liquid, you don't have the risk of giving it away with a Rubik pick from Vici Gaming. That was already banned out earlier. So it's a nice game for Hoodwink. I dare say the one time you don't want to choose Hoodwink is when the other team has Rubik. He's just the better Hoodwink.
I'm surprised they prioritize the Hoodwink over, say, maybe a Shadow Demon, maybe something with Dispel for the Lasso. We have seen a lot of teams kind of, when the Bat Rider is up, you tend to ban the Shadow Demon at minimum. Vici didn't do that, so that option's still open for Liquid if they want, even for Vici as well, surprisingly. Again, they can kind of go back for those stacks. They do open up with the Tiny first. This could be our Shiro hero early, and they'll go with the Ancient Apparition pickup. So it's something with hard stops to health regeneration, which can be nice. A decent enough team fight, makes it easy to burst. You do have set up for that Ice Blast here, Avalanche Toss, of course, Lasso. So you have some ways of getting some nice fast action going for Vici Gaming once you hit level 6 on these supports, which is a good sign, because I feel like that's where we've seen some games go pretty rough as well for a lot of teams, not just Vici, where if your two supports can't make plays with at least one of your cores, mainly your mid, then you're kind of in trouble. And these supports, at least on Vici, while it does require more EXP and actually a little farm on the Bat Rider, they can make things happen. Liquid, just go back into the Pangolier. That win rate is atrocious. But they get the Dispel on hand for their side. The Oracle comes out as well. 35.7% win rate on Pangolier, and we're still picking this hero up. Surely we could do something more. Surely.
I mean, it is probably going to be an Ace Pango as well, John, right? Which is, as a person who's drinking matcha, you'd think he's probably a Pango player. Let's not lie. You could tell straight away. I would have just said that. If you said, Mike, what's Ace playing today? I'd be like, he's probably going to play Pango. Him and his matcha. It's either that, that soy latte drinkers, they'd play Pango a lot. You know how it is, John. Vici Gaming, they don't drink soy lattes, John. They're playing Ember Spirit. These guys drink their coffee black. No sugar.
Yeah. And I like to see that for Vici Gaming. This is something for XM that's going to be active early. Laning up against the Quap, it's pretty fine for Ember. Quap should still have a bit of a better time, a bit of an advantage in poking back, since Ember doesn't really have any of his old facets, so it's a little bit harder to try to apply as much pressure in laning phase for Ember. But we've seen from XM, so long as he hits 6, you get this collapse onto mid at around maybe the 6-minute mark. You do have a lot of output, and XM is fairly active on the map with something like the Ember. Say hit level 7 with at least power treads up. You can kind of just work the map with a nice Orb of Corrosion and, try to whittle down these heroes. I think the concern for the side of Vici Gaming is, will you always be able to find that backline? Because this is something with every game with Oracle. And Liquid has been very disciplined with Oracle, back when they had Insania, of course. I'm sure it's still the same story here with Eki. But the positioning for the Oracle is so key to the success of the team fights that if Vici Gaming never find that backline, it's going to be pretty tough to win outright, right? Because the Quap's highly mobile, the Pangolier's pretty mobile and tanky. It's going to be a bit of a challenge.
The thing is as well with Oracle, it's been buffed over and over again for like multiple metas and just never gotten picked up, right? I was, if you asked me, and I think I did say this multiple times, Oracle already felt strong in the previous patches before 7.41. Like, it was pretty strong, you know. It's not. I feel like now it's probably really, really good. You know, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, I mean, maybe Liquid show us just how good it is. But just the kit it has, the amount of damage you pump out, you know, it can purge heals as well. Don't forget, you and I have been talking about the fact that you don't have the healing regeneration stat removed. You know, like you don't have that healing degen, I want to say. At least with Oracle, you can purge these kind of statuses off with Fortune's End as well.
5 seconds remaining.
I think maybe the one counteraction is that you are picking Oracle into AA, so it can be kind of annoying, I suppose, overall. That's the one thing, but I think the Oracle itself just outweighs all the negatives for sure. I do agree, and you've been ranting about this for over a year, but Oracle has felt strong before, and with the changes to some of these items, it feels like it slots in quite nicely here. It's curious to see Liquid's last 2 bans. They ban out Tusk and they ban out the Shaker.
5 seconds
So it looks like they expect a support, and we're seeing a Bach Batrider coming in here. Maybe looking for our Y hero overall, or a Sin Q hero, which is rather interesting of proposition. Batrider offlane still fine. I'm wondering what kind of matchup Liquid is setting up for. They are expecting just Batrider to be laning up there, and what they'd want for Mike in that case. You don't have, I mean, the Kez is still there if you'd want. Can be a little bit annoying. I think there's a PL option as well, though that's not been very popular, and into Ember it might not be that great into Ember Tiny. Maybe you could go for more traditional offlanes, but again, into Batrider, a lot of the melees don't feel great. Drow is there, but there's a lot of backline jump, which is again concerning. Curious to see what Liquid will want for us. Vici Gaming, they do actually just keep that Batrider on support, and they'll go Nightstalker here for Bach. Now that is a very consistent way of applying pressure onto the Oracle. You have the AoE silence, the Ags pickup for Nightstalker actually isn't too bad. We've seen some good utility on that pickup with the toggleable silence now. And that's just ensuring that this Oracle will never have a game. So you already had somewhat enough catch with your Ember. Tiny not so, because you don't tend to go blink on one. But with Ember and Nightstalker now, this Oracle pick could be a little bit of a rough one for Liquid. No, it definitely won't be an easy game here.
No, certainly not against Nightstalker. I'm just thinking now for Liquid, like what carry do you want? You still got Ursa. Ursa kind of fit. Like, I was going to say Lone Druid, but that was banned out pretty much immediately by Vici. I think Ursa still fits. It's just, yeah, I mean, against the Oracle, like this Nightstalker, it's a lot of pressure on Bach to ensure that he's always fighting the Oracle every fight. But it's probably the best hero you could ask for to try and find this pesky hero that just wants to hide in the tree line and just be annoying as possible. Because the thing is, that's how much impact you get out of this hero. Like, even with this carry Tiny, you use Fate's Edict. He can't attack for 5 seconds, John. He's just disarmed for 5 seconds straight. Like, that, people kind of underestimate how broken it is. This Oracle, like, it gets a bit ridiculous when it's left untouched.
Choose your hero.
Yeah, and they do go with a very natural combination with the Oracle with a Bristleback. Again, not the highest win rate, but it has been a pretty high priority ban. Laning into the Nightstalker should be fine. First 2 levels can be a little bit more poke and prod, but the Nightstalker doesn't really enjoy that either. Anyhow, it feels like from the drafts you are looking for maybe a bit of a quicker pace out from... It's hard to say because the Tiny and the Bristleback do take your time, but the uptime of, say, the Pangolier and the Quap here for Liquid is a lot quicker than, I want to say, relative to an offlane Nightstalker. The Nightstalker will just take time. You really need that build up, whether or not it's the Blink BKB, or say a Harpoon build, or a Nullifier here for Bach. All of that is going to need time, even from your first Keating in the Blink. So I think when it comes down to it, there is a quicker pace out, potentially from Liquid. And the lanes, though, do feel a lot closer, and I think that's where Vici Gaming can shine. They've got a nice tanky offlane for Bach to play with some good protection from Sin Q. There is rundown potential if you do manage to stack those napalms up. Mind you, laning into, say, the Oracle in that lane is not going to be fantastic with some Dispels on hand, but you can kind of waste some resources on each other. The key part for this matchup is going to be that mid, though. right? It has to be on whether or not you can get that good start you'd want on XM or on Nisha. And if this co-op is up active early, you can connect with Ace just fine. You can actually connect with your Oracle for a lot of sustain, for a lot of output as well. So the side lanes can go either way. There's a lot to play with, but it's really the mid that I feel like dictates how the first 15 to 20 minutes of this match goes either way.
Well, here we go, Jonathan. Game 1 between Team Liquid and Vici Gaming now officially underway. First series of the day here for the B stream. And one of my favorite days in the Swiss format. You know, day 3, I know you already said this earlier on today, Jonathan, but this is when the games start to get a little bit more exciting. You're in that third day now where the teams are much more even. You know, so you're starting to play for your life a little bit. Things are getting a little bit scary. You know, this is the fun part.
This is it. Nice late smoke as well from
Five-man
Vici
smoke.
Gaming. Will they actually cross paths? This is not the best position for Bach.
Oh, Nisha's going to break the smoke of Bach immediately. Not quite the target you want. He's still got a skill point to use on Blink if he absolutely needs to. So they've got a decent idea now, Team Liquid, of where Vici are. Mika actually just leaves the building altogether. He's actually just gone through the twin gates down towards the bottom lane to secure that bounty rune. So it looks like Team Liquid are just trying to get away with 3 bounties, but they are still huddled around waiting to see if somebody shows themselves for this top bounty rune, and it seems like they will. Shiro's going to be there, but the smoke does break, so he's aware. They're holding high ground. Vici will avoid the fight altogether, I do believe, but it is going to be a 3-for-1 trade. In fact, never mind, it is a 2-for-2 anyway. Doesn't really matter. Still pretty even.
And it is. Should be interesting to see again how much they start to get out from these lanes. You're already seeing Tofu just kind of have to sneaking back. Not really able to plant too much forward here. Doesn't have the obs anyhow. Just head back to his bot lane. The mid lane matchup again is where a lot of this tempo will come in from for the next 15 to 20 minutes here. XM up against Nisha on that Quap Ember matchup. I've seen this a couple of times already. It does feel a bit better for the Quap overall. Nisha hanging on to his level 1 skill point. You tend to see, just the max Scream of Pain being in meta again. So a lot more farm, a lot more safe poke. And XM can always counteract that with a Flame Guard max to mitigate some of that damage. And then we'll have to see. He does level it up at level 1 instead of the Sleight of Fist, but you standard go, 0-1-1 anyway at level 2. So, curious to see. There's also been a lot of emphasis from these teams into especially the 4-minute water rune even. And this kind of matchup on mid, a lot is dictated by that level 4 to 5 mark. With that second set of water runes, I'm curious to see if you have enough free space on either side to make that move, because you do have a Bristleback on Liquid you can leave alone. You have a Night Stalker that you could also somewhat leave alone for that, so at least 2 sets of supports can kind of come in. It's just a matter of who's in that position at the right time. Warding-wise for that movement later on, it is fairly even, mainly watching the north side of the map. Still, taking a look at the other lanes down south on bot. You do have a very comfy time here for Mika, and again, this is a lane matchup that is just pretty safe overall. I mean, it's an Oracle Bristleback. You can just manage to farm up. There is some good pressure coming out from Sin-Q with a sticky Napalm. But once you do have that Fate's Edict up, or once you can kind of get the Dispels going, you are fairly happy enough to poke. Tofu's poking hard, though. Maybe a bit too hard.
No, he's trying. Doesn't quite get there. I mean, you've always got the Fortune's End. It's not a favorable lane at all for Sin-Q. Nothing he can really do as long as you don't mess up his Tofu. The thing is, though, if you do use the Fortune's End a bit too aggressively, you might mess up. You know, you do tend to want to hold it for the Dispel for Mickey, just in case. So Mickey is looking pretty good right now. I don't think he's bothered whatsoever. Of course, top lane, you've got your Pango, Ace, and Eki. They are going to be up against Y and Shiro. Shiro not having the worst time in the world. I wouldn't say it's the easiest lane in fairness, because you are up against the Pango Hoodwink. The harass potential is pretty damn high with this combination. So Shiro is playing on the safer side. Don't forget either, of course, rotation potential is always going to be there from Nisha. So you do want to play on the more cautious side as this time.
I think it's pretty cool. Again, they're cutting the tree line quite hard. We've seen this up against a lot of Hoodwinks. Even a nice little Quelling Blade coming out here for Y. just to make sure there's no easy early bushwhack angles. You're going to have to be a little bit more predictable. You're going to have to give that window where you can quelling blade the acorn shot down if you're forced to do that on Eki. We have seen some pretty good reactions from Vici in that remark. There is some kill potential later on once you get maybe the value point from the Vortex here for Y with the avalanche damage, but it's not amazing. Again, without that crash landing, the burst potential just isn't as high. Taking Gander back on mid, you are seeing a lot of pressure onto XM, and he is starting to run low on mana. We are only about, what, 20 seconds away from next Water Rune. Nisha doing a great job of just pressuring and managing the lane. XM isn't actually that far behind. Ahead by 1 in denies, behind by 1 in last hits. It's just a matter of, will you be able to deny off a Water Rune top-up? Because you only have movement coming in from Eki so far. Why might make his way forward?
Oh, blink in. Nisha, he's going to try and go for the man fight against XM, but they've got some help. In fact, XM, he doesn't even need it. Q, he was there just in case, but XM just more than happy to man up. And Nisha, maybe a little bit overly confident there with his own region, he ends up paying for it.
I mean, when both of your mids commit to that Water Rune, whoever grabs it is just going to win. XM at the right spot just a little bit earlier. He did. XM just a little bit quicker, deserving of those tips.
Shiro.
And that should dictate a lot.
Shiro getting pretty low down at rather up at top lane. They are still trying to find an angle here, Eki. Looking for a bit of a bushwhack. It's not going to come though. Shiro, however, not looking too healthy. Not too happy either. It looks like Eki's not going to let him farm. Eki just chasing down, being as annoying as possible. Meanwhile, Buck, bottom lane. Yeah, he's playing Night Stalker. There's not really much in the laning stage that you know, not much pressure you can apply up until this first night. So we are finally here now where they could think about killing Tofu. Meanwhile, top lane again, they'll try to jump Shiro. Shiro trying for a trade, but will end up losing his life. And so will Y. Nothing they can do about it. It really is just that easy. When you've got a Pango to frontline with level 2 shield crash, yeah, nobody's dying. They can just dive you like that. And this Hoodwink, it's just disgusting right now. The amount of damage you can pump out.
Yeah, and the amount of damage you can avoid with those Mist Woods, Wayfarer, and Nate. Just having a chance to redirect damage even at 17% is just kind of nuts. We've seen a lot of Hoodwinks scurry away off of that. You don't even have scurry up yet anyhow. First Power Rune coming in, an ample time for Eki to rotate in to help secure an advantage. Tofu showing up as well. He does have that prognosticate to help.
Yeah, but XM relies on luck, Jonathan. He was very lucky the other day. He couldn't miss.
Oh, no.
He didn't get lucky this time, bro. Invis Phoenicia. In fact, he's been caught out. XM, can he get a kill at least? It looks like he should be able to do so. Tofu is gone. Nisha will blink away. XM, he'll leave him be. So no rune for him this time around. Nisha does get the invis, but he's already committed it. Doesn't really amount to anything. And quite frankly, XM finding a kill, I think that's just more valuable for him right now. I don't think he cares about the invis rune.
No. Again, a lot of that momentum here for both sides is going to be from the mid. Especially so for Vici Gaming.
Or bot rather. Mickey being chased down. Going to be perfectly fine though, but Buck is trying to be aggressive. It is pretty hard to do so when Tofu's around, but he's going to try another time here. Buck trying for a quick snipe onto Mickey. Can't quite get there. He'll just heal up with a quick salve. He's going to be perfectly fine. At the very least, props to Buck. He is finding some great CS on this Night Stalker. Currently sitting in third. So he hasn't really been bullied out of the lane, which should mean that this Night Stalker can do its job throughout these next engagements throughout the mid game, which is hunting down this Oracle.
Yep. It's already setting up a good foundation for it. The change with Midnight Feast, being able to just devour even without the shard, is kind of big. You get that consistent farm every nighttime. Although, Buck,
jump in. Speaking of the devil, Buck, he is going to die. That is 3v1. I mean, in fairness, it was just a nice rotation and setup from Eki. Like, you've definitely got the damage if this Hoodwink is around.
Yeah, and it's a good here to deny off. Again, it's such a key part of this draft from Vici Gaming to catch the backline later on. Every single slowdown you get onto Bach is going to be a massive help. Still, Power Rune's up again. Once more, Tofu shows up with that prognosticate. This time, XM's not playing with chance. Just follow the Oracle.
He certainly does. Nisha, though, Arcane Rune going his way, but he was on top of that crippling fear. Can he get away? He cannot. They're still trying for XM. XM, though, just juking out the shield crash with the Remnant. He'll go for a quick reset with the TP. Buck's buying time in the meantime. Just keeping up the vision. Ace will turn around, trying for a snipe on Buck, but Buck is very healthy. And XM is back in the fray now. But Ace looks like he's going to be all right. Thing is for Vici, like, you got away with the quad kill. You lose the power room, but who the hell gives a crap?
Yeah, you don't really care. You're getting the kills you need, and you're buying so much space in the side lanes. Right, like, you're not really utilizing it for Bach, but he's getting activity he really wants. While it's nighttime here on the Night Stalker, you're freeing up space for Shiro to get this farm up. The Echo Saber we've seen, probably just into the Shadow Blade as well. And even Sin Q gets the snipes and camps on the Radiant side. So that blink timing is going to be a bit quicker. They managed to scout out the stacks as well. XM doing a fantastic job with that swing around up top here. Might set their eyes onto Ace. He doesn't have the roll for another 50 seconds. Bit of a dangerous moment here for the Pango.
It's a... No, they actually leave him alone. XM just showing himself for a second, and Remnant's back into the mid lane. Doesn't really see the opportunity. Fair enough. With all things being said and done, you look at that net worth graph, and Liquid, they still have 3 cores near the top, just sharing a spot with XM. Speaking of XM, he's currently being hunted down by the support duo of Team Liquid, but he had a very nice ward to spot all of this out. And nothing to come of this. And this was the key yesterday, we can say as well. Like XM, if you were able to shut him down, you were winning the games against Vici, but if you weren't able to shut him down, he was just carrying for his squad. Another power rune. Nisha's going to run down bottom. They'll get the region. What is it, Jonathan?
They dragged 4 heroes into that mid lane just for that power rune. I mean, again, it's just a ton of space, right? Like, no pressure on Shiro. You're getting some good time on Bach. Maybe they were eyeing this rotation onto bot as nighttime fades away here to kind of bully out this Night Stalker again, but it's creep waves pulled way far back. Bach's playing extra defensive because knowing the shortcomings of this hero now at this point in the game. They are still kind of setting up. Eki's still hanging around here. They could look for an easy kill. And that's the key, right? Like, it's XM not popping off, which they can't achieve, but if you stall out this Night Stalker, that's one big part of the equation that still gets taken away.
That it is. Bach hanging about. They're going to see him eventually. Naze will go out. Pushback right on the edge from Eki as well. Very nice. He'll get the Dark Ascension off, but it's just completely wasted. They'll hunt down Tofu at least, but Tofu, he's slowly healing up through all of this, so they don't want to aim him. Instead, they'll turn with the lasso onto Mickey. Mickey dropping low now, should eventually fall, and will do so. Not a bad trade at all if you're Vici Gaming. You'll take it.
Yeah. Again, it's a massive commitment. You find the Night Stalker, but you're feeding this Ember, who's going to have really good timings into that Mage Slayer, mitigating a lot of the output coming in here on Nisha. Shiro?
Uh-oh. Nisha does survive. No point in toss the Frostbite. I mean, he's getting close, but not quite. Still at about 50 extra HP to survive on, and he'll be just fine.
Making use of that regen rune at least to get back farming, but the threat is there. As we've talked about, it's easy setup coming out here for Vici Gaming once you hit these timings. They're trying to leverage him. Just maybe level 2 Ice Blast starts to clear up the job a lot quicker. Some pressure coming up top here. Ace is starting to shove in. He's got his own Mage Slayer here.
Very nice setup from Eki. Not much you can do with this setup between him and Ace. You know, while we're here, this is my issue with Pango. Like, why is it this hero just always does a billion damage with Swashbuckler? Like, no matter what. No matter how they nerf him, it's just he can just 0 to 100 you in a second.
Yeah, I know. And again, you know, we used to talk about Morris having this issue where he was in every single game for like, what, 3 years since his introduction into Captain's Mode. Pangolier, I feel like, has stayed a lot longer than Morris' streak, so I don't know. As a great player once said, named Quinn, you know, pick a real hero. It is current year. Please pick a real hero, I guess. But you can't fault the pros. I mean, it still does its job, although the win rate hasn't really been reflecting that. It feels good, but sometimes it's not quite enough in terms of damage and control.
No. I mean, they see him too. I mean, Ace is being watched by Y, but they can't really do anything about him. It's kind of another thing, like the fact that this hero can always just roll away. You know, it's just a bit silly. Buck, they're actually trying to hunt down Mickey right now, it looks like. There's not enough numbers here. It's only Xingqiu and Buck, who are currently just happy to play the slow game. And this is something we haven't really talked too much about. Mid lane, Nisha, playing with XM. But I was saying, John, when you compare the drafts, I dare say Vici are much more happy to drag this out. You know, you've got a Posmon Tiny. It needs time. You've got a Mid-Ember. It loves time. You know, it just... I believe... And a Batrider, of course, John. Batrider never gets old, you know? I feel as though Vici, they're happy to drag this out as long as humanly possible.
That they are, as they should be. I mean, there is pressure on Liquid to play quicker, right? Like, this Bristle comes online relatively early. Mickey is going for full utility and tank, so he's got the wraps up. He's going for Sanj and Yasha next. Just even more ways to front line. You've got the early debuffs coming in from Ace, and you are getting some good magic resistance reduction already here with Nisha and the Veil up. So this is about the time when they start grouping up on Liquid, and they will move as a unit of 3. I think top. Y is in a forward position to try to break the smoke though, so maybe not ideal if all you find is this ancient apparition here.
Oh, they'll take it. Very good position from Y. Tanks the gank for Shiro, though. Did Shiro get spotted? Won't matter. He does make it out. Seems like they are thinking about jumping in. In fact, they do. Lasso is there. They caught Nisha. The crippling fear as well, making it hard for him to get away, but the false promise going to make it in time. Nisha will survive. Tofu's not dead yet either. They did not really do the instructions properly. You have to find Tofu first. They get him eventually, but now can they retreat? Mickey is here to join. And in fact, they can. They will walk away. But we do find out the hard way. You can't leave Tofu like that. You've got to kill him.
I mean, I appreciate Xingqiu just going blisteringly fast with that blink. And they are still setting up here. And they're still in position to try to pressure, but Liquid has backed off. Look, it was a snap decision they had to make. It's the only target they could really see. Again, if Tofu just stays right outside of vision, it can be difficult. You don't have that mobility just yet on Bach either to rely on him to kind of get the follow through as well. So it's going to be a little bit longer until you have the Night Stalker that can back up your single target control in the lasso. For Liquid side, they should be looking for these openings. They know Dark Ascension's going to be is down. It is night time, but you don't have to deal with that flying movement any longer. They know Lasso is down for a little bit longer as well. They did pop their Sonic Wave, so maybe once some of these cooldowns wear off, you can try to gun again, but Liquid has some of that pressure to play quick. They have good forward vision set up. They can look for some nice aggressive plays. And for the side of Vici, it's more about calming down. Although, Lasso out again.
Top lane. Ace. Gonna get hit by the Ice Blast? No, he does avoid it. In fact, I think the Flame Break knocked him out. Either way, he's perfectly fine. No kill coming off that Lasso. And I mean, in fairness again to Vici Gaming, they don't really need the kills. They can just ensure that the time keeps going. They can keep buying more time for Shiro. But it still seems that Liquid, they're still pretty comfortable with themselves just farming. I mean, Mickey has been complete free farm on this Bristleback as well. Almost 9k net worth advantage now. Trying to get the full SNY up. So neither side really feeling the pressure to try and force anything yet. They will find Tofu. It's a nice freebie when you've got Bark around with that crippling fear. So he'll take a nice easy kill. But nothing really of value being lost for either side.
No. Again, I'd say VG's happy with some smaller target kills. I mean, every time you pin down the Oracle, you're delaying like an Oracle Blink, Oracle Holy Locket, just for the health restoration amp. You know, you're stalling out, say, even we've seen some Oracles be able to, let's say, farm. Well, Divine, the Ags has changed, but that parrot is pretty funny. I don't think that's something to think about. But again, stalling out even just more utility on Oracle, it simplifies your game. A stalled out Blink is massive for allowing VG to actually find that backline consistently. Nisha.
Top lane, around the top, Nisha, caught, Nisha. I mean, he's been frostbitten, so it's kind of hard to get away, but he is still running, and he has still made it. Ace is in now. They're trying for Sin-Q on the Batrider. Sin-Q, though, just dancing around him as Eki's the one to fall, but Sin-Q does also end up going down. So 1 for 1 on both POS 4s. And again, I feel like nothing really of value was lost here for either side.
No. And this time it's not as meaningful for Vici Gaming. Slowing down Eki really doesn't give you much anyhow. And you are popping some pretty big spells. Like Dark Ascension was popped on Bach, so by the time daytime rolls around, there's a moment of weakness perhaps. Maybe like a few seconds, to be fair. It's not that long, but there are more openings now for the side of Liquid. And again, they're getting online fairly quick. You mentioned that SNY and Mika just lacking the Yasha now. You've got that blink up on Ace. You've got the Ags being rushed here by Nisha. He's got a lot of spell lifesteal going on with a Bloodstone fully up. A lot of magic amp to play with as well. It's not like you're building defensive aura on Bach to mitigate that. No, he's not going for the pipe. He's not going for ways of stopping that AoE damage from flowing out. He is going all in on control, which is that blink. See if Shiro starts to find something with his full Shadow Blade up now, though. But there's a lot of heroes up top here.
It certainly is. Big group up. Shiro, he's still having a gander. Team Liquid, though, they are retreating pretty successfully. Nothing to come of this for the side of Vici Gaming, sadly. Bach could have been in a bit of danger, but looks like he does retreat at the right time. Roaring Thunder, I mean, they're still pump faking. They don't see Bach at the moment. Bach is out of vision, at least for Team Liquid. Ace is going to stick around, get himself a shield rune in the meantime, but again, nothing really too important. Like, you've got a Roshan you can play for, you've got a Tormentor you can play for. It seems like they'll think about the Tormentor on the side of Team Liquid. Nothing else really for them to do apart from Roshan.
No. Shouldn't be the longest Torm in the world when you've got the Bristle up. And it's just going to go for free. Wonder who gets a free shard. Eki will find himself a nice little boomerang to play with. So again, more spell amp coming in. Just a lot more damage that can flow out in an ideal circumstance. You get the Bloodstone debuff, you got a good boomerang off. With no pipe, on the side of Vici Gaming can get blown apart unless XM manages to constantly reapply this Mage Slayer debuff himself. Have to wait and see. A bit of a smoke now for Vici Gaming. Ace wouldn't be a bad target here if they can kind of pin him down, but Tofu's right behind.
He is. I mean, you got to go for Tofu first, and it seems like Shiro, he does get the memo. Immediately, Tofu will die, and of course, Ace now cannot survive. That's the way you want to do it. Pretty disciplined gameplay from Vici, I might add, John. I mean, they really are just taking their sweet time, and so far, it's pretty clean.
Yeah, I think this is something we've seen from Vici Gaming in the past few days, right? Like, they know when to play. This is a very awkward pause for Y.
Yeah, Bach, come on now. Come on now. You could have held out on the keyboard for a second more. You know, it is what it is, I guess. There is the off chance that Eki just doesn't press the button to release the... I mean, even then, I think the arrow will come off before he can TP anyway. Eki could literally be AFK, and I think he's got the kill. So there you go.
Yeah. He's stunned for a might bit more. Very interesting. Very, very happy times. Look at this. This is a support player's favorite scene. Perfect pause time.
Does he get
take a
the
picture,
kill or
frame
not?
it up. Let's
Here
see.
we go.
Stunned for a bit longer.
Yes, he
there
does.
you go.
Yeah, he's cool. I've played enough with him. I know the timing, John. You know.
Oh, it's
Doesn't
the
have run
perfect
down.
timing as well, because his body ends up in the base if you double click Y. So he did end up TPing. He's also just dead.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
Yeah. Arrow to the knee, Jonathan. Arrow straight to the knee.
Yeah. Still, 8-9, not the biggest loss in the world there for Vici Gaming. Sin-Q can be able to TP out as well. Rather awkward position. For Vici Gaming, again, this tiny starts to become a bigger and bigger issue. Full silver edge up, so you have break for Mika. You're going to get your harpoon, and you have that added way of weaving in and out these fights. They still don't have rune control inside of Vici Gaming. But you are playing against an Oracle with Prognosticate, so you can't really fault them for that. For the side of Liquid, if you stall this game out, and you're looking to your Bristleback as your main source of like right-click damage, I mean, it's fine. It can work, but you need a lot of items. Right? You're going to need your full BKB, maybe an AC if you really want to go right-click, if you're focused on him just kind of carrying damage into late game. Vici's not going to wait for that. Again, they're kind of set up. They're smoked up. Moving is 5. They know Roche is probably a big objective. Triangle's where they're hanging out, though. See if they manage to get the swing around here. Eki would not be the prime target, but he's in a good spot to break the smoke.
I mean, they'll take what they get. They do find a nice little chain. So Eki, very nice bushwhack. So Sin-Q now forced to use the lasso, but they'll take it. Not quite the what you wanted to expend, though. I think Vici, they could have thought about Roshan, but now they're probably going to sit back and just wait for the next opportunity.
Just going to have to wait a little bit longer. At this point, you could probably try to justify, say, waiting for Box BKB. Have some safety nets for the Night Stalker when he does run in. He does at least have the blink, so again, hunting the backline is much simpler now. Catching out Tofu, you can kind of be more patient here with Sin-Q. As we have seen, his timings on these lassos has just been so clean. Some of these pick-off opportunities. Speaking of, though, chase down a bit.
Oh, bushwhack! Oh, Eki, right on the edge again.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's just such a nice ability to use, John. Bushwhack, you know, great AoE, great cast range, great damage. XM
Radiant's bottom tower
could be in a bit of danger. Top lane, he's going to see Ace. Realizes he needs to get out. He will immediately go back towards his Remnant, which apparently Liquid did not see.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, Liquid, they'll just group up around Roshan and they just say, why not? Let's just start. No reason not to.
They have Dark Ascension here. It's a little bit risky.
Oh, jump in though from Nisha. Very brave jump in. Why?
Ooh.
Still barely alive, but not for too much longer. His Ice Blast will do nothing as on top as Shiro. Try to jump in, but the Fate's Edict just blocking off all the magic damage. He'll go down. That's your carry, Tiny gone. Buck just trying to escape. They'll lock him down to Bird. Triple kill for Mickey. In a horrible fight for Vici Gaming. Not anticipating the direct blink in from Nisha.
Yeah,
He had the ward.
Yep, all off the back of a really good ward out from Tofu. Seeing that jump in.
Sin-Q. He's jumped in. Sin-Q. Lasso is there, but it's not going to make the difference. He's a bit too early, but Roshan. Oh, Roshan, why? Why'd you do that, Roshan?
It's time to move. You know, you can't stop him. Clear a path for Roche. They do manage to clear him out in the end. Very painful loss for Vici Gaming, and Liquid again. Just setting up the ward at the right spot. Maybe you felt that confidence coming out here from Vici Gaming because they had a sentry in the spot just right outside of vision of that OBS. And Nisha managed to get the opening he'd want. You can't afford to counter-initiate here on the side of Vici Gaming. If you allow Liquid to play their own game, it's just clean up central. Ice Blast connects on no one. The movement out from Box held out. They're not able to stop the roll. So you don't have BKB as well in Bach, which we were just talking about being a timing here. And you just can't dance around. You can't focus on a single target. Very messy out from Vici Gaming. Very clean from Liquid. And that does reel the control of the game back their way. For the side of Vici Gaming, we've seen that patience come in strong a lot of times. They've got to be, they need to be patient now for around 4 minutes. These 2 lives on Nisha, plus say the saves from Tofu if you don't catch him, it's going to ruin you. And you just need to wait out until BKBs are up. You're almost at one for Shiro. You're still a few parts away from Bach.
Oh. Mickey just getting tossed straight to the curb, Jonathan.
You love to see
Straight
it.
to the curb.
You love to see it.
Roshan.
They should buff the
Yeah, it
damage.
is
on
what
that.
it is.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah?
They should
They
okay,
should.
buff the damage on it and give him like super armor. Way more durability when he's walking across. Make it funny.
Bach
You know?
in danger. Bushwhack's not going to land, but very hard target, but they do have the vision now. Eventually, they'll have their way with it. I really do feel like there should be like an enraged coming for Roshan, John. And at some point,
Yeah.
it just literally just gets enraged and just roams the map hitting people.
I mean,
It should happen.
we did have when Roshan started moving across the map, we did have some instances of him glitching and chasing heroes. I do believe that was a funny sight. Roshan going all the way to a fountain for someone and just tossing them every single time.
There should be.
I don't know how that glitch did at, but
there should be a new class of heroes that just make Roshan so angry that he'll be active in the game. if that hero is picked in the draft, then that team is just going to get hunted down by Roshan. That's the nerf to the hero, John. That's the counterbalance. Bottom lane,
I feel like we
XM.
already have heroes like that.
Hold on, Jonathan. Root is out. AI Spark's going to land, though Ace is perfectly fine. In fact, it's XM that needs to get away, but he does. Xingqiu also on the run is going to be okay. Ace still chasing. Shadow Strike is going to land. Xingqiu going for a TP play out is going to be just fine. What heroes do we have that just piss off Roshan, Jonathan? How are you going to say that already exists?
Yeah,
Who?
Ursa probably pisses off Roshan, doesn't he? He just kills
No,
him
but
all
I'm
the time.
saying,
No, but
John, like if you draft the hero, right, at a certain time, Roshan just gets up and just starts attacking your team.
yeah. Well, for me, if he sees a ringmaster, I'm pretty sure that's annoying. Look, I want to go back to that previous play. Xingqiu with a force staff, breaking that bushwhack, saving XM. It was perfect stun locks otherwise, although...
Shiro, speaking of saves, Eki, he's going to be saved by the false promise of Tofu. When Tofu plays Oracle, it should just be promise, John. He would never lie to us. He's too handsome for that. It's just promise when it's Tofu. Tofu-chan.
I would go for that. That'd be fun if we had like player-specific changes when a pro picks a certain hero. That'd be a nice touch. I don't know if we'd ever get that. Still,
we had that, John, in Dota All-Stars. We had the Melini Zeus. Yeah, they named heroes after players.
Okay, Boomer. Maybe it's time to go to bed, old man. You're talking about some long past times here, Michael Phoenix. Long past. Those were very different.
It was
days,
a long time ago. Rolling Thunder commuted. Bark will be perfectly fine to blink away. Eki now on the chase. Looks like they are still going to try and hunt down somebody in this Naya jungle, but you've only really got this Night Stalker during nighttime, which does not make it too easy. They're still going to try anyway. Fortune's End will land onto Bark. Bark's got help there from Shiro. They'll use a lot of Atos instead, but now the 4-star forward onto Bark, ensuring he does remain alive. Meanwhile, the hunt is on for this Oracle, but XM cannot do it against 4 heroes. Trying to find this Oracle on his own. He doesn't quite get there. And nothing comes of the fight. The Aegis expires. Nothing happens. Smoke up again.
And Liquid knows they have to play a little bit quick because, again, additional BKBs are coming out. Once Bach has a BKB, these fights are quite different. The Night Stalker has the confidence to jump in and actually look for that kill, look for that lockdown onto one. It's a good foundation to go off of. They just have to be a bit careful
Shiro.
for that point here.
They found Shiro. He's got a BKB. He hasn't used it yet, though. In fact, he doesn't need it. They'll just 4-staff him away.
Good old saves from Xingqiu. See, he's been so on point. This one little 4-staff. Eki's been amazing with these bushwhacks, but so long as that Bat Rider's around, Squirrel ain't really locking in anyone down. So, big props for good old Xingqiu. Working onto his Ags next. Double lasso starts to make a difference here. XM always, playing on the limits, knowing that there's really no hard lockdown for him. Again, there's the bushwhack. There's maybe the roll if you'd committed, maybe the root as well from the Oracle, but nothing hard enough to make XM stop just trying to push back waves, farming a little bit more forward than you'd expect. Liquid are still maintaining really good vision on the map, though. Again, they've got really good top jungle control, but not for too much longer here.
Oh, Ace rolling in. Looks like they want to go after Y. Ace going to end up retreating. Dark Ascension was popped. They are hunting. In fact, Lasso does catch out Nisha on the Quap. Nisha is still going to blink away, though, and the False Promise is going to keep him alive. The chase is on now from Bark. Bark trying to hunt him down. Sonic Wave, it does barely connect on the tail end of it. Tofu somehow still alive, and all of this is XM can't quite finish the job. Meanwhile, Ace finally is going to die in the Pangali. Bark is still running. It's a very split up team fight. XM still trying to fight, but he's just doing no damage right now to Mika. Bushwhack gonna lock him
Bushwhack
down.
again.
XM with the Bloodstone is alive. Croker's going down left, right, and center now as Mika still chasing down. Gonna find Y. Meanwhile, Sinkyu does die on the Batrider. Y will go down to boot. XM's gonna be alright, and Shiro will also retreat. So, I mean, not really a bad team fight for either side. One gets a support duo, the other finds the offlane. But I don't think anything comes out of this. Like, there's no objective to be taken right now by either team.
No, it's just more complicated for BG, as you're seeing in these fights, right? Like, they need to look for the back line, they need to lock in the squap. It's very hard for Shiro to actually identify which target he'd want to go for first, because they need his break for the bristleback. But if he doesn't play around and help with bursting down either the Quap or this Oracle, then you're also not going to be able to kill off the bristleback anyhow. And the Squap will just always be a thorn in your side. So Vici Gaming have to really identify their targets well. It's rather interesting. They kind of look to turn around after knowing there was a ward there, right? Like the wards were set to expire. Liquid gets full value from the wards right as they're expiring, because VG then ends up forcing a fight into them. And yes, you lose Ace, but this impenetrable wall that is Mika is starting to really cause massive issues for the side of Vici Gaming, because they can't even kill off the backline quickly. They've not been able to really spot Tofu out all too easily now that he has his Blink Dagger up. So, I mean, there is still a way to play this on the side of Vici Gaming, but it's just getting a little bit harder than you'd expect. I think what we have to see from Vici is just unity from our Batrider and the tiny Night Stalker. Like, who do you identify first? Can you jump them? You can't try on the Quap first. They've tried it too many times. Nisha just doesn't die. Tofu just has way too much leverage in these fights. It's got to be Tofu first, and you have to find a way to break or kite around Mika somehow. Because as these fights stall out for so long, the quills stack up, the goose stacks up, and everyone's just a sitting duck to a random swash or just one random quilt spray from dying.
Well, they're hanging around here, Team Liquid, just waiting for the right moment. You know, John, what's been on my mind is, are we ever going to see an Oracle Agonize? Do we see the Diviner's deck, John?
It's pretty funny.
I mean, it's pretty cool.
It's
dude.
a very funny.
Think of it.
It's a funny Ags. I think it is inarguable the old Ags is way better. You know, I don't think there's any arguing that, but
Is it?
it is cool.
Is it? It was the base
Yeah,
attack time reduction on the false promise, I think it was.
Yeah, and the invis.
I never bought it.
Every 0.1.
I never bought it. I never bought it.
I mean, this Ags is funnier. I don't know if it's amazing.
Buck's jumping in. Ace, he was just baiting though. He just took no damage. Buck, he's the one in danger. BKB's been forced out. Nisha, he's going to continue trying to keep this team fight going as the BKB TP is going to work out just in the nick of time. Vici will successfully retreat once again. Team Liquid.
See,
I mean, they're 5k ahead, but it means nothing. You know, like at this point of the game, that 5k just doesn't do anything. Roshan does though.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice rush to take, but they didn't blow any ultimates here from the side of Vici Gaming. Just the BKB. They should know fights coming in. Bach taking point, but without the BKB on him, it's a bit tricky here.
Well, at least he, pops the Dark Ascension's got plenty of vision. XM going to be a nuisance as well. Bach, he did get caught out by the Rod of Atos. Meanwhile, though, Eki's being chased down. Sinkyu also finding a lasso onto Tofu, but Tofu, he's still okay. Though not for long, surely, as he's forced to false promise himself. But Shiro's very deep. Shiro looking for a way out now. Bach has gone down. Tofu finally dies. The Ice Blast. Eki, Mickey both going down. Nisha still trying to find Shiro, but Shiro's just going to TP his way out of there. So will Y. Y gets out. Ace in trouble. Ace is down. It's Nisha versus 2. XM and Sinkyu. They'll keep it going. The chains. It's going to lock down Nisha. Nisha trying to do it on his own. Cannot get Sinkyu. The TP away again. Just constantly teasing Nisha, who has no TP cancel. And so Vici, they win the team fight. And Roshan is now theirs.
Yeah, look, big difference in that fight. Again, instead of Bach fully committing, Bach to Dark Ascension, like you said, he gets a lot of vision out. They instantly try to hunt down Tufu. Like, they work in the back line, XM gets a jump in, even Shiro just walks around with his Blink plus Silver Edge trying to get that Oracle first, as you're seeing here in the replay. And that's all they need to do. Just find Tofu first, pin him down, force that false promise onto himself, and it just simplifies the rest of these fights. The damage is there on Shiro as well. So I'm doing quite a fair bit of poke out onto Mike even with that break. And just have to be so careful about going in and out in such tight spots like that. Perfect usage out from Y for the blast. And again, it's a shot in the arm here for VG. They don't have a massive net worth lead, but they get momentum back their way. And they've got the Aegis for a safety net. And now they can play their game. Mind you, again, it's a very complicated process for Vici Gaming. You saw all the steps they had to take. Bait out with Dark Ascension, hunt the backline, ensure all your cores can jump that Oracle first. It's tricky. But if you can get it, then you have some answers here for what Liquid has. Liquid, they've just got to be so careful about staying too close together. Tofu has to really take a step back, you know, really play well on the limits of his Blink, as he has been in most of this game, and just not give that opening out to VG, because if they can't find him, well, it's still really hard for Vici Gaming. It's still very favorable for Liquid, so long as the Oracle lives.
Just buy an Axe, Tofu. Buy an Axe. It'll work, trust me.
It's a funny Axe.
I bet you one day it's gonna be broken. I bet you one day it'll be broken. You mark my words.
I mean, it's a funny Axe, but I don't know.
It's a 90-second buff at a time. I mean, it's just constant buff, John. You're always buffed.
Yeah, it's a constant buff. Yeah, but I think the worst one is gold gain. You know, especially once you have your Blink. Once you have your Ags with Blink and Aeon Disc, like, you can count the gold gain out as relevant, just for buyback, I suppose.
That's why you should just rush Ags. It's like Midas speed.
I've had that.
It's like
in
a
my
gambler's
games. Trust me,
Midas.
you don't want to play with it. I've had that in my games, Mikey. You don't want that. Believe me. Queue up right now and play with some. Ask a friend to brush Ags on Oracle. Trust me. It's not going to be fun. That 40% spell amp, it's a bit of a bait. You know, just like the mid Oracle we used to see. It's like, oh, it's amazing for the first 20 minutes, and then it's suddenly not.
I like my odds, John. I like my odds.
Man, you do invest in
do it.
stocks. I'm sure you're having fun with that right now.
I mean, investment's one way to put it, John. You know?
Yeah.
Losses are another. You know, tax write-offs are another. You know, it's there's plenty
investing
of ways
is for
to put...
gamblers who want to legitimize themselves. That's it, Mikey. You got a problem, man. Lasso?
You're not wrong, John. Nick, mid lane. He's going to be all right. False promise is there once again from Tofu, but now Tofu needs a way out of Shiro. He's jumping right in those Shiro. He's just taking so much damage, but he's not down yet. He'll heal up through it. Meanwhile, Eki will be the first one to go down as they'll chase down Buck. In the meantime, Buck will survive. Instead, Tofu is still being targeted, but he'll finally go down. They'll finally get Tofu, but Buck is also going to die. It's now Shiro right on the tail of Nisha. He'll get hexed up just barely. They'll see him. He's just trying to chase down Mike, but won't be able to get him. Instead, he'll turn on to Mike, or rather Nisha, but he's fine. Just these team fights, they last an eternity, John. And it feels like nobody's really winning.
I would say as the team fights go on, it is better for Liquid. Mind you, losing against Tofu is a bit rough, but this time, killing off Tofu just took way too long from Vici Gaming. You saw how much more fragmented the jumps in were from Vici Gaming. Lots of different targets they were gunning for. They couldn't instantly find Tofu. He's playing on the edge. And it just makes it so hard for Vici Gaming. They can't force a prolonged fight because running into Mike like that, with all of his durability, now with a full AC after that fight, getting all of these stacks of quills and goo, not a good way of going about it. So you still win out just a bit more on the side of Vici Gaming, feels like. You do get just a tad bit more value, but it's not amazing. And you're kind of stuck in this deadlock once more. See if they can maybe find a little bit extra. If they find Nisha here.
Nisha? Oh, they found him, John. They found him all right. Nisha. No way out. A great read by the side of Vici Gaming. You couldn't have asked for a better target. And Nisha's down for a minute and a half. Thankfully for Liquid, there's no Roshan to play for. But that's still 90 seconds of you doing whatever the hell you want on this map.
Yeah, it's all off the ward from Y here, right behind. Not something you'd find at 42 minutes in. Gives them that value about Nisha hiding behind a tree line. And got a very important kill themselves. They are scanned out, so any follow-through kill is probably not happening here for the side of Vici Gaming. But now you have some solutions, right? You've got the full Eye of Scotty up on XM, some health regeneration reduction on hand outside of the Ice Blast now. Super helpful up against this high sustain lineup you have on Liquid, even into Nisha, right? Like with all his spell life steals. This is something that will help take a notch down from that tankiness. Very quick pushes coming in. You do have a Tiny with massive right click. There is something to play with for the siege. Liquid, no buyback to Nisha.
All right, 35 seconds till he's respawned. It's a long time. Lasso, perfect from Sin-Q. He's going to find Mickey with the Ice Blast. Mickey, a bit of a sitting duck, but gets the BKB off. In fact, look at the damage. Oh, Shiro's just gone. I said Mickey was the sitting duck. He just turned around and hit him.
Yep. That's, you're not as tanky as you once were on the Tiny. You're not getting as much bonus armor as you'd expect, and you've lost Craggy. And getting prolonged fight like that, you get all of these quilts, you get all of this blue, you get the additional minus armor from the Assault Cuirass. Tiny really doesn't have much to play with, especially since you don't have your own armor source here on Shiro. So you have to be cautious. They did a 10 fight with targets nicely, but yeah, nah. You can't
hit him like
underestimate
4
it.
times.
Yep. Again, it's just Assault Cuirass with minus armor, so that's already -5 on Tiny's +15, and base armor of, what's that, 5? Am I reading that right? Yeah, 5 base armor. It goes down to 0 very fast. Without that armor, I mean, this bristle just melts you.
Okay.
Doesn't take too long.
Lasso again. They're going to try another time. Ice Blast will land. This time he does not have the BKB, so he's much more vulnerable, and they are going to get him. That's all they needed. Just wait the BKB out. Now Tofu in danger. Tofu, he's going to drop. Misha trying to fight along with Ace, who has jumped in, at least finding Y. But with his BKB feeling pretty safe right now. XM, meanwhile, just running directly south. Not sure what he was on the hunt for, but it won't matter. It's still a successful defense here for Vici Gaming. And that is just the key. Like, as long as you've got Lasso Ice Blast, even without your carry, you've got enough damage. But you've got to ensure the BKB's not ready for this bristleback.
It's all down to just playing around these 7 seconds now that every side has. A very even game overall, 20 to 23k advantage for Vici Gaming. And you know, it's like what we were saying, day 3 of groups, you get very even matchups. You're getting a very close game here between Liquid and Vici. For the side of Vici Gaming though, the room to grow here is massive, right? Like, you've got the Daedalus up in Shiro. He is going for the Swift Blink, maybe even the Butterfly. I would actually argue this could be a good game for the Ags here. Don't manage to spot out Eki with that Glimmer, sadly, but a tiny Ags in this game, if Shiro changes up his playstyle here, right, yeah, you stand back, you get the 3 Avalanche off, the 3 Volley off with your Shard, that additional splash damage you're doing, additional bonus damage you're doing with each throw, it can start to rack up, and the issue is break. I'd say this is actually a pretty decent game for Bach to consider his own Silver Edge somehow, if he could. You know, but that is putting a lot of pressure on your Night Stalker. He already has to find Tofu in the back. He's also going to have to try to deal with the Bristle with his own break. It's a lot to ask for, understandably so. So, just about how they split these responsibilities up on Vici Gaming. Liquid, off with a smoke. Roshan, not too far off from respawn either. Could be a key fight, and even the amp damage rune here, Nisha.
Damage. Oh, very nice deny though. Why denies off the amp damage? Nothing for Nisha this time. Chase is on. Nothing to come of it for Team Liquid. They're still hunting. Tofu was got a Shadow Blade on the way, just to ensure that he has ways out if he does get caught. It's Team Liquid heading top, still hunting. Sin-Q is also fine. Eki unable to get there in time to stop the Twin Gate usage. So they find nothing here, Team Liquid. Keep in mind again, Tofu, he's got a Shadow Blade now on this Oracle, so he's even more annoying to catch. See if they can get him. Like with the Aeon Disc Shadow Blade, it's gonna feel pretty impossible to instantly burst him down. Tormentor to be taken here by Team Liquid. So free shards for Nisha, but Roshan is being started by Vici Gaming, and they're well aware of the position of Liquid because they just took the Tormentor. This is perfect timing for Vici. The problem is they can't get Roshan done in time. Liquid, they know it too. They're rushing there. And they're going to make it. XM, he's going to break the smoke of Mickey. However, he's been hexed up. XM needs some help. They're still fine for now. Shiro, he's going to jump in onto Ace, but Ace is finding a Rolling Thunder. And it seems like Vici, they need to retreat just a little bit. XM's still in the middle of all of this. Meanwhile, Tofu, he's been found by Buck, but they can't kill him. Tofu is fine. Back onto the Batrider. Sin-Q is down. Shiro, hexed up again. Shiro trying to run, tosses Mickey back in XM, but XM's gone. Just no matter what you do, you lose this fight, but XM now he's brought back again. He'll find Tofu. Tofu is gone. Back in onto Nisha with the crippling fear. XM. He'll find a double kill off the back of this buyback on the Ember. Nisha's down for 90, but he does have buyback available. He might need a committed. They won't yet.
Oh, it's such a tricky fight for Vici Gaming to commit for now as well. They don't have Dark Ascension. They don't have their lasso with Sin-Q for 50 seconds. It is a window, but you don't have the numbers on Liquid, so they'll get away with these buybacks. They'll have a secondary life for XM. Again, very tricky now to take these fights. All this utility up on Tofu makes it near impossible to just focus him down. Bak is trying his best, but it's just so much responsibility to have to toss onto the Night Stalker and the Batrider to try to break up these fights, and you just have too much counteraction here from the side of Team Liquid. Still, evening out the game once more, 23 to 22 here, 49 minutes in. A nullifier coming out will help Bak, since now you can kind of try to pin down, take care of that Aeon Disc, at least on Tofu, and make short work of that Oracle, or shorter work of the Oracle, in as much as you can. Side of Liquid, though, I mean, this is probably the best neutral Mickey could hope for. Flare's Baka coming out on him. Just, again, so much damage that can come on, and it stays on once some heroes die. Like, the fact that this resets every kill is kind of insane. It's a little bit too much. I'm surprised this neutral just hasn't been touched down for what it gives you. 15% base damage and, like, 30 attack speed is nuts.
It's pretty nuts.
All the right click in the world here for Mika. Again, focusing him down is just a tricky job. You need to get good timing with your break here from Shiro. You've got this Pangolier that's highly disruptive that you only have Lasso to stop the roll, which they've not really been focusing on for Vici Gaming because they have other problems to deal with, which makes it a menace when Ace is actually just rolling around, breaking up all of your saves, breaking up your counterplay overall, locking in Sin-Q in particular in that last fight. Still, everyone's back up. Age is still up for a little bit longer, and Vici Gaming's playing pretty far forward here.
Certainly are. Nisha, he's going to jump in. XM's the target. They know he's got no buyback here. XM as Ace has committed Rolling Thunder. Hasn't found a target yet. Oh no, he gets a bash! He got a bash on XM with the swash! So they get the Aegis down. That's one life. Bark now. Onto Tofu. He's got him through the Aeon Disc. Bark still trying. Does take Tofu down. It's a decent start for Vici as they got Eki as well, but a big Sonic Wave out from Nisha. It still hasn't done enough for Buck. Buck is going to die. Oh, not bad at all, but oh, Mickey, he's been caught out on the Bristle. He's down. He's got buyback though if they need it. Team Liquid continuing the fight now, finding Y on the Ancient Apparition. They've also jumped Shiro. Shiro's been held down by the Bushwhack. It looks like they'll have the damage for this Tiny. Shiro forced the fight back, but can't do it. A good fight for Team Liquid. 4 down on Vici, no buyback available.
Radiant's top tower is under
And again, you're seeing how difficult it is for Vici Gaming. They have to throw everything out onto Tofu. That fight was a little bit more fragmented. I think there was a little bit of a chase for Sin-Q closer to the tier 2 tower position, cutting off that support coming in from Nisha and Eki, which did lead to the death of Mikke overall. But, I mean, Liquid managed to waste the Aegis quite nicely. They waste all of this shot in the arm that VG got, and now they've got tempo fully back their way, and they hold on to this buyback on Mikke. Eki has been a menace on this Hoodwink, just every single time catching these bushwhacks, and this itemization out from Mika for the side of Vice, just causing so many issues. All of this control, all these control pieces out from Liquid, even that basher here on Aces we saw, just doing so much work. And for Vici Gaming, you know, when they're trying to run a draft that has to kind of go all in, having all these small ways of poking back and stopping that, just combo breaking them, is ruining that tempo VG's looking for. Mid set of racks to fall, easily swing for another set here, although respawns are relatively short, at least on Bach and SimQ. And now with the full Abyssal for Ace, there's so many more problems and no space really to justify like the Lincolns. You're queuing up one on XM, probably has to talk to Vici at this point to get that Lincoln Sphere up, but I don't know if you can even find a space to farm it. Again, depending on how hard Liquid decides to push the envelope here, you could end up with enough time, but then it's a question of, will you want to buy it out without buyback? You does feel like you kind of reach that point where you have to start chancing it a bit here on the side of Vici Gaming.
Well, they just brought a blink out on Mike as well. So now this Bristleback has a nice way to close gaps, and he's got an amp damage rune active at the moment, so this can get a little bit scary if they did run into him. But not quite yet. Certainly XM and the rest of Vici looking for some answers here. Not an easy game whatsoever. Now even a Scythe of Vice available on Eki. So more control coming out from this Hoodwink, and Team Liquid, they've grouped up off the back of this. It seems like they want to go for a big smoke. And Vici, they're in a position where if they get wiped again, the game's just kind of over. They don't have the buybacks right now. In fact, nobody on their side has a buyback. They can't afford to lose this next fight. Liquid, they seem to know it. They're coming. Vici, they're actually hugging the eastern side of the map at this point. 54 minutes in. They're not even in their base. They're just not feeling comfortable without that mid-tier 3 racks being available. And Liquid, they are unable to find them current. Counter smoke now from Vici. Shiro's gonna bait. The Team Liquid, they are retreating, and it seems like they're gonna do so successfully.
I think for Vici Gaming, all you can hope for now is a little bit of a stall. Maybe you can force the fight in Roshan instead, if you stall it out for the next 2 minutes. It's a safer spot to take that risk, although they might be risking it now. They are playing close to each other here. They don't have vision though. The vision game is squarely in Liquid's side. They've got some good forward wards watching right in the lane. They don't have triangle vision, which is where VG's just trying to establish a zone of control right now. For Liquid's part, again, like you mentioned, so many tools coming in. It's going to be a strength blink for Mika next. They're already pretty much fully slotted up here on Nisha, just trying to get a link and stuff now to block off these lassos coming out. And even then, it almost feels unnecessary, right? Like, with all of the coverage they've been getting out from Tofu, with how well Liquid's been positioning, such a challenge for the side of Vici Gaming.
It was just too much you have to do. Like, you got to break the Aeon disc of Tofu, then you've got to catch him again. You've got to kill. It's just, by the time you've killed the Oracle, you know, half your team's gone. There's just so many steps in taking down these players of Team Liquid. Yeah, Nisha's got his own Aeon disc, so you can't really focus him down that easily. You know, it just... Vici, on the other hand, it just feels like their players just die instantly if you catch him. You know, even Shiro, you just saw how quickly he can melt if Mika gets his hands on him. It doesn't take much.
Going back to it then, I'm looking at XM, and he did go for damage on the Ember. He's trying to maximize his output because he is staying alive longer. He has a Daedalus, but it almost feels like you might have been happier with a Nullifier, right? Like, because just the one Nullifier alone on Bach to deal with 2 Aeon discs, so it's a lot to ask for. Maybe you just need more help in clearing out these big saves with that Aeon disc up. You don't really have room for it anymore on Shiro either. Fully slotted up now. One thing you can get is like a Moon Shard and Ad's Blessing at this point. It's difficult. And again, all these steps they have to take, it's been consistently difficult for a while. The one way Vici comes in is if Liquid kind of mess up the position. And even then...
We'll jump in. So Mickey is chained for a moment.
is under attack.
Nothing else really coming out of that, apart from a Dark Ascension usage of Bark. Bark was spotted as well, but he does retreat. You do know at least Dark Ascension's down for a while. No Roshan to play for though, so really the only thing you've got is a Tormentor or High Ground. And it seems like once again Liquid, they're going to go for the Tormentor. Keeping in mind, Jonathan, 2.5 minutes away from Tier 5 items.
Yep. Close to it. Did anyone get a bobble this game? No bobbles. All right. Fair enough. Thought we'd get to see like a 50% bobble in action. You know, that would have been funny, but no such thing. Sadly
No
enough.
such thing.
We'll see. Still a few minutes away. Smoke out from Liquid. This could be a prime spot, but this is where Vici Gaming has vision.
Oh, they're running
Doesn't
right
look
into
like
them
they'll be able
too.
to play with
Eki, he does get the smoke break, does get them to blink away. Shiro though, he just jumped right in, and Eki almost down, somehow still alive, but finally does go down. They've got the hoodwink. Lasso out to Mika, he's on the high ground. He's Arteezy right now. He'll blink back down though, but the avalanche toss combination, the false promise, is it going to do enough for Mika? Tofu will go down in the meantime and Sync Q. Back on the chase, Mickey's still alive. They're keeping the Pistol back pretty busy, and meanwhile on the side, Buck holding everyone else down. Nisha and Ace trying to fight this one out. A big Sonic Wave. Buck will go down, but so will Ace. It's still a very even fight here, but Vici, they're inching this one out. Nisha, he's been caught again on the quap. He should be down, but Mickey, he'll find why in the meantime. So now can they deal with the bristle? That's the big question. They're onto it. But they haven't got Lasso for 15 seconds. They're trying though, and Mickey, he does get bursted down. Stupid question, Jonathan. They can deal with it.
Without any supporting elements, they can, and even Tofu. He bought back
That's a
for this.
dieback, I think. It's a dieback from Tofu now.
Oh.
1 minute from
okay,
Tier 5 items, but there's a chance we just don't get them as always.
No, and there are 4 buybacks inside of Liquid, but without the Oracle, this becomes a lot more of a realistic shot now for the side of Vici Gaming. Looks like they'd want to force one set of racks, waiting for their creep wave to catch up with them, maybe take the tier 2 top as well. Beyond that, maybe force a buyback or two and try to fight around Roshan. That looks like a very safe bet for the side of Vici Gaming. No buybacks to be forced out. Liquid seem comfy enough to just lose a set of racks here, and they're not looking to force tier 4s just yet on side of Vici Gaming. So not the end of the world for Liquid, even having that one extra fort left to stand on. But chances are they will lose at least one set of racks, maybe 2, with how fast Shiro hits on these objectives. So Vici Gaming having the upper hand. They've got a good setup now for this Roshan that spawned up. Are they going to get greedy? I mean, respawns are fairly soon. They're still twacking away up top as well. Wanting a bit extra, but...
So it blinks away. They're actually going to be pretty all right. 2 Raxes, a 3rd Tier 3 tower. I mean, that's a pretty big win here for Vici. And Team Liquid choosing to hold out on the buybacks, and here we are. 60 minutes in now, Jonathan. Tier 5 item time. Roshan first, though.
Of course.
He should drop neutral items too. In fact, if you found a neutral item off Roshan, it should be like twice as good. Think about that, Jonathan.
It should have an innate bobble. That would actually be way too strong.
That's a good idea.
Make it temporary. Yeah. Make it disappear after Roche respawns or something. I don't know.
Hold on a minute, Jonathan. They're trying to find a way to fight this one out, but Roshan's already gone. Team Liquid holding their position in that triangle. As Sync Q not able to find a quick lasso. He gets hexed up immediately. They'll try to block the Bat Rider. Sync Q surviving just barely. Lasso, no, it's cancelled. He does end up dying. He'll buy back, but it's without the lasso available. Now Buck, chase down. BKB, not helping him. He's down for 2. No buyback. They look for more now, but it's time to retreat for Vici Gaming. And this buyback from Sync Q, it's going to feel kind of awful because he literally lassoed and died a second after.
Yeah.
And then brought back into basically nothing because there's nothing he could have done.
No, at least I believe they might be handing the refresh shard to him. So you should be able to keep it. I'm not sure where it ended up going. Maybe they, yeah, okay, it's on XM instead. They want the full set of remnants. He wants to be able to dance around, which is fair enough. Lasso cooldown not too long, and there's the... Okay, this is it. All in XM. He did a great job of trying to cut off that Roche fight, but the follow-through was not clean from Vici.
These
Have to see if
these players are so
match
allergic to tier 5 items, John. And then no matter what
Oh, yeah.
patch it is, they don't want to farm them. They never want to farm them.
Oh, the blast from behind.
No, top racks still going down. I mean, the blast was decent. Yeah, you know, kind of threatens Mickey a little bit. That'll be all she wrote. They say thank you very much. And again, I think you just go get some tier 5s, defend your base, you know?
Yeah.
You're still up against an Aegis for 3 more minutes. Like, you've got time that you want to waste if you're Liquid.
Oh, I love this. Look at Shiro. He's got Yag's blessing coming in. Let's get those tree volleys going.
Oh, there it is.
I miss those days. Don't you? Do you remember the time we had 2 tinies with 2 tree volleys?
The morphing tree volley meta. Yeah, I remember. That was my favorite. He also had the cheese thing, by the way. He's got the savory shield on.
Savory shield.
It just doesn't matter when it's going to wear off anyway, I feel like.
No.
You know, just who cares?
If it's still permanent, it's fine. But without it being, you know, not permanent, it's meh. Oh, Book of the. Oh, you're a happy guy. They did nerf that.
Well,
bit, didn't they? But there you go.
They keep nerfing it. I don't know why.
Yeah, because
Like,
Valve doesn't want you to pick it.
But just
Valve's
delete
like, no.
it then. Just take it away.
Yeah, that's what I think as well. Divine Regalia for Shiro. Happy boy with his. This 3 volley damage is going to be stupid once he has a shard. I swear to goodness. This is where it gets fun. This is where it's, as they say, game time started, Michael Phoenix. Game time has started.
Here we go. I mean, Tree Volley's still a really busted ability from, you know, I don't think it's changed that much. It still could just wipe out your whole team if you're unlucky.
Oh, yeah.
You know, one
it's more
crit,
that
1 or 2 crits.
They buffed
What
it
is
up a
John?
bit more with a shard.
Okay.
Because you get that bonus damage up with Tree Volley now as well. So
good.
it's kind of funny. Kind of funny. 50 bonus damage, but alright. You take that.
Oh, he comes
Issue is, does he have a tree line?
Got that Desert Blood right now for our Ember as well. So XM going to be hitting from a mile away. They do jump in for a very nice lasso, but the false promise was out on Tamika. He's alright. So they'll try to jump Shiro. Buck in the meantime is in huge trouble. Buck is down. No buyback for him. They'll keep fighting Shiro with the tree volley, doing really not too much. It's only Tofu going down. Aegis is gone as well now for this Tiny, so Shiro needs to retreat, but the chase is on for Mickey. Who's he going to find? Shiro trying to jump back into the side device right on the Tiny, not allowing it. He'll refresh with the BKB, trying again. Mickey, he will go down on the bristleback. Buyback committed to the tree volleys again from Shiro, not doing quite enough. They'll take down XM. He'll buy back. Now Nisha in trouble. Nisha goes down. He's got buyback. Eki's got a bird. Has he got buyback? He does. Everybody's got buyback. On the Pangolian, they'll go. Ace is in trouble. Ace rolling away just barely. Surely they kill him. They will, but guess what, John? He's also got buyback.
Oh, the volleys!
Everybody's got buyback. Eki's down. Nisha will win Waker away. Ace is in trouble. Big Sonic wave from Nisha. That's Shiro gone, but Shiro's got buyback. XM will go down. No buyback on him. It's 7 down without buyback. It's Nisha versus Y and Shiro. Here comes Shiro with the trees. Oh, Vici Gaming have done it. Is there a divine, John? There is a divine.
Just on the ground. XM.
Go claim your prize, Shiro. Take it.
There we go. This should be it.
It's XM's anyway. It doesn't matter.
I mean, surely, no buybacks. They should be able to start to clean up. A satanic dropped on the ground, Shiro. Not the thing you'd want to drop. Get the courier going for that divine instead. They can clear out. Now, mind you, Tofu can defend this. You know what? If Tofu had Ags...
If he had Ags.
You were thinking ahead. You were thinking 40 minutes ahead, Mike. If he had Ags.
If Tofu had Ags, John, he'd be able to do it, John. Nisha's going to lose a courier with a bottle on it, trying to distract Vici from hitting the tier 4 towers. Very clever tactic. Not quite working out at the moment for them, as they haven't called it. It's all up to Tofu. Tofu, show us how great Oracle is, sir. He can't do it. He can't do it. GG is called. Vici came.
My.
They managed to pull off the game 1 victory. And I'll tell you what, John. I know I kept saying they needed to drag out the game. The Team Liquid, it looked like it was their game to lose for most of it. You know?
Yeah.
It really didn't feel like Vici had any right winning this game. But if you look carefully, John, none of them are drinking matchas. They were all drinking black coffee. That's the big difference. We talked about it before Game 1's draft. No matchas for them.
No matches for them. And to be fair, I think the one big issue for Liquid was just specifically how that fight broke out and where it broke out at the end. I think overall this entire game was very even. We're seeing some of the highlights again. Just the vision placement was very good from Liquid. How they positioned in these fights were very good. But the same thing went for Vici Gaming. This was a very challenging game to even find what they needed to do, right? Like Bach has to find Tofu. You have to kind of choose your targets here with Sin Q. Maybe you open up in Tofu. Maybe you force the movement out onto someone else with Lasso. Then Tofu exposes himself and you find him. It's just so difficult to kind of see who you go for. And they still make it work. I think the defining factor with how close that game was, again, was just that this fight took place across the river in an area where I don't think they had outpost control on the side of Liquid. So when it came to buying back, once those lives were wasted, they had no easy angle in. Vici had the positional advantage, taking that fight closer to their base. And, you know, even if you bought back, it's not like we had mass amounts of travels there. Even if you did, the creep wave was constantly dying with all the AoE damage. You could not get back into the fight. It was too fragmented coming out for Liquid. That call to buy back and jump in such a staggered way is what cost them in the end. Which is an understandable choice to make, right? It's in the heat of the moment. You saw XM buy back. You know he has the Divine. You know there's no safety nets for Vici Gaming. So you figure the buyback is safe for you. But again, it's just a little bit too far from your own zone of control. And Vici Gaming does manage to make it work very, very well. Very well executed out from Vici, but also from Liquid. And again, it's just so fascinating to see how these drafts are compared to day one, Mike. These are a lot more dynamic. It's a lot more even. You're seeing a lot of good ideas for these drafts on hand, especially for Vici Gaming, which we've been watching since day one here in the groups. It's been a really good adjustment out from them. I'm curious to see what changes in game two, because it feels like it's so hard to call out what you want to ban. Maybe you should respect ban for the bristleback of Nike. It was doing so much more damage early on, and it forced out like the Silver Edge buildup. It forced like very specific movement out from a lot of the heroes. It's not something you can easily ignore with all of the debuffs you had on hand. At the same time, right, like this Oracle from Tofu is just a menace. So there are big tools here for Liquid that they can dip back into, or you know, that they're going to have to force VG to ban out. And that gives you a bit of a win as well in the draft. For Liquid, it doesn't feel like there was a big threat. Maybe this Batrider from Sin-Q, I think, is deserving of a respect ban because he was doing so much work. And Batrider has been a highly banned hero anyway, but it's going to be a very interesting game too from this kind of result, for sure. And it was so much harder to execute for Vici Gaming, but they got that work done in here.
Yeah, they certainly did. And I'll tell you what, John, this is game one of a best of three here today. It's going to be a fantastic day three of the Swiss format. Jonathan, standout players, talk to me. Who are we thinking today?
Oh, I want to say XM, but I feel like Sin-Q deserved it. Like, XM did do a lot of work. He was working the position out in these fights, but Sin-Q finding these targets for the Blink Lasso, or Bach finding that information in the back, these two were your keys to actually winning out those fights, to actually allowing XM to play in and out the way he'd want. So I'd be happy with any of them getting standout player. XM takes it, and he did a fantastic job on this Ember Spirit. His itemization, he understood what he had to do. He knew he could just, okay, he's not going to go Nullifier. He's just going to go for these debuffs with a Scotty. He's going to go for the right click with the Divine and the Daedalus, and it pays off massively in the end. He was just so slippery. That lack of control from Liquid certainly played into XM's hands here.
Yeah, it certainly did, and props to him again, Jonathan. I mean, you and I keep making the joke that they're giving him players to actually, they're giving him heroes that he can actually, play make with. What's the bet? Game 2, they'll just give him Viper again. Game 2, no. I guarantee we're going to see XM Viper coming out. And that's okay. That's okay. If you want to play a bit of Viper for Game 2, it's perfectly fine. With that, Jonathan, we are going to head off to a break, I do believe. And right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Team Liquid and Vici Gaming. We'll see you then.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We have such an honor here today for you. It is Nisha from Team Liquid, one of the most beloved guys in all of esports, who loves doing interviews, actually asked to do this interview for the fans, is what he said. So Nisha, what a pleasure to have you here. How are you?
Yeah, I am very happy to be here. Very happy.
Fantastic, all right. Let's get into it. I want to talk to you about this mysterious Jankos guy, all right? The MMR leaderboard has been safe for quite some time. You know, you got noobs like Nightfall and stuff going up there and trying to hold it. And then this dude comes out of nowhere, Mysterious Jankos, comes out in 1-2 weeks, #1. Why? How did this happen, Nisha?
Well, we had like a talk in the team because we were bad. So everyone had to like try, play pubs. And then, yeah, I started playing and I won too much. And now I'm #1.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the last event. You guys obviously were not there, could not qualify, but I personally think that's a really good thing for you guys.
Yeah,
because
amazing.
Going to every event can't be great for the team. Do you disagree?
I mean, that's why we lost the qualifiers.
Yeah, on purpose.
Yeah.
Don't tell the viewers.
It was amazing not being there.
No, but seriously, what was it like being able to rest for once in this schedule?
It was nice. It's just like honestly, the biggest problem is that it was like the crowd event. So yeah, I think we missed already one like that at some point. So it was pretty sad. But I do like watching tournaments without like the stress of being there.
Yeah.
So it was nice.
Blitz tweeted out, if anybody wants Nisha to play for them, he wants to do it. Can we talk about that? Why?
Yeah, I really wanted to play. I mean, I just wanted to play. I played a lot in this couple months, so I feel like having a break would be like kind of slowing me down at least. So, and also I do like standing in. I think playing in different teams is very fun. And like playing in the same team is kind of boring. So I would be down, but nobody wanted me.
Last Wallachia, you had these insanely long, brutal games. I think like the longest game in human history, the longest day, right?
Yeah, I still don't get how it's okay to like play lower bracket into best of 5.
Because you should have, if you didn't want to work hard, you should have won. That's on you.
Yeah, kind of, but like, okay, but like if you lose, I feel like there should be only upper bracket. If you lose, you should be out. Like you're bad, get out of the tournament. But no, they keep us there, and we have to play forever.
So at TI, would you say you would prefer if the last day was simply grand finals? And
yes, please.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Back in the day, I'd say about, I think 4 years ago, you did an interview where you said you were the laziest Dota player in the world.
What? No.
That is what you said.
No
It is on paper.
No.
Do you do you still feel this way about yourself?
Probably, or like in like top 5 probably.
There's no way.
No, not the lowest. Top 5.
Also back in the day, you said your favorite type of Dota was Rat Dota. This was years ago.
Oh, did I?
That's what you said. Do you still feel this way?
I mean, I do think so, but I like don't remember it because I haven't played like that in a while. Like Travels Rush and like split pushing. It was good. I did play like Tinker twice in Wallachia, I think, and I felt good with it. But I think I lost.
That sicko smile, bro.
I think I lost two games.
Okay.
But it's kind of rough to like implement it still. So, wait, we did play a game with like Beastmaster, Nature's Prophet, and Lycan.
That is
I remember,
disgusting.
against OG, I think on Blast, and it was like pure. I mean, we ended the game by like by killing the throne.
Oh my god, I remember
So,
that.
yeah,
The
that
zoo
was-
game, the
that was
pure
peak-
zoo.
peak game.
Oh god.
Lovely.
So is that still your favorite? Is that what makes
I
you
think
smile
so.
the most?
I think
Yeah?
so. I think so. Yeah. Team fights are boring.
Yeah. Who cares? So, biggest question I have for you: when were you happiest in Dota?
Oh.
Yeah. What was the meta or what was the gameplay style that brought you the most joy? Is it now?
Oh.
That's okay to say.
No, I remember in Kingwin, I think we played. There was a patch with like 5 creeps on mid. Yes, why you are laughing? 5 creeps on mid. That was peak Dota. Oh wait, there was also but that one. And we would just go like Bane, Medusa mid.
Oh
and
my
we would
god.
like dual lane Sumail, and he
Oh
would
my
like tilt
God.
out of his mind. And it was like peak Dota. But there's another patch with small camp next to mid lane. And then you would be like level 6, minute 4.
Yeah.
So that was, I think, better. Yeah, please give small camp to mid, because side lanes have like small camps everywhere.
All right, Nisha, thank you so much for your time. It was a pleasure getting to catch up with you. Any words out there for the Niche heads, the big Nisha fans who write us letters every day saying, Nisha, please just say one beautiful word to us?
No, I don't know them.
Thank you so much for coming. We'll see more from Niche and Team Liquid here at PGL Wallachia Season 8.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into Game 2 between Vici Gaming and Team Liquid, and it is MLP Dota and Jonix Fight. Jonathan, Game 1 was pretty hype. Game 1 went up to 65 minutes or something like that. It was very, very exciting. Vici Gaming, they scraped through. Game 2, you were pretty intrigued to see what Liquid were going to change. Jonathan, what are you thinking?
I think I'm trying to think because it feels like draft-wise, it wasn't that bad of a draft. It's a fairly solid draft. They had some good solutions in the back line. I think what happened the most was it felt like that pressure towards the end. With all of these buybacks flying out, the reaction of Liquid is just really staggered. And they were a little bit further in re-engaging, whereas it was a lot closer for the side of Vici. So it was really just a split decision kind of fight that made that difference here for Vici Gaming. It was a very close game overall. I think Liquid can kind of get away with the same draft if they'd want to. It's a bit surprising Vici Gaming didn't ban out any of the heroes there. Like, they leave the Oracle still in, they leave the Bristleback still in, which again, we've seen so many bans for it. And the same thing for Liquid as well. They leave the Bat Rider in themselves. They could opt to first pick it if they'd want. We've seen the power of it on Sin Q. They at least show the respect here by banning out the Rubik. So no Rubik pickup for Sin Q that we know Vici Gaming love to go back to. But I'm wondering how Liquid open up, because if they have first pick, they have that Bristle again. They have the Bat Rider option if they'd want. Even the Hoodwink opener is pretty safe, or a Tiny if they'd want that as well. Kind of switching things around could be the way to go here for Liquid, but they can go either way. It's just down to how do they want to execute this game, because in the last game, it felt like all the pressure was on Vici Gaming to have to execute perfectly. Team Liquid will open up with the Beastmaster first, so they get themselves a very stable opener here. Something that we've seen flexed all across the board. More than likely our ace hero here, but again, it's not unheard of for at least Nisha to play it as well, and even Mikke in other tournaments. So, very flexible pick for Liquid. Doesn't leave, doesn't kind of lock them into any single style just yet. I'm keen on seeing which way they go with it. And for the side of Vici Gaming, what do they want to go? Bat Rider's still there. They can go for it. Enchantress. I love this answer, man. Enchantress into Beastmaster. So not just for the boar interaction, of course, but little friends. Little friends into anyone that builds Dominator or has their own creeps. That 2.5 to 3 to 4 second route that can't be dispelled. It is a very painful experience.
It's pretty dumb. It's actually pretty dumb. I genuinely can't believe you can't dispel it. Like, that just doesn't make any sense. Like, why can't you dispel it? I don't know. And I'm an Ench player, but I enjoy this kind of... It's just, you know, it's a bit much. It is. It really... It goes to show you how strong Beastmaster is as well, right? Like, the fact that they have this crap to counter him and he's still just going to get first picked every game. You know? But can't we just...
To be fair.
Can't we just nerf these heroes properly, John?
Yeah, you know, I'm on the same boat. Like, look, Valve tried with Pangolier, and that hero still gets picked, so,
They haven't tried.
You know?
They didn't try to nerf.
I mean, he's been nerfed. He's been nerfed, right? Like,
they've been pretending.
I mean, he's been nerfed. He didn't really keep any of his facets here. So, that's also one big thing. It's one of the heroes that kind of lost this patch, and he's still here for whatever reason, so there is that. I do like the respect, by the way, here from Liquid, banning out that Sin Q. Bat Rider, don't want to have to deal with that really nice blink timing he's been finding for himself. And just ensuring no shenanigans come here, even with the Muerta for Shiro being banned out as well. They know what Vici Gaming's been looking for in terms of win conditions. They take care of them early. Do see the Monkey King sliding out here for the side of Vici Gaming. So they do have some flex. This could be our Shiro hero. This could be our XM hero. I'm leaning towards possibly just having that on Shiro, unless they're expecting, say, Beastmaster mid, then you can run Monkey King versus that matchup. It's still a little bit annoying with the Axe and Boars, but Monkey King can kind of play into it. You're still looking for at least Brown Boots rate band timing, if you will. Run it mid for XM instead, as you are seeing it was Shiro's hero last time. But they are trying to keep that flex open, so not, again, revealing too much. I do like the Monkey King win condition. We've seen it before. It's just so slippery with him keeping his Wukong's command facet as is on Wukong's now. So you can just kind of dodge around, which is quite nice. And you can crush a lane against melee matchups, which, depending on where you put this Beastmaster, you kind of want to try to match it with Monkey King.
Yeah. Well, Team Liquid. A lot of reserve time being used up. Secondary pick to be made. So we'll reveal where their draft is going to be headed. And, of course, they do go back with the Hoodwink. Can't say I'm overly shocked by it, you know? I'm not even sure if there was a
was-
necessary thought process required for that. You know, this hero has been very popular.
Yeah, Eki was a menace with that hoodwink
10
earlier on. I mean,
seconds
he
remaining.
kept getting these max range bushwhacks, just insanity.
5 seconds
You had the
remaining.
quick responses out from Vici. I think Sinkyu was always on point with force staffing out of that. But this is a menace of a hero. And it plays really nicely with your Beastmaster. Easy setup to follow through from the roar, or just setting up for the roar if you'd want. Crushes a lane quite nicely here on that hoodwink as well. Team Liquid will dip into the Venomancer on top. So another very
old
cool
speed
hero
pick.
coming out. The old speed pick.
They're
And
learning.
I think this is actually a really cool hero now because of that snake bite. You know, with him having that, it's a really interesting counter to right-click carries,
10
which Monkey
seconds
King will not
remaining.
enjoy if he is targeted down by this. There's so much more laning damage now with Poison
5
Sting being
seconds
innate.
remaining.
You do have a lot of output on this Venomancer, and you have enough control from your Beastmaster and Hoodwink that you can afford to draft the Veno in here. So I like that. I like that coming out from Liquid. I think it makes a lot of sense. It's going to make it a little bit more annoying trying to play on edge as a Monkey King, trying to play with your regen on hand here with Monkey King and Ench. I'm wondering what Vici Gaming's response will be. We still need something active to come out here for Sin-Q if we are going with Y Ench, which looks pretty likely. Yeah, no access to that Rubik, no access to the Bat Rider. Has to be a little bit different here for good old Sin-Q.
Let's see what he wants. Vici, plenty of time to think about it.
Radiant team pick.
They're going to go for the Leshrac pickup, interestingly enough, and an immediate sanking after. So perhaps we are seeing a pos for MK, Jonathan. Well, what are you thinking here? The draft looks a bit strange.
It is different. I do feel like Leshrac is honestly
10
a hero that...
seconds remaining.
I know the Sand King has been strong, and it did
seconds
get nerfed in
remaining.
the sub patches because people were just going wild with his Ags again and going right click. He was nerfed just a tad bit on that. They adjusted his Ags down again and his damage values, and you can see he has been prioritized in bans and picks. Not the biggest win rate.
Here it is.
Liquid just pull out the Kez once more, which is fair. Mika's very comfy on this hero. Does a lot of output, can kind of melt the Lesh and Sand King if you're not too careful, or at least the Lesh and even the Ench quite fast if you're not too careful. I'm trying to think what way you go here on Vici. Do you
10
want the support
seconds
Monkey?
remaining.
I think you could make an argument for support Lesh, but really depends
5
on what you're
seconds
thinking about
remaining.
leaning. Because if this is an
Radiant
XM mid Sand King, you lose out in your probably your best laning partner. Like if it's a Sand King Leshrac lane, that's very dominant to play with in lane. You have good stun follow-up, you have good damage to play with, really nice rundown potential. So yeah, it's open enough to kind of run it
10
on support
seconds
and mid.
remaining.
It's been played one time in each role. And
5
Sand King's been a
seconds
little bit more
remaining.
common on that mid as well, as has been the recent trend. So I'm curious to see. It does look like Liquid is expecting that to just be XM's hero now, as they are banning some Bach off lanes, taking care of the Tidehunter. Seeing some off lane bans here as well. For Ace, taking care of that. Dawnbreaker as well. Maybe expecting, like, say, the Nisha mid Beastmaster to
10
still be aligned
seconds
here. So,
remaining.
very open draft, very unique from Vici Gaming, but I like seeing this.
5
Again, after,
seconds
if you remember
remaining.
how day one was for Vici Gaming, day two, they changed it up more by having XM heroes that actually play the game. And now they're just going ball to the wall, you know? They're just kind of going crazy with their draft, which I appreciate.
I mean, you were pretty annoyed about Kez just earlier on as well, John. I mean, I
Yeah,
appreciate what
well.
you're saying here, but you don't like Kez very much.
No.
You're
I
not a
hate
big fan of the hero.
10
I hate him.
seconds remaining.
Why does he have mobility? Why does he have a DOT, an immunity state,
5 seconds remaining.
huge nuke damage, and lifesteal? Why does he have everything?
Chicken's overpowered, John. Yeah, you think about it, lore accurate. I mean, Chicken is very overpowered.
Okay, so why not Phoenix, huh? Why are you defending Kez and then, you know, not saying, oh, but Phoenix should be the strong. He's a bird as well,
Phoenix
surely.
is clearly not a chicken, John. Right?
It's a burning chicken.
Well, I mean, it's a phoenix, Joe. This is a literal chicken. Is it not?
No, he's not a chicken. Sadly.
No. Well, what is he?
Some bird, you know?
10
Bird,
Is it a
seconds
falcon or
bird.
something?
I guess he's
Team
supposed to be. Meh, he doesn't look like a falcon, though.
5
No,
seconds
not quite.
remaining.
A little bit smaller. Maybe. I don't know.
I'm telling
I
you, the
hate
first
those.
cosmetic we should have is like a bucket on his head. It'd be genius. Team Liquid back for the bristleback.
All
I mean,
right.
Mickey had a pretty good time, right? Like, I thought it was going to be a Mickey Kez we're looking at. But maybe a Nisha Kez instead, or is it going to be a Nisha Bristleback or a Nisha Beastmaster? Maybe it's a Nisha Beastmaster safe lane Kez.
Yeah.
Seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think they're going to go with that. Like, just run Beastmaster mid up against the Sand King. You can still kind of play. But then again, there's this flex again, right? You can still run Sand King off lane. Maybe the Lesh mid has a better time against Beastmaster. And then it's a rather interesting draft. I do feel like the one thing for Liquid now, there isn't as much hard teamfight control. You're so reliant on Bushwhack and Roar. Whereas for the side of Vici Gaming, again, you have potentially down the line little friends. You have the Wukongs, you have the Split Earth, you've got the Burrow Strike, you've got the Epicenter. There's so much more AoE coming in here from Vici Gaming that a 5-on-5 collapse, while it's not awful for the side of Liquid, the burst potential does feel a little bit scarier in Vici. The prolonged fight feels good for Liquid, especially with the Venomancer and Bristleback on hand. But that is if you can survive the initial onslaught. At the least here, for the side of Liquid, they have really good scaling coming in, like with the Bristleback and the Kez. Even that Beastmaster we've seen as well kind of shift. Once you get your, say, Ags into the Orchid kind of build up, it can be quite scary. So there is pretty good scaling coming out. I'm wondering what Vici close out with, because it's open enough. Like, Liquid's not sure either if they're going to go for a mid or off here. Oh my lord.
I told you. I told you. Remember, I told you the end of game one this was going to happen, John. XM Viper. Well, you know, it's fine. Like, don't get me wrong, John. I still think it's a great Viper game. You have a Beastmaster against 3 melee cores, right? It's an annoying Viper game. I don't think it's bad. It just upsets me that XM, who continues to be the big playmaker in his team, gets Viper again. Because every other game we see him where he's on an actual hero or he's playmaking, he's just dominating. But now we've gone back to Viper. But it's a good Viper game, John. It's a good game for Viper.
I mean, it is. You've got Break for Bristle. Your attack speed slow is going to be nice to play. Going to be nice defensively. My issue is Viper doesn't crush this lane mid against Beastmaster. At least I don't expect it to. It's going to be a little bit harder to crush the lane as a Viper. And we've just seen this. It's not XM. It's just if Viper doesn't crush lane, then the hero just feels like it's missing part of its aspect, which is a strength disparity from crushing lane at, say, 10 to 15 minutes. You might not end up with that with what you're playing up against Team Liquid. However, for Team Liquid, they are pretty farm intensive across every core. Like the Beastmaster is going to want Ags here, or the Dominator build, likely Ags, but can kind of go either way. The Kez needs some intermediary items as well. Bristleback needs a lot more to get going from the off lane. So there is a gap here you can exploit on Vici, even if you don't crush your lanes. It's just, I don't know. I've always got a bad feeling when we see XM Viper. I mean, he can just do so much. Like, you saw his Ember last game, man. We saw some of his plays yesterday as well. Like, he's a player that does so much, and you give him Viper. You give him Viper. It's like, all right, it's good game, but I don't know. If things go south, I mean, what is he going to do to help you? The pressure is going to be on Shiro and Bach to kind of get things going if this Viper doesn't crush its lane, which, again, up against a Beastmaster, not too sure if you can really crush it that hard. There's going to be the Boars, there's going to be the safety net of just standing back with Axis. You always have a little bit of poke, you can always dip in the jungle as well. It's a Beastmaster, can't catch up. So it's really not the worst thing in the world here for Nisha later on.
Is he a duck? I'm the duck's back.
Because I guess because he water just rolls off his back, you know, nothing can get on him, I guess.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, Kez is so cringe. It's such a cringe voice.
Yeah, no. Yeah, he is cringe. You are right.
Anyway,
character.
we're at risk of being cringe too, Jonathan. Be careful with that word. You know, they'll turn it on us too.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like this hero.
30 seconds.
I don't like it.
No.
We're old. What can we do? Wrap around. Look, nobody's finding anyone.
See the Birdman. And then they go away.
No, Mickey's there if they do want him up north, but he's being very cautious. maybe bottom. Why? Does get locked down with the bushwhack. Has the nature's attendance. It does not seem like. Oh, maybe. No, it's not. Tofu's going to secure first blood on the Venomancer of all things. And already a quite nice start here for the side of Team Liquid. Although top lane Mike is being hunted. Bart trying for the body blocks, unable to find it, but they do land a blood grenade. But Mike is fast enough to continue to run out of there. And it seems like he's not going to make the mistake of walking back into the lane. He's actually going to TP straight back into the lane. So not even bothering to go back for a fountain. Reset, he's just going to go back to the T1 tower.
That makes enough sense. He's going to be able to just stand his ground anyhow. They know they've wasted quite a few resources in trying to drop him low. And Tofu's always there to be a nuisance as well. A bit of a menace on his Venomancer, trading back with Tofu and giving him the space he needs. This top lane is going to be very interesting to watch for Sand King up against the Kez. You do have some good presence, of course, early on for Bach. You've got the innate Caustic now doing some good damage here. And you can kind of manage. Try to slow down Mika as much as possible, as he is fairly early tempo. The mid lane is a little bit more touch and go. And you're still seeing that aggression up top. I mean, the threat here from Liquid is for when Tofu does get, say, level 2 into tree, along with Mika hitting that point, because there is a lot of output. You can easily gap close, try to punish Sin-Q. And if he's spamming a bit too much with the Lightning Storm, there could be some mana issues here as well for some presence. So it's all about resource management here on the side of Vici Gaming. And they'll try to cut off as much as possible. I mean, Tofu, this Venomancer is just such a nuisance in lane, man. Getting Poison Sting for free plus the Gale, it's just, you kind of win out every single right-click trade. And Tofu showing us why, just like Speed showed us yesterday. Still, a gander on the mid lane. It's been a little bit more even, I'd say better for Nisha overall, as you'd expect. You stand back, you play with Axis, you manage your boards, you can poke back on XM for free. Not much XM can really do to stop this consistent pressure from the Beastmaster either. So this is one of those games where your Viper, again, just isn't crushing a lane, right? Like, it's not doing much. It is finding its own EXP and farm, but you're not stopping Nisha from finding his own either, and that can be a problem later on, especially if Nisha is eyeing, say, a quick Ags blink timing here. XM is not going to be able to really put a stop to that. Maybe some support rotations down the line going to be pretty important. The Rune not so much, but the rotations would be. They want some openings, and that's where White could try to shine on Descent. She's been pretty on point with the Creepsy enchants. Trying to get the chase downs. He's playing poke with Eki while he leaves Shiro alone with Ace. Melee matchup for a Monkey, of course. Makes this pretty manageable overall. Bristleback not the tankiest in the early laning phase, so you can kind of twack back here on Shiro, but it's also not, you know, not the most winning lane. There's some ways to counteract this for Ace. The double rings of health, so keeping him in the lane longer than you expect him to be naturally.
Absolutely. Only one kill thus far this game number 2. That was earlier on. Oh, I say that, top lane. They have made the jump into the double stun, but they miss out. Mike happily juking and jiving, and now Buck in trouble. I know it makes you so mad to watch that, John.
Yep. It's... Why? Just why? Why does he get that?
No, why is down the bot lane, Jonathan?
Haha, haha. Cringe. I can't wait until your kids are old enough to understand how bad these jokes are, Mikey. They're gonna love it. They're gonna love it. It's gonna be amazing.
They are gonna love it.
Pay a visit and like, Uncle John, Dad's being cringe again. He's like, yes, he is, children. Yes, he is. Don't worry, I'm cringe too. And then they'll instantly regret everything. Here's what it is, Mikey. 0 to 3 starts, not that cringe. Who said we were ever cool? 0 to 3 for Liquid. Good start already. I don't think we've ever been cool, Mikey. Let's be frank here.
No.
And Liquid, they are as cool as cucumbers, so. Again, they're winning out every lane. This lane crushing strat from the side of Vici Game not really panning out. And this is worrisome because you've got Leshrac support. It's going to need EXP. It's going to need a little bit of farm to be really effective. You're not getting that for Sin-Q this time around. He doesn't have time to rotate and try to build stacks up either for Bach to catch up on or for XM to feed off of. So it can be a little bit tight here when none of your lanes are winning and, you know, you don't really have a launching point. Like, maybe you look for a Bach blink.
Chops the tree down here on the Viper. Very nice timing from XM. Got a tree chop just as the Bushwhack was flying in. Close call for the Viper. They're trying pretty hard to ensure that XM just does not have a game. I mean, it already feels like he has lost his lane against Nisha without the support even being there. So it's already a pretty tough game, I want to say, for the Viper. Wrap around though, Sin-Q looking for a stun attempt onto Nisha, but not going to be able to find it. In fact, the turnaround now from Eki, who's continuing to just harass XM. He might die for this. He will, but he gets the kill first. It's well worth it as now Nisha also getting stunned. The follow-up stun, they'll find the trade. Messy, but it seems the Vici, they do come out on top.
You get that extra soak coming in for your Beastmaster. You get the kill first. You're not getting the EXP shared here to XM, which is more important. You leave Bach alone.
Yeah, Bach trying his best. But Mickey will just chase him down and eventually has his way with him. Oh, they're even losing Q in the mid lane. Tofu's got it.
Yeah, this is getting pretty rough for the side of Vici Gaming. Having the strong start for the side of Liquid again. When your lineup on Vici Gaming is kind of slow to go, it spells a little bit of risk because now you're looking at quicker timings for Nisha coming in. We're looking at a pretty decent set of timings coming out for Ace, going for the aura build-up, going for those drums first, maybe the drum boots going.
Bach's trying to kill Tofu, but Tofu just gales him and walks away. Pretty sad to watch, actually. Just Bach can't do anything. Tofu able to survive. I mean, he does at least protect the Ancients, I guess. But now they're going to fight over the Shrine of Wisdom. Top lane, jump in onto Sin-Q. Sin-Q in big trouble. Sin-Q still surviving, though, as he gets the stun off onto Eki. They are still fighting for the Shrine. Mickey, he'll get the Shrine of Wisdom, but it may cost his life as the Viper Strike. It did connect. He'll continue to run. Why is his hero this fast? He's all right.
No. Gotta be because I have nothing to say.
How's it that fast?
He's fast, he has a grappling claw. Why? Now look at this.
Oh, got boxed in. Oh.
Even gave him a little bit of false hope there. Just running away before he fully dies. And I'm like, oh wait,
Ace.
you're not gonna take this kill?
Maybe they'll fight Ace down at bottom lane, but Ace is fighting back pretty well, fighting Sin-Q. Ace gets all the tips. Oh, Vici.
Oh, yeah, no. This is
this all leads back to the Viper. It all leads back to the Viper.
Yeah, like how is XM supposed to help his team? Like, what's he gonna do? Run up, drop another toxin, spit at people, and die? That's a game plan. Doesn't work in real life. Wouldn't work in this game either, I don't think.
No.
Not a sound strategy for conflict management, by the way. Might have tried it before. Do not give that a try.
What?
It's a long story.
Thank you, John. I don't think we want to hear it, John. I don't think we want to hear it today. Okay. Raptor dancing up a double ancient stack for himself. Buck's going to intervene, though.
Well,
yay for Prowlers. They sure did, John. Buck needs all the help he can get right now. I'm sure he's very appreciative of it.
Good guys, Liquid. They don't kill that many creeps, soften it up. They use the Raptor Dance, and Bach gets some farm. Good guys, Liquid. Look at him.
I bet you Mickey's upset the Raptor Dance doesn't insta-kill Ancients or some crap like that. That's probably what the Kez players would say. Like, how did the Raptor Dance not kill those Ancients? Instantly. That'll be the next buff they give him, I guarantee it.
Oh, please, no. I'm tired, Mike. I'm tired of this.
Does it even have a cooldown? I don't know. I've never played the hero, John. Does it have a cooldown?
40 seconds for whatever reason, yeah.
Oh, he's got to back up. I was joking, but apparently it is back up. Never mind.
It's nutty. Oh, Nisha. Not managing his HP with those neutrals. We were watching that for a moment.
That's
getting a bit spicy.
Liquid are really being kind. You know, Liquid are being really nice about this.
Yeah.
3-9 as well. Keeping the F10K betters on their toes, Jonathan. I always like to shout those guys out. We apologize if it's gone the wrong way. Sin-Q. Speaking of, Oh, he's
that
not giving
barrier.
it, John. Oh, they're not taking it. Take the kill. Hey, take it, John. Everyone's teasing the betters now. Oh, no.
The Legion shield, Mikey. That barrier just enough for SinQ to not die from the right clicks.
Oh, you
And the
know they're not
DOT
gonna
just
believe
not
it,
enough.
John. They're not going to believe it, Jonathan. You know that. That's going to upset some people. That's going to upset a lot of people right there.
I can't believe
Was that
this
prior to the
for
10-minute
us.
mark as well? Is that a thing? Oh, no.
I don't know. I don't know. There's
at
some.
all.
Yeah, I don't know. Tofu, this
Top
is a bit
lane.
exciting with no mana.
Oh, he's gone for the TP play. He's all right. Tofu is okay.
Okay. Oh boy. Yeah, keeping things even. Good guys, Liquid. You know, they knew Bach wanted to use his ultimate at some point. They're like, give an opportunity out. You have a full wand. Why not? A little bit of a siege mid. This is not something good guys Liquid should let go off though. They do have some decent siege with an edict.
Roar committed by Nisha. Viper strike. Did he juke it? Oh, he did. He did juke it, John. No Viper strike onto Nisha.
That's your
Well,
Viper pick right there.
Yeah, working out real nice. 3 to 10. 3k advantage for Team Liquid. They'll go for a quick smoke out.
Is under attack.
Head down bottom lane. They can find Shiro. Shiro has not been having the greatest time, by the way. Like, he's had free farm, but he's been up against the Bristleback. So by free, I mean Ace is having a much better time. And now look at this. I mean, Nisha's taking all these stacks. It's one of those games where Liquid are just getting everything they could ask for.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
That they are. And I think, again, for Vici Gaming, this all goes back to the fact that your lineup is a little bit slower. If you lose out on lanes, your catch-up mechanic is pretty slow. Liquid did a great job of just going into that triangle, spotting out these stacks, contesting every single time. You couldn't stack up that much as well because of that constant laning pressure. And you have a Viper. Like, there's literally no play here until Bach gets a blink or something. Even that blink, I don't know if it's fully enough. Because they jump more.
Well, they're going to find why. That's an easy kill. Feels like anybody's really quite an easy kill right now. The Team Liquid, that is. They'll leave the mid lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
XM will successfully defend.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I'm trying to think.
Meanwhile, yes,
Is the
Jonathan. Well,
play
don't think
here,
too hard, John. Well, what is it?
All right. Well, I was just going to say, with very little thought, as they jump Shiro.
They have. Shiro's given this very little thought as well by the looks of it, John. They'll try to go for a run. They know he's somewhere. They will miss the bushwhack. Shiro's okay. Viper strike,
Nisha.
mid lane. They have got themselves Nisha. Nisha could not get the roar off the fight back. He does go down. Chase is on for more. Xingqiu with the edict and the epicenter from Bach doing quite a lot of work as Eki does drop. They don't seem to want to deal with Ace though. They'll leave Ace alone. Mickey's going to show up to boot, but no targets are left for him to jump. And so everyone will retreat. So that's a pretty good team fight for Vici game. 2 down for nothing.
That it is. You know what would be really cool? If SinQ got... He's going for the blink, right? If SinQ would get... Oh, yeah, he's going Kaya, so he's going some damage here. It's going as almost like a secondary core. If he went for Ags plus Krellis Crozier. So Nihilism out, then you pop that other thing on, you steal their movement speed slow, you just keep everyone still to get the full toxicity going there. I think that would be very cool of SinQ. Will he get enough farm for it? Maybe. This game goes long enough, but it would be very cool to see that blink Ags on our Leshrac support. Just a matter of will Liquid give you time, right? Because we're reaching critical mass for Liquid. Mage Slayer up on Mika, mitigating a ton of that magical output that they're reliant on here on the side of Vici Gaming. It's going straight for the Deso next. You've already got some pretty good timings lined up. Nisha opted for the Yasha first, maybe the Manta fully, just to have some Dispels on hand, some outplay potential as we've seen with the Illusion Rune on the Viper Strike. You've got the Aura build-up, kind of set on Ace, just going full durability. He does re-Q just for the Shard now, wanting the utility instead. Does have the Boots of Bearing up. So they have a lot of ways of getting in and out of these fights. Heck, the Bearing might be enough to drag them out of, say, Bach's Epicenter if the stuns don't connect. or even just running out of Wukong, it's going to be pretty useful to have this on Ace. So again, every single bit of utility is kind of starting to form up here on Liquid. And for Vici Gaming, it's just a matter of more time. Right? The Blink is one step on Bach. The Ags is the next step. That's when damage starts to get a little bit crazy for sure. You've got the Hurricane Pipe for XM, which it's a Viper. You know, it doesn't feel great, but hey, it's how you scale. Shiro himself as well, trying to match Mikkei's build-up, is a little bit behind, 900 gold behind, so at least a component behind in comparison, but going for that Mage Slayer as well now into the Deso. So it's not too far gone for Vici Gaming by any means, certainly still in the realm of playability. It's just that Liquid is very comfy farming up here. Triangle, it's uncontested, top jungle, there's no forward vision to watch them. Very safe zones on the map to just farm up, and you don't really expect Vici Gaming to apply any pressure anytime soon. A bit of a quick smoke out though. Nika and Eki looking for a move across the map.
As you saw, odds are heavily skewed towards the favor of Liquid right now, but it's about 3-1. The way of Liquid. Top lane. Buck. Gonna get caught. Not really much you can do about it either. I'm trying so hard not to make that Buck joke, Jonathan. We talked about it yesterday. I'm trying so hard not to do it.
You should do it at some point. I mean, it's, you know, it's right there. It's fine. Oh, look at this. Why? He's a gamer. He's going for the Ags rush on a wrench. That's a gamer right there. That's how you make this game fun. It is. I've been saying it for a long time, and you were like, "Oh, little friends, oh, it's not that great, John."
Oh, here we go. Here we go, John. You can't claim something you were right about something like from 2 years ago, John. It's not
but
how
it was
it
the
works.
same. It's the same spell. It's the same bloody spell.
Meta, John. Oh.
It's always been good.
Are you the same as 2 years ago, John? Nisha?
I'd like to think so.
You're not. You're not, Jonathan. You're different. And not in a good way, John Xfire. Not in a good way.
It's never been good. I've been different, never in a good way. Jabak.
Top lane.
Jumps in.
Tofu. He's always been good, John. But he will die. Buck's got.
It's a pretty big streak to give out as well.
Eki. To be able to survive, they'll bring it. Oh my god.
Oh.
Shit.
Oh.
How good is this hero? Just delightful, isn't it? That's a shame it doesn't just automatically put him up to the high ground. That's a bit of a nerf for Mikkei. Why doesn't grappling hook just automatically prioritize high ground? What's wrong with that?
I mean, to be fair, you know, once you have a couple of goos up, you've got the hairball you're contending with, plus the Deso, one with a slash outside of Wukong's for you without that bonus armor. You do melt. You reach 0 armor very fast with this kind of draft from Liquid. Synq doing the classic Lush rack play of hide and free and eat it away. Glad to see the more things change, the more they stay the same. Roshan opens up here for the side of Liquid. And this will not take too long with that Deso up. They've got the output for it. They've got the Ags up on Nisha. They've got everything they could possibly ask for in exchange for that tier 1. Still, timings for Vici Gaming. They're smoked up. They've got Ags. Into the Aegis still a little bit of a risk here.
Jump in mid. Eki's been caught. Epicenter already channeled by Buck as well. Raw has been committed. He actually never committed the Epicenter. So they've got free reign over Buck now, who just gets destroyed by Mikkei. XM. TB's out right in front of him. Just fine. A 1-for-1, but in the favor of Team Liquid. Still, I mean, so much time on the Aegis as well. Like, it just feels like they've had complete free reign over this game.
They have for the most part. I think it's just their lanes felt a lot better. They're getting these early power spikes much quicker. Synq's just doing what he can. Look at this. Peak gameplay, tier 2. Fortify forced out. You gotta love it.
This is how I play. Synq. Oh. What is that?
Yeah, that's how you play.
I realize we didn't care. I mean, it's just so stupid. Like, one Echo Slash and it just kills him. Like, what is this?
Oh, I like this. Look at this little Boglet micro. Oh, I thought it was Boglet micro. Never mind. Viper strike out.
Nisha. He's alone. He might actually just be dead. Yeah, he's gone. Aegis is down. XM's gone, and meanwhile, bottom lane, they'll chase down Ace. Epicenter, no. Not coming out. Doesn't have enough time. Ace will be perfectly fine to retreat. I wonder how you rectify these issues as well. Like, because we've seen this multiple times now where you're not really able to do anything with the Sankey here. Maybe now. They are jumping in now. They found Ace. Well, there you go, John. That's what they do. They get some damn vision going.
That's all they need. And to be fair, Ace was already pretty low from the last poking and prodding. Surprised he didn't go for a full reset. Maybe expecting his team to be on him much quicker. They are scanned out quite nicely here.
Another one. Tofu. Gonna go down and whoop. I mean, Vici Gaming, I wasn't expecting these kills to come for free. They'll go straight for a tournament to pick up.
Yeah, I have to say that's just a little bit questionable. I mean, not the ideal position for Liquid. You already lost your core. Again, it looked like maybe they were waiting for Eki to connect. Maybe they were considering Nisha to walk down that lane as well, but and they give a couple of freebies. They lose Tormentor. They lose a lot of that lead, down to just 1k. Aegis was taken care of by XM earlier because he didn't have Manta up yet on Nisha, which he has now. So that solves a couple of issues, but gonna need the BKB next. And again, for Vici Gaming, they've evened out this game quite nicely. You've got the farm pace keeping up on Shiro. He's got his Deso up at 4 charges now, so a good fair bit of damage. He doesn't quite have the minus armor synergy that you see here with Mikes Kez, but there is still some good burst damage to lay on, especially on, say, these two squishy supports. The Venomancer and the Hoodwink can be a little bit of sitting ducks if the Monkey King does spot them out. I think the more worrying thing is that Sinkyu is allowed to farm up like a core. Like, look at his net worth compared to the rest of the supports. He is just a little bit behind XM in farm. He's got the Kai, he's going for a full Bloodstone. He's got his Blink. He could easily, again, gun for Ags or BKB or something later on. And then this Leshrac is a menace. He's wasted so many Fortifies. He's dropped a lot of towers. He's done a lot in this game, even though it's not as flashy as, say, in the team fights. And it's really some of these Leshrac shenanigans that has led to that slowdown and split up from the side of Team Liquid. Like, they're forced to respond in each lane. They didn't get to maximize that Aegis. They do have the Ags up on Mike, so you can kind of switch around, have more uptime on his spells, which is kind of ridiculous that he gets all of that, but hey, it is an Ags, I suppose. He did spend gold for that, sure.
Through the twin gates, I'll go here, Vici. App damage is available on Nisha, so he'd love to force something. They'll see him though on Division, so they're very well aware of the position of Team Liquid. It's like top lane, they're hoping somebody shows up. I mean, you got plenty of damage. Yes, John.
We're close. 1.2k gold. To little friends. Our little friends are coming together, Mike. The root that can't be dispelled. Oh, it's going to be amazing. You try to Manta and you're like, I'm still rooted. Haha.
It's amazing.
The little friends are here. I can't wait. I can't wait. It's not going to be as insane. You don't have a Dominator Overlord here for Nisha. And you're not always taking these fights next to camps or next to the creep wave, so it's not ridiculous, but it's still a 2-second root at minimum every 20 seconds. That can't be dispelled. It's pretty nice.
But what if we just went Hurricane Pike instead, John?
No.
Isn't that what Ench players do? That's what I do.
No, but yeah, but they don't get held down for that long, Mikey.
Yeah, but
it's a scaling spell, Mikey.
Hurricane Pike, John. Think
no,
about
little friends. Why is a gamer? Trust. Trust in why. He is why we smile. Of course. You see.
Nobody's even gonna understand what you're saying. Nobody remembers that.
Oh, but that is his username. Why you smile?
That's what I'm saying to you, John. But it doesn't say that on the screen, does it, John?
Yeah, but people know. The people who do know appreciate. And I appreciate them. And they're bird brains. Just like me. And Kez. I hate Kez. See, that's what happens if I just let my train of thought flow unimpeded, Mike. You just get random bits like that.
I wouldn't go as far as calling them thoughts, John.
Yeah,
You know?
Yeah, like, could really go for some Tocino. You made me hungry. You know, showing those pictures
Top
of
lane.
your fine Tocino there.
Oh, they've got the Ags up now on the end, Jonathan. There's that route you were talking
little
about.
friends. Little friends, it's time to go smoke up Vici Gaming. The game has started. Game time on. It's Liquid instead. Smoke down bot. Could be a good spot. Oh, XM. Up front.
Oh, they're
They
ready.
broke your smoke.
Epicenter.
All right.
Looking for a big epicenter initiation here with Bark. XM will bait them forward. Bushwhack's gonna land. They've got the Viper held down for now. Sharpshooter Raw, but there's your Burrow Strike epicenter right onto Nisha. And no, they haven't. They do got him. They've got the Beastmaster down. They've also got Ace. And the Viper, it doesn't die. In fact, hold that thought, because Mickey's here with the Raptor dance. He's got him. Viper down, Sync you down. Hey, guess what, John? It doesn't matter if you lose the team fight. You know why? Because you got Kez. He is the team. Look at this, John.
Silence.
Look at this.
Oh. Little friends, the roots.
Oh, the little friend that's doing it. And the Croaker. The Croaker's in. Even the Croaker's seen enough.
That
You
was a
love to see
long-ass
that.
route. Oh, why? He got two amazing little friends there in the middle of that
Look at him
fight.
go, John.
He got it off.
Go wide.
It's such a good route. Oh man, he's popping off, man. Little friends.
He's doing it. He is doing it. I mean, that was the one
I'm
thing
betting.
that defeated Mickey. The little friends, the Croaker came in for the bonus stun. That's what you needed. It's
Yeah.
genius.
It held back Ace as well, like legitimately. That was the one stun that kept Ace in the middle, right near the creep wave. He got 2 uses out of it. 20-second cooldown for Y. Kinda nuts. Pretty good. Pretty good, Mikey. You know, that's what you get for playing Dota OMG.
You know, one thing we don't need the other part of the Ags though, like the enchanting 2 units at a time. Like if we were doing that, John, we would just pick Chen. Every Ench player is really a Chen player that just can't micro. That's what we are. That's the God honest truth. We're wannabe Chen players. We watched Kuroki 10 years ago play that one Chen game. Yeah, what is it, John?
You know what they say about Chen players? They're just failed StarCraft players. Failed RTS players. No, you can't micro, but I can micro a bit. I can do a control group of 2 units. That's it.
Oh.
That's what we are. Failed RTS.
I hated StarCraft so much too. I'll say I hated it so much.
What?
I hate it. It was garbage. It was so overrated.
Huh?
It wasn't overrated. It's overrated. I'm saying it.
No.
StarCraft is overrated. It is.
No. That's slanderous. What?
I don't care.
How can
I
you
don't
say
care.
that?
It is. It is.
This is a sad man who never found the joy of having a little bit of a Zergling rush in his life, you know?
I did get
Never found
Zergling.
the
I
joy
played
of
the
a
game.
Zergling rush.
I played it.
It's fun. It's great.
I hate it.
classic.
It was such an overrated game. So overrated.
No.
Just play Dota.
How do you
just play
How
Dota?
do you come
Why
up
do you
with
play
these
that
thoughts, Mike? How do these thoughts get formed in a mind that is apparently conscious? How is this a conscious thought?
Because
It's
I
inconceivable.
was there, and I remembered how much people were talking about StarCraft 2. I was there to see the release of it.
What,
And I
StarCraft
remember
2?
playing the game and thinking, this is such a garbage game. You know?
Okay, wait. Are you talking about StarCraft or StarCraft 2?
I wasn't there for StarCraft. You know,
Okay,
maybe
if you're talking about
that's where we disagree.
You have to say StarCraft 2. StarCraft 1?
Do I?
Yeah, you do. Roshan happening right now for Liquid. More relevant things in the game. Good spot to fight here for Vici Gaming. They are scanned out though.
Roshan's gone. Nisha does pick up the Aegis. So they found Y. Bushwhack is going to land. Well, Y should be dead, but he's a pretty tanky boy. Not against Mickey though, as now the Burrow Strike Epicenter is in. They found themselves Ace, but they don't have the follow-up. Oh, Buck jumping in, but the rest of his squad did not want any of it. Now they're on the chase for Shiro by the looks of it. Shiro is actually farming the top area of the map, but they don't see him. They'll have to guess where he is. But they are pinging his location. Uh-oh. Whoops. Oopsie daisies. He got hit by the Stormcrafter. He's okay.
Oh, no.
Oh, no,
okay.
he's not. No, he's not.
Woo.
Remember when this was a facet, John? Remember Simeon Stride?
Yeah. He got to keep it at least, and his Wukong sting, so hey. Happy days for Monkey. I will say about that last fight, a lot of hesitation out there from the side of Vici Gaming. They didn't jump in, they weren't in vision. CQ.
Oh, he does have the Ghost form, though, with the Ghost Scepter, that they missed the Burrow Strike. Oh, the BKB come out in time now for Mickey to fight back and bark. Not going to be too happy with that. They do at least catch Eki, but it does not seem like they have the confidence to continue chasing him down.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Vici Gaming back to the drawing board. Trying to figure out how to get back into this game.
Yeah, again, just a bit of a missed opportunity. They were setting up for the Roshan nicely. They were scanned and they didn't get the D-ward, so they're just kind of hesitant, pumped up by the tier 2, and they need to be the ones taking initiative on the side of Vici Gaming. They can't afford to just allow Liquid to start these fights on their own terms. They have really good single target control, really good burst on hand, and now they're just running down.
Chase is on. They'll go into that Ghost form again and will be okay. Though it is still a big chase from Ace coming out. T3 tower under siege. XM getting in position to try and defend, but it's going to be a hard defense. It has not been the Viper game they were hoping for on the side of Vici. Buck is back up. Look at the Roshan. Tier 3 tower's still gone though. XM will deny them.
Yeah. Hanging on at 7 HP, not much value to get out from there. They are hitting some pretty good spikes here in Vici Gaming though. Butterfly for Shiro, not too far off now. We've got the Scotty lining up from XM. You are looking at the Yules from Bach just to help to save. And, well, the Bloodstone for Xinqiu did get stalled out. For Liquid's end, you've been pretty well set here. You're going for a Nullifier now on Mika. That's going to make it problematic for Xinqiu to try to play his own game. And again, he's had his Ags for a while. Full SNY has been up on Ace with a BKB, going straight to the heart. Now, that's where things start to get really awkward when that heart's fully done. And with Tofu having his full Ags, like this increased magic res reduction is going to be massive. It's going to have the additional spreads as well, softening them up for so much more of this damage from Nisha. Tofu Ags timing is huge. And they smoke up at the perfect moment here in the side of Liquid, right as it's flying up.
Scary, scary. Rush in his Eki. There's that Ags. Eki. Breaks his smoke, so they know they're around there somewhere. Vici Gaming, nice and disciplined. Haven't really left the base apart from Shiro. Now they will. They do miss out on Nisha with the balance. Doesn't really matter. Just trying to clear the creep wave. I mean, for Vici Gaming, it feels like it needs to be the perfect style of team fight. Like, they just need to land everything for this next fight for them to work. They're forcing TPs down bottom because Shiro's being a real nuisance here. He's got the full butterfly up, but he may get caught with his pants down. Shiro, they've caught him. Bushwhacker's out, Rora's there, and it seems as though they'll have enough damage, and they do. That's a big one, John, because he just bought out. He's got no gold for buyback.
Very risky play from Shiro. And just to go back to your point earlier, like, yeah, VG have to kind of play the perfect game. I'm just struggling to see what they catch out here first. It's not as clear-cut as it was in Game 1, where you target Tofu, you're kind of happy. Here, you're kind of concerned about everyone. Like, there's this Roar you have to worry about. You don't have a Dispel on hand to kind of help out with that. There's this Venomancer that can make prolonged fights really terrible. There's this Kez that's just going to burst you down. A Bristleback that also enjoys prolonged fights. Like, who do you target first? And I think that's a problem that Vici Gaming hasn't really addressed all too well just yet. I think they need to find a weak point somehow. And so far, Liquid's just played very clean. They've not given any openings. And there's no key target they need to protect. Ace now with a heart. Just that much harder to kill off. And again, we still haven't seen Tofu even use his ads just yet. Vici Gaming, looks like they want to force this though.
They sure do. But Ace was not the right target to jump first. Buck immediately retreating. They'll jump in onto XM instead. XM, he's got no way to defend himself. Oh.
Huh.
Now a swift blink up on Mickey. I mean, there are these initiations from Buck. I mean, he's trying to find the angles for these fights, but they really are not panning out the way you'd hope.
No. I mean, again, out of all the targets tried to go for, the Bristle is really not what you want to find. I'm surprised Bach's been doing this quite a fair bit. I think he's trying to bait them out with a burrow in, but they never commit in Liquid. Although,
roar out immediately on Sync Q. Shiro's going to pop the Wukong's command for nothing. Even the burrow strike doesn't land on anything. Everything missed.
Yeah.
Literally
No
everything
Wukongs.
missed.
No epicenter, and this is just looking shaky from the side of Vici Gaming. Very clean from the side of Liquid. They can afford to just kind of stagger in. They know they have no problems. They have good front line. They have good burst. They don't need to be concerned about these team fights as long as they don't clump up, and they aren't. They're just hanging so far back from Ace acting as their front line. And Ace alone, you just don't have an easy answer for. And they're trying to poke. Maybe if you get the Viper Strike, sure, but that looks nebulous at best right now.
Wise going to retreat. The Plague coming in from the Venom. Not very fun to play against, my goodness. That Noxious Plague. Very, very yucky stuff. Oh, that Echo Slash. Not fun either. That's one Rax down. They're just handing over the tips to me. You know what they're saying, John? They're saying we don't know what's happened. These guys don't even know what's happening. This hero, it's been that long and we still don't know what's happening.
Nope. It's amazing that he's still the same way he is. Good old Kez. Not going to take too long to rip through these Raxus, and maybe, you know, it's been long enough. You're going to have another epicenter up and running. There is a full side advice though on Eki for more control. Slowly poking. No hard commits. They know it's VG that has to somehow have to commit here for the defense, and we'll have to see. It's all down to Bach.
They've all got they've got their spells back at least. The problem is you don't really want to jump Ace. Like, he's a tanky boy. He's got a full hard up. He's more than happy to just take all your spells. BKB forced from Shiro now. He just doesn't want to get bursted by this damn bird. And we go again for Ace. The Viper, it does nothing. Jump in, Burrow Strike, Epicenter, everything but the kitchen sink, but Ace still walking out of there. Ace is gone. So is this game. Just call it. That's enough. XM and Buck, both down. There goes Syncure. GG is called. Very demoralizing game here for Vici. Gaming as Buck. Drops all the G's left in existence for him. Dropped all of them.
Yeah, look, Vici Gaming tried. I think they had an idea with this draft. It's just, it didn't really pan out, right? It always felt like Liquid were in the driver's seat. They had control from the laning phase. They managed to counteract this Viper last pick quite nicely. And, you know, I think these ideas that you had on Vici Gaming, while there was a cohesive plan, it was just, again, a little bit harder to play. I think it also didn't help that there was a lot more hesitation on the side of Vici Gaming in this game number 2, right? Like, we were seeing moments where they would clump up and literally wait for Liquid to make a move on them first, where the success we were seeing for Vici Gaming in some of these fights was when they were taking initiative. Like in this, they fully commit, they find the right target. It's just that after a couple of these fights, Liquid realized, all right, we can't afford to actually send anyone but Ace up front. And they just used this Bristleback as a bit of a shield wall. They just couldn't penetrate it. They couldn't find the back line. Bach was trying to find these angles for initiation, but it was always just the Bristleback they were finding, and it's just not a high priority kill to burst down first. Very well played out from Liquid. I think for the side of Vici Gaming, this could warrant a respect ban for Mike's Kez. It's just, this hero just is too much. It has to go.
I hate it so much. You know, this damn hero in the game, I don't know why it's here. This was just demoralizing. This was just sad. Ace just runs out. Nothing happens. And then they know, like, that was equal. You know, there was no, but maybe the keyboards just weren't working at the time. You know, maybe they were deciding who was going to drop him. Yeah, it's just, it is what it is. I think we both said it during the draft. I said it during game 1. They're going to go back for this Viper, and it's just going to do nothing. Right? And that's what happened. They chose Viper, and it did nothing. It's not XM's fault. Why choose him Viper after he has all these great performances on other heroes?
I know.
I don't understand it. Who's the standout player? Who is it, John?
I want to say Mike. He has a scoreline of 1-1-1-1-1, and that's it by pure virtue of his scoreline, right? Now that is exactly it. He has a 1 in his name, and he has 11 to 1 to 11. That's it. Mika takes it. He's our standout player.
That is very cool.
It was all calculated from Mika. He obviously got that one that just to get the scoreline, and it's absolute. See, that's frame mogging us. He's giving us the frame, and he's got frames on in the frame, and he's mogging us, Mike.
Wow.
All calculated from Mika.
Wow. Unbelievable performance here from Mike. Props to him. That'll be game 2 the way of Team Liquid, which does mean, Jonathan, we get game 3. Now, I'll ask you the question before we do head off to the break. Game 3, are we getting XM Viper? Or do you want to give me a prediction on something else? Because I feel like it's going to be XM Quap this time. So something's telling me the Quap's coming out. What do you think, John? Are we getting Viper? Are we getting something else? What's happening?
I would say something spicy. I have a feeling that they might be tempted by that juicy XM Razor, which is not what I'd want to see, but I have a feeling they might be tempted for. We'll have to see if VG's feeling spicy, though. We'll have to see.
Don't do it. All right, well, we'll head to a break. We'll be right back with game number 3 after that break. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, look what I've done, Jonathan. That's my. Let me just hold on. Let me just do it. Let me fix it. Never. I've got it.
You broke my immersion, Mikey.
Mistake.
Why do you do
I
this?
apologize.
Why do you
That's
do
my
this? I'm
fault.
so immersed.
That's my fault.
We're in Wallachia. Why do you do this? What we can get immersed in is our next game, of course, as you've lost your intro, and we should be able to get into the draft adjustments. You know, we saw spectacular performances coming out there from, say, Mikes Kez really stood out in that last game, going 1-1, 1-1-1, getting our standout player, of course. We got adjustments Vici Gaming will make here, as it does feel like it was a rougher game 2 than it was game 1. You know, game 1 was a very close affair. Game 2 was pretty one-sided towards Liquid. We did get some excitement every now and again, but not enough to have that draft on hand. See.
Nonetheless, Team Liquid able to pull off the victory in game number 2. Vici Gaming again. We'll see what they do change up here. Hopefully a very different draft. No more Viper is what we're both hoping for, obviously, here for Pro Old XM. Unsurprisingly, Team Liquid will go back for the first pick, Pangolier, because nothing ever changes when it comes to this hero. And Kez is not bad, by the way. So if they did want it again, the opportunity is going to be there, probably. It's all right, Johnny. We'll see you again soon. Vici Gaming. More bans to come. See the Alchemist banned out. I don't know if I'd want to see a Respect Kez ban. I don't think it's that busted. I just think they were a little bit unprepared for it last game around. At the same time, you know, if you want to just get rid of it, I don't blame them for that either. Because it's just, who cares? Screw the hero. We'll see. Minute 50 seconds left of reserve time to think about this. Hoodwink's still available as well if they want to ban that out. There you go. They do indeed ban out Hoodwink, so Eki gets to play a new hero here today. He almost looked quite relieved about that. Team Liquid, they once again banned out Sinq's Batrider. I don't think they care to ban out the Ench, even with that Little Friends Ags upgrade. What do you think, John?
5 seconds remaining.
Nope. Nothing from John X Fire. That's all right. Team Liquid. 2 minutes, 5 seconds of the reserve time left. We'll see what they want to make for this final ban out. Maybe they respect Ban XM's vibe. Maybe they do him a favor. We'll find out very soon, I'm sure. Team Liquid. Looking very handsome as always, I might add. Having a read of the papers of Blitz, trying to see what they really want to ban out here. Vici Gaming looking very, very stoic. Liquid still considering the ban to come out. Of course, this is game 3 of a best of 3, so no more chances after this for either side. You put yourself in a pretty ugly situation in the format as well if you do end up losing this series. Get into the elimination round tomorrow. They'll ban out the Monkey King. MK all gone here from Liquid. That has been a lot of Monkey King play here from Shiro, so not overly shocked to see this respect ban being made towards Shiro.
10 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid.
5 seconds remaining.
Still thinking about this next pickup. A lot of reserve time was used for those final bans, so not as much time left now for Team Liquid. We do have John X Fire back though. Jonathan, welcome back. So you had some time off.
Thank you.
How are you feeling? Oh, we're sending you straight back to time off, Jonathan. Off you go. Have some more time. Team Liquid. 50 seconds left. Still considering their next pickup. Where are they headed with this draft? They don't have Beastmaster this time. They could go back for Bristleback, but instead they're going to go down the IO route. I don't know if I really care for IO, but it is a game where you're not dealing with that damn Underlord, which I feel like is the main problem when you're playing IO right now. You do still have counters like the Doom available.
seconds remaining.
That also tends to wreck IO pretty bad, so Vici Gaming could go down the Doom route if they so wish. We'll see. 0% win rate for IO apparently at Wallachia Season 8, which is just what I love to see. And I was casting at least one of those games where he was up against the Doom. That was not very fun. Not for the IO. In fact, the other game I casted of IO was also against Underlord, so there you go.
Dire team pick.
Vici Gaming. They'll go for the tiny pickup for sure. If it's not broken, don't fix it. And Tiny, though, it does imply a slow kind of game. I mean, we kind of saw this in Game 1. It does force you to sit back and relax for a while. You've got to at least get your Shadow Blade Echo Saber up before you get going. Even after that, you want the BKB. There's your Grimstroke now coming out for Vici Gaming, so the counter towards the Pangolier works very well against the IO as well. Just a high value support pickup for Vici Gaming. John X Fire, have we got you back?
Yes, I'm hoping we see a Doom come out at some point here for Vici Gaming. Like you were saying, very good up against the IO. IO not the highest win rate hero, hasn't really won overall. And it would be nice to see it just to circumvent some of that healing, who you and I talked about how strong healing is overall. It has really been in the forefront, it feels like, for a lot of different drafts. Maybe not with the IO, but, you know, stuff with like the Necrophos on hand, the Enchantresses that we've been seeing, heck, even some of that Oracle we were seeing in Game 1 there from the side of Liquid. So I wouldn't fault the side of Vici Gaming for going for it. I'm surprised it wasn't banned out by Liquid, actually. They could fit it into their own draft, to be fair. But I'm not sure if it's a high priority here for Liquid to pick up. So we'll have to wait and see. Not as much reserve time for Liquid. We saw Blitz looking a little bit relaxed there, and they'll go for a Wind Ranger. And I like that reaction on Mike. Didn't seem that pleased about going Wind Ranger there. 20% win rate. Nor should he be.
As it should be. 20%. Why they do it to themselves, I don't know. These players, Jonathan. I don't know why they do it.
5 seconds
Likely players, Mika 0 to 1, and he gave us that very beautiful expression earlier. Love it. Love to see it.
Dire team pick.
And that is the face of someone who's like, yeah, alright, maybe, nah.
Oh, you're picking me techies, are you? Oh, good. Well, there you go. That's what you get for Hoodwink being banned. You get techies.
20% win rate as well.
Enjoy.
Are we trying to go for the lowest win rate statistically draft here?
Look on the bright side. He can increase the win rate now, right?
Sure.
Eki? You can make the win rate better.
5 seconds remaining.
Right?
Don't you just go Doom here?
Vici picked Doom. Vici picked Doom. Don't even think about it. Well, what are we thinking about? Take Doom right now.
They should just, I mean, there's...
Take Doom.
Yeah,
Don't let him ban it.
No.
Just take it. Bart can play Doom, can't he? He hasn't forgotten.
Yeah.
Wasn't that long ago.
That Grimstroke win rate was also not amazing, but better than Wind Ranger, I suppose. You know?
It's against Pango. You can pick Doom, have double Doom against Pango. It's against IO as well, John. Soulmine against IO?
Exactly.
That's not very fun, is it?
No. Just do it. Why are they taking so much? Okay, that's the one thing I have. Right,
Even
with reserve
CQ
time.
can't believe.
Yeah, it's like, what are you guys discussing? Doom. Right? Don't tell me they're going to pick Viper at this point. Doom gets banned.
That's what they're thinking about.
Right. Doom.
That's what they're thinking about. So what if we choose Viper though for XM? What about Viper?
Oh,
no, they did go Quap. There you go. You're welcome. You're welcome.
But not the Doom?
You could have picked Doom and then went Quap. Why are we doing this to ourselves, Vici? I mean, I predicted it, John. I knew it was coming. But even Bark's like, guys, I can play Doom. I promise. I don't have to Burrow Strike anyone with Doom. It'll be great.
Yeah, that's a rough game too for Bach, but
5 seconds remaining.
Surely Liquid also don't think about this and just ban Doom. What is there to discuss? Mars? Okay, but surely Doom? At some point?
Maybe they want Bark to choose Doom.
Team Liquid's turn.
Maybe that's it. Puck's banned out. I mean, I guess laning-wise, it's kind of crap, right? Against Wind Ranger IO. They're Sanking banned out now. Look at the smoke on their face. They can't believe it. Why'd they ban Sanking? Why'd they do that?
Surely it's Doom now. Like, he must be saying, we must have the Doom. Watch him pick something like what's not that? Watch him pick something like Tidehunter or something.
It's just. What do we choose Viper? We'll let Buck play Quap. Choose Viper. Genius idea.
No. This is the tech. Razor.
Oh,
XM Razor. He's like, I played Viper. I want the Razor now.
No! They're going to get Bristleback. No, you know what? It's fine, John. It's still good with the Grimstroke. I guess maybe that was the thought process.
Are you okay? Are you trying to say double nasal goo? Is that it?
No, well, you know, double nasal goo, but they're also trapped together. You have John. It makes sense. All right, you can make me sound as stupid as you want. It makes sense.
It does.
Right?
It does make enough
it's
sense.
Not
I just don't know.
Doom.
I don't know. Like, yeah, it's no double doom. It's into a hero that naturally builds Diffusal, and a hero that could also swing for Diffusal. Void Spirit comes out here for Nisha. Decent enough lane matchup against the Quap. Not the highest win rate. Okay, I want to see, can we pull a stat, if we could, the overall statistical win rate of all the heroes Liquid has drafted. I'm pretty sure it's around 30%, which is amazing. Liquid could instantly pump some stats up right now, but it's going to be interesting to see. Yeah, Mika was like, yeah, all right, I'm praying. This is a man. Yeah, there you go. 33, 20.
Thank you.
It's looking very cooked so far. 20. Another 20% there.
Yeah.
We're cooking 0%.
Okay.
All right.
This is my portfolio now that we're looking at. 33% apparently for Panga.
This is statistically not a good draft for Liquid, but hey.
Oh.
This could be good. Oh my god.
0%
yeah,
on
is...
Don't worry,
yeah,
it gets worse. 0% on Mika.
For
what else?
Yeah,
what else? Show us some more. How many more we got?
I think Nisha's win rate, maybe? Did he even play Void Spirit? I'm not sure in this tournament. I know overall, yeah, we saw the overall win rates. That's enough to convince me. Not yet, so...
Okay. He hasn't played.
I think it's fair to say...
There we go.
I think it's fair to say that I'm... Yeah, look, even the odds are in favor of Vici Gaming ever so slightly. I mean, look, if there's a team that can make these weird drafts work, maybe it's Liquid. You know, they might be able to get some action going with it. It's funny, you know, you've got the techies, you've got a techies game on hand. If Taser, you know, that's funny. Clear creep way, ha ha ha. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
So there's some ideas. I don't know. This is. It reminds me of Vici Gaming picking Razor mid for XM after losing with a Viper mid, and it's just like, well, all right, but.
Are you not impressed by the fact that I keep calling XM's heroes? By the way, like, does that?
Yeah, no, I am impressed. I am impressed. You predicted they'd be tempted by Viper. You predicted the Quap would come out. Michael Prophet right here.
Michael Prophet, that's what the MLP stands for. We've gone over this. Not enough to, you know, to get us hired over and over again, though, Jonathan. You know, these predictions. Not enough. It is what it is.
It's fine. I've been enjoying my bird photography, Mike. I'm fine.
Your bird, your bird photography, John, it's got so, you know, it's good. Did you know you could generate those birds, though, John, with AI?
Oh, shut up.
You heard about that? Like, do you need to take photos of birds if you can just generate them?
Do you need children if you can generate images for your memories, Mike? I don't think you need the 2 kids. I think you made a mistake. You could have just generated some kids.
In the future. They're probably going to generate our memories in the future. They really are. We're going to have dementia and everything, and they're just going to generate stuff. They're just going to come up with crap.
No, you're just coming up with a plot for, what's that? Everlasting Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, you know?
What are you talking about? Is that a
Jim Carrey romance film? It's a great film.
But it's Jim Carrey?
Yeah.
Bounty runes 3-1. Fuck. Sir? We went
he's
a
getting
bit
the
deep,
tether experience.
Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on. Bark's fighting back, Jonathan. Bark. A symphony of skills from Bark. Oh, Bark. He's done it. Never doubted him.
Oh, they hit it.
Stroke of fade out. But he's too quick, this Wind Ranger. Mickey, he'll try to run. The chase will continue. They've got another stroke in one. They'll leave him alone. All right.
Happy days for Bach.
Knew what he was doing.
Yeah, I mean, he was even putting himself in the tether. They're like, oh, you know, I'm going to stand in this tether. You're going to think you've got me, but you don't. I've got them quills. You're staying too long. He does manage to get some good kills. Honestly, out of all the situations in the world, you get a free reset, you get a couple of kills, you get that extra EXP. He's going to hit level 2 quicker now on Bach. All is well for the Bristleback off. So happy days for Vici Gaming. It did end up with all bounty runes going the way of Liquid though, so that is quite the sacrifice to make. You are seeing Sin-Q getting bullied out by Tofu with that reactive taser. Forced to salve up, but it is what it is. Still, that mid lane matchup, this is where it's a little bit interesting. Nisha on that Void Spirit, XM on that Pop, as you called it. And this is an okay lane for XM. It's also kind of okay for Nisha. Maybe not the best. Pop should be able to poke back, but you do have Resonant Pulse and right click if you can kind of gap close. So it's not the worst thing in the world here. Rune control is going to be big. And that's where maybe some question marks come in for Vici. The rotations these two supports have are not particularly amazing, but same thing goes for Liquid anyhow. Like the IO rotating in isn't also that impressive overall, especially against a flop. Maybe if you have room to drag Tofu in, that's where things can get a little bit easier to manage. We'll have to see if they get the room for that later on. Still, again, despite losing all those bounties, getting all that free EXP is massive. Already a lot of pressure up top here.
Yeah, absolutely. Shiro, he does find Eki, but you also lose Y on the Phoenix. 1 for 1. Shiro probably really happy about that on the Tiny, though. A bit of a freebie for the safe lane. It's bottom lane. Tofu being very annoying, as you do anticipate with this techies. I mean, they made Taser too good. Like, Taser, I thought it was a well-kept secret back in the day.
Yeah.
Now it's just too good. Like, it's just too good. It's too much damage. Like, you can just pop it as they're attacking you, so they just have to get disarmed anyway. Look at that. What's Sin-Q meant to do about that? I guess what, John?
Nothing.
He's going to be disarmed again. That's what he gets. That's what you get. Don't ever hit me again.
Outshot as well.
Look, I mean, it's unbelievable. Like, what kind of hero is this?
So much free harassment. Bach is not having a fun time either. Power shot. Doesn't quite connect. Sliver of HP, and they're running out of regen down here as well. And don't have the Lotus Rune, Lotus control either, so no top-ups to come in. Maybe you have to get the full reset on Bach. Up top, you are still seeing that poking and prodding here. Very stable lane for Ace. I mean, yes, again, there's this pretty decent damage coming out from Shiro and from Y if you can land the Fire Spirits. It's so easy to regen through this for Eki. And because you have that leeway nowadays to go back for the Spirits in the laning phase, there's quite a fair bit of damage on the IO if you overcommit as well. Like, that's not something you can afford to do. And you really need Lotus control here, which you don't have on Vici Gaming on this top lane either. So lots of top-ups for Ace, despite these early losses. Again, laning-wise, it is feeling a little bit better here for the side of Liquid.
Oh, they moved back in with a swashbuckle from Ace. He might pay for that one with his life. Ingswell will land. He still has the heals coming in from Eki, though, and that's actually going to be enough. Just that the tether, the passive regen, proving to be enough for him to survive. It's a little bit on the surprising side, but that's IO for you. And Vici not able to secure. In fact, Ace is just jumping back in right now. Eki gonna die for it. Maybe Ace getting a little bit too cocky.
Decent enough punishment. They are committing like 3 heroes up top for these kills. So Vici Gaming is exposing Bach just a tad bit. Down bot, he does have double bracers so he can tank through. All of this movement top as well. Kind of signal that XM would not get a rune. No water rune for him. Double water rune control coming in there.
Y?
Good pokes onto Y.
Oh, Spirits just out of reach. There you go. Blood grenade landing as well. And he's got it. Eki playing on the edge. Sin-Q unable to do anything about it. Eki will just tether away. Jump back. Oh, Sin-Q. He's been baited.
Oh.
Eki baits him in. Ace gets tipped for whatever reason. I mean, Ace literally did nothing. Literally did nothing. There you go. Tofu knows.
Yeah. This is kind of ridiculous how the uptime for these Spirits is 100%. How cheap it is for the amount of damage you do get to pump out as well. And how safe it is for IO. Like, it's doing so much work. Long range poke means you can never really safely commit. It's always a little bit risky. Liquid, again, doing a fantastic job in lane after a very awkward time in trying to clear out Bach. Bach doesn't really have a lane to play with. He's been left solo a couple of times. He's bought net worth amongst all the cores. He's going to need some stacks for recovery. They haven't had time to build up stacks here for the Bristle. Mid lane XM hasn't gotten any assistance. Yeah, he's still doing pretty all right against Nisha, but he's not really pressuring Nisha either. And they're not committing for the rotations in. 6 minutes in, Power Rune's coming up, and no one's here to help XM.
Yeah, blinks away for now. Tofu around. They are going to secure the power. No, they're not. Wire's going to swoop in. Takes the haste rune for himself. No power rune for anyone.
Yeah. It's what you like to see. Just a little bit of relief. I mean, you're still forced to walk back home here on XM. Nisha's not going to mind, but that does cut off a potential rotation angle for him with level 6 up. Look at Bok's position. He's forced to play between tier 2, tier 3 bot already. Just cut these creep waves, get his farm that way. He has to avoid engagements. He just can't lane solo, and they drag 3 heroes down bot to try to hunt him, or at least pressure that tier 1. They should be able to find the tower if they really want, if they had a creep wave, but they will not be finding one anytime soon. I'm surprised no one's coming in to punish Bok, but this is some space he needs. They're wanting to fight over the Shrines of Wisdom instead, and it's only Sin Q up top here. Down bot here.
Oh, Tofu has Eki. Sin Q has nobody. He will lose the Shrine of Wisdom. In fact, they'll lose both of them. Funny thing too, right? Because Vici Gaming, if I remember correctly, the first 2 days we were watching them, they were pretty good at securing both shrines. But this game 3, they kind of forget about it.
Yeah, it's a pretty major slip-up, because both of these supports in Liquid enjoy all of this EXP injection, right? This is a Techies, this is an IU. You want your proc mines, you want to relocate. Maybe we'll try to make a move, but Ace has roll if he needs it.
He certainly does. Ace being chased down. In fact, no, he's the one chasing them down. Y is gone. Tofu's in. Disarm on Shiro. He'll be gone to boot. In the defensive Vici game, and I did say this during draft 3, John, they're going to play slow, right? They've got a tiny pos 1. We've seen them run these drafts before. They're going to play ultra defensive, play off XM once he's ready. Clearly he's not at this current time. But Vici are probably going to be playing a very passive, slow style game for a while. Whereas Liquid, they're probably going to be the aggressors here. Especially considering their draft relies on a pos 1 Wind Ranger. Which, you don't really want to drag it out too late with this kind of hero.
No. I mean, so long as you stem the bleeding, if you hang on to your tier 1s long enough, maybe if you hang on to them longer, 12 to 15 minutes, especially on mid, you start to feel a little bit happier. You have that forward jungle control. You can kind of just sit back, play this catch-up game. Again, no one's punishing Bok for playing it slow, just cutting these waves, clearing out the camp, going back and forth here. No one's been running towards this Bristle, so he is getting some steady influx of gold, even clearing out a couple of small stacks here in that bot jungle. So, that game plan is somewhat coming together. Liquid is getting ready to start to really play aggressive, though. You've got the Mage Slayer flying out for Ace already. Maelstrom for Mika, just the Mithril Hammer away now. Spirit Vessel for Nisha being built up. Already has the urn.
Sin Q going for a run. Not going to matter though. Tofu with the blast off's got him. Yeah, XM can't really do too much but just watch his teammates die in the jungle. And well, that'll make it 7-4 now. 2k advantage the way of Team Liquid. A bit of a chase from Y. I'm not sure what he's chasing though, because Ace has so much damage with that damn swashbuck. Mid lane, jump in. They found themselves a Grimstroke. Sin Q's just going to get bursted down, and now even XM also caught, but he has a blink ready. They are really terrorizing this mid lane of Vici game.
I like that read from Liquid. I think they know the only hero that can play with some early farm is this Quap, and XM's just not getting space. He can't even clear out his camps without getting jumped a little bit here. And it's only him that's even able to play poke here.
It's a lot of chip damage on XM. They might jump him into the tier 2 as well, but they won't. Nisha thought about it. Just didn't see the damage output to secure the kill. The thing is, the 3 top net worth calls all on the side of Team Liquid as of right now. Vici will show up to try and continue the defense of the C1 tower, but they're protecting the siege creep in the T1. It's just dead. There's no defending it. It's another thing with the techies, right? This is what I'm saying. He's just the taser's too broken. Hold that thought, Kashiro. Gonna be chased down. Shackle will land, and with the focus fire out, they should have plenty of damage for him. TPs are incoming to maybe find a trade. XM, he'll chase down. Oh, no, he won't.
Oh.
No, he won't. Eki has denied everything. Disgusting from Eki. Well, he's standing in, Jonathan. Yeah, you can't do that.
It's just perfect. That's what you want to see from Liquid. Just clean execution across the board, playing to the strength of their draft, not giving any scraps to Vici Gaming. Like, there's just nothing to do here. Like, that was your perfect opportunity to maybe make up for it. You have a minute 20 where you don't have that huge
XM,
burst.
don't do it. Oh, he wants it. He wants the IO. But Mikke's around. Bark's gonna move in. Thing is, you're against the Wind Ranger is this Bristle as well, right? Like, you just don't have any locked in. Top lane,
No.
Shiro. Chased again. TPs are coming to try and help him out, but Shiro might just be dead already, and he's gone. In fact, Bark's TP'd in, but it's just a mess at this top lane. Team Liquid completely grouped up, ready to go whenever is still Eki is running away. They have not killed off the eye. I mean, come on.
Yeah, nah. I mean, no, Liquid, with the parts they've assembled together, they're not winning parts, but together, they are, the sum is greater than its parts so far. Oh, another relocate.
See you later.
Relocate
World
Tofu in. Why not?
Yeah.
Bring the techies in for that one. Start to plant some pesky mines for Tofu if he'd want that. Vici
I'm
Gaming.
genuinely upset about how strong they've made techies. Like, it's just too much. Too much information. He's got 2 ways to just disarm you. Unlimited damage. Like, the info game is ridiculous already. Here we go again. Look at this, John. Jump Shiro. What's he meant to do?
Nothing.
Nothing. Nothing.
And that was really, really unfortunate as well, because I believe we had Sinky just trying to go through the gate. Why going through the gate first and having to go through the gate again? And he's still at level 5. He does not have egg. Of course he has nothing to play with. There's just no options
He
here.
can't believe it. Ace can't believe it. What's happening? What's happening? Probably thinking, why is Pango still this good? Well, why is Swashbuckle do half their HP in damage? Well, why is that?
Just the way it is at this point in the game. For Vici Gaming, it's like you said, it's all about stall. XM's just about hit a Kaya, some spell amp. It's not going to be enough, but you know, we're even at the point where Shiro is going for a blink on her Titan. Echo Saber is up, so at least there is some physical output there and some stats. Yeah, why? Half HP again.
Nice little 8 from Nisha. So Buck's going to try to stick around for the Shrine of Wisdom. That's not happening.
No.
Nothing wise about that. Oh, and a big blink in, a jump in, rather, from Nisha. I mean, he just did that completely blind. Blast off, Tofu. Not able to find the kill onto Sinkyu. Sonic Wave, though, onto Tofu from XM, going to secure, but there's your kill. Nisha does end up finding Sinkyu in the end. Now he needs to find his own way out, though. TP away, they haven't got to cancel. Because of course they don't.
Silver lining for Vici Gaming, they hang on to these ancient stacks if they can somehow clear them at some point. So, some catch-up farm on hand. Again, if they have a room for it. Some good forward vision being set up by Liquido from that little foray into the tier 2 area. So they've got a good amount that they can look to play with as well later on if they can sneak by. Overall, Liquid, again, in the driver's seat. No problems whatsoever. They're getting their scaling up. Full Mjolnir for Mika, just about 400 gold off. Not too far now until that Wind Ranger really starts to hammer in damage. Not that it's lacking damage overall here. Another smoke play out.
Oh, not Bach, not right now. It's like they just broke into the toilet, you know? He's just sitting there doing his business, John. You know? It's a bit rude. They just knocked the door down. He had the cubicle locked. Not nice at all.
You know,
not nice at all, Jonathan.
He found most of the ancients. You know, he lost maybe 2 creeps, I think. Not the
I
worst
think
result.
he lost most of them. No, but he was pretty, you know, not great when you're this far behind, John. 8k net worth advantage for Team Liquid.
Yeah, but you take the silver linings, right? Hey, I cleared out most of the camps with my quilts when they attacked me, so it's okay. It's a little bit, it's fine. I got some farm. That's probably worth more than me dying at this point. And it likely is, because Bach's net worth is just about matching Eki's farm, so hey. They're basically killing a support right now.
But Bach, Soulbind does nothing. Should have just picked Doom. Should have picked Doom. You know, just Bristleback. Doesn't do anything. Another one. Syncu's gone. XM thinking about a Sonic Wave. We'll throw it out. He'd managed to farm a creep with that at least. You know? Relocate is still going. They'll drop an egg. They do find Eki. An egg for Eki. Imagine that.
I mean, that's a meaningful kill. That's a kill streak they get. That's a much-needed EXP. The EXP is the real thing that you want here for Vici Gaming. They're just so far behind on the curve. You'll take anything you can get. And again, at this point, losing Bach, probably not a big deal because he is just a support at this point. This is our support Bristle. And it's going to take time to really farm into a core. They'll try. I mean, this is an awkward time to smoke. No egg. Sonic Wave's coming in a minute. I'm not sure what you tried to find here, and the mines again reveal your position anyhow, so what do you really get? Even a support kill is meaningful, though. It's just they have a long way to walk here.
They do. Walk into the mid lane. Bach is going to start pressuring the tier 1 mid tower. No, he's not. He's going to leave. No reason to stick around. Ace. Jump in top lane. Avalanche toss combination does no damage apparently to Ace. And Ace is going to turn around. Rolling Thunder going to be cancelled with the Soulbind for now. Chase continues here from Bach, but they've got Eki to heal him up. Ace is just taking 0 damage. Avalanche out to stop the Rolling Thunder. Yeah, apparently the Pango just doesn't die.
No. There's no damage. Right? Like, this Tiny doesn't have Silver Edge, doesn't have anything to boost up the attack speed either. They're just hitting so damn slow. I'm not sure what they were expecting that smoke.
Oh, they're sticking around up north, but they know Team Liquid with the orbs, they're going to see him. Shackles eventually does connect onto Y. He's still alive, though. He gets the egg off, but they're just going to rush it. They're just going to rush, although the stuns are there. Maybe the egg does come off. In fact, it does. They're holding on here, Vici Gaming, but the fight just looks so bad. It's just so bad. Nothing's happening for Vici.
No.
There's no damage.
They're so far behind. Their draft is just way too slow to come online. Bach isn't even coming in. He's just using the space to farm. I can't believe the first item he's farming up is a consecrated wraps. So he's going to survive longer. Maybe he gets to pump out more quills for damage, but you're not going to be contributing as much. Again, there's no easy fix here for the side of Vici. Top tier 2 faults, 13k lead for Liquid now, 20-6. And Team Liquid, again, they drafted heroes that individually, sub 50% win rate altogether. Looking like a win here, at least, so far. I mean, there is ways to come back. There are ways to come back with Vici Gaming, but it's just, I don't see it when they play like this, man.
Oh,
it's rough.
Getting annihilated. Bottom lane, Bach also getting bullied by supports now. They'll bring Mickey in. It's just sad to watch, isn't it, Jonathan? Just sad to watch.
I wonder why they didn't pick Doom. That's all I'm thinking about right now. They picked the Bristleback.
For the other reasons.
I don't know. I really don't see it. Because even the Bristleback pick, like, you don't really play with a minus armor here. If you were thinking about tankiness, Tiny kind of is tanky enough. Especially when it's not up against a minus armor strat. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it'll come together. Vici Gaming, they quick stall for time. High ground hasn't been pierced yet. Tormentor. Tofu gets his free shard, so now he gets his MAD now as well. Which is funny. I suppose. Just another random mine. Good old remote mines back. There you go.
Well, they're looking at Bark again. Bark. He's going to be okay. Tofu not in position to blast off yet. He's almost there, though. Looks like they want to fight over the shrines of wisdom. Nothing wise about this for Bark, I don't think. Bark going to go for a run. Ace is going to jump in. Shiro, though, blowing up Tofu. The shrine is going to go their way. Happy days.
Actually quite massive. Tofu is worth a lot of gold. You need every single bit of EXP you can find. You just need that 2 times over, you know, a few more times there, and you can maybe start to say you're back in the game. 17k behind still. Harpoon up for Shiro. It's something. He can at least drag some heroes back his way and hope for some burst plays to come out. But just way too many tools out on the side of Team Liquid. Manta style being up on Nisha, some Dispels on hand. Roshan just falls that quickly. Secondary life up on Mikke. Going for his own Ags as well, and just the instant smoke out. Smoke as well from Vici Gaming, though.
Yeah, not going. Inkswell is out. They actually found a decent target in the Void Spirit. In fact, with the Sonic Wave,
no!
It's still not enough. Eki with the heals coming in. The tether's too much. Shiro's been jumped. They'll buy back. This could be the last team fight. I mean, this is getting frustrating for Vici Gaming to play out, I think. Shiro is going to go down. They'll jump in for more here. Buck's desperately trying to do something, but nothing's happening for him. And that's the closest they got to killing anyone worth killing. Nisha is almost dead, but if Eki's not down, they just jump in with the tether and the heals are there.
Just no way to get it done easily here for the side of Vici Gaming. Liquid, again, they went off to a really good laning start. And that's really it. They start running down. I feel like the biggest weakness for Vici, and again, it's not Bach's fault, but the bristleback pick is just not doing them favors. You couldn't pressure Mikke. They could leave him alone. Yes, they were trying to play up top, but he also got bullied out. He eventually left alone there. And I mean, he's got Consecrated Wraps. He's going for Sanj and Yasha. You do at least have your Ags up on XM, so they're trying to play poke with just the Shadow Strikes, but even that also just feels less than stellar at this point with how tanky you are on the side of Team Liquid. And clearing out the last outer tower now at this point. High ground defense from Vici Gaming, maybe there's some hope there. You get a good Supernova position, a good Sonic Wave, but it's been hard to connect all the dots here for Vici.
Chase is on. Oh, Sync Q. Immediately just bursted down. At least Vici, they are holding on to this high ground for now. You know, it's not all bad. But part of me feels like they don't even want to hold on to this high ground anymore. Well, what's the hope for this game? Like, sure, magically find some farm. There's no space for it. It's not happening. Ace has jumped in. Shackles out onto XM. XM is just getting annihilated. Meanwhile, Ace just continuing to control up Buck, who can do nothing in this game but donate more gold to Team Liquid. Jump in again. They've got him. Buck's down. And there you go, Jonathan. A blitz. He's improving the win rates of these heroes.
Yeah.
It's all a false flag here from Blitz. He's making them look better.
Yeah. The trick is you win with these heroes and then enemies start to pick them, and then, you know, if you don't pick them together, they're going to have those crappy win rates. If you pick them all together, they start winning. This is all the mind games for Blitz. He's setting the foundations up to ensure that other teams think Wind Ranger 1 is viable. To think that you can always get away with IO because Doom just doesn't get picked for whatever reason. You know? False hope being planted by Liquid for their future matches in Vici Gaming. A miracle can still happen. What's a statistic for a miracle? A 1% chance for a miracle here.
I think he might have retired, John. Pretty sure he's retired at this point.
Yeah, but he could still drop in, you know, by parachute, help the team out somehow, for whatever reason. Surely.
Eastern side of the map, XM. has a 0% chance of survival by the looks of it, John. XM blinks right into the loving arms of Mickey. They do jump in with a big avalanche toss combination of the two heroes, but XM is down anyway. Eki does die, Jonathan, but nobody else is really taking that much damage. Maybe Mickey. He's got an Aegis up though. They do find him the first time. Shiro to jump in again, trying, but here comes Ace with the Rolling Thunder, running over the dreams of Vici Gaming. GG's call. They've had enough. Spark calls are well played. And Team Liquid, they'll find a 2-1 victory here in this best-of-3 series.
Yeah, I mean, look, I expected it to be a little bit tighter after that game 1, but this is something that we've talked about with Vici a couple of times now, especially in day 1 of our group stage here, where they had a very easy answer in the draft. The Doom was available, they had the Grimstroke, and for some reason it was just completely ignored. And, well, Liquid, again, maybe some mind games here. They picked some heroes that on paper weren't that great. We went through all the stats as we were going in after that draft, and they managed to get all of the wins. And we said, if there's any team that runs these kinds of drafts really well, it is Liquid. And it just plays to their strengths. They play it perfectly. They went out every single lane. They shut down Bach entirely. This Bristleback had no game, had about the same net worth as Eki on that IO. And there was really no answer. There was no gameplay here from the side of Vici Gaming. They had no way of catching. They had no hard hold. XM was their one real hope of having some early momentum, and he got shut down heavily on mid. But all of those rotations coming in, with all of the rune denials as well that Vici Gaming couldn't get on top of. And Liquid, well, with this kind of result, you know, after a very tight game 1, having a smooth sailing in game 2, and really here in game 3, just an absolute beatdown. They're going to be feeling good about going into that day number 4 there of the groups. For Vici Gaming, it's not the they are in the danger zone now, going 1-2, but there is still an opportunity. And you've seen it. In that game 1, they can play some really tight games as well. It's just, there are some things they prioritize in draft that, again, it just doesn't feel like plays into the strength of the meta, or even to their own strengths, almost, right? Because these ideas with a Viper and XM, this Bach off lane, Bristle, sure, his last game as Sand King wasn't spectacular either, but it felt like the entire team was hesitant to play that game. I don't know. I think there's a lot for Vici to think about now when they head back to their hotels. A lot to think about going into that next day of group stage. And for Liquid, again, they look cool, they look calm, they look like they knew exactly what they'd want, and they execute perfectly on a draft that is very Liquid-like. Despite it, again, individually not coming together, as a group, it looks amazing.
It certainly did, Jonathan. Classic Team Liquid here. We do have, of course, the scoreboard after game number 3, John. And I know it's hard to pick the stand.
It is a little bit hard to pick, and I know that caught Mike off guard. But if I were to pick, I'd say Ace certainly stood out in this game. I think his Pangolier did a lot of work. He was rotating around the map early. You could argue Eki as well. I mean, he was making some great plays on this IO, showing us why can Alta's health regeneration without, or health restoration without anything like, say, a Doom. It looks pretty busted when you allow an IO a pretty free game, and it does go to Eki. He did a fantastic job. He was so active on the map, 72% kill participation for him coming out. Ended up almost having a BKB, and just a wonderful time. That's the strength of IO when you don't ban out Doom, Mikey.
Yeah, absolutely. It is what it is. They went for the bristleback pick, and well, this is where the cookie does crumble. Props to Eki. Fantastic work from him on this IO. And with that, Jonathan, that does lead us into our second series of the night for you and I, which I believe is Xtreme Gaming versus SAR. So that should be a exciting time. Of course, we do have to head to a break, but right after that break, we'll be back with game 1 between Xtreme Gaming and SAR. See you soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our game 1 between Xtreme Gaming and South American Rejects rather soon, but before that it is MLP Dota and John X Fire. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We are into our second series of the day. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. I think that last series was pretty nice. I was checking out some results from the A stream as well. Surprise, surprise. GamerLegion just 2-0 Team Spirit. So that Dark Horse series holding up. They're moving on. And, you know, Team Liquid get to move on as well. But for us here, Xtreme Gaming, they're a storied team. They're a very experienced team. For them to be in this position, maybe not the ideal for a team like Xtreme Gaming. Taking one win over Na'Vi and then losing out to Aurora, which is a tough opponent. Up against the side of South American Rejects, it's going to be interesting because it does feel like Xtreme Gaming, they always have this potential to kind of, you know, surpass expectations, kind of revive that hope for the Chinese region. And sometimes it can look a little bit shaky. You know, it's just one of those things, especially with Chinese Dota. Sometimes they're in the groove for the patch. Sometimes it takes them longer to fully adjust into the patch. So far, though, going 1-1, it's not the worst start. I am curious to see how they do up against South American Rejects, because South American Rejects, we saw them day 1 up against Aurora. It looked a little bit back and forth. They did manage to get one game from Aurora, and then they managed to 2-0 Yandex, who, coming into this tournament, a lot of people expected to be pretty strong. You know, they won a tournament.
Yeah.
They looked pretty good. A lot of people had them as potential favorites coming in, and SAR surprised everyone with a very convincing 2-0 win in that time around as well. So I want to see if they can do it once more up against the experience Xtreme Gaming has. We'll have to see in the draft. Already have some of these bans. Would you look at that? Doom's banned out. The Phoenix is banned out as well with a Slaughter and Monkey. Nothing too surprising. Whereas the side of SAR, they start with the Alchemist and they ban out the Shadow Demon, Ayo, and Pangolier. Thank goodness for that from SAR. Finally get an Alch game on hand here. We have seen Alch get banned quite a fair bit. Not the highest win rate, but it's been highly contested overall, as it's shown up quite a fair few times. I think a 93% contest rate. It's showed up in a lot of bans. So there is a reason why it's been banned out quite often. And I'm keen on seeing SAR show us why it's so strong, because there is a lot of farm potential that can come in here for Wits. There's a lot of build-up. You know, we've seen this like really good 15 to 20 minute timing get exploited by a lot of teams. Alchemist kind of slots into that. You know, by that time, he's already one major item in, maybe halfway through another, or like 2 minor items in with 1 major item up. And that can be a devastating timing to play with nowadays, especially since, again, healing reduction isn't so popular. Looking for heroes that naturally get Spirit Vessel on mid is the tendency. I'm wondering if that's something Xtreme Gaming will want. They do manage to pick up the Bristleback at the very least, which we've also seen be a pretty good foil to trying to play a slower game. It scales up pretty nicely. It's super durable, although it didn't feel like it in that last game for Bach, but it's a different series now. So it's a nice safe bet for the side of Xtreme Gaming. And it does make things interesting. I think laning-wise, if you're running Bristleback off into an Alchemist safe, it's very stable. There is a moment at level 1 to 2 maybe where the Alchemist can try to bully out. If he, especially at level 2 with Unstable Concoction plus the corrosive, the acid spray coming out. If you have a good stun, you could try to abuse the Bristle, but by level 3, it's self-sustaining for Bristleback. Should just be able to farm safely. So nothing too wild yet in these opening picks. Keen on seeing what else gets built up, because you don't have a Hoodwink to answer the Bristle anymore. You don't have Shadow Demon to answer the Bristleback. No innate breaks on hand here outside of, dare I say it, outside of a Viper for SAR, Mike.
Oh, so, don't say that.
Limited options.
Don't say that.
Enchantress.
I almost thought it was coming too when the green came out. My goodness, Enchantress is here. I'm not too surprised to see the Ench pick up. I think, you know, it feels so weird to think that Ench support now is rushing Aghanim Scepter. Here it is. Okay. Well, you did call it, John. You know, you did call it. There you go. These teams, they just love Viper.
Yeah, they love 28% win rate heroes. That's what we're looking for.
Oh!
The Nyx is pretty cool, though. I like seeing that. 0% win rate, but it hasn't been picked yet. You know, it's only been banned.
Undefeated.
So it could go 100%
Undefeated.
here. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's undefined right now. So I like that. It's a good point for mana burning down the Bristleback. You can kind of hunt around. The Ench is going to be a nice target as well. After you slowly attack it, you should have enough burst. And just having Spike Carapace against some of this AoE, especially on this Bristleback, can be quite good. So I like this coming out from the side of SAR. It even covers some mid picks right? Like we were talking about natural urn builders. Now, if you're thinking about playing, say, an Ember or a Void Spirit, you have to deal with a Nyx with Spiked Carapace, who'll always find a way to sneak around, stun you, set up for the rest, and just run you down. It's a very cool pick here from the side of SAR. I like it.
I like myself a Nyx Assassin as well, John. Big fan of the hero. I do miss Mind Flare just one-shotting creeps, you know, John. It was a good time. It was a good time. You know, there's your Rubik pick. How did Rubik even get to this point? That it's still available? Rubik's picked up. In fairness, you haven't got the most amazing spells to steal so far this game, but Impale's fine, you know, Vendetta's always good. Even Mind Flare's kind of good, you know?
Yeah, it is.
Just spamming Mind Flare from a mile away seems kind of nice.
Yeah, it's a fairly straightforward Rubik game. It's nothing too flashy. Even a spell from Alchemist, like having Unstable Concoction, can be useful. Having, if you can steal it, Viper Strike could be quite nice. Nether Toxin to farm could be nice too. So it's a pretty decent Bristle game. Pretty decent Rubik game. And they tie that in now with a Lone Druid pickup as well, which makes things very fascinating. We've seen a few games of that now, of the Lone Druid, not as much as on our stream, I believe, but it has been a hero that feels like it just surprises you, right? Especially if you don't have easy answers. And I don't think you have easy answers here on the side of SAR. You need to bully it out. I'm curious to see what role they want this Bat Rider on. Because if you're running Bat Rider plus Nyx as a support duo, it can feel a little bit awkward. You're kind of sitting around. These two supports need farm, need EXP. You're likely prioritizing your Bat Rider in that case, which could be fine if you get a quick blink, but it might be a little bit slow for the side of SAR. The big thing that enables this, though, is that you don't have a Dispel on the side of Xtreme Gaming. At least no hard Dispel, only a basic Dispel here from the Ench. So you can always kind of go for that hold down, that pin down play. You can try to isolate out this Lone Druid later on, but not early on. So keen on seeing what the IDs are. It does seem to be an expectation for a Bat Rider support. They're banning out the Ember. So SAR take care of that. Puck for nothing to say as well. So I'm curious to see which way they'd want to go. And like Dark Mago not having Ember is pretty big. And so far in the tournament, Dark Mago has only played Ember and Kunkka. So I don't think the Kunkka slots in well here if they are going to go for a mid. But we'll have to see. And if you do pick a different mid for Dark Mago, that means safe lane Alk, off lane Viper here, which I suppose against the Lone Druid is kind of fine. It's also just super passive, right? Like you want to apply pressure on the Lone Druid. Viper, it's not an active pressure applier. It's just a lane winner in most cases.
Well, still thinking about these final banouts. Mid banouts for SAR. Xtreme Gaming still looking for the same at the moment. Not assuming the Viper mid to come. Still very flexible for the side of SAR at the very least with their draft. I don't recommend Viper mid though, I'll be frank. You know, we just saw it. I'm not saying it's the worst, but you know, if it's up against Bristleback, fine. You know, you don't know what you're up against yet. They'll ban out Sand King. I guess in some ways, at least they can deny certain heroes just because of the fact that they have the Viper ready, just in case.
Yeah, provides some flexibility in that front.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know, my confidence has not been boosted seeing this Viper.
5 seconds remaining.
It just hasn't felt amazing. It just doesn't feel like it wins lane at all, or hard enough. We'll have to see. Ban out the Tiny as well. Maybe expecting, I don't know, something cheeky here. Like, I can't see it happening, but like Alk support. So looking for a pause 1 perhaps on SAR for Wits. Double 1. As his name was in day 1. What's he going to want?
10 seconds remaining.
If this is Alk support, I guess there's some cheeky options.
5 seconds remaining.
Muerta doesn't look too bad here, if you want that. It doesn't care about the physical output, has a good immunity state. You don't have a lot of magical bursts just yet. Muerta plus, say, Bat Rider, or Muerta plus Nyx, or even Alchemist is kind of fine if they want that for Wits. We'll have to see, but this Viper is really the question mark. Like, you're forced to run it mid, you run maybe a cheeky support Alk, and to be fair, a support Alk in this game, you have some pretty nice Ags upgrades. It's just, there's a lot of dead weight here if you do that. It's the Kunkka. Alright, so nothing crazy. They just, again, keep Dark Mago and literally 2 heroes day 3 into the tournament. And that is all him, by the way. Those picks, I'm pretty sure those 2 picks of Kunkka is him. So it's a 50-50. Yeah, 1-to-1 for Dark Mago. So, I don't know. It feels so awkward when you have a mid that you're just constantly forcing to play just 2 heroes. But don't get me wrong. We've seen that come out from the Americas before, Mike. It's happened. So, hey.
Yep. Oh, you
Curious to see what Xtreme Gaming close out with as well. And they have a lot of room here for nothing to say. Chances are they're just gonna keep the Bristleback off lane. Just run the Ame Lone Druid. Do go for the Void Spirit. So that is a natural Urn builder, Spirit Vessel builder. Mid lane matchup now against the Kunkka is manageable. This should be decent as well for the Kunkka though. And I'm keen on seeing just how much you can get done, because you do have some good answers here. It does look like a very stable game for the Lone Druid to just get farm on. And the side of SAR, well, they've got this win condition Alchemist. Now, you and I haven't seen too much. We've seen it before, though, in previous patches. You don't have seed money anymore, but you can't actually just sit back, play old Alch without that extra 200 gold, and kind of rush into things. Overall, in terms of draft, I'm not sure which way I'd lean. I'd maybe lean towards the side of Xtreme Gaming just a tad bit. I don't know how great the offlane Viper will be. You don't have rune access for a top-up. You do have at least a Lotus, but mana issue is going to be the big thing that maybe prevents you from harassing too hard. You're also having to lane into X-Nova on that Enchantress, so there's some sustain, some way of poking back here on the side of Xtreme Gaming as well. And we'll have to wait and see. The ace in the hole here for SAR is just, again, Dark Mago getting the Kunkka, and Schofield and Elmisho in the support duo. Nyx and Batrider are very, very strong supports. They just need time. So you really need to manage this laning phase as best as you can, and that's where I see Xtreme Gaming winning out. Like you've got this Ench who can rotate mid really nicely at 4 minutes. Rubik does a great job as well. It's an FY Rubik as well, which we didn't quite point out, but you know, FY Rubik is always something special to watch. I'm sure he's going to have a great time. It's just a matter of how fast can you get these 2 supports ready to help out your mid-game course in the Viper Kunkka, because your Alchemist is probably not showing up until 20 minutes in, but the Nyx and Batrider also just need time.
That they do, Jonathan. That they do. Can you hear me, John?
Yes, I do hear you, Mike. You're not just a voice in my head.
All right.
You are
that's
real.
all right. I just needed to make sure, Jonathan.
You don't need to get all existential on me. You've been yapping on about simulations and AI. You are real, Mike. Your experiences are real.
Is any of this real, John?
Yes, it is. If you experience it, it is real.
Okay.
To you. Whether it's real to anyone else, that's a different question. But does that matter, Mike? That's a question you have to ask yourself. That's a journey of self-discovery you need to take. Does it matter if it's not real for someone else? It's real for you. That's all that matters.
But what if they don't? You know, what if these others don't exist, John? I mean, I guess that's the point. It just doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. I mean, what's that going to change? You're still going to wake up in the morning. You still have 2 kids who may or may not be real, but to you they are.
Oh,
so
trust
what
me,
does it matter, Mike?
These two are definitely real. I can guarantee you they're real. The screaming, the crying, the spoiledness. Trust me, I can clarify they are real. It's unbelievable.
You know, it just sounds like us. It just sounds like me on a LAN with you. So
yes, it does.
Don't have enough experience with this.
That's probably why I really don't like it. That's probably why it really upsets me. These two. I wonder if they'll also start stealing hotel coffee. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see.
They'll be like, Dad, can I have some coffee? I need to take home to Uncle John. Oh, that'd be amazing.
It's so sad, isn't it, John? Bottom, Elmisho. quick pause from Nova.
Oh.
Whoopsie daisies.
Okay.
Well, what's going on, boys? XXS says no. No.
And Dark Mago disconnects from
Dark Mago
FY's
disconnects.
pause. All right, fair enough.
Yes.
So it looks like a 3-for-1 in the bounties in favor of Xtreme Gaming.
Do you
Good
remember?
start. Yes.
When that was a strat, back when we were doing, again, we're going back to COVID days, right?
Yeah.
We're going back to the tier 4 Chinese tournaments, but that
Yeah.
was a bit of a strategy, you know? Anytime any other team disconnected, in certain games when they just keep disconnecting, you've got to restart your internet when the other team pauses. And there was
it's their
games, if I
pause
remember
time.
correctly, in SEA, where they would literally say, "It's our pause. We're ready to unpause," and they'd unpause the game, and that was it. There'd be a disconnected player from the other team, and they just couldn't pause.
Yep.
And look at this. Now we have 4 disconnections. This is all on FY's pause, by the way. FY could literally unpause right now. And if we don't have a pause from Schofield, I believe he is following the rules.
Yep. He would be. That'd be amazing. But it looks like
He could
FY
do it.
disconnected as well. So not
Well,
quite.
Nova's disconnected now. But I'm just saying, anyone from Xtreme could unpause and play this 3v1 right now.
It would be amazing. That there was a Southeast Asian qualifier where we had like a, if you recall right, a 40-minute pause. I believe that was TNC versus Signal Ultra.
Yeah,
and it was March who ended up saying
That was
we've had
highly
enough.
ironic.
We're unpausing, and then it was that was it.
Yeah.
They were one game up.
March
too,
had
I
to be
think,
the
on
bad
Signal
guy.
Ultra. Yeah, that
March had
is
to
rough.
be the bad guy.
Yeah, but he was following
Well,
the rules.
no,
you know,
it was rough
40
for
minutes.
us, John. We
What
were
are we
sitting
even
there for
talking
40.
about? I don't even remember at this point. I think I might have lost Mike. Is Mike real? I don't think he. You might. Are you real, Mike? Do you remember what happened there? I don't remember anymore. How did we even fill 40 minutes? Were we talking about food? It must have been food. If not, something about philosophy. Something again about the reality of life, the futility of caring, and the freedom that provides if you stop caring. You know, I think you care too much, Mikey. You should care less. Looks like we do have to go ahead. And it's me now left without partner for now.
Hello?
But maybe he was never real. Hello. Oh, you are real. Oh, you're back. Welcome back, Mikey.
Yes.
Maybe not. Yes, you are back.
Yeah, no, I was
What a
pointing out the
reality we
fact,
live in.
the irony of a team called Signal Ultra, sponsored by an internet company, being down
Yep.
for 40 minutes. That's what
Oh,
we
yeah,
were
they-
talking about.
Yeah, they don't have an internet service anymore, I'm pretty sure. They used to have cable. I don't know if that's... does anyone
St.
use
John?
cable? I'm not sure. Still, we're into the match. We've already spent a good 20 minutes with the draft included to get 0 minutes into this game. Watching Nothing to Say up mid, up against Dark Mago on that Conka. And again, Dark Mago, the hero specialist so far, at least for Wallachia Season 8. 2 heroes
Oh.
as they kill
Top
off
lane.
already the Yalk.
Wits is down. Arme is going to get chased down as well. So they do at least find a decent trade. In fact, X-Nova also just burning out is not going to die. Oh, he is going to die. El Misho catches him with the flame break. Level 2 Batrider already for the side of SAR.
I think they should switch it up. Wits goes to support Alchemist, farm sags for everyone. Elmishu goes core offlane Batrider. This is all in the script. If you read your documents this morning, Mikey, that's the plot points we have for today. Just giving you a heads up. That's how it's gonna go. But a well-earned start for Elmishu. And you know, that's one of the things after a long pause. Maybe you just end up forgetting a little bit. You end up pushing a little bit more than you would. Get a little bit too relaxed, and El Misho does punish. Very good start there. And a very interesting flex, right? Like they're running Frank down bot up against the Bristleback. So you do end up with this Viper versus Bristle matchup that is favorable for the Viper. You are getting the max gains here, but they are mitigating this by just pulling the waves anyhow. So you're not even directly facing up against them. We're seeing mid. The work that Dark Mago is putting in to get all of this harassment off to Nothing to Say. He will still get a Water Rune. And they do manage to grab the other Water Rune as well. So no refills for Dark Mago. Not that he has a bottle up anyhow. But he's doing a fantastic job. You can see why the side of SAR only give him these 2 heroes. He does pretty damn well in them.
Sorry, John, I'm having a few issues right now. I'm pretty sure you can hear me, can't you, John?
I'm sure I can, Mike. even if you're not
Okay.
real to me. You're
Can
always
you
here.
give me a minute, John? I'm gonna do a quick reset.
All right.
I'll be better. Well, you know, you enjoy the
All right.
you cast some Dota.
Looking at that bot lane, again, you end up with Frank in the safe lane just to counteract this Viper. Now, this is smart from the side of South American Rejects. You just give the hardest lane to that Bristleback, you spit away, you're having the dispute, and Bristleback likes to punch, he can't come in to punch. And he just has to sit back, get spat on, and cop all of that damage. We're seeing, again, a lot of good movement across from SAR down bot. Top has been the most passive lane so far, just by virtue of that matchup. It is just slower, and I'm keen on seeing what kind of skill build we see, because Schofield is hanging on to that level 2. Maybe looking if he can get a Spike Carapace usage. Does get a good double impale off. FY starts to drop a little bit low to the lift. Spike Carapace out, the reflected damage XXS will just cop it and die. FY should be lined up next. One more double for Frank. Frankie's is having a great time so far. This lane switch up paying massively off for the side of SAR. Mid lane getting a little bit aggressive as well. You see again Dark Mag, which is having fun with that Tidebringer and already poking with that X. Such an aggressive start coming out here from the side of the South American Rejects. And for Xtreme Gaming, I think this little lane swap just caught them off guard. I mean, we normally, back in the day, we'd see people commit TPs to swap back to a favorable matchup. Xtreme are hanging on. And to be fair, Ame is having a better time up top. Like, this lone druid is kind of free-farming up against the Alp. There's not much the Alp can do to stop that. And they did find that early aggression here with El Micho, which I'd say was more important for El Micho than obviously it is for Wits. So you are still getting more there. Down bot again. Very smart from Schofield, still hanging on to his extra skill point now, seeing if he needs the Impale or if he needs that extra damage from Mind Flare. It's been very disciplined so far across the board here from the side of SAR. Arcmago is still crushing mid. Water Runes did go 1-for-1 this time. And you do have your bottle up on Dark Mago. No space to rotate with all the aggression in the side lanes. Back up top, trying to make a jump onto El Micho. They do have the stun here in Wits. Gets it onto Ame. Do they have enough damage? The stun's coming in. El Micho held back. Starting to burn off. Does have the wand. Rooted up. Does fall. No burn damage apply onto Ame. Wits alone can't get it done. They do punish nicely.
Hello, John.
Again, you can see that aggression here. Hello, Mikey. Welcome back. A lot of kills happened while you were gone.
Oh, good.
You know, as it does happen.
Yeah.
Oh, down bot, FY.
Yeah, they're going to go for a chase into FY. It looks like he's going to be all right. I'm back now, John, so, you know, nothing will happen now. They'll calm down.
Oh, yes.
They'll take it easy. Back to the laning stage.
Yeah. I think Xnova went through the gate here. He does have the... Oh, he's got the Purge creep. Maybe?
They're going to move in. FY does have some help coming in from the back, though. XXS has dropped pretty low, but it seems like they're going to be happy taking down Frank. Nonetheless, now FY in trouble once again, but does get a quick TP out. Is going to be just fine to be able to escape that scenario. And so, for now, SAR looks to be off to a good start.
They found everything they could ask for, right? Like, this lane swap working out massively for Frank, despite that did cost him some rotations in. You've got room now for Wits to stack up his own triangle. Has the large camp kind of set up. He's going for that classic Alk build with Radiance. Nothing too strange here. Dark Mago's mid. As we were saying, you can see why he only plays these two heroes. He plays them to a very high level, as we know from Dark Mago. It's just a little bit rough when your draft is somewhat predictable, but it's paying off so far. Not really being punished yet. Key timing stuff though, nothing to say. It does have that early earn. And El Micho
in trouble. El Micho entangled again, not able to get out. Ame having a great old time here on this lone druid. Not much you can really do about it against the LD at this point. You just got to kind of suffer through it if he gets close enough to you. At least mid lane, Dark Mago gonna apply some pressure on this Kunkka. They did have the kill onto the Void Spirit as well, so no real defense to come here against Dark Mago, but he will eventually just retreat. It's the one great thing right now for the side of SAR is you are having a really, really good time on this mid Kunkka.
And you are. And again, everything else is kind of panning out. Sure, Ami is kind of running away with farm here on the lone druid, but Wits and Frank are doing better than nothing to say in XXS by a long shot. And we've seen what happens when this Bristleback falls behind, like XXS is going back for the drum boots, going for a little bit of that aura play. It can start to feel like you lack damage. You can still become a shield wall that your team stands behind, but there is a Viper here would break later on. So it's harder to see that be fully successful. Have to see how much more they can get. They've been so efficient though with Wits. Again, he's been stacking up. There's no forward vision. They haven't been able to scout out. They have defensive wards set up here from SAR. So the Alchemist will start to pull away soon. And that is a concern, considering how fast he can farm once Radiance is up. Power Rune, no luck for Dark Mago. And for Nothing to Say, this could be an opportunity. Again, with the Urn up, you want to start to get some charges up. You want to start to get some aggression. And again, a natural builder for that full Spirit Vessel to counteract that regen on Wits. One of the few answers right now for health regeneration. So very good, at least for Nothing to Say, despite losing out in the lane, that his timings are still somewhat lining up there. Just not as quick as you'd want. But there's not many options right now for Xtreme Gaming anyway. This is one of the things with this draft. And yes, your two supports can connect to Nothing to Say nicely. They couldn't leave their side lanes well. And with the Lone Druid and the Bristleback in the side lanes, those two will just farm up for at least the next 5 minutes. So not much option for play here.
Not really, no. It's going to be pretty quiet for a little bit. I suppose this does kind of favor SAR, though. This is the style of game they want right now. They've got their own timings that they want to try and achieve. Everyone more than happy to play the slow game, but yeah, my concern would be the fact that, you know, you've got a Lone Druid. You don't want to give him too much time, because these bears, they tend to get a little bit out of control. Second in net worth right now on the LD as well. Almost has the Maelstrom up.
I'm wondering if Ame actually keeps building up himself rather than the bear. I mean, right now he's mainly playing with his hero. He's giving himself the phase boots, giving himself the Maelstrom flying out. Wondering if he hands that over, because it would be interesting to see a switch to the main hero usage again. Again, Lone Druid doesn't have passive, so it could go either way depending on what you prioritize here. Like the Ags upgrade for Lone Druid itself is actually pretty crazy. You can just stack up the entanglements every single time. A little bit of clump up for that 10-minute rune now. All supports kind of showing up here. And Nothing to Say again, just grabs it for free. He's not been able to really use them though. It's just a lack of play. And like you said, the slower game does feel pretty happy for the side of SAR. I mean, Wits is just uncontested into Radiant's timing. You're getting some key EXP for your sports. They do X-Mark them.
They do. They've got XXS locked down now with the Viper Strike to boot. Very easy kill when you've got the Viper around. I'll be pretty happy with that against XXS. It's still a very quiet kind of game though. I mean, 7-4. Mid lane, they'll make the jump in onto El Misho. El Misho does go down, Nothing to Say, able to claim a kill for himself. Props to NTS as well. He's been giving a lot of space here to FY. Allows him to get to that level 6 timing on the Rubik. It really does feel as though both sides are... They understand they've got a timing. They'll just stick to their own timing at this stage. And again, I don't know if you're really farming fast enough on this Alk to feel comfortable against Xtreme Gaming, but you know, he's pretty close to the Sacred Relic now. In fact, currently the odds favor the side of SAR.
I think it's a fair read, because you're not pressuring Alk, you're actually allowing this steady build-up, especially in the supports, like good punishment onto El Misho mid, but he's getting quite a fair bit solo there. And you're really slowing down XXS, who's caught out again.
Certainly is. XXS this time going to be all right though with the backup of FY. They're just trying to catch him off guard a second time, but not quite able to get there. A matter as well of, does it matter if you focus down this Bristleback? You know, like, is this the big problem you're going to have? It doesn't really feel like.
No. No, it's certainly going to be Ame. And interestingly enough, again, for Ame, he is sticking to that main bear. Some pokes onto El Misho once more, but a little bit too slippery. I'm keen on seeing, again, the ideas Ame has with going main bear. We've seen the old bear gameplay, very straightforward. Just siege away, get the Ags on the bear to have that independence. Top tower does fall in the end. Again, no support coming in really for Wits, but he's just jungling anyhow. Just about 400 gold away from full Radiance. Down mid, though?
They are going to try for a Kunkka play. Dark Mago's pretty tanky. Admiral's Rum does make it pretty hard to deal with the Kunkka. So he's going to be just perfectly fine to run his way out. Now 3 cores of SAR right behind Arme. So all 3 cores in that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. Currently Arme just sitting at the top. Going to be overtaken now by the Alk, who again is pretty close to the Radiance timing here for himself. Does have it coming out.
Has it?
13 minutes. I mean, it's not the craziest timing, but you know, he's got it.
Yeah, he's been jungling though for a long time, so all things considered, pretty decent considering, again, that he was playing it very conservatively, not giving an angle for Xtreme to try to jump him. And this is where the network should start to ramp up. Now, Ame, for his part, Mjolnir's not too far out for himself. And he's got a lot of damage to come in with that main lone druid. Double X Nova.
Yeah,
jeez.
Almost getting wiped. Does at least have the attendance, but it won't matter. Schofield has the follow-up damage on the Nyx Assassin. Gets the job done. And they're going to try again to pressure this mid-tier 1 tower while they're around. Fair enough. They'll even bring Frank in just to ensure that there's no real defense to come here from Xtreme Gaming. And they'll get it too. I mean, there's not really anything in the way of stopping them, I don't think. Though I say that, they just drag the creep wave and apparently they just leave. Nobody has the damage. I thought they just commit for it without the creep wave. They will not.
Yeah. I think the conservative play from SAR is just understanding if they slip up. And then that really just reverses, and then you have this Void Spirit who doesn't have too much control to worry about, outside of, say, Spike Carapace, really, or a Sneaky Impale. So it is pretty free, if not, can say, starts to find some punishment. And they show a lot of respect for that. Still, as long as you're playing this farm game, you know, full Mjolnir is up for Ame, and he is rushing the Ags. So this is where it's kind of funny. The Ags Entangle, is this what we're going to get? Because getting 5 stacks applied when you pop it, not having protection from gaining stacks while you're already entangled means you're perma-stun. He's going for the perma-stun Lone Druid. That is going to be pretty sick, if we see
cool.
it.
That is pretty cool. Nothing wrong with a bit of perma-stun. I like it. Yeah, back in my day, Jonathan, we used to just buy double bashes on Troll. These days, though, Aghanim Scepter, apparently.
Oh, those were days. Oh, very silly days.
They weren't silly at all, John. They were perfect. They were perfect.
I mean, you had those days. You had, you know, everyone who was new back then just rushing rings of health. No regeneration, no tangos. Who needs tangos?
The days when you log on and you actually had to decide what game to play, you know?
Yeah.
You had Ragnarok Online, Maple Story, you know, Dota, you know, dare I say...
Frontera?
Oh, don't even take me back, John. You know, it's just... They'll never understand kids these days while they're busy mogging and things like that on stream. It's just... Regen, top lane. They are going to secure it for Wits. Mid lane, Boat is going to fly out. They have caught themselves an FY Rubik and they do take him down. They're back for that T1 mid tower. Meanwhile, Alasso also catching X-Nova. X-Nova, it is a slower process against those Nature's attendants, but he does die. So happy days for SAR thus far. I mean, just no real pressure being applied to them. Their timings are being hit nicely. And all the eggs right now for Xtreme are in the Ame basket.
And it is. I mean, to be fair, I think XXS is using the space nicely as well, going straight for the BKB, just wanting to be able to frontline for his team, which is going to be pretty important. And, you know, he's going to be the main debuffer to soften these targets up for Ame to actually burst them down. So you are kind of spreading it out quite nicely here on Xtreme Gaming. It's a 4K deficit, but you are against Alchemist as well. So that's kind of to be expected. This is pretty much par for the course. As a normal, we're playing against Alk, it's not so bad yet kind of game. But it can start to get worse if you start to drop more heroes and more map control. That's the key part. Right now, what's sustaining them is just this forward jungle access with their tier 1 standing on the side lanes. Once you get that commitment out here from SAR to push some objectives, it gets a little bit hard to see how safe that farming stays for the side of Xtreme. Man, I know, I'm just so excited to see Ame with his Ags, though. For real, this is pretty cool. I mean, you normally rush it, right? But for the bear. I mean, he could also just bait us all and switch everything into the bear, and then it's like, alright, just normal lone druid, I guess.
He could.
But I'm hoping not.
He probably will. You know, let's not lie.
It's boring. I mean, it makes sense. It's boring.
Mid lane, nothing to say. Spotted eventually. Flame break to knock him back, but he's got the Aether Remnant, but he has no Astral Step charges. In fact, have they gone too deep? Lasso committed. Bo was also thrown out. They do get him. No punishment either. So Misho does eventually go down to FY, but FY loses his own life. Nobody's TPing in at all. Like, you'd think maybe with the BKB of XXS that was just picked up, he could have tried to force that fight. But no.
No. I kind of get it, right? Again, minimize losses, just buy space to farm. I mean, what kind of team fight can you pull off if your Ruvik's dead, you don't have AoE control, your Void Spirit died already, your Bristleback, what? He's just going to stand there, pop his 9-second BKB, have nothing to hold them down, to spam all your close sprays on, and they just run. It's a tough time for Xtreme, but I think they are understanding the situation well enough where they just have to give these... They just have to give them away right now. And hope that when Ame is ready, you know, that Ags pays for itself. Still, I mean, Elmisho is getting these plays done without a blink. He's just got it now. So, I don't know. It gets a little bit crazier from this point onwards. He's been very ballsy with his Batrider, and it's been paying off massively for the side of SAR. Just so much space from him and Dark Mago running into enemies. And that's all they need. Just 2 heroes to kind of break Xtreme Gaming apart.
I mean, ain't that the truth, John? Bottom lane, FY. Lift is there. Viper Strike's gonna land though. FY is out of luck. He is down. 7k advantage now. I mean, I guess in fairness to Xtreme, this is kind of what the draft of SAR is meant to do. You know, they are online right now. It's like, how much longer do you need to wait for Xtreme before you feel like you can actually fight back? Maybe it is all about this Aghanim Scepter and LD. I mean, he's almost got it. 250 gold away for Ame. In the meantime, Tormentor is going to be taken by SAR. Slowly but surely, of course. 3 shards now for Frank.
I was going to say, how does Frank get it? But you already have your next shard anyhow. This could be a nice little kill if they manage to sneak onto Ame, but he does get the read back off in the nick of time, and that Ags is flying in. Now here's the question. Do you start transferring to the bear? He is! Aw, he's just going for the bear build.
I told you so.
Yeah.
I told you.
But I wanted to see infinite roots. Aw.
No. Lasso. FY, caught again, will barely survive for now, but not for long. He will die, so the chase now on for Wits. They'd love themselves an Alchemist. Boat will fly in to make life hard, nothing to say. He just gets destroyed. It's too much damage. In fact, a double impale now. XXS also gone. They found the Spirit Bear. Ame trying to TP it out. He does make it, but I think it died in base, and it did. He'll have to respawn it. Wits will find a kill to boot. But Xtreme, I mean, it seems like they've got no gas in the tank. I mean, there's nothing happening.
No. I mean, well, for one, fuel's pretty expensive, so that's not too surprising here for Xtreme Gaming.
That's true.
For 2, their draft out's also, I mean, it's just so slow. Right? Like, these 2 supports, what they had to do was rotate mid and bully out the Kunkka. They didn't have room for it because the side lanes were just not that strong, and we're seeing how that fight broke out again. They just ran forward, they ignored the bear. Sure, they lost El Mishu again. Look at the position that comes out there on that double impale from our Nyx as we cut back. FY is just gone. Wits is just running them down. And this Alchemist is getting so scary. AC about to come out, getting good use from that BKB reveal as well. You've got the Daedalus build up here for Dark Mago, Silver Edge to break, softening up that Bristleback, up XXS. I don't see how you team fight this. Oh! Wits just burning down, nothing to say. El Micho again with a really great lasso out, and just nothing to stop them. Xtreme Gaming. They lack options. I mean, all the farm in the world is going on to Ame, but it's the old bear build. Yeah, he's split pushing, pressuring top, but the bear with Mjolnir Ags alone is not enough. Fear's out. Can it get out in the nick of time? Nah, X-Mark is there. Bear's gone. Ame's just feeding some gold off. At least he has to respawns here, but hard to see what Xtreme Gaming can do at this point. Getting the Shiva's Nex onto nothing to say. I mean, it's a help, but I just don't see it. Maybe something like the Ags pick up here on the Void Spirit starts to open up possibilities. It's just that, again, you don't have a lot of play options. Maybe if FY steals a good spell, like steals that Impale, perhaps things can start to look a little bit better. Mikey, just having a lovely time pondering on what Xtreme Gaming can get done, because our good old bear isn't cutting it. It's split pushing. That's really it for good old Ami right now. Roshan set to fall now as well. And I just don't see answers here, Mikey. I really don't. Still a bit touch and go right now. They will clear out Roche, give the Aegis out to Dark Mago, and again, all you can really do on Xtreme is kind of avoid or look for a straggler. Like, if you find one playing away from the team, getting greedy, that could be your opening. Right now, it's Frank presenting himself. Not the tankiest Viper, still relatively tanky, all things considered. Did they make this jump in? Remnant doesn't quite connect. They do spot out on the side, and they use the Spike Carapace to actually stop. Nothing to save it. Wits doesn't manage to cast a spell. They do steal Chemical Rage. It's a lot of healing coming in, but is that enough for FY? No, certainly not. Gone like the wind. And on to the high ground they go. This game one, like a complete washout. As they jump forward, they catch out. Nothing to say. The torrent's there. Nothing to do. For nothing to say. High ground siege commences, and I don't see anything happening here at all, Mike. They're sieging.
I don't either.
There's nothing to do. I mean, they're split pushing. Tier 2 is going to fall bot. Hooray. You're going to lose a Rax for this. And I know what you do on Xtreme. Maybe Little Friends would help. You could find that farm. Get some root action going. And perhaps, perchance. Stole another toxin. That's annoying, I guess. Nice.
They're trying. T3 tower. He's going to go down. Xtreme jump in is out from Wits, looking for any target. Break is there for XXS. Wits maybe going a bit too far, but he's still running out. Like, they don't have any damage. The Spirit Bear will rush in onto Dark Mago. They'll hold him down with an Astral Spirit as well. Dark Mago still somehow alive. Has the Aegis anyway. The Spirit Bear is going to go down, and they still haven't got the Aegis. The Aegis is still there for Dark Mago. They got nothing. There you go. Finally, it'll go down.
Gets a big twat to the Tidebringer first.
Such a sad game. Like, Army's not even around.
No.
No bear, nothing.
And he can't do anything. Yeah, he all he can do is split push. 2 racks is down, 1 more to go. I don't know if you go that crazy here on the side of SAR, but looks like they might actually consider it. Bit of a TP home for Frank to pick up an item. Is his Yasha. Do they just randomly kill FY with a crit? Not quite. Not enough.
Almost. Almost. And that'll do it. A tough game for Xtreme. You wouldn't have assumed the base of the draft they've got. The Dark Mago, I mean, they'll try to jump it, they just don't have damage for this Kunkka. I mean, Xtreme really just felt like they put all the eggs into the LD basket, just hoping Ame could carry the game for them.
Alright, he got scanned with a smoke as well.
Jump in, Impel does land, double lasso. No, it's just a single lasso, but that's all they really need. FY, X-Nova, both of them are gone. It looks like XXS will eventually die out to this Alchemist, and the double boat in the back. GG is called. They've seen enough. That was a very one-sided game. Yeah, not what I was anticipating whatsoever.
Yeah, it certainly was, and I think what it really came down to here is SAR and how they read these lanes, right? They saw XXS, he was going to go Bristle. They're like, all right, we'll run Viper off lane, but run it on the safe lane. Match it against the Viper. Ensure the Bristleback just is a non-factor entirely in this game, and it certainly was. There was no impact coming out from XXS. We've seen this so many times where if a Bristle doesn't have a lane to play with, it's just kind of a lost cause. So really good read from South American Rejects to get that done. Dark Mago as well. His laning prowess when he plays Ember and Kunkka is just insane. I mean, I know we kind of made fun of the fact that he's only played 2 heroes in like 3 days now, but he plays those 2 heroes really damn well. That Kunkka and that Ember, and it really shined here on that Kunkka, leading for all of this aggression. It's also just the way SAR plays the map, right? Like Wits has this really nice idea where he hits level 5, he's just jungling. Level 4, level 5, he's not even playing the lane with Ami. He's not giving any opportunity for Xtreme Gaming to exploit that laning weakness of Alchemist. And that just meant they had no easy targets. So Xtreme doesn't have anyone to feed on, doesn't have a core they can just burst down. They're forced to play a farm game where they are going to lose because it's up against Alchemist. And they have a win condition Lone Druid that, yes, is farming, has no one else to play with because everyone is completely shut down, which is perfection out from SAR.
It certainly was just them playing their draft very, very well, just hitting all the timings they could ask for. You know, I can't help but feel as though Xtreme Gaming, they just felt like they were all on a different page. You know, the multiple engagements where you felt as though the team could TP in and try to defend, try to help turn a fight, but we just constantly didn't see it. And I wonder what the reasoning behind it is. And obviously, you and I will probably never know. We do, of course, have our standout player to hand out. Jonathan, is there anyone in particular that you felt stood out here from SA Rejects?
Dark Mago did a lot of good work, but I think Schofield really showed off in this Nyx. Like, right, his positioning was perfect every single time. He was so patient in lane. He was hanging on to his skill point, seeing if he needed to spike Carapace for more control or if he'd need to nuke. He even held onto it into his level 3 as well. Just very measured Nyx Assassin gameplay. He was landing some beautiful double impales as well. He's just doing a fantastic job on Nyx, and he's showing us why Nyx, you know, could be a nice hero. We've only seen it banned out so far. We haven't seen it played, and now, well, you know, Nyx, despite not having a way of just getting free farm for himself, if he gets a decent lane, if you can play the lane as Nyx again, as you used to before Facets were here, it is pretty nice. And Schofield really showed that off. So for me, I think it should be Schofield. Dark Mago is deserving as well, but that Nyx set everything up for Dark Mago to shine. You know, he really showed off in that Nyx.
It certainly did. It certainly did. Schofield doing fantastic work. He does get the standout player, of course. Has 1 death, 19 assists. I mean, it's one of the things with Nyx Assassin, right? Like, it's still Nyx Assassin. It's still very demoralizing to have to play against if you're off to a good start here as the hero. And Schofield certainly showing that the hero has plenty of strength available within it. There you have it, Jonathan. I believe that was the first game as well that we saw Nyx Assassin for Wallachia Season 8 so far. So 100% win rate for the hero. And as for us, Jonathan, we have a 100% win rate when it comes to breaks. So we'll head over to that. And right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Xtreme Gaming and SA Rejects.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everybody. I am here with X-Nova from Xtreme Gaming. Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
4th place 2 Wallachia ago. 3rd place at the last Wallachia. 1st place at this one? Or what's the feeling? What is this constant momentum? Because you guys, too, at the last event, were on fire. It was crazy watching you guys. You did incredible. You have this upward momentum, which is really interesting from a squad of, pardon me for saying this, a bunch of unks, like a bunch of very old dudes. How are you guys continuing to get better? It's very weird.
To be fair, I don't think that we are keeping up our momentum. I think for our past PGL games, I think we got knocked off pretty early.
It was in groups, yeah. But now so, top 4, 3rd place, I mean, that's going up.
I mean, we generally just maybe a slower team to pick up. Like we need time to figure out things. So hopefully break the curse this time. Make it to playoff first. Yeah.
Yes, the playoff curse. It has been very sad to not see you guys in those finals. But again, it is doing well. You guys said that you were doing some learning. How do you feel about the new patch? How do you think about the new stuff? Do you feel confident in this one, or are you guys still learning this?
I think things are still figuring out, and we have seen some really interesting heroes like playing in the pubs. It's not on the previous qualifiers yet. So I think, we'll be expecting a lot of more interesting stuff to see.
So I saw a post the other day of someone reminiscing about old school Dota, and they said, if you're a boomer and you love old Dota, you should come back right now. X-Nova is on the best team in China with Ame. Everything is back. Everything is the same. Is that how you feel about Dota? Is it reciprocal? Have we gone back to 2015, 16, or is this still the future?
I would say it's a mix. Like you can see, they remove the facets. It's quite big. And for me personally, I think the facet is kind of broken on some heroes, and it's kind of unfair. Like one of the facets is quite shit, and the other one is it's just like OP. So I think it's like, it's kind of bringing back the old Dota. And also, you can see the patches keep going on, so there's a lot of new things keep coming in. Like even us been playing for so many years, like we still need to constantly learn every day. So it's still very competitive.
So I was reading something very interesting about you. Okay, Knoxville, famous Dota stats man, had this very interesting stat that said that you were top 3 when it came to fights at showing up. You have a 97.5% out of all Dota players to show up to team fights and participate. Would you be surprised at this statistic that you were top 3? You're the 3rd most out of all pro players.
Oh, I wasn't expecting that.
No?
I'm probably expecting the most depth in
the top 3%. You expect to be number 1?
Maybe top 3, like you say just now. So I'm kind of surprised when I heard it.
So this is a conscious thing that you do try to go to fights as much as possible.
I think it's most probably I like to fight a lot compared to just you see most of POS 5 now, they play like a POS 4, they farms a lot as well. So I think it's probably just a playstyle thing.
A lot of people do say that you're the guy who takes the brunt of almost everything on your team. You're showing up, you're there, you're making space for everyone else. Is that how you feel? And do you like that role? Do you enjoy being that guy?
I've been thinking about this for the past few months. Like,
really?
If you are to ask me advice on how to play POS 5, I would probably say, nah, don't play this shit role. you do all the dirty stuff, and you don't get credit for it. So, it's just tiring.
Oh, it is tiring, but those POS 4s, they're picking Rubik and all the Tusk, all this disgusting stuff. They get all the fame and the glory, but 5 is still the most, I think, important role in the team. Do you agree?
Yeah, from behind the scene, I think POS 5 actually need to do a lot of things from even the game start until the end game. Everything you do is very impactful, but you can't see it clearly from the outsiders or people who is not that professional in this kind of game. So
I mean, but that's your burden. Behind every dumb carry that is getting a rampage, there is you, the man who put them there in that position. Are you saying in the last month you've been thinking about this? Are you sick of it? Would you like to be a pause 4? Would you like to be a pause 3? Or do you think that you're just stuck forever?
It's not just this past few months. Like I kind of do a lot of self-reflection sometimes. Yeah, so I just figure things out. And even though I do complain about it, but I think it's still the best role to play.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your time. It was an absolute pleasure. And we will see if the dream will finally come true, if we will see Xtreme Gaming in our grand finals. Stay tuned in to PGL Wallachia Season 8.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our game number 2 between Xtreme Gaming and South American Rejects. And in case you weren't watching in game number 1, South American Rejects, they made it look pretty easy against Xtreme Gaming. I'm going to go ahead and say maybe we're going to have to relook at the draft from Xtreme, because it just felt like it really felt like every player was just on a different page. I'm going to be frank with you, John. But let's just go ahead and say it was a draft issue.
Yeah, I would generally agree. I think they managed to take care of some of the more egregious parts of those drafts now here from Xtreme. I mean, look at their bans, man. They just banned all the heroes that were picked in the last game. Batrider gone, Nyx gone, Alchemist gone. So they're forcing SAR to play a different game now, which is going to be a little bit funny. They do get the Hoodwink access anyhow. Xtreme Gaming, for their part, do manage to sneak in with a Slardar. So they get something that also has been highly prioritized in bans. And we were seeing our graphics, what was picked and what was banned. Hoodwink was banned out last time as well. Not the highest win rate, but we've seen some really good Hoodwink games regardless. I don't think this here is all too bad. I think it just fits a lot of drafts. That's why you see it so often, and that's why it might not be winning as often as other heroes, but it has done a lot of work. Of course, we've seen it with El Micho and Schofield. Could go either way. Statistically better on Schofield, but hey, you know, it's a very small sample size here for SAR. I'm curious to see if the side of Xtreme still go along the path of banning stuff from game 1. Like, will you take care of Viper now? Is that a concern? Will you take care of Kunkka? They'll take care of the Underlord first. But surely you have the stats on Dark Mago. You just ban out his Kunkka or Ember, and you're pretty sure what he's going to pick, right? Like, that could be one way to get about it as well, because that Kunkka looked crazy. There's not much nothing to say could do in his matchup against that. Surely you just take care of at least the Kunkka here.
5 seconds remaining.
We'll find out. Dark Mago, you had a very nice performance last game around. They'll have the opportunity to ban it now if they so wish. Maybe they just feel as though they can, they can play against it.
Radiant team pick.
That's 4 of the heroes from last game now. Viper being banned now as well. Can we ban all of them? And ban out the Kunkka next. This is some next level stuff here from Xtreme Gaming. Love it. We haven't seen this in a long time. Just ban everything from game 1.
10 seconds remaining.
It's an outstanding strategy. See the tiny band out.
Remaining.
What do you want to pick up now for SAR? It's fairly open, right? Like, you don't have the Phoenix option for something that's been relatively popular. I do believe they've been really enjoying, say, they've run a game of Necrophos. They've had some Muerta games as well. Could be a consideration, but maybe later on. But you already see Slardar. Muerta has a lot of free reign when Slardar is there, just because, well, she doesn't care about the physical output when she's in her ultimate form. So you don't really care too much. I'm wondering if you're probably not prioritizing it early. Question now is what you'd want here for, say, El Misha or Schofield. Really, like, what do you want in your 4-5 to tie in with a Hoodwink? And they're going to take their time in that. They have a lot of reserve time here for SAR. So they get to sit and think. Maybe even consider, you know, just pick Dark Mago's hero. Although the Slaughter does have flexibility. It could be played mid for nothing to say. So, you know, you might think twice about running, say, Kunkka into that. We'll go with... Wow, I forgot. This hero exists? They got the Doom. Mind you, there's no IO, but
wow,
they got the Doom.
They got the Doom. How exciting. It was possible all along. Extreme Gaming, we'll see how they want to follow up with this. You do also have the opportunity for the Grimstroke if you do want for SAR.
Ooh.
Treant Protect is going to be the pickup here for Xtreme Gaming.
I like seeing this. I think it's very fascinating to see how teams respond to Treant, because the response is double Quelling Blades cut the entire damn forest down. And then Treant doesn't have as much of a good laning phase. It's still really pesky to deal with. The armor that he's granting people, you know, eventually the Shard with Eyes in the Forest is pretty annoying. Even though you can just spot it out now, it still is some early utility here for the Treant. And Blink Overgrowth's going to be really good timing here. So Teamfight's looking a little bit better for Xtreme Gaming now compared to Game 1. They've got some good hold with Treant Protector, with Slardar. They have some early tempo they could play with. The question is, what more? Because you kind of want the physical core to tie in with his Slardar. Maybe you could think about Pango for nothing to say. And as much as I hate seeing that hero again, but you've got the Slardar. These two heroes really play well together. It's Techies instead. So now they get to have fun with that taser play, with all that damage Techies does now in a very new way. That is going to be quite fascinating. That should be our FY Techies, if I'm not incorrect, and that's always a treat to watch, because you and I, you remember a time when good old FY had to mine so much just to have that like 17, 19-minute game. It hasn't won yet, but you know what? I trust FY with this. And there you go. There's the Grimstroke you wanted, Mikey. Double Doom comes out a completely different series later, along with Double Roar.
I mean, it's a lot of value. Genuinely surprising that they're allowed to have Doom and Grimstroke in the same game. Of course, Beastmaster somehow not banned either, so there you have it. I mean, this draft is looking relatively strong, assuming SAR can pull it off, which I think they should be fine in doing so. It's just a question now of, do you want to give Dark Mago something else? Do you want to give him the mid Beastmaster? LD again, okay? I mean, look, I don't know. You know, I just think last game they lost pretty much every lane. Maybe if you can win 2 out of 3 lanes, or at least, you know, not lose them, maybe it'll be a different story.
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe. I think, I don't know, it's just so awkward to play the Lone Druid into having, you know, having to worry about Soulbind anyway. Maybe if you're just throwing your Bear forward, you really don't care, so I suppose that's a fair bet. It would be very interesting if Xtreme Gaming just literally banned Kunkka and Ember now, because that would be a very based move. Although they might be worried about Wit still having a hero. They'll ban Monkey King, so it's not a ban of the entire draft from the last game. But they could still ban Kunkka next. And then, what? Ember Spirit's in the pool. Kind of does well here with a lack of control. The roots are annoying. Nice respect ban for nothing to say. Taking care of the puck. Will you ban Kunkka? Just ban Kunkka so we can say we've seen the entire draft from last game banned out. Please. Please.
Wait, there's no need to.
Yeah, but it's funny.
It is funny.
5 seconds.
But, you know, is it too forced now, Jonathan? You know?
It kind of is. They should have done it in the first 5 bans. You know? Like, this Underlord ruined the continuity, so that's kind of upsetting, honestly, when I'm thinking about it. Yeah, not good. Not good. But on a more serious... Alright, Storm. I can't... The guys played 2 heroes and you left them in the pool.
Yeah.
They have the sheets. They know he's played 2 heroes.
Radiant team pick.
Okay, they take
Ember Spirit for themselves.
Is it going to be Kunkka? Do you want to go?
No.
It would be funny.
It's not going to be.
If they literally let... Do you think at some point Dark Mag was like, please, stop, please. I don't want to play just 2 heroes. They're like, you must play the 2 heroes, my friend. You know, and he can't say no. It's 4 against 1 in that vote.
5 seconds remaining.
And he has to play Kunkka. Is this the day Dark Mago plays something else? There you go. 2 most pick heroes. That's it. That's all he needs. 66% win rate in both. Perfectly balanced.
It's pretty good.
Perfectly balanced.
That's pretty good. Does he keep it up? A lot of thinking here.
If they pick Kunkka and they dig through this reserve time for it, if they dig through all that time to pick a Kunkka, man, I cannot fathom what you are achieving in that downtime to pick a Kunkka. If you will pick Kunkka. If it's something else, okay, good.
I don't think. He's not picking Kunkka, John. I'm pretty sure it would just be mid Beastmaster or something. At this point.
Character wits.
Now select your heroes.
I guess he's picking Kunkka.
Dark Mago, why do you do this to yourself, brother? I mean, it's good. But don't you want to play something else?
This feels kind of dumb that they could have actually just banned it. They could have actually just banned it. They even Sync Q can't. Sync Q, he is the only player that's picked Kunkka, by the way. Sync Q can't believe it. Sync Q's explaining himself right now. Rather, Zhao 8, excuse me. Zhao 8's explaining himself right now to the team. It's like, I can't believe this idiot keeps choosing Kunkka. Like, why is he choosing Kunkka? Why is he doing that?
I mean, really.
Zhao 8's got no idea.
Look, they picked the Ember. If they banned Kunkka, Dark Mago would actually have to think about what he'd want to play. And maybe that's worse for Xtreme. You know, maybe this is all a mind game. It's like, he only plays 2 heroes. We'll pick the Ember. He's surely going to pick Kunkka. And now you have Kunkka and Beastmaster and a Doom. And maybe that's not ideal, which, you know, there might be a scaling issue. Your lane matchup against Ember is kind of okay for Kunkka. Kind of 50-50. You can kind of work it as Kunkka there. It's not that big a problem. Your bigger issue still lies in the fact that, again, double Doom, double Roar. You've got this Hoodwink that can set up nicely or follow through from this Kunkka. I think for the side of Xtreme Gaming, what we have to see are stronger lanes. And they do have that set up. You've got the Treant. You've got a Techies. Techies is just absolutely maddening to play against with the reactive Taser now. So you would expect some good things here from FY. And we'll have to see. I mean, Xtreme Gaming have to step up in that laning phase because it looked like a complete wash in Game 1. New opportunity for them here in Game 2, Mikey.
It certainly is. Let's see if they can make this one work. It's been a rough time for Xtreme Gaming. And Game 1 wasn't even a game for them. I mean, let's just be outright frank. Like, that just wasn't a game at all. That was literally just, let's pray that Arme can carry this for us. Which he couldn't, sadly.
No.
Hopefully Game 2 is a bit more competitive. I mean, this is the team that beat Yandex, by the way. I mean, SAR, like, not to be underestimated. They did take out Yandex just yesterday. So, you know, arguably, SAR could just be the tournament favorites right now.
They could be. You know, with those expectations people had for Yandex, perhaps. And day 1, we saw them go pretty far in their first series as well. So, they've always shown that promise. And see if this smoke pans out. Xtreme Gaming might be able to find a nice freebie here. under ward.
Perhaps. They are. Wits. Blast off is going to land, but Grenade is there as well, but he's running. And he's running fast. They do
How
get
is
the
that
root,
still
however.
able to root?
And Wits. You're asking some good questions, Jonathan.
I hate Treant so much.
You're asking some good questions.
You saw how far was he from a bloody tree and he still got the root? What?
Yeah.
Why? It's so frustrating. I don't understand why this patch is this way. It's just maddening. Still a good kill for Xtreme Gaming. They're not going to ask those questions. Wits, off to a bit of a slower start. They are clumping up a tri-lane top here. But look at that. They've cut the trees. You had fun. You had your fun, Xnova. This is your punishment. No trees. Well, it doesn't seem to matter anyway for Treant because he can walk as far as he wants and get some roots off. Nice and balanced. What a hero. Still, again, great management up top. Just cut the trees and you're kind of set. Really interested to see this mid matchup. Again, Dark Mago is just a master of timing that Tidebringer. Nothing to say, can't really do much. I'm surprised he actually opts for Flame Guard level 1 over for, say, something like Sleight of Fist priority, but he does get level 2 now. Suppose it's not the worst thing in the world. I'm wondering if he'll prioritize Sleight of Fist here over Flame Guard, just to try to have some dodge mechanics up against that wind-up on the Tidebringer. Because this can still go quite heavily on the Kunkka's way if you don't manage to dodge out too much or kind of try to outplay here. It's all about outplaying for nothing to say. Dark Mago so far having a decent time. It also is quite frustrating for an Ember overall because you still gain the torrent damage and slow even if you're not hit from the initial strike. So it's much more forgiving for Kunkka nowadays to just harass out. And again, it's just rough for nothing to say in this kind of melee matchup. Not much you can really do here.
Not really. It is a lot of fun here for Dark Mago, that's for sure. And the thing is that they knew this Kunkka was coming. I mean, I didn't, but they did. You know, clearly. And here it is. You did it to yourself again. At the bottom, Elmisha being chased a little bit by FY. Gonna be alright. It's like Wits has been having a pretty decent time on the Beastmaster. Not really too much going on around this area. I mean, you do have to be somewhat cautious against these techies, though. Top lane, they do end up getting Schofield. The entangles are very annoying.
And it is. And just so much control here. The roots you have on hand with Xnova. I think one thing you can do to help mitigate is they do snipe a nice courier from Ame. Schofield could probably opt for an early quelling. I think that's one thing. You need to double down on cutting literally all the trees just to prevent this kind of play from Xnova. Just so long as there's no trees, you cut enough trees, there's not enough space for the tree to run forward with that Nature's Guise. Still, Schofield actually opts to TP bot. Let's see if they have something in mind here.
They're trying to see if they can snipe XXS. XXS now in danger thanks to the Inkswell being provided to Wits, and they will indeed find another kill this time onto the Slaughter. We saw this a lot in Game 1 as well. XXS, he just was not allowed to have a game. At least for now, things are okay. I do wonder just how bad they intend on trying to make it for Pro Old XXS, but well, for now, it's his first step. There's one on the board.
Yeah, not the worst start yet. Again, a little bit better than last game because he's not laning up against a Viper. Bristle, Beastmaster is still relatively annoying though. You just get axed down. Beastmaster's going to farm up. He's going to max out his boars as well. Just because you have that extra reach. FY. Just jumping in. Not really set up for the stun there from XXS, surprisingly. I think if you land that combination, you could probably nail a kill. Maybe on Elmisha, easier said. But you can't just randomly go in. Just trying to get some spacing or sniping some creeps. You're at that point where you are just blasting off for some range creeps, it seemed like. Just to equalize this lane down bot.
Between the techies and the Hoodwink, I mean, it's going to be just the most annoying supports to go at it with each other. It's constant chip damage from a mile away. Seems like Elmisha's actually kind of winning this one out anyway.
Yeah, not much.
They're going to try for Elmisha. Bash the deep south. Blast off is there as well, and they do get. This time he does go a little bit too far in XXS. Just ensuring the bash was there. It does allow for a nice, easy setup.
Yeah, like we were saying, all you need is just blast off, stun, and you can take care of that hoodwink. Have to watch your positioning just a tad. They do a great job of cutting trees as well, just to ensure you're not really going to be able to try to go around. Not that you have Scurry yet, but, you know, at least preventing that innate, that Mistwoods Wayfarer from proccing does help massively overall. 1-3, a stronger start for Xtreme, and this is what you'd want to see. This is what you'd expect from a team like Xtreme Gaming. Everything outside of mid has been quite nice for them. Although, just some pokes on FY. A little bit close, but not close enough. I think the one thing that changes here for SAR is they have a bit of a slower game with a strat. Right? Beastmaster needs Ag's timing with Blink, maybe a BKB or an Orchid. And Dark Mago is still set for kind of the same timing, but your Doom is also going to be a little bit slower here for Frank. Just needs more farm, needs more time to farm up. So this time it might be the side of SAR playing into the strengths of Xtreme. If they are looking for a slower game, they're not going to outfarm them in that slower point either. They can keep up, but you're not getting a farm advantage from playing into the 20-minute mark here.
Jump in again, top lane. They're onto the trade this time. X-Nova is still okay though. Instead they're going to turn onto Schofield now with FY and the blast off, but it seems like they are out of gas. They just need to get the hell out of there because Dark Mago's rotated. But everything else will be okay. Everyone does retreat. Nobody really getting caught out here for Xtreme Gaming. Happy days. Nothing to come out of this for SAR. They really do just get nothing.
Maybe they can start to build up some more on the stacks. It's not the biggest stacks in the world. You're really going to need some catch-up farm. Nice X here. Not quite enough.
To say, still a bit too slippery. This is so far a much better game, I want to say, for Xtreme Gaming. You know, like it doesn't really feel quite as dominant here for SAR in any kind of way. All three lanes have gone really well for Xtreme this time around. So this time it does feel a bit different.
Be able to find themselves a nice bear here.
Throwing everything they can to ensure this bear does end up going down. And they do get a nice bit of bonus gold. They will get away. Frank will take the Shrine of Wisdom for himself. He really wants that level 6 timing on the Doom so he can try to be aggressive on his own. It has been a bit of a slower process here for Frank on the Doom this game around.
Yep. Which is, again, somewhat to be expected with this draft here from SAR. It is just a lot slower. You are playing a lot more passive than you were in Game 1. It gives Xtreme Gaming, actually, the initiative, like the Slardar. You're rushing a Blink on XXS after a slower laning start. So long as you find a Blink, you're really happy here. Managed to catch up in net worth from all of his lane rotations. Frank gets picked off now as well. It's them a bit too far. Their own rotations in. And they're still constantly trying to play with nothing to say, but they can't pin him down. You do not have the hard control for the Ember just yet.
It's pretty rough. Frank again just not having a game at all in this Doom as of yet. Xtreme now. Starting to pressure that bottom tier 1 tower. You are going to have El Misho TP his way in. More numbers now from Xtreme. They've got 3 around here ready to go. And they're just going to jump El Misho right off the bat. There's no defense to come here. They know that SAR are just not prepared. And SAR not even reacting. Just let him go down. They know they can't save El Misho. Tier 1 bottom tower now going to be targeted. Very smooth kind of game thus far. It doesn't feel like SAR have any kind of gameplay right now.
No. All they can do is just kind of let Xtreme Gaming run around the map, mitigate losses, try to get your own farm timings. Wit still needs to farm into the Ags. You have level 6 up on Frank. Perhaps these 2 level 6s on supports is when you start going. You know, like double Roar, double Doom starts to feel really good once you have Soulbind. It's just a ways off at the moment. They've not been able to just sit and soak as much as you'd want. For the side of Xtreme, they're inching towards those level 6s just a tad bit quicker. So FY is going to have some burst in maybe a couple minutes more. Overgrowth threat starts to become a reality as well from X-Nova. And again, they're playing across the river. They have some really good wards as well from the side of Xtreme Gaming to watch these points. Although you have some great defensive wards from SAR actually to ensure that they don't get ambushed too hard. And it's all about that patience game. Mind you, while that patience game is happening, Ame's again farming up quite fast here to get that Ags build up onto his bear, and it does feel like it's going to be more effective this game overall. Every rune coming out for nothing to say as well. So he's having a fantastic time on that Ember. Phase Boots set to come out next. And again, yeah, there's no initiative here for the side of SAR. Xtreme Gaming can choose to fight, but they're also pretty happy with farming. They know they're just going to out-farm for the next few minutes here. Not much you can really do about it on SAR.
Yeah, 1-5. I mean, it's a slow game. 4K advantage for Xtreme. Just no reason for them to do anything, but just farm. Yeah, SAR desperately trying to get their farm going. To be in a position where they can actually feel confident in trying to fight back. I mean, it does feel like with the draft that you've got, like you might want to try to make some plays while these spells are up, but they're just not feeling it at the moment.
No. I mean, you don't have the jump potential. I think that's a big issue here. You don't have anything like a blink. You don't have a high mobility here to just start things off. You do have X and Bushwhack, but that's about it. Xtreme Gaming, they are smoked up. They've got the blink and XXS. Get some gate action across the map. That could be a lovely pickoff if he does hang around too long. There is still that tier 1 to defend though, so it can be a little bit harder to look for this pincer movement. So see if they can sneak around through the bridge here. Get themselves in a nice spot.
May jump in. Frank immediately targeted. Needs to get the Doom out. Can't do it though. They get him in animation. Raw committed. It's onto Ame. It's on the lone druid. It's not really doing what he needs. I mean, fair enough, the Spirit Bear is not strong at the moment anyway. But you don't get the double Raw. You don't get the double Doom. And now you've lost another. Dark Mago's going to drop. 4 down for the price of nothing.
Yeah, that's a bit shocking here from the side of SAR. Like the missed Doom, not really Frank's fault. He did get chain stunned away, but the Roar prioritization coming out, or even the fact that they showed up for this fight actually for Wits. Like, he doesn't have Ags, there's no drums to slam, there's no damage or sustain to play into that position. Without the Doom flying out as well, I think the moment Frank dies without popping it, you make that call to not go in. And they had a lot of time to react. They had a lot of time to cancel those TPs. They jump in. The leash is still there. They don't want to roar the bear plus XXS. They tried to go for the burst, but the boat's just a bit too late and nothing lines up. Just a bit mis-executed from the side of SR and very clean from the side of Xtreme. Really nice smoke angle. They had a good way to exploit with that ramp now available on the left side. And SAR just find himself completely on the back foot. A 7K lead for Xtreme Gaming at 13 minutes in. A massive start for them. And this is kind of what, you know, the kind of bite we expected from Xtreme Gaming in Game 1. And it looks like the roles have switched. You don't have a game to play just yet on SAR. How long that maintains, who knows? Because this Lone Druid is getting massive. You seem to get some levels up on these supports here for Xtreme Gaming. Trying to make smoke plays later on with prox mines around is going to be an exercise in frustration. XXS is constantly on the hunt, but his blink doesn't take too much to kill as well.
Jump in already. El Misho just going down. No problems whatsoever thus far for Xtreme Gaming. That'll be your tier 1 mid tower going down as well. With that, they're in just complete control here. Like SAR, they've got nothing going for them.
No.
1 to 10, 7K advantage. They're not attempting whatsoever to try and make these plays either. It does feel like a game where you may as well just smoke up and try to make a couple plays, but it's just not happening. They want to stick to the farm game.
It's a bit shocking, right? Like, look at the build-up in Frank. He's going for the ore build-up first. which leaves the question again, how are you exactly going to hope for a soul bind into a Doom when you clearly have no safe way of jumping in with the Doom? He does bite one. All right, fair enough. Good on you, Frank. Just baiting us with that Q up. All right, now they have a way of play. Now you can try to sneak in, look for a double Doom, hope for the best. Should be enough to find some kills. But look at the position of Xtreme Gaming. They're just playing in that jungle down bot. They're not leaving this area. They're constantly making their presence known as well. And they're just not making it comfy for Wits to catch up. Still, this is going to be the blink reveal for Frank in the smoke. You have to land that soul bind, and you have to ensure, Frank, you can't afford to get chain stunned here.
Let's say. What's turn? Still, they do come in. No, they don't get it.
Ah, it's a creep.
Oh, he doomed a creep. Oh boy! And now the 3-man blast off from FY. It's just, it just feels a bit sad, doesn't it, John?
Oh yeah, that's
He doomed the creep.
Yeah, I saw it. It died instantly.
Okay. That's good.
But yeah,
he got the gold at least, I'm sure.
That's the sad part. I don't know if it was his gold or if Vici actually got it with the remnant. I'm not sure. With the slight. That was.
Look, we all have these games.
Yeah,
sometimes nothing goes right.
Yeah.
Sometimes just nothing goes right. It is what it is.
Once or twice. I mean, look, you can just wait out for the next Doom. They know you have a blink now, but still hope for the combination somehow. We are watching
how
back.
is he even?
Yeah.
Oh.
He did get the gold, I think. Or was that? Yeah, he did get the gold. Let's just say he got the gold. So there you go.
And that's a beautiful blast off from FY. You know? Just these kind of plays, though, like you're so desperate to get these kills right now as SAR to give yourselves a chance. Like, here we go again. They haven't got anything to really throw out, though. Like, you've got double roar, I guess. It's not going to be enough, for sure.
No.
So they won't try. Back to the tier 2 bottom tower they go. Meanwhile, Arme, he's just about 1.4k gold off having the full Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah. Just about. Just playing Farmville, really, at this point. And especially once the bear has the Ags, you are really just AFKing. Well, not really. Like, you're microing, or your main hero just goes to camps. It's whatever. Roche is open, though, and they'll just take it for free, because why not? You've got Slardar. And there's no way you are seeing SER kind of contest in that area. They don't even have vision anyhow into the pit. So you should be able to find us. They are playing really cautiously here on Xtreme Gaming, though. Like, they're maybe looking for the kill first. Smoke up his tree. Blink BKB for XXS. 9-second BKB as well. Not going to take too long here.
There goes El Misha. 95% win probability for Xtreme. I'd probably say it's high right now, I'll be frank with you.
Yeah.
It's not based even off the game state. It feels like there was a plan and it went out the window at some point.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like.
It does feel that way. There goes that Roche. Nothing to say with a secondary life. What do you do here on SAR? Well, you have Doom back up. You can hope for the best and hope for a double Doom, perhaps. A little bit harder to see that happening with how much farm Xtreme Gaming has. And again, they've got BKBs to help kind of cover that initial jump in. Full Ags for Ame, not too far off now, just 300 gold. You've got just more auras, more barriers coming in from FY and Xnova as well. And they are clumping around, but it's really not doing much. So maybe they start to commit for high ground. Feels like the safest bet. You could still fight the tier 2s here. Honestly, it's not that concerning. You have your own BKB up in Dark Mago, so he can certainly stand and play. It's just how do you get your Doom to get in and play with a Grimstroke? Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Xtreme Gaming, though, I mean, it looks like they woke up. Game 1 looked like they were a little bit asleep. The draft certainly helping out, of course, with this kind of build-up. There's our Ags for Ame. And he has switched all his items onto the bear. So again, nothing exciting. Just back to bear farming. Which is fair enough.
No.
Really wish we'd get someone brave enough to run the main lone druid, you know?
Yeah, I mean, he could do it this game. Like, there's no reason he can't do it. You know? Here we go again. I mean, they're down towards the bottom lane. So they'll go for the Tormentor 20 minutes in. Fair enough. Just take the quick one. No reason not to. I mean, SAR, like, what do you do to get back into this game? I mean, it feels like that they've missed their timing completely. You know, like, there's no items I don't think that's going to make the difference here. It's going to have to be, like, some amazing team fights.
Yeah. And to be fair, they don't need items, really. They just need to somehow work a position. Just get double Doom, double Roar. Easier said than done, but you do have the tools to get it done. Maybe you wait out this blink on Schofield, but he does not have farm. He will be waiting a long time for a blink in your Grimstroke here. Chances are you will just have to wing it at some point. Tier 2 top being sieged with a bear. It doesn't take too long. They are kind of moving position. Elmicho is poking to stall, but not really much. And again, the ideal now is to just play for high ground on SAR. Which again, for SAR's credit, they aren't giving opportunities out either. They're playing super safe. Well, I say that, maybe down bot there might be some action soon.
Jump in, Dark Mago. Roar is committed. They're going to try and fight this one out, but with the BKB active, they just can't do anything but run. Schofield's gone. Nothing to say, we'll go for a quick chase. XXS still, of course, chasing as well. They do find themselves no mission. So to just support you doesn't cost them anything.
Yeah.
SAR, you know, bright side for them is there's no creep wave down at the bottom tier 2 yet. So yeah, there's no push happening, at least.
At least, you know, I was like, I thought you could get the Soulbind off, but hey, when you respawn, you'll have Soulbind, so could have been worse. Not that the Soulbind would have done anything anyhow, so all kind of works out. Save Dark Mago for a moment, although it's still being chased just a tad bit. They are giving a lot of space out to Frank. It does feel like they are relying on this Doom just to get the auras, and you do at least have one Crimson Guard set to fly out here for Frankie. So there is a little bit more play on hand here for SAR, but we'll have to see. Smoke out.
Jump in again,
from SAR.
Frank. Oh, Frank. Boy. Yeah, I mean, you might just call it, eh? If that's how we're going to play the game, if he just throws the Doom out while he can. Maybe they can find nothing to say, though, and they do get an Aegis. They're onto X-Nova. X-Nova does go down, so they have managed to get something out of this. In fact, nothing to say somehow is still going to die. They're making it happen. Of the strangest fine engagement. XXS is it?
Huh? What the hell?
I'm the key, John. I'm the key to this game. All I've got to do is have zero faith.
Yeah, just have zero faith. 2.9k gold swinging out for SAR. We didn't even see a Soulbind from Schofield. What happened? How was that?
I was like, oh, that literally looked like a Frank, I'm just going to throw Doom out and call GG. That's what it looked like to me. You know? I mean, props to him, he got the Doom off. You know? It worked. I just can't believe it worked.
Yeah. I feel like they overplayed their hand in Xtreme for sure. Like, look at the positioning out from nothing to say. All the way forward, none of the rest of the team was nearby. The Treant was cut off beautifully by Dark Mago. And he's just chain stunned to death, not respecting that control in. And XXS, I'm surprised he still opted to stay around there with a BKB. Like, what was he gonna do? There's no way you get through 3 heroes by yourself. So they overstayed their welcome. They have the gold swing back in a tremendous way. Not enough to even out the game, but it is a shot in the arm. It is a sign of life here for SAR. And if Xtreme Gaming kind of waddle into a team fight like that again, could be some problems, but not yet. They are still in the lead. They still have a lot of gold. Even Frank just getting bullied out by a bear. Not dying at least. But you see the potential here from SAR. And again, I need to remind us, we didn't even see any Soulbind used up. How? Why? How? How do you stream in like that?
Very interesting.
Kind of crazy.
It has been a crazy game too. At the very least, we can say with confidence SAR is not out of it yet. They're pushing back. It doesn't feel like they should have any right of a comeback in this kind of game, considering the state they're in. But, you know, they're here. It's possible. Dota Plus actually budged 1%, by the way, John. We got the 6% win chance now for SAR since the last time we checked. So a whole 1% was gained.
Hey, you know that 1% counts for something, Mikey. I know you. You know what that 1% stands for. You need cheering.
Yeah, I mean,
Huzzah, green.
It does count. It does count, John.
I sense I'm giving you very bad memories of current times, Mikey. To my pleasure. Sorry. You know, I enjoy the memes.
Well, it is what it is. Dark Mago gonna reveal himself, unfortunately, under a mine. Bottom. El Misho just gets completely blown up here by FY. Top lane, there is a group up. Jump in onto Dark Mago. Dark Mago, unfortunately, X'd himself in a really weird position. And that's why I can't take this game seriously. Like, why was he X'd up like that?
He wanted to farm, but the creep wave was right there. I don't know.
Yeah, well, why would you X yourself? The creep wave was in front of you. Like, it looked like the creep wave got further ahead of you.
He roared the bear.
Yeah, he did roar the bear, John. This is what I'm saying. It's like SAR won Xtreme to just win the game already. El Misho's dead. Here we go. Frank, also probably set to fall. He's alright. He's going to make it. So I'm not sure if he's happy about it, quite frankly. Tier 3 bottom tower. Under siege.
Druid experience.
But Xtreme Gaming, they'll play it safe. They're not trying to force anything crazy here, John.
No.
There's farm to be had. They can't really do anything about it anyway, apart from this. Maybe they'll kill the first bear. And they will. They'll get it.
I mean, hey, look. SAR and their deaths aren't really punished because Xtreme Gaming aren't willing to take a risk, which I guess is fair. They saw what happened when they got overconfident. They don't want to be punished again, so can't fault them for that. 4-19, one number away from being a little bit funny, and 16k lead for Xtreme Gaming. What more to say? There you go. That's the game so far. It's
Oh, come on. No, come on. What do you mean?
I mean, Xtreme Gaming are playing safe, right? They don't want to take the risk because they saw what happened when they kind of got a little bit... There's still the potential for the punishment. What? Did you see what?
The bear just took Shrine of Wisdom. There's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah.
It had a silver edge. It's just so sad.
Yeah.
Just it's silver edge and that's it. He just stood there. They just gave up. They're just like, screw it. It's not worth it. Just let him have the damn experience. Like, what is
the experience? Well,
we're experiencing something. Here we go. 5-man
They might
smoke.
be able to do something.
They'll tell us we're the idiots here, John. You know?
They're going the wrong way for Roche at night.
They got a butterfly, John. Just hold on. They got a butterfly here on this Beastmaster. This is the difference maker. It's pretty obvious run in though, I've got to say. The mines will make it pretty obvious. Charge in from Xtreme. Charge back out from Xtreme. It's like watching the Three Stooges here, John. El Misho is down. They got a Doom off and a Roar. It does nothing though. XXS will casually walk out of it. Nothing to say, we'll move back in. El Misho's brought back. The Schofield is down.
and it looks like Wits is probably about to fall to boom. And there you go. Gentlemen, it's time. Press the buttons. Press the buttons, boys. Just call it. Darth Maga.
4-2-3.
I mean, they've got a tier 2 mid tower, John. And they can hold on.
That is true. Also, scoreline of 4-2-3. Haven't heard from that player in a long time. Good to see that he's still active in our game. Somehow.
He may as well be with the way the game's been going, John.
Oh, X-Mark! Come on, get that bear! Get that bear!
They got the bear. Can they even kill it?
It's TP again!
They can't kill it. Oh, it's just...
All right. Back to it. This time, last fight, they did get Doom and Roar, but they did not manage to use Soulbind, so one Doom, one Roar. We need to see two. We need to see two. Guys, you pick the Grimstroke. You guys pick this. Come on. They can do it. And if they can do it, they might be back in after they do it 3 more times. Realistically. But they could.
Oh. Whoops. Yeah. They've jumped the Beastmaster. There goes your Soulbind, John. Schofield's down. They're trying for nothing to say, but they've got literally 0 damage right now on their Beastmaster. I mean, Wits is trying with this butterfly he's picked up, but it does nothing. GG's call. They've finally seen enough. So have I, quite frankly, John. And that'll be game number 2. Going the way of Xtreme Gaming and convincing, to say the least, fashion.
Very convincing. Very surprising to see this kind of game after game 1 showed us how, it looked really... I don't know, it feels like, did SAR and Xtreme Gaming switch players, or what happened here? Yeah. They're just unlocked. They're both just like, yeah, that was a game of Dota 2.
What was that?
Yeah. I don't know, this is the moment that was just slightly strange. Jump in for the Roar, and then nothing happened. I mean, look, there was a lot of rushed moments here from the side of SAR. Xtreme Gaming played much more calm, calculated game overall. I wonder if we'll see Dark Mago's X-Mark in the creep wave, because that was also rather fascinating case study of gameplay. And look, for SAR, we saw what they could do in that game 1. This was the one fight that looked amazing. That Doom that looked like, crap, I'm just gonna die. I'm gonna Doom. And then they actually do clean up because they kind of waddle in one by one. Nothing to say comes in with Aegis, sure, but no mana. Everyone else is cut off. They kill off the Treant. They already used Overgrowth. Didn't have that option, and they just got chain stunned, so there was that punishment, which led to Xtreme Gaming being a little bit more cautious in the game. But didn't really matter for much in the end. Again, this is where I take issue with, say, this Beastmaster safe. It's just so tempo dependent. If you don't get a good Ags timing, you don't get a good land, and it just feels like it doesn't do much. And this is the one fight where they did manage to use Doom and Roar, and it was just not in anything soul-binded up. So it was also just like not to the strengths of the lineup of SAR, and to be fair, it looked very difficult to find these kinds of openings. And they never really did find them at all in this game. So I'm very curious to see what happens in Game 3, because Game 1 was a stomp in favor of SAR. Game 2, it looks like we switched players, and Xtreme Gaming were the ones awake, and SAR looked a little bit asleep. In Game 3, maybe both sides fall asleep and we're AFK at the base for 40 minutes. That could be a fascinating game, like. It's a philosophical thing, like an art form, like an interactive art. It's like, if Game 1 is a stomp, Game 2 is a stomp, and Game 4, Game 3, you realize the winning play is not to play the game. When does the game end? Fascinating. MVP for the game?
Yeah? Go on, John.
MVP FY, because he played techies. Taser's funny. He was the most active next to Xnova, either or, of FY or Xnova, I guess. Yeah, okay, let's go with FY. He's frame mogging us as well. Very nice to see.
Yeah.
He's keeping up with the young ones. And he did show off nicely on that techies, but I am just still confused. The game has ended. I'm confused from game 1 into game 2, and I am looking forward for new ways to be confused in game 3, Mike. I think that's going to be very fascinating.
And I'm sure there's going to be plenty of ways for that to happen, Jonathan. It was a fantastic game 2 that we just witnessed here between Xtreme Gaming and, of course, South American region. John, at least you know that face. You know, you can at least pretend that I'm telling the truth. Anyway, we're gonna head to a break. John's had enough. We'll head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 3 between Xtreme Gaming and South American Redux. We'll see you soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Copii
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our Game 3 between Vici Gaming and South American Rejects, and it is MLP Dota and Jonix Fire. Jonathan, Game 2 was a pretty interesting one. I mean, it just felt like, I'm not even sure how to describe it. It was just one of those games where they went in with a plan, and the plan just did not work, and they had no backup plans on the side of SAR. Yep. Xtreme just had their number in every single way. I wonder what gets changed up this time. I mean, surely we're going to have a closer game than Game 2.
One would expect, but Game 1 was a stomp for SAR. Game 2 was a stomp for Xtreme Gaming. I'm hoping it's going to be closer. And this one, well, we'll have to wait and see. Do have the draft on hand. Monkey King coming out here for the side of Xtreme. We saw Xtreme banning this one out, and they got first pick. They got to slide away with it. They did ban out the Bat Rider, the Alchemist, and the Viper once more. So showing a lot of respect for what worked for SAR in that Game 1. Just trying to make them uncomfy here. Hoodwink banned out now as well. And the side of SAR, well, for their part, they took care of Io, Shadow Demon, Phoenix, Slardar, and showing a lot of respect for what XXS did achieve in that last game. His Slardar was much more stable than his Bristleback in Game 1. It does feel like one consistent pattern is that the offlane seem really key for both SAR and Xtreme Gaming for how they want to play. Like, if these offlanes don't start fast, then things can go badly for either side. So it feels like Frank and XXS have to be the players to kind of watch out for, because it feels like even if the mids are ready, like they did have a decent enough time last game from Dark Mago, Frank didn't really have a game. So maybe something that can help manage these lanes for both sides will be the way to go. We'll have to wait and see. Hawk banned out, showing a lot of respect for what to say. And they get the Enchantress their side. So they don't have to play Beastmaster into the Ench. They get to keep the Enchantress themselves. I'm wondering if SAR is one of the kind of teams that does go for Little Friends. I don't actually expect it from them. I'd expect actually just the standard Hurricane Pike that you love to talk about, Mike. So it shouldn't be too much of a left field Ench game. It is decent into Monkey. It's kind of annoying for Monkey to try to get an easy pick-off on the Ench just because of Untouchable. You can kind of dominate a lane. You already have a pretty strong lane on hand with a theoretical, say, Beastmaster Ench lane that comes in. That is quite hard to manage, so do like seeing that. Xtreme Gaming do get the Tusk and FY Tusk on the cards, which is always exciting to watch. Combines quite nicely with a Monkey King. Just with Tag Team, you have some good saves here as well. So you have a Roar save once you have this blink up on the Tusk. can make it a lot more challenging for SAR to play the game they'd want. We'll have to see how fast that blink can come in here for FY.
It'd be interesting. Third pick for Xtreme Gaming to make.
Radiant team pick.
Straight into the CM. We haven't really seen any Crystal Maiden, you and I, so far at Wallachia Season 8. So something a little bit different coming out here from the side of Xtreme. You a fan, Jonathan, of CM at the moment?
10 seconds remaining.
I'm indifferent. I feel like this hero is strange, mainly because I feel like I don't know what Valve really wants to do with CM. At this point, I you know, every time CM comes out, I love to joke like, oh, it's a new patch. Did they take away her movement speed yet? At some point, I'm expecting Valve will actually do it, just because why the heck not, you know? Unfortunately, she still can move, and so she will play the game. I do love the double ice supports coming in here for Xtreme Gaming, though. Not that there's any synergy like that. It's not like we're playing Marvel Rivals, but yeah, you have two ice heroes. That's kind of cool. Maybe you can get a Lich, and then, I don't know, run Lich support Tusk mid, which is really dumb. Don't do that, but keep the ice team going, you know? AA as well. Here's something that's fun. Clockwork comes in. What did he get to keep? He got to keep Chainmail, did he? Or he kept nothing from his facets? Chainmail.
No,
I believe he kept Chainmail.
Yeah, he's got the chainmail thing, John. You know?
That's dumb.
10 seconds.
I mean, it's not like you're ever going to use it, John. You know?
Yeah, then why keep it? Why keep it? Right? Like, if you're never going to use it, why not just give it a wider cogs? Like, what was the thought process in letting him keep Chainmail?
But he still has the cogs.
Does he have the wider cogs?
Yeah, he still has it. He still has. Don't you worry.
Right.
He's still. I mean, are they wider? I don't even remember anymore. But they're still doing the same thing. You know, you're still pushing people around. You're still burning mana.
10 seconds remaining.
If it's the smaller cogs, it's just kind of sad. But we'll see. That profit coming out. This is pretty exciting. Yes, it is. It is.
Okay.
You and I saw how strong those cogs were when they just placed that facet in. It was so good. And then Clockwork kind of, you know, he wasn't getting that much play before.
John?
Yeah, you know, I want Schofield to be a bro and just buy nothing but brown boots and like chainmails every time he has the gold for it. Just eat some chainmail, brother. Use that innate. I'm not even joking. You know what? You know who should have a facet like that? Crystal Maiden should have a facet where she starts with 100 move speed. She has to eat her boots. She could eat boots upgrades. She could eat like tranquil boots to help speed things along. But she needs to eat boots. That's the way we're going. That's it. We got the Sand King coming out. So I'm guessing this is our Ame here. It could be XXS as well. But Ame's been playing it more recently here, I believe, in Wallachia Season 8. Oh, sorry, Nothing to Say. Why am I saying Ame? Nothing to Say has been playing it more recently.
I was going to say.
Could be our mid. Yeah, it's like, oh, crazy. Sand King carry. That would be exciting. Nah, not that crazy. But it was also SAR banning it, so they do allow it through. I'm surprised they ban out the Bristle, but they don't really have the burst here on the side of SAR this time around. For SAR's sake, I'm hoping we are waiting for a big win condition, but it looks like Xtreme Gaming is just going to ban out Dark Mago's heroes now. They ban out the Ember. If you ban out Kunkka, you know, you make things easier for yourself. Or again, maybe the big brain play from Xiao 8 is that he's going to pick Kunkka. It's not really good in this lineup. Let him pick Kunkka. To be fair, Kunkka plus DP can be a little bit more scary. That rum buff on a Death Prophet, it's a lot of HP you have to eat through, so I would say this is a game where you would be justified banning a Kunkka out. But I don't know. Like, if they do pick Kunkka, you're running a pause 1 Beastmaster, or if you're crazy enough, a pause 1 Death Prophet with like an Axe Rush, which is kind of insane. Chances are you're not that crazy here on Wits. Yeah, they ban the Ursa instead, so they leave the Kunkka for Dark Mago to have a sense of safety. And what are we getting now for XXS? There's Tide Hunter. There's like a Mars option, which doesn't feel amazing. Not really particularly important in this game.
10 seconds
Brewmaster. Okay, they banned out Brewmaster last. Tide's a very safe bet, but It doesn't feel necessary. Ravage with Wukongs is always nice, plus Epicenter, so if you want to tie in Teamfight, could be the way to go. Underlord instead, much safer bet. AoE control still there. You've got the Ags upgrade. We've been seeing the Ags rush coming in. Has a straight-on 50-50 win rate. Quite nice to see. Very balanced hero. For SAR, I really want to see Wits with a win condition, man. Not something like this Beastmaster one, but we'll have to wait and see. Because if Dark Mago gets that Kunkka, then it's a Beastmaster 1. And it's just... I don't know. It just doesn't feel great when you're behind. And this is a lineup from Xtreme Gaming that goes pretty fast early on. Because, like, CM plus Monkey King is just an insane lane that can run you down so fast. Right? Level 2, level 3 is going to be quite crazy for that duo. Even Tusk and Sand King, there's so much control early on, a lot of mobility in that side lane, or even just Tusk plus Underlord, sorry. You have a lot of follow-through control that you can just rip people apart. They go Enigma. So it's something else, but that does mean we are running a Wits Beastmaster. Now, it's a little bit better here, but I mean, the team fight's nice coming out here on the side of SAR, but so is the team fight on the side of Xtreme Gaming. For Frank, this is going to be one of those games where you actually have to think about like a Blink BKB. Lots of value in it to catch people out if you are going that way. If it is more of an aura build-up kind of Enigma, it's fine. It doesn't feel like you get max value from Eidolons here just because you're already playing into Underlord. So how much the split push can really help, I'm not quite sure here for Frank. Overall, very much more even drafts, I would say. There's no way you kind of run down on either one, although I will say SAR runs that risk a little bit more, where if their early game is a bit rough, they fall behind way quicker. But you always have that comeback play of Black Hole. So it's kind of give and take. Like, yes, if you go behind in farm, your catch-up isn't great, but you always have the threat of Black Hole, and, you know, that can change a game, so... There are some safety nets here for SAR. For Xtreme Gaming, this is pretty straightforward. Nothing to say on a Sand King. Mid matchup for him, though, up against DP is a little bit annoying, especially if you manage to maintain, say, sentry coverage here from Dark Mago. So you can kind of manage. Again, it's nothing to say without too much of an issue. At the same time, it's not really a great Spirit Siphon lane, so you will likely just max out your Crypt Swarm, keep that farm game going. The key thing here for Xtreme Gaming is... how early can you move around with XXS? Like, can he start to throw out these Fiend Gates early on? Can he start to help around with Ame when he's trying to set up on a kill? Or following through from Nothing to Say? Because once you get that ball rolling on Xtreme Gaming, they're not as beholden to cooldowns as you are here on the side of SAR for sure.
Well, here we go. Game number 3 now officially underway. SA Rejects up against Xtreme Gaming. See if they can manage to pull this one off. Some interesting drafts coming out here between these two sides, and always a bit of fun seeing Enigma for Frank. You know, we got to see the Death Prophet coming out. We've got a CM here. It should be a fun game 3 we're in for at the very least. And as you can see, we have officially gotten into it. Hopefully just not a one-sided game, because last game it was just too much. You know, there was no hope left at the 15-minute mark. Hopefully we don't have that again.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, I kind of underplayed it because Clockwork did lose his wider cogs, but Schofield is a fantastic Clockwork from the time we watched him before. And at the least, he can walk underneath a cog and kind of kick around, so I guess that kind of compensates. He was practicing a bit by cutting the trees, which is quite nice. Preventing some angles here later on. Nice and easy. See if this smoke pays off. Doesn't look like Xtreme Gaming's really pushing the envelope this time, looking for an ambush. Their level 1 is, it's honestly quite good, but they are scattered forward, so I'm not looking for that hard commitment. Nice sneaky ward here while it's still under the smoke for XXS. Gonna be a bit hard to spot that one out.
Well, smoke will be broken topside. They could try for Schofield. They won't. That'll be about it. Be a 2-for-2 trade on the banner runes anyway. They'll walk away from there and get back to their respective lanes. Of course, we can start with the mid lane, where you are going to see Nothing to Say up against the DP of Dark Mago. It's hard. I feel like you should have a pretty good time as Dark Mago on the DP, but it's been a while since I've seen the DP versus Sand King, so You tell me, John. What do you expect from this?
I'd expect it to actually be pretty even in farm. Like Dark Mago does set up with a sentry, and this is going to be key in managing this lane, whether or not you can sentry down, walk away from that sandstorm, kind of keep your farm game going. But if you can kind of keep your distance, and you are seeing the output here with the Crypt Swarm, it is quite painful for Nothing to Say. Doesn't even have the early wand just yet, just wants to rush the bottle, so not going to full, but he will get at least the D ward, which is what you'd want. Really good usage already from Dark Mago for the first level to make things uncomfy for Nothing to Say. But again, level 3, you get level 2 Sandstorm, you're kind of okay on Nothing to Say. You hang back and you just get your farm. So really just a farming lane on mid. You are seeing a bit of a chase out. FY cutting off El Micho. I mean, sort of shenanigans. That also prevents FY from maybe committing for the hard pull on the wave, but he is ensuring that it is just a 1v1 lane here for Wits and for XXS, and when it comes down to it, that's also just a very farm-heavy lane. You just sit back, get your build-up. It is a little bit better for Wits. He can stand back with the Axis, he can micro the boars. Up against double melee, you have a lot of impact here on a max boar build for Wits. It's already getting some of that job done. Well, the damage is there.
El Micho going to be chased down bottom. Looks like he's actually going to make it just fine. Just barely, in fact. Nature's attendance keeping him alive. FY also getting quite low himself. He'll be able to retreat just fine to boot. The bottom lane looks like there might be a bit of action to break out eventually. Even mid lane, Nothing to Say was getting very low. But this is kind of what I was saying. Like, I kind of anticipate that the DP should just be able to run down Nothing to Say. And this should happen over and over again. It should just keep getting worse here for NTS.
That it should. I'm a little bit surprised Nothing to Say is putting himself a little bit closer to the firing line. Like that walk down to mid, giving an easy angle for Clip Swarms, and it keeps happening. It has to be a little bit cautious. There is mana sustain here on Dark Mago to apply that pressure, and for him, he might start to consider an earlier jungle or just some stack priority later on. But a good start already, at the very least, in terms of laning here from the side of SAR. All of their cores having a great time. Last lane up top that we haven't really watched, as you have the picture-in-picture of Nothing to Say TPing home and walking back. You're getting a pretty fantastic time going here for good old Frank. Just sitting back, farming with the Eidolons. You're getting some good spacing out here from your Clockwork of Schofield. They have Lotus control as well. And this lane up top, again, theoretically can be quite aggressive. Crystal Nova with a chase down from Ame. But it is quite a fair few Eidolons you have to dig through, and you have to show a lot of respect for the cogs here. Schofield, he has shown he can maximize quite nicely, so it is forcing a much more conservative play.
Well, Chase is on now, bottom lane. FY almost down, not quite going to fall. In fact, now it seems like El Micho could have gone too far. XXS actually uphill misses, gonna make it so he's still alive. FY, he'll come back in for the kill. That'll be first blood for FY, and they worked hard for it.
They did. A nice little pickup for them to find. Of course, they are still fairly low in regen, so you will need a bit of a reset, at least on FY, but he does get his level 3. Happy days. That also cut off the farm from Wits, forced to kind of go for that chase down. He's not able to get as much as he'd want in that lane. And look at Nothing to Say's position now in mid. He is playing in more awkward spots, trying to just maximize what he can with, say, Sandstorm. Up top, maybe a little bit aggressive, but not really able to follow through. I think that's the one thing here for the side of SAR. Getting on top of this Monkey King is really risky for Schofield. And even getting on top of the CM is a little bit of a risk, so... And just focus on that farm, but that's exactly what you want in the Enigma anyhow. Just want to sit back, get that early build-up, and just soak up on Clockwork. No risks to be taken here whatsoever.
Absolutely not. Zero to 1 thus far. Mid lane still being dominated by Dark Mago. It's like Nothing to Say is eventually just going to revert into the jungle and start farming stacks instead, and that's the one thing he can do. Meanwhile, bottom, another chase is on. Wits. Actually, FY dropping a little bit too low is going to go down. Wits able to just retreat safely. Doesn't really end up paying for anything apart from a bit of HP, and he's going to get a salve anyway. He's a happy boy.
And he is a little bit late in the gate there for Xnova to come by and help out. So only support kills being found, but some pretty nice kills for both sides to kind of just get a freebie on so far. First power rune coming up soon, and you see that emphasis here from the side of SAR, dragging both supports down onto mid. Just really wanting to cut off Nothing to Say as much as possible. Level 6 already up in Dark Mago as well. So the Exo push can start here. We'll just pop it early. Not much Nothing to Say can really do.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Forced out. And at least he still has his triangle, but this is early sieging that you do get out with the Death Prophet. It just doesn't feel like they have too much to do. I mean, the top of fourth, siege creep still standing up top though.
Yeah, mid top lane, Frank. Getting pretty low, but is going to be able to survive it. It looks like as if FY and Xnova actually the ones to go down. I thought maybe he'd die eventually, but the Dark Mago with the double kill.
Pretty good read coming out there from the side of SAR. Managing to maximize it enough onto mid. They got some good damage onto the tier 1 anyhow. They turned that into a nice team fight up top. Really good ways of cutting position here with Schofield and these cogs. And for the side of Xtreme, you do have to be a little bit cautious about that. This Enigma turnaround potential with Malefice and with the summons, if you don't manage to clear them out, if you don't have your, say, Underlord around or your Seaman spamming out higher level Crystal Novas, then that damage does rack up. A 3-1 start, 3k lead for SAR early. And it's not quite, you know, fully reminiscent of game 1 where it was complete stomping, but the foundations are laid here for SAR to have a good game. Right, like you're getting nice farm for Wits down bot. You're already getting this push up top with the Eidolon army of Frank. He's got Black Bolt set to go as well. Dark Mago's not been under any pressure from Nothing to Say. Although at least now Nothing to Say does have his level 6. Does have a raindrop to help sustain through. But look at the vision game here from SAR. A nice ward between the mid tier 1, tier 2, which they planted earlier, just to keep eyes if they make this deep movement onto Nothing to Say. They can try to look for that kill. They've already done a lot of tower damage. Again, you haven't had as much here, or if any at all, from the side of Xtreme Gaming. They are set to go again. It's only a few more seconds until next exorcism is up, and they can just look to fight. Maybe over these ruins? Not quite.
Nothing to say. We'll get to the high ground. It'll be just fine, but the mid tier 1 tower under pressure. Dark Mago. Gonna find the tier 1 tower, no problem. And Xtreme, for now, there's no real response to it. They don't really seem to care too much. I think they realize against this kind of DP draft, I mean, they're against Beastmaster and Enigma as well, so chances are you are going to be losing these tier 1s pretty early on. The thing is, Dark Mago, he's got Exorcism, so he can just go again. He's just going to head down bottom, see if he can maybe set up for that tier 1 tower as well. And it'd be pretty classic DP gameplay if that was the case.
That it is. Already set up nicely for it. And Creep Wave is coming in, and really no sign of defense yet on the side of Xtreme. I mean, they have to wait, right? Like, this blink timing for Nothing to Say is so stalled out. Doesn't have that much farm. In fact, the farm of 2 for Course and Xtreme are barely above El Micho's on the Enchantress. Just the state of the game right now. At the least, again, you have some room. You've been getting some build-up here, especially on XXS. The Underlord is able to farm, but that is just aura gameplay you're looking for here. Take that. Chasing down on mid, just a tad.
Yeah, that they are. But they will have to leave him be. They do retreat on the side of Xtreme Gaming. Bit of a group up in mid again. It seems like they're going to just drop Schofield here. Schofield actually finding a pretty nice cogs, but the Dark Mago without the Exorcism, in fact, never mind. They're going to try and turn anyway. XXS, he did join the fray. Dark Mago may be going a bit too far, but he's still healing up through it, but no, it's not enough. They can't tank through the damage of Nothing to Say with the Epicenter. So Dark Mago has overstayed his welcome, and it was the weird thing, right? Because the Fiends Gate came in, and that's when he turned around for the fight. So it's like, I mean, he survived a long time in the DP, but certainly without the Exo, he just can't stand his ground.
No. And it's also just really awkward right now for SAR to try to force wider fights because their supports are still, you know, inching towards level 6. Schofield's still at 4. He hasn't really been soaking up, right? He's been trying to play the lanes, play setup for his team. Frank's not going to be showing up anytime soon as well, as he is just farming his aura buildup on this Enigma. So it's quite a lot of risk with not a lot of reward. Xtreme Gaming going to be quite happy with that gold injection for themselves. They are still 5k behind, but that helps accelerate this blink timing for Nothing to Say. And again, he still maintains triangle control. There are wards here, but they're not really able to hunt him down in that area just yet. So, I mean, you're happy enough to, again, just play patiently, get some blinks up. Schofield is trying to be a nuisance at the least. It does cut off some of that form, but you are still gaining quite a good amount here for Nothing to Say. Considering, again, how far behind he was a while ago. Things are on the slight up and up. Not evened out, but in a positive trend at the very least, Mikey.
Absolutely. Things are going for SAR, that's for sure. It's surprising how low Arme's net worth is in comparison to everyone else, I've got to say. I mean, I know he's playing MK, but he's having a pretty rough time. 3.2k net worth is almost half the net worth right now of Dark Mago. He's been having a fantastic time with his DP. That's even after the death of Dark Mago, that last team fight. Just going to be what feels like an eternity till you have an MK that can fight with you at this point.
It's just down to the fact that I don't think he ever got to be able to gap close onto Frank and try to abuse level 1 to 2. Even then, it's a little bit awkward for the Monkey to play into all of those Eidolons. Your lane support, well, theoretically you could do some good with, you couldn't really line up, and without Echo Saber you can't join these fights, so Ami's just not able to also try to feed off some of those pickoffs we've been seeing here that Xtreme Gaming have been finding. So it's just overall slower because he can't join the tempo. Once the Echo Saber's up, perhaps starts to feel a little bit more confident and starting to get some assists in for his team. But again, this is allowing this build-up as well for SAR. Ags for Wits, just about 400 gold off. Full pipe for Frank. Another about 700 gold. Or ish gold to come in. X-Nova.
Hook, top lane, X-Nova. Gonna get caught out. Is gonna go down. Meanwhile, Wits, he's going to find FY as well. FY, nice freebie. That's without the Ags there for Wits to boot. He'll have enough gold for the Aghanim Scepter now. So the Beastmaster going to be online. One saving grace for Xtreme Gaming is the fact that you've got Nothing to Say with the blink up now. So you've got some nice initiation and counter initiation from our Sand King. But as you can see by the odds, it's a pretty one-sided affair thus far in this game number 3. 7k advantage is the craziest part here for SAR. Considering they don't have anything like an Alk. You know, nothing, they have 3 farming cores, but it's a big advantage. Stark Mago, gonna get jumped. He'll be worth a lot of money if they can get him. He's not gonna be the easiest target, but they've got so many heroes around him. So he's just siphoning through it though. Now the black hole and the hook shot, it just holds everyone down. They can't kill him. They got him one time, but that was about all they got. Dark Mago just took on 5 of them basically by himself for a while.
I mean, the impact Schofield's having with these cogs is massive. The fact that you can walk over him, shrink him down, angle out your hits. He just landed, what, 2 hits out with 2 different cogs, and that was enough to buy time for the rest of the team to swing by here from SAR. Finally get a massive showing for the first black hole from Frank as well. Catching one, but the important one in Nothing to Say. And really, this net worth deficit, like you pointed it out from Ame, but it's really all down to this Monkey not being able to farm. Look at this position. Schofield hanging the side, expecting action, gets the 1 cog hit, gets another cog hit onto the side on FY, gets another hit onto Nothing to Say. And then that's just it. It's just too much time where they're not able to jump in, try to get the punch. Walrus Punch never came out. Might have been able to secure the kill if that cog didn't connect onto FY, but Schofield landed his shots just well. Perfect gameplay from our clock.
No, it absolutely was, and it's just Dark Mago. He's just so tanky right now as the DP. He's always going to have that great turn potential with Spirit Siphon spam, and unfortunately for Xtreme, they just have not got any sort of damage, any sort of answers right now, apart from Nothing to Say. Well, even he wasn't proving to be enough last team fighters. They're going to go again. Hookshot is out onto X-Nova. They do have Nothing to Say channeling up the epicenter, and he will go in onto Schofield. Raw committed as well to FY, who's just melting to the damage. And they still haven't killed Schofield. Schofield's fine. The Epi proving to be nowhere near enough. Axes will actually kill off Nothing to Say. Zwitz will claim a double kill. Meanwhile, top lane, they found Name. It's just a disastrous game right now for Xtreme Gaming. And this draft of theirs, it doesn't really play well from behind. In fact, I feel as though it plays really badly from behind.
That it does, because your Underlord just becomes a little bit of an aura creep, right? Like there's no way to connect, to maximize, say, Fiend's Gate. You're not getting a fast Ags here. You're forced to go for more economical choices. Your Monkey King never finds pickoff, so it never farms because you don't build Maelstrom nowadays on the Monkey. It's been a very slow progress for Ame. We saw NTS, even just Epicenter on a support without Ags, it's brutally low damage. That was completely solo. Schofield was alone, copying the entirety of it, and still not enough. It's not good news.
Stun out of Nothing to Say. Just a Malefice, but it is going to lock him down for a little bit, and the chase is on now. Nothing to Say. This is your mid-Sand King. Just has no chance of survival that time around, and it's just getting worse here. They've got Exorcism back up on Dark Mago. He'll have a BKB up right about now. It's just on the courier, and Roshan, it just started. No reason not to.
No. Nice and quick with all of the Eidolons, for the drums banging away here. 13-4, 13k lead at 18 minutes in, 17.5 minutes in. And for Xtreme, your best bet now is some sort of overextension from the side of SAR. If you somehow catch them off guard, they get overconfident without, say, Black Hole, without the Exorcism, perhaps. And that's where you can start to shine, but it's so hard to see that moment. Really, the big thing to kind of try to farm here is Ags on Nothing to Say. Deso is nice on Ame. That doesn't quite feel like enough. Maybe if you had something protective here to allow you to actually just stand and fight, like say a BKB. Maybe after the Deso, that's a lot of farm you have to sit through though. And it just doesn't feel like Xtreme Gaming has that much time left. Look at the pressure. Last outer tower just being taken by Wits. There's nothing they can do to stop it. Just completely losing access to the outside 18 minutes in. Blink up now for Frank as well, so he can initiate with these black holes. And I know it's a tricky game for the side of Xtreme Gaming.
Although FY is going to throw the shards out on Dark Mago. The line's being drawn towards the top side of the map. X-Nova looks like he is going to get run into rather soon. Just trying to find any form of farm he can, but also we're seeing a position where he can tank any kind of gangster incoming for Ame. Very nice hook shot, by the way. But at least he'll give Ame the space. I mean, Ame was just north of him. So X-Nova, he'll tank the gank for his carry. FY also going to go down now. Unfortunately, as they're going to find Wits with a Raw. It's like you can give Ame all the space in the world, but it's just he needs so much time. He's still 7k net worth. And that's compared to the POS1 Beastmaster that's sitting at currently 13k almost.
It's down to the itemization. Just going for the Echo Saber, expecting a bit more activity and never finding it. This is where it kind of hurts, right? Because you never found those early engagements, you don't have farm. Compared to the old Maelstrom, Mjolnir kind of build, you don't have that speed in the jungle, so it's just slow going. And that's all it is. Ame just has to kind of deal with it, farm what he can. At the least now, you have one saving tool, FY with a blink. This could be a game changer. You can stall out some of these fights, get some snowballs going. and hopefully provide an opening for the side of Xtreme Gaming, which really hasn't presented itself yet. For the side of SAR, I mean, look, they've taken all the outer objectives. They still have 2 minutes on Roshan. It is a little bit risky to go for the high ground. We'll go for the safe play onto the Tormentor instead. Could eventually find it, get himself a free shard out. Jetpack would be quite nice to find. I'll have to wait and see if they get lucky with that one. We'll go to El Micho instead. So Sprink is some utility anyhow. Not too unhappy about that. Smoke out for FY, maybe just a bit of a ward run. Trying to spot out where SAR might be farming. Frank is alone.
Oh, Arme. Jumping around, Rocket Flare's not going to scout him. He's going to be so careful against this Beastmaster clock. They've just got so many ways of chopping down these trees and finding out where this MK is. And that's what makes it extra hard for this Monkey King, is like you're never going to feel safe. If they spot you for just a second, you are in huge trouble. They're slowly chipping away at this top tier 1 tower with the siege creep at least in the meantime. Frank's there to slowly defend on his own as the Enigma. If you want to jump him, you can try. He's got a full pipe up though. It's not going to be that easy. They will give it a crack. Maybe they can burst him down. Walrus Punch with the epicenter. He does eventually go down. They'll find a massive pickoff, but it's going to cost them nothing to say, and it's also going to cost them FY. I'll tell you what, I can't even believe they got the kill. So I'd say that's a bit of a win.
That it is. You're happy enough. It's way more gold going away of Xtreme Gaming, so you'll take it. You needed that injection. You get a little bit more acceleration into the Ags here for nothing to say. Worthwhile for his life. I don't think you're dissuaded here at all on SAR though. They spot 2.
And Wits just jumping onto X-Nova. Boundless Strike going to buy a bit of space for X-Nova, but the Axes are just going to get the job done anyway. Keep in mind, you've got 10 seconds for the Aegis, so there's going to be a full reset on Wits any moment now. It's not like he'll be out of mana. Jump in from XXS. Pit of Malice with the Wukong's command. It's just all defensive. Burrow Strike out as well into Dark Mago, but again, there's no damage. He's got 4 Spirit's Life and charges ready whenever as well. Full BKB available at 9 seconds. He just wants to move it.
Wukong's down now. Epicenter's still down for 20. Not sure how you're supposed to dance around this. I don't think you even have to factor freezing field in. It just doesn't feel all too relevant. They're slowly chipping at Dark Mago at least.
I mean, at least X is twice here.
Yeah. Can't go for the full committal. They just throw the Mud Golem forward just to get some chip damage onto the objective, but they hang on to the high ground. Aegis does expire. Smoke play SAR. They still find a kill outside the base though. They catch Ame. It'd be quite nice here to try to seal the deal.
Smoke wrap around. Xtreme Gaming. Oh, mate. Trying to retreat. Gonna be okay for now. Schofield's on the lookout. They're gonna find maybe the CM instead. X-Nova does get spotted though. Nice crystal clone. It'll block the way. Very quick thinking here from the CM.
Oh.
However, still the fight will break out. They'll try to get Schofield, and they do actually find both supports. Massive start already for Xtreme. Problem is, Wits could not give a crap. He's jumped in for a quick roar, but decided he wants out. Just screaming at people.
Yeah, why not? Maybe letting off some rage and his 2 supports died. Pretty big kills for Xtreme. 1.2k gold getting injected their way. Not that much enough to, again, turn the tides, but very important to find nonetheless. Full Ags for nothing to say is revealed from that fight. But you get some progress on Ame now. 4 stacks in the Deso, going for the BKB next. I'm a little bit surprised SAR just, again, kind of fragmenting a bit here. Surely you just stick together, play with this potential team fight you can bring out. Instead of giving these opportunities out to Xtreme. Granted, you need to make that mistake a couple more times for it to really start to even the game out. Have to see if that's something SAR is interested in whatsoever. Almost at the BKB timing here for Wits. Looks like same thing's going here for Frank. So probably just waiting for double BKB timing, tying into, say, maybe this eventual heart from Dark Mago as well. Just gonna make it feel impossible to kill off. So, yeah, no rush for the side of SAR. 1 BKB flying out now for Wits. Frank's still 500 gold, 700 gold away. And you're just gonna have to wait for it. Let's wait and see. Gate usage. Spot out. Don't know if it's spotted on the side.
Well, top lane. Looks like they are going to find Xnova again. Xnova? No, he's okay for now. Arme, though, that's a much bigger deal. And it seems like they're just going to keep tabs on it. Where's Arme go? Into the tree line for now. Nothing to say, meanwhile, dead to Frank. Hook shot. Arme actually trying for a fight, it looks like. Maybe just appreciating there's no way out. He does get a kill. I actually don't believe he had a way out. I guess he could have tried, but it was pretty rough with the clockwork just hanging around.
I mean, look, he gets a, again, pretty high net worth kill. That's 428 plus 207 gold just for killing a support clock. Like, yeah, you are happy enough to find these kills here on Ame. You get the Deso charge up, you're closer to your BKB. You're stalling time. This fight's a little bit away from high ground objectives, although the creep wave is massive now from the side of SAR. For SAR's part, they still have all their ultimates. They have this BKB Black Hole set on Frank. They've got the Exo set to go. There is a bit of a surprise tool, though. XXS with a full Ags. Now you might be able to catch people by surprise. The initiation angle, say with Epicenter here, from nothing to say with a follow-up, that can do some damage. It is looking pretty darn good, and this threat of high ground defense is going to make SAR think twice about making their way up onto the objectives. And we'll have to hold back. Next row still 20 seconds away until we see that respawn, or the guaranteed respawn here. Probably the next play lined up for the side. Although they catch again, Xnova.
Yeah, Xnova. Nothing much he can do. He's playing CM. If anything, he's buying space. He's doing his job. Space for who? We don't know yet. But I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. You know, it's going. Like, XXS has gone pretty far on the Underlord, you know? He's doing pretty good.
Wisdom? Dark Mago?
I mean, Dark Mago is taking a fair bit of damage. This will be a huge pick if they can get it. He's trying to heal up Draw, but he can't do it. Black Hole, though. Frank, he caught both of them in the Shrine of Wisdom. He just needs some help.
What?
The Wukong's just deleting people. Well, hold on a minute.
What was that?
But that was Xtreme Gaming finding an answer. Maybe. That was pretty good.
I mean, it's great for them. Well, why did Frank come in with a Black Hole in the Wukongs without anyone else backing him up? Like, Wits doesn't have a TP, all right. You have a TP on El Misho and you have a TP on Schofield. The response just wasn't there. And that is a huge swing of gold. Again, 2.2k in the way of Xtreme Gaming. SAR, that's a bit of a slip up. Black Hole down for a little bit longer. I do appreciate the Ags build up here on Frank. Just getting that pull, gravitational pull going and the additional percent-based damage, but you are allowing Xtreme Gaming to have a game to play, right? BKB done on Ame. Less of a threat. That Blink Dagger paying dividends off here for FY. Roshan is open. I should be able to find this, but it's very obvious with Aurora. And you could fight in that area if you so wish here on Xtreme. It doesn't look like they want to risk it. They want to punish when SAR is fragmented. And they're happy enough to try to deal with 2 lives or just stall the game, which they have been doing a great job on. But that is a huge lead to bleed out, but down to 14k. You have to avoid these mistakes. It gets a little bit scary the more you hand over.
I mean, that it does. FY, top lane, they are on the hunt. Wits, he'll go for a quick roar out on to the CM, finding a kill. You did have Arme and FY there, but obviously not seeing the opening against this Beastmaster currently. And that'll be about all she wrote. They will just leave the area here, Xtreme. This is gonna surprisingly could get to a point where Xtreme could actually push this game back. You know, the scaling on SAR isn't exactly the craziest. You know, it's still a POS 1 Beastmaster. Like, it looks amazing now, but if they ever get close to being on parity, you could be in trouble.
That's what I'm saying. Why are
Arme's
you making these mistakes? Right?
Arme's kind of showing you don't need much. You don't need much to actually push a fight their way. You know, that Wukong's did a lot that last time.
Yeah, if you're fragmented, it's just SAR. That was maybe just a rough decision. Maybe not all on the same page. Shouldn't happen again. Because if it does, then this game is getting flipped. Like, this network lead starts to be a little bit less relevant at 10k at 40, let's say. 10k at 40, not as big, not as important anymore. Not as many item differences that really stand out. So, you do run that risk. Full heart up for Dark Mago, just tanking up a little bit more. Has been very difficult to kill. They're still trying to chase Ame and Schofield, but it is hard to keep track of that monkey. You should see the monkey walking across the lane now, but I don't know if they really want to keep this chase going. I'm surprised they're not committing for anything on the high ground with the Aegis. Maybe wanting a pick off first. They've got the full butterfly up on Wits. They are smoked up on Xtreme. There is damage here. And I can say with the Ags up.
Schofield messing with Arme. Nice little pushback off the tree. Arme, though, looking to punish him. Schofield forced up to the low ground. Here comes Frank now, but they've got the Fiend's Gate coming in. Arme, he does make it out. Schofield will not. Arme at least forced to use his BKB, I guess. Maybe now you force a push knowing the BKB's down.
Yeah. It's less the BKB, more that these two ults were dropped. Like, Fiend's Gate down, Wukong's down for a little bit longer as well. You are free to go without worrying about these big teamfight tools outside of just Epi. The Epi is nice, but you don't have the most farm and nothing to say, and we'll just go for it. You've got the banner as well. Creepwave will stay alive. Can you find an angle here for nothing to say? It's all down to him. He's the only one with spells here.
Tier 3 bottom tower. I mean, it's going down quick. Still half duration on the Exo and Wits. He's going to jump in for a roar onto FY. Not quite finding the kill, though. FY buys himself time with the Yules, but a black hole catching two from Frank. FY is gone. XXS four-staffed away for now, barely alive, but the chase is on with the Ghosts. FY, he brought back, but they've already lost XXS. This Epicenter does nothing against the pipe. There's no damage being provided. Arme, he'll move in eventually with the Wukongs and does catch Schofield with it. Jump in again from FY. They've got Frank now. Two of them dead. Turn around from Dark Mago, trying to kill X Nova, and they do get the CF, but he's got buyback. He'll commit. Back on a FY. Hoping for a dieback on this Tusk. They've got him. Wits dropping low. Still has the Aegis though. Is going to lose his first life. Now the Crystal Maiden freezing field with the Burrow Strike doing a lot of work as El Misho does go down. But can you deal with Wits a second time is the question. And apparently the answer is going to be yes. They'll force him to retreat. He does already find the bottom racks with his side anyway. But in some sense, Xtreme are defending. They're holding out. It's just costing a lot.
I mean, again, you're seeing the damage coming in from Ame, and that's the key. It's really... does he have Wukongs? If he does, they can fight. If he doesn't have Wukongs, well, there's not a lot of minus armor mitigation right now on the side of SAR. You know, you don't have anything like an AC to at least help with the Desert debuff, and that's really leading to a lot of this physical burst. But you saw just how difficult it is without the Wukongs as well. Like, they jump in, the Epicenter did nothing. The Black Hole, maybe not ideal here from Frank, but it does the job it needs to. Catching some good heroes on hand. And it just makes it difficult to look for that follow-up. They're very fortunate that the cooldown on Wukong's is short enough that could still find some trades in the end. But it is still a painful time whenever that's down. This is an opportunity. You're seeing the picture-in-picture. They know Wukong's is down for a little bit longer. They just go ahead, pop the Exo, try to go for another objective. Is off cooldown once more, and again, you can see Ame by himself can get the damage done. Only him.
Jump in. They're going to try for Dark Mago. They've got him. Dark Mago. They just threw everything but the kitchen sink at him, but he completely blew up. In fact, now they're looking for a bit more. Schofield, he's able to hook shot away. but they've got the primary target in Dark Mago. That'll put an end to the push. They'll hold on to the mid-racks. And again, Xtreme, I mean, it doesn't look pretty, but they're holding on. They've still got an 18% chance of pulling off this victory on Xtreme Gaming's it.
And again, it's just all down to, can you get Ame in a good position to Wukongs? He's found it a couple of times. That is a very isolated Wukongs just on an overextending DP. Have to be a little bit cautious about that here on the side of SAR. It's kind of strange as well. I figured Elmisho got his 4-staff way earlier. He doesn't. So you really need these multiple 4-staffs to help your cores out, get them out of the Wukongs, or maybe drag even the monkey out just to break Wukongs, and then it is manageable outside of that ultimate. It's just a matter of not having all these tools yet. They hang in here, Xtreme Gaming. There's that 1-4. Oh, they cut Ame's tree.
Oh, they cut Ame's tree, all right. Yes, they did, Jonathan. That's gonna hurt. No buyback on Ame for 80 seconds. He's just gonna have to wait the old-fashioned way. Dark Mago's up in 5. Very nice catch here by Frank and Elmisho. You hate to see it if you're Xtreme Gaming, but unfortunately, yeah, they're about 700 gold short for buyback on this MK. So it looks like they'll be having to play against Megas if they're hoping for a Game 3 win.
Yeah, mind you, the respawn is fairly short. All your spells are up on his respawn, so you could look to play.
They've got Cogs on XXS, pushback on FY as well, who blinked into the Cogs unfortunately. FY is gonna die. BKB forced out from XXS, but now with the Exorcism available, they're just gonna go after the final 2 barracks, and well, Ame still 28 seconds away from spawning again. Nowhere near quick enough, unfortunately. And there's just nothing that they can do to defend, nothing to say. He's got Epicenter, he's gonna give it a crack. Jumping in, he'll go for Schofield, but Schofield just 4-stars to the low ground. He's just gonna be perfectly fine. And that's Mega Creeps. The Xtreme, not out of it yet, at least. You know, you can force SAR to just retreat and do the old happy death.
Pretty much. They are just gonna take it slow. You know, EXO down, Black Hole still down for a little bit longer. Inside of Xtreme Gaming. And again, we've seen it. Ame can get that job done, but it just feels like it's only Ame. There's no damage coming out from Nothing to Say. The control is pretty key from XXS, to be fair. But that's it. Like, everything has to be here to set up for the Monkey King. I'm sure SAR is very aware of that. They've had a target painted on Ame's back for a long time in this game now. We'll have to see. They can take it slow. Roshan is up if they'd want. They do scout out with the Eidolons. They can go for that safe objective here on the side of SAR first. There's something to actually help with some of this minus armor. Finally, an Assault Cure is out for Wits, so that will help mitigate, to an extent, some of this damage. Along with that Crimson Guard, of course, of El Misho. Into the Roche they'd go. Of course, Xtreme, they're ready. This could be a nice spot. You get a good Wukongs in that choke point. Could spell the game, or could spell a little bit of a push back here.
Yeah, they're coming. You see Dark Mago. That's a great start. Hook shot is out, actually saving the day. Schofield, he took all of it. Schofield took the bullet for Dark Mago, and now the Black Hole catching 3 of them. A disaster of a fight. They'll continue almost finding Wits, and in fact they do take down the Beastmaster, but he's got buyback. There's no way. The Fiend's Gate at least allowing a way out for XXS. And Ame for that matter. The chase will continue for FY. FY, he does find the angle to TP up behind the tree line. So really not the worst. I mean, you bought back on Ame, but it feels as though you're still in the game somewhat here for Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah. I mean, you prevent the Roshan from coming out. You do not want to buy back just yet, of course, on Wits. So there's a little bit of a stall here. A 1-minute stall where, you know, you can kind of just respawn again in Xtreme. Know about the Roshan, maybe set up for it on daytime now up top. You're going to get a lot more durability coming in as well. XXS has the full Assault Cures up, mitigating a ton of damage that even Dark Mago is doing with, say, Exo. Trying to queue up the Ags at least to keep some consistent damage coming in, but And, the Assault Curious does make that a little bit harder. Kickback now available in FY, so long as he can actually blink and kick. There are some tools here, man. It is possible. And it's down to... It all kind of opened up from that play around the Shrine of Wisdom earlier on, where they kind of got greedy just a tad bit from Dark Mago and Frank. And it is leading to these opportunities, where now Kickback is a threat here from FY. He can try to isolate these heroes out. He can make it very complicated for SAR to actually look for these fights. And SAR, for their part, they've got to have a clean Roche here up top. I'm wondering if they even want it. They do have some wards watching on the jungle area right next to Roche, so it should be relatively safe here. They are setting up, and they will bring Wits in. So, Roshan it is, with a refresh shard and the cheese. Double Exo could be quite nice, or double Roar even could be quite nice. We'll have to see who the priority is. Smoke out. Xtreme, they'll try again. It worked pretty well last time. Not quick enough this time.
A 4-man smoke now from Xtreme Gaming. Counter smoke though, straight out from SAR. A hard fight for Xtreme to approach. They've got to find a way somehow. Amp damage even on Dark Mago, going to make life even harder for everyone involved. At least for Xtreme. His bottom lane, XXS was spotted on the Underlord. He'll go for a PKB, but there's no way to TP out of this. And well, unfortunately, XXS is just forced to die. They'll go for more now. Hook shots off the mark for FY, but it won't really matter. Wukong's was committed to Dark Mago. He's taking a full epicenter. They are trying to burst down at least Dark Mago, but the black hole once again. Frank, he caught everyone. Caught all of them. GG.
Man.
SAR, I mean, I didn't think they'd be pulling off the victory here 2-1. But they do it. And game 1 and 2, they made it look kind of easy. Game 2 was the only one that looked kind of hard, but game 1 and 3, it was a pretty good time.
Yeah, look, game 2, they did make it look easy for Xtreme Gaming, but this one, a lot closer as we've seen. There were some opportunities given. To be fair, though, SAR did have control for most of that game there, right? Like, they had a really strong start. You had this great timing coming out from Dark Mago and from Wits, and the lane matchups did end up quite nicely here. The key issue for Xtreme Gaming was just that Ame, going for the Echo Saber, did not find any early fights to take participation in. This is the one good early fight that they found here on the side of Xtreme, where it felt like you did overextend here just a tad bit more on the side of SAR. It was also right next to the other fight that really stood out was that Shrine of Wisdom fight overall. But for Xtreme Gaming, I think it just boiled down to they lost their lane top too hard. And Ame just, again, with Echo Saber alone, couldn't make these plays. Once he had some farm, that's where he started to try. And this is the fight where they kind of got a little bit overconfident here, and they didn't bring more numbers. They canceled the TPs. They didn't even bother to come in anymore. After seeing the black hole fail, staggered in a little bit too much. But beyond that, you know, if Wukong's wasn't there, you would just find openings like this. Like, Wukong's is down here, Ame can't fight. They have Epicenter, they'll use it, but it just does nothing. Nothing to say has no damage. And he's popping it there, and again, there was just a damage issue. They were too far behind. And SAR's early game is just nuts. I think a lot of that is really down to their supports. It feels like Schofield and El Misho has been doing so much work to really enable their cores in these side lanes to really shut down the side of any team they play up against. But in here, of course, up against Xtreme, they just suppress the hell out of Ame, ensure that this Underlord couldn't get early aura to try to intervene in these fights. And they just had all the conditions set to get their power spike to going for themselves. That's all they need to get done in the early game. And again, the supports really shine. Closing out with style, of course, there's that massive black hole. But it felt like it was already kind of cleaned up from there. The moment you kick out... Yeah, the moment you kick out the DP from Wukong and you can't kill her, it's like, it's kind of done. Maybe if you won that, you could stall for another fight, but hard to see. For SA Rejects, standout player... I mean, I really want to say Schofield here. I think this Clockwork just did so much work. Finding the vision, kind of really bullying out the lane, preventing the Monkey King CM to even approach the lane. Ame just had Echo Saber and just sat back the entire game for the most part. It's just so tough. As Schofield really shining in the series, really showing off what he can do with these less popular supports like the Clockwork, the Nyx. They both looked amazing on him. And that's one thing I love about Schofield. He's such a nasty pause forward to play up against, Mike.
He certainly is. Props to him, standout player here for game number 3, and props to SAR for pulling off the 2-1 victory against Xtreme Gaming. Xtreme. As SAR again, they'll be proceeding. Happy days. With that, Jonathan, that is it for the first 2 series of the day. We do have 2 more series coming right up as well. What is our next series anyway? What is our next series, Jonathan? Do you have it on hand?
That series took so long. I kind of my brain melted by game.
That's all right. I believe it's Yandex versus MOUZ versus Tundra. I believe is where we're going, Jonathan.
No.
Is it MOUZ versus... No, it is Yandex
versus Navi. Yandex versus Navi. Yeah, there
I've got it right. I had it right the first time. My apologies. Right. Team Yandex versus Navi. We've got 2 brand new casts coming up. I believe T-Panda is on his way right now, so don't go anywhere. We're going to head to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with more great Dota 2 action. We'll see you then.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Happy to welcome you folks back to the evening shift here at the PGL Wallachia Season 8 and the B-Stream. 2 final matches, 2 pretty high-stakes games. These are the elimination matches. For the first time in the course of this tournament, 4 teams, 2 of them will push forward to the next day, and 2 we will say goodbye to after their games. This is T-Panda, joined by Lelis once again, and we're going to be covering Yandex versus Navi, followed by MOUZ and Tundra. There was a small chance, Lelis, we might have been covering the ESL1 Birmingham Grand Finals matchup in an elimination series, but thankfully for their seeding, they're not going to be playing against each other now. But that would have been wild, but we could still end up having both of those 2 teams out and crown a fresh champion for the tournament.
Yeah, a bit unexpected that these teams are the bottom teams, I'll be honest. I feel like if someone ran some... what's it called? Like, if people were betting on this, the bettors would probably lose all their money because like Yandex won this tournament last time, and then they're just like 0-2. And same thing for Tundra. They won the last LAN tournament, and they're also 0-2. They're playing with the stand-in, but even with the stand-in, they showed that they're a really good team, right? They did well at previous tournaments as well. So let's see if these teams can come back. I mean, I'm sure they're no stranger to being in this situation, and I'm sure if you won the LAN, you definitely understand what it takes to win. So I'm sure both these teams, they can come back. Let's see. Unfortunately, only one of these teams is going to make it through. right? Not make it through, right? Survive this round.
And I think that's a really good point to bring up as well, because we have a theme in Finland, or it's a bit of a meme and a theme sometimes. Winning culture. You either win by small ways or you take big wins like a tournament win. Na'Vi is a lineup and a team that hasn't had that much winning success. To be blunt, to be honest, they're always there, they're always contending, and they've had a good winning trend, but consistency can mean winning everything. Consistency can mean losing everything. Consistency can also mean win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. And I feel like they're in that bracket right now. They're in the middle ground. Is it a good consistency? Well, this is a pretty high stakes match to show if you still want to stick in here.
Well, they've been consistently qualifying to tournaments. You know, that's already better than not qualifying for anything. Yeah, so a lot of people, they can be really critical about the performance of these teams, but to be one of the teams that wins a tournament, you're like the exception of the exception, right? If you actually think about it. It's like athletes that win tournaments, that win, like the every year there's like a grand tournament of every sport, right? And if there's only one winner and there's multiple losers, thousands of losers.
10 seconds
So qualifying to a tournament is already a really big achievement. At least in Dota, not that many people have the opportunity to play these tournaments. And Na'Vi, they're a very young team, so they're probably learning a lot and getting a lot more experience. And that only makes you stronger, right?
Yeah.
So I have high hopes for this team. I think with the addition of the Gaming Gladiators' previous coach, CY, he can probably bring a lot of experience to them as well. So they're on that, that road to greatness.
CY is definitely an interesting character, right? Because he's only coached 2 teams in his entire Dota career. You mentioned Gaming Gladiators, then Na'Vi from last year's September. So he's basically been with Na'Vi for a bit over a half a year now. Just 2 teams. I mean, you look at most of those coaches, they have like 4, 5, 6 teams. Maybe some might have been short stints. Some might have been like, playing in between for a team. Or most of the coaches end up being like, Dota 1 veterans. CY is kind of like the new guy behind the block. He's 29 years of age. He's playing with a team filled with 20-year-olds and less than 20-year-olds. So a very young roster with a very young coach. So you could say prospects are the future, the new generation of Dota players. This Na'Vi roster could be it, and this would be a hell of a series to win. But let's jump over into the draft. We got a pretty interesting opener already on both sides. The Pango has also been left open, which we've discussed being one of the stronger heroes currently. The Hoodwinks, the Rubiks, the very common support picks still up for grabs. But we have Underlord, we have Lone Druid.
It looks like Lone Druid has just been going up in the priority of these teams. Looks like the hero is just absolutely broken. So just being picked first into... You could say that Bristleback is a good hero versus Lone Druid. I can agree to that. Like the nasal goo and physical damage usually is very good against the bear. So at least they got one ban out. But the Underlord on 9 is a very common pick versus Lone Druid as well, right? Lone Druid, he benefits from the fact that he's very tanky, and so is the bear. So percentage-based damage from the Firestormer is very good versus the bear. And also multiple crowd control spells. So the pit is very good against the bear as well. So I think a strong pick for Yandex on 9, the Underlord. And the thing about the Lone Druid is just locked into carry, right? People don't really play it mid anymore. Most of the mid players, they probably have never even played this hero. So it's interesting to see that the Lone Druid, he's just so strong. It doesn't matter what they are going to play against, they just want to have it on their team. And we did see Lone Druid last time, I think, for Yandex. They won the game they picked Lone Druid in their previous series. So maybe that's why Na'Vi, they didn't want to ban it, but they want to pick it. So they kind of just pick it and play against counters, which is understandable. It's kind of like the whole first pick thing in the draft. You want to pick a strong core that's going to dictate the way you play, and that's strong enough to play against counters. And in their eyes, Lone Druid is that pick.
And usually in the course or the history of Dota, if you have a side lane hero, it can also work in the mirror lane. So if you play a Lone Druid carry, we've seen Lone Druid off lane back in the day. What prevents Lone Druid from being a POS 3 right now? Is it because of the way the POS 1, POS 5 duo is being built, or because of the toolkit Lone Druid has these days that he couldn't be an offlaner?
I think in general, it's just the position of the lane. I think in the safe lane, you have enough room to be able to run down the core that goes into the lane, so you can apply the root multiple times to the enemy before he actually gets into tower range. So you can chase them down on the lane, right? That aspect of the laning phase matters a lot for a hero like Lone Druid. So that's why you probably don't see this hero like in the offlane. He also can't really push waves really fast, and he depends on getting items to be able to actually farm. He doesn't really have an innate farming spell like Underlord would have, right? He can just press Firestorm, and he'll farm the camp. Lone Druid doesn't really have that.
5 seconds
Of course, he has his new Q spell, but it's not like a Firestorm. He needs to buy a Maelstrom and then hit the creep slowly. And it's also a very specific player-ish hero, right? You know that some people play Lone Druid, and most people don't play it. So it's definitely difficult to pull off like some Admiral Bulldog Lone Druid, right? I'm sure if there was like some offlaner that played it, he would definitely play it. I think Dota has evolved to a way where you can play cores in multiple lanes if you're a specialist on the hero, right? If you understand the hero really well. But I don't really think this new generation has grown up playing Lone Druid, right? They've played different types of heroes. This hero's kind of been dead since forever. They try to like balance it in different ways and it didn't really work out. And now it seems like it's a little bit overtuned.
Never finds a good place, huh? But you got some good synergy for Lone Druid now with the Grimstroke brought in. So you have the Soulbind, which means that you'll have 2 enemy heroes usually close to each other. Lone Druid will get a bit of benefit out of finding a target to focus on with the bear. And of course, in the laning stage, you've got Slow, you have setup with the SD. So these are some good heroes to synergize together with Na'Vi. But Yandex they're kind of reinforcing on the damage end of things now with the Underlord picked up early. Hoodwinks for some good burst. Tyrian Protector is going to help you with the teamfight end of things. What do you think they're looking for here now? Since, you know, DM with the Underlord, we're missing a Kira and a Watson hero.
Probably looking for a range carry to pick here on Yandex. They probably want to match, have the Treant with the strong ranged hero. They're probably thinking about Muerta, but Muerta isn't that strong versus SD and Grimstroke since both of them, they can create illusions of that hero. And the illusions of the Muerta, they can just hit the Muerta even when she's ulted, right? Yeah. So they go for the Weaver, which is very good versus Shadow Demon. So basically, Shadow Demon, he relies a lot on the ulti slowing the target, so being able to kill. And Weaver, she doesn't care about the slow because you can just press Tsukushi and run away. So you see a lot of those types of heroes being very good against Shadow Demon. Heroes that have high mobility and don't care about his ulti. And heroes that can also find the Shadow Demon in a fight, right? The Weaver can weave in and find the SD and start going on him before the fight even starts. The same for Grimstroke. Like, Weaver's decent against Grimstroke. He can weave in, find the backline, and kill them.
I've been very curious about that for a very long time in Dota. Like, if you have a movement speed ability that buffs you, that is dispellable, the SD ulti is really good against. Like, you put Windrun on a Wind Ranger, you can't really run away. But Shukuchi isn't... It's not even a buff. It's something different, which allows the Weaver to completely ignore that SD ulti, as you just mentioned. So it makes Weaver kind of a special type of mobility hero versus the Shadow Demon, where every other movement-based hero struggles versus the Shadow Demon in the game.
We see the Tide on the 18 pick, so they probably think that this is the strongest hero for them. Tide, another hero that got benefited a lot from the recent patch. They gave him a different innate, which kind of combined both of his facets in a way. So most of the heroes that are being picked in this meta, they got like a super buff in the 7.41 patch where they got both facets kind of put into the hero at once. It even got nerfed on Tide. So before every level, he would get a charge of the fish. And every time he gets an assist, he gets a fish that gives him a permanent buff that scales into the game really well. So that whole change made Tide a really strong hero. And they go for the Tide here. They really needed a frontline hero that can threaten the Weaver. So you would think that Tide is not amazing against Weaver since she can Shukuchi out of the Gush. And it's not the easiest to like start with Ravage on Weaver. You know, you can always have a blink and start, but usually you would see like something like DK, a more casual stun. But ever since Tide has this shard dead in the water, he can also limit the Weaver's movement speed. It's a different mechanic than the SD ult, where you cap the hero's movement speed at 200, I believe. So a very good hero versus Weaver.
Also works with Grim Soulbind if you're getting really cheesy here to get a double anchor out. Not that you get to see that too often, but if you do get a blink on the Tide Hunter, it is at your disposal. And of course, the Tide is feeling quite protected with the heroes on Yandex side. Of course, you have to break on the Hoodwink, but none of these heroes really even together can mass this Tide Hunter down. Doesn't really make him a target you'd like to focus down. So everything's kind of still dead set on taking that Lone Druid, or at least killing the bear if you have the opportunity for it. So still that Kira Jr. missing, Kira Jr. hero missing on 24, but Na'Vi
Radiant team ban.
Are we playing? I think we're playing mid Tidehunter by the looks of it with this Doom ban coming in.
Maybe. Not sure. I think mid Tide. I haven't seen that one, honestly. I would be surprised if Nico plays it. I do know Nico has a vast hero pool. He's been playing a lot of Kez recently, but I think the Doom. I honestly have no idea why they would ban Doom, because it's not really an amazing Doom game, to be honest. And they have Tide on their team, so maybe Tide is going mid. You never know. Maybe these guys are like, ever since they removed Dota.pro tracker, you can't really predict like these gotcha picks. So if he's been practicing Tide, it's kind of hard to really tell. It's hard to keep up with all the pros, what they're playing, because you need to be in their matches to see what they're playing, right?
Yeah. I'm looking at the PMA does have Tidehunter games. Niku doesn't. So Niku Hero should be coming up here. You've got the Tidehunter with the Gush. I'd be surprised if he wants to bring up something like Shadow Fiend that he has been playing lately. Lone Druid, Monkey King.
Speaking about Monkey King, that hero is usually first pick and first ban in every game, and it's just gone through completely here in this draft.
Yep, it has.
Kind of surprising.
Same for the Pango, which is also up for grabs.
That's true. The Pango also. I mean, it's a decent Pango game for Navi. The Treant can interact pretty decently versus Pango. You can ulti when he's ulted, then he just stays still. But I think Pango is just a really nice hero in general. So,
but the fun thing is, Nico has 7 Lone Druid games as of late, so now he has an option to choose between these two. Of course, we generally look at Lone Druid as the carry, so this Monkey King should be going mid. That is being brought up here all the way to the final phase.
I mean, if he plays LD mid, then it's really nice for them, right? They get a flex pick on with the Monkey too, since both I know Got the Juice and Nico, they play Monkey King. They really like this hero, so they can probably decide when they see Yandex's last pick. They don't have a lot of reserve time, so 20 seconds for them to decide what mid they want. Puck is still in the pool. It's a very Hero Junior hero. A DP. We just saw this hero in the previous series.
We did. It's gaining traction.
It's just going to be a mid DP, and it is a mid LD. All right, I think it's the first mid Lone Druid of the tournament that we've seen. So DP used to be really, really good against Lone Druid because the Siphon was percentage-based damage. So you would just destroy the bear completely. But now it's just flat damage. So I'm curious to see how this matchup is going to go, because also you can just Savage Roar the DP away when she uses her Siphons. So I honestly have never seen this matchup in the new patch, so it's hard to really tell what's going to happen. But it's nice that they get the Monkey King versus the Underlord matchup on Navi. That's one of the oppressive lanes that Monkey really dominates.
Mm-hmm. And also it is an elimination series, and you're starting it with a bit of a ace in your pocket. Getting a Lone Druid into the mid lane. Does it really work? Niku's stats, at least in pubs, are 4-3, so it's not anything too wild really here. Looking at some of these matches, but absolutely a confidence thing to do. Something you've maybe been saving for up until this point. You pointed out this could be the first Lone Druid mid. It is the first Lone Druid mid of the tournament. Only carries so far that we've seen, and they also have a very high win rate when played as a carry. So overall, the Lone Druid is looking like a strong hero. How does it fare in mid? This game will tell us quite a lot if Lone Druid's just going to end up getting banned during the course of this series, or if it's a wasted pick in the eyes of Yandex at least.
He's a gold tier on Dota Plus on Lone Druid, so better than some of these carries that are just silver. So he definitely has
scrub silvers.
Probably a decent amount of games on it. Yeah. So Yandex, they have really immobile heroes in this game. They have the DP and the Underlord. The Underlord can always connect with ulti, but this DP hero has been really bad for a really long time. Ever since they nerfed the Siphon to being flat damage, the hero never really stood out in any aspect. Really like, oh, this hero is really good against this. This hero is really good against this. It's just kind of there. And maybe now with the talents being changed a lot, she has an HP talent at 10. And also like the innate got changed as well. So she scales a little bit better into the game. Maybe with all that stuff, the hero can be good now. We saw DP in the last game. He had a lot of impact buying the concentrated wraps for, I think Dark Mago was the one that played it. So yeah, exciting stuff. New heroes being thrown out in an elimination game too. So They probably practice this stuff to actually pick it. I would doubt that they're going into this game and then Kira's like, just give me the DP. I want to try it. Like, you want to try an elimination game? Time to try is in a scrim, not an elimination game, really.
Yeah. Just looking at on live pictures there, it looked like got the juice, needing a bit of a tech check or tech pause there. Admin bringing in some duct tape. That usually fixes things, so should get things sorted. As you can see, duct tape, Jesus tape, whatever you want to call it, saves everything, and we're good to go for game number 1 of the series. And as pointed out, elimination game with some wild picks on both sides. Whose draft do you feel like, if you were playing in one of these drafts, which one would you rather play or be a part of?
I think I would favor probably Radiant's draft. I think the Weaver has a really nice game in this game. I don't think he's really playing against a lot of quote-unquote counters in this game. So I think Watson, he can have a really nice game. I think he can carry really hard. He has a lot of buffs on his team. He has the Treant to help him around. The Hoodwink's probably going to buy Solar Crest and stuff like that. And even the Underlord probably will buy some sort of aura item in this game. And you see in the bottom lane, they're already cutting
they're
all
going to find the
trees.
Lone in mid, and oh my goodness, that's a lot of burst quickly happening there. 4-1. He did not see that one coming.
And they just didn't expect it. I mean, that comes to show that the smoke was kind of slow from Na'Vi, right? They didn't really smoke early and cut the trees smoke. They just pressed smoke. So maybe if the Lone Druid was smoked there, he would have sniffed them out and he would have known that they were there. So kind of a big loss for Lone Druid. He might just start the lane off without a bear. It's going to time up perfectly. So not the end of the world, but who got first blood there? DM. So a nice little boost for the Underlord to get him through a rough laning stage, which he will probably have in this lane versus the Monkey King.
Yeah, there was a saying at one point that if you don't smoke from base, you're not a pro team. As Kira Jr. is going to get punished here. Na'Vi looking for a response kill. Roche is not in this pit, so you ain't getting out of that one with the deny. So PMA, both offlaners, will pick up a kill as the laning stage will begin. That also means a fish eaten. So Leviathan's catch even.
Yeah, it gets a little bit of a boost on the tide. All right, both mid lanes already starting a little bit of a disadvantage, right? DP has to TP over after his death, and Lone Druid started the first wave without a bear, but luckily for Lone Druid, he got a free first wave after that bounty run engagement.
Be interesting to see how that mid matchup also goes, because it was both mid laners who also died, so didn't get the full benefit of the full wave, at least for the DP. Very slight edge for Niku. Kira did pick up the assist on that first kill, getting a bit of extra gold. But there's a small net worth difference between the two.
Is starting gold reliable gold?
Starting gold
Or
should
is it
be reliable.
unreliable?
Should be reliable.
So they didn't lose any gold off that, right? I think that's how the math works. Reliable gold, you don't lose it when you die, so then it doesn't hurt you that much. I'm not entirely sure. I'm actually going to test it after this game.
We should know that.
Yeah.
It's one of those unanswered questions, right? You just believe, yeah, that's right. Yeah, it should be.
Yeah. It's a pretty standard laning phase. I wouldn't expect DP to get a kill on Lone Druid. I would probably expect Lone Druid to maybe get a kill on DP where he can run him down. And Lone Druid, again, since he has his hero and his bear, he can control the water runes really well in this lane. He can send a bear on one, send his hero on the other. He can be really annoying for the DP. So this hero mid, he has a lot of laning potential. He can be a very strong laner.
Yeah. And this matchup, not in the lane matchup, but like in the game, if we talk about like how late game Lone Druid worked and how the old Death Prophet would work in the game, with the Spirit Siphon being percentage-based damage, would have been great against like a high HP bear. But now that it's just flat damage, it's not as good in the late game, but every other portion of the game, DP can pressure that bear and actually do quite a lot of damage to it. Considering if you pick up an early Ags on the DP, sending in those extra ghosts out there, the physical damage, and bear doesn't have a massive amount of armor either, so DP is a good target to bully that bear.
It definitely is still very good, the DP versus the Lone Druid. DP is still very good against all the tanky heroes. The Exorcism, when you get close to them, it just does so much damage, and the tanky heroes, they kind of just melt. it's a little sad that that aspect got removed of that hero. It used to be so much better. It's still good. You know, the theory of the hero is still good. You can burst down these tanky heroes easily with the ghosts.
A little bit of a setup in bottom with the bubble as Kira is punishing Niku quite heavily there. Watson looks like he might also die in bottom. Niku should be okay. Watson 2 stacks of poison ain't going to be enough for days. And won't be able to keep on stacking. Did have the Lotus on the Na'Vi side. Man, Kira is zoning out Niku a bit there. Not really getting any structural damage though. No Exorcism just quite yet. Even though the level 1 Exorcism isn't like the biggest threat to the tower. Pretty much always has been that way, that the first Exo, you just want to get it out of the way, put it on cooldown.
Yeah, he's probably going to either use it to contest the Wisdom or just do some damage on the tower at the first siege. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how the supports are going to rotate around and who's going to get a death, who's going to get pushed in the wave. Also, let's see, there's going to be probably a lot of gating in this game. I think the Treant can easily gate top and they can threaten this Monkey King since the Underworld actually having a really nice game since he got First Blood. He got to get to his boots really fast, so he already has phase boots coming on the courier. So the lane, which in theory should be really good for the Monkey King, is being a little bit less good. Not that he's being oppressed by the Underlord or anything. He's farming fine, but he's not really destroying the Underlord the way they would like him to.
Neither team has warded the gate yet. Niku once again being pressured by Kira. 2 points on the Crypt Swarm there, getting a bit of a chase there, and it's going to be enough for Kira to finish off Niku. Sensing a vulnerability on the Lone Druid.
Yeah, and Lone Druid getting punished for not having that Savage Roar, right? A lot of the Lone Druids, they don't really skill it because the second point in Spirit Link is so value, right? It just doubles all the numbers. So usually the build on Lone Druid is you go 3-2-0 when you're level 5. So you don't play off the Savage Roar. You don't have this defensive spell and...
Got the deny.
Nice there from Ridus.
These Hill Troll Berserkers only do 32 damage, but it was enough to kill the Grimstroke. Preventing a kill from DM or Soxa. And get his regen back up and return to the lane in 5 seconds.
Yeah, and this Lone Druid... It looks like a disaster, I'm gonna be honest. He's already jungling.
No faith.
And DP's level 6. Top net worth on DP. He feels like he's super cruising in this lane. You already see the Treant walking over for the 6-minute rune and for the double wave that DP's gonna have here to pressure the Lone Druid. So let's see if Lone Druid can dodge this gank. The Treant already sees him. He has a blood grenade ready as well. The rune will spawn. Hoodwink also coming for the top rune, so a lot of emphasis on this mid lane for Yandex. Which is good. You should always play the lane through the lane that is winning, right? So one of the concepts in Dota. Exo popped. He wants to do a lot of damage to this tower.
Yeah, with the catapult, like you said.
Yeah, he has a regen rune, so he can probably even just tank everything with the regen and maybe even take this tower here. Let's see how he chooses to play it.
I do like that ward placement from Niku, which is preventing these supports from actually getting a grab on the Lone Druid. So if he dies, guarantees the tower and his life. Now they'll just end up losing that tier 1 tower, and the Lone Druid can continue to get back up. And yeah, it's not off to a very good start here for Na'Vi.
It's always very worrisome when you lose your tier 1 tower to the first siege wave. You know, it's not ideal. The mid lane becomes kind of unplayable for Dire, so they just have to focus really hard on these side lanes and try to win them as much as they can. And you already see the DP running over for the Wisdom.
Daze is here at least.
Lone Druid has TP.
Doesn't have eyes on the Treant though. Oh, the Bushwhack didn't connect from Soxa. But it is a 4 versus 1 for PMA, who's just trying to stand his ground with the Anchor Smash, trying to get as many connections as possible, but it's a bit of a hopeless fight for him. He knows he's dead anyway. And here we go, Kira will get that shrine for himself, and he is now, what, 1,200 gold ahead. Watson gets a secondary off of Daze under the tier 2 tower. Yeah, he's 1,200 gold ahead of the Lone Druid, who is last in net worth of all the cores, and now they're pressuring another tower at 7 minutes. Very fast pace here from Yandex.
Yeah, they're doing all the textbook plays. They're playing really well, right? They're continuously playing through the mid and the safe lane, since when you have Underworld like this, you don't want to play through the Underworld lane. He can always connect with his ulti, right? Even though he doesn't have ulti yet, you kind of just want to leave the Underlord in his own little bubble, and you play through the other 2 lanes. So really good stuff from Yandex. I think they're playing perfect up to now. Let's see how they choose to start going into the mid game. Rune will be taken by the Lone Druid. It's a shield. And let's see where the next EXO is going to be used. If he's just going to walk top on DP and just press EXO on this tower, or if they're going to try to do some smoke move to get some pick off. And for Na'Vi, it's kind of not really sure what their move is, because they have really... they're
trying to set up here. I mean, they had a ward down the lane seeing Riddies, but they got the gank coming in from the right side. He's got a lot of Spirit Siphons out, so he barely took any damage there. Actually regenerated faster than taking any hits. Niku has the bear in the middle of all of that action, down to 500 HP with a Firestorm. Is it enough? Yes, it is. It's going to be another 200 extra gold going for Death Prophet, who's, by the way, 4.4k net worth at 9 minutes. If we've had some pretty sick laning stages from players, there was that one Whisper Bristleback who went with, what, 6.3k in the first 10 minutes. This DP is keeping up pace to that, and things are looking really good for Yandex.
Yeah, they're completely dominated lane. I mean, it comes back to just what happened mid, right? The LD, he got solo killed. He had to go jungle. He couldn't contest the Wisdom. Lost his tower. He can't really defend the lane. And the DP choosing here to use Exo just to farm. So I like it a lot from Kira. I don't think he needs to go top and pressure this tower. I think it's similar to what you said earlier. Like, you kind of just want to press the spell and have something done. That's kind of what he's doing right now. He sees his stack. Might as well just press it and farm. You're not really in a rush to take this top tower. You already have a really nice gold lead. You see the Treant already being super over leveled. And you know that Na'Vi, they can't really jungle their way back into this game. You know, the Lone Druid, he's left with no choice but to jungle, but it's not very effective, right? To start jungling at 10 minutes on Lone Druid without really having Maelstrom. So they're really in a really bad spot here on Na'Vi. They're kind of exiting every single lane they're in. And Yandex, they're just free to do whatever they want. You see the Underlord just cutting the wave top and super farming in a lane where he should be losing. So very concerning here for Na'Vi.
Yeah, absolutely is. Like there was a pretty high win rate in Dota. If you win all 3 lanes, it has to be over like 77, 78% win probability straight away. So if you're forfeiting all your lanes, you're letting the opponent take over the map fully, and you don't have an answer. Na'Vi hasn't killed anybody since the start of the laning stage. They got that Death Prophet kill before the creeps were even meeting in the river.
Yeah, it just comes back to the Lone Druid mid. It's a very uncharacteristic pick for Na'Vi, right? We haven't seen them play this hero yet. Oh, they see the Treant. Do they have Dust? They have a Sentry.
Got some lockdown here. This could be their first kill since 10 minutes. But it is taking some time with this Treant Protector. Got the Juice dancing around the tree. So is Malady. And oh no, he's gonna get away. Nope, we're not gonna get a kill for Na'Vi. Oh, poor thing. Can't kill a level 6 Treant Protector. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, feels bad. And the Treant is kind of funny. He was kind of trying to guess where the Sentry was so he wouldn't die. He kind of went back and forth a little bit. And he ends up not dying. He had way too many wand charges. He also has 3 points in living armor. A spell that did get nerfed in the patches, but still very good, right? You want to max a spell on Treant. It's a global barrier that you can just use on every hero that's getting gone on, so it's really nice.
Got the Juice.
Picked up on the Tide.
Picked up the cloak for his Mage Slayer. Let's see if they can get a catch. That's an amplified damage on the Death Prophet. Got the Juice silenced up. So is the Bear. So is the SD. He can't get in range for the disruption. Cannot lock in anybody on the side of Yandex. They'll be able to disengage, get some poke on that tower. PMA goes down to Watson. And Malady was also there, soaking up the early attention. Dropped down to 800 HP. Even used the Ravage down bottom to kill that Treant Protector. So Malady, he didn't get away once, he got away twice. Now contesting for that Blood Vision here. Na'Vi trying to stand their ground, but you're going to have to forfeit their vision.
They even had to use the Ravage there on Tide, so... Na'Vi doesn't look like they want to take a team fight anytime soon. They kind of need a little bit more items. Not sure exactly what their timing is going to be. You know, you can wait for the Monkey King to have a Mage Slayer to go for a fight, but the point Monkey King has a Mage Slayer, the Weaver's already going to have a Deso, and it might be hard for them to take these fights. Tide will probably just keep farming now until he has Ravage, and Lone Druid also just keeps farming, right? None of these heroes really want to make moves. So the map is going to keep on getting smaller and smaller for Na'Vi. And Yandex, they're a really good team, so they're going to take advantage of this. They're going to try to attack Na'Vi everywhere they see them because they're just objectively stronger than them. They're constantly contesting their jungle, right? These camps that Lone Druid is farming, you definitely want to contest them, make them feel uncomfortable when they're farming them, right? You don't want to just let them farm these camps for free. You see the DP walking over, pressing a spell.
Stealing last hits, yeah. I was just looking at the Desolator almost done on Watson's Weaver, so things are about to turn even more grim. When you get a good timing on this, when your opponent's playing from behind, that item had a lot of impact.
Now you see the Wisdom coming. So Underlord just playing super aggressive, farming this medium camp. He can always connect with his ulti. Let's see how Na'Vi chooses to play it. They're going on the...
He just whiffed every spell. Got Daze ulting Soxa, but Soxa keeps him at bay with the Bushwhack. There is literally nothing going their way. And PMA is getting surrounded by Yandex heroes in the bottom lane. Already quickly taken down to half HP, but the Bug chewing the rest of his armor. And Kira going for the dive, takes the kill on PMA. So that being 8-1 with a 6k lead for Yandex at 14 minutes. They are walking away with this game so far.
Yeah, I like what Na'Vi did there. They're trying to reclaim their jungle and Underlord getting gone on Wukong's command drop, but not even close. They don't have enough damage to kill him. Grimstroke's really suffering in this game. It's one of those heroes that you really want to get these kills to boost your levels. It's a hero that benefits a lot from having a lot of points in his spells. But still level 5 at 14 minutes. And with no real horizon to play with some hero, right? He's not really looking forward to anything in this game. Since all his heroes are so far behind.
And these are moments of despair when you're playing a support. There's nobody to play with, there's no one to go, nowhere to go, and you're just trying to avoid feeding the opponent's cores. Although Daze doesn't have much to do here. Niku is just dropping rapidly. He's getting smacked to death. And Tier 2 Tower is going to get targeted next with another Exo pop by Kira. Still a level 1 Exorcism. I was pondering if he's going to hold on to it as he was about to hit level 12. We'll just pop it.
And no chance really for Na'Vi to even respond. Even if they use their TPs there, they don't really have that much damage. At some point, they need to try to combine the Tide with the Monkey King ult. Ideally, Yandex, they overextend into some area that Na'Vi has control over. Monkey's on some tree, and they run into the Tide so they can combo those spells together. But it's like the stars have to align really well for that to happen, right? So it's a very hard game for Na'Vi to win. And Monkey getting caught too as well.
Yep, and getting killed.
It's kind of just inevitable, you know. He has to farm these creeps. He has to expose himself on the waves, and then Yandex, they know exactly where he is. So good stuff from Soxa there, getting the Bushwhack on the Monkey on the tree. And he also has the Essence Distiller, which is a really good item versus the Monkey King, since you can press it on the ground, and you will reveal the Monkey King on the tree if he runs into the trap that you place.
So far in this tournament, the game that has included the fewest deaths of a team in a match was, I think it was earlier on today, with the South America Rejects versus Xtreme Gaming. Xtreme only had 4 deaths. So far, it will be 1 for Yandex. This could be number 2 if they could just get this Underlord out of the way. It is something, and it is for Niku. Best case scenario here for Na'Vi. They finally get themselves a kill. It's been almost 17 minutes since they scored a kill last time around. So you gotta look forward. You gotta hope this is gonna happen again if you're a Na'Vi fan.
I mean, on the bright side, Na'Vi, they're a really good comeback team. I think they're one of those teams that they keep playing until the end, and they don't let a bad game get into their heads. They keep playing, they keep trying to make the best decision. They've come back in multiple games I've watched them play. In this game specifically, it looks a little bit harder because of this Lone Druid hero. He doesn't really function that well like this. He doesn't help his team that much, and considering the fact that he went mid, right? Nobody's really doing that job of which hero is the one that rotates around with the supports and makes space. You don't really have that on Na'Vi, so that's why I'm a little worried for them in this game specifically, since they're so far behind already. And when you don't have that sort of hero that can do something, as I said earlier, the map just keeps getting smaller. You end up getting picked off here or there. You lose an objective, and see the Weaver going in.
Watson. They've got Ravage, but he already gets away with a time-lapse bubble used by Daze. Niku popping in the true form. Big setup there from DM. Gets the route onto 3. Kira is just soaking away the life force from this Tidehunter, and with the Desolator hits, Watson will get his revenge. That's his first kill for his Deso, building up the Soul Stealer, and into Roshan they go.
Really nice for the DP, gets to use Exorcism with the Arcane Rune. And again, another thing of when you're in a losing game is the enemy mid just keeps getting every rune, right? Every time he's shining in a different color. Sometimes he's purple, he has an Arcane. Other times he's red, he has a Haste. Other times he has an 80, he's just blue. So it's just hard to play the game when the enemy mid has every single rune. Because every team fight just has some extra bonus that is just hard to play against, even in an even game, especially when you're in a losing game. So another boost for the DP. He will have Exo again in 1 minute. So in 1 minute, he'll probably just use this again for a team fight or from some tower. Even for the Torm, he can just keep on pressing it off cooldown.
He's out here in the top lane, sitting up on DM. That's going to be a good kill here. He's like he's the only one that is dying on the side of Yandex. 2 kills now back to back. Aldi is scouting. He does drop the overgrowth on the Lone Druid, followed up by Kira and Soxa. They've got the burst.
You see both teams kind of on opposite sides of the map, you know, where they're attacking. And Yandex, they definitely want to attack this part of the map. The Tormentor is going to spawn soon. And Navi reading that the Underlord is a hero that's going to play alone in this game. So he's probably just going to be alone, trying to connect with his ulti. So they identified that, and they bring heroes over to where the Underlord is farming. So that turns into a fast little pickoff. Oh, these are things that these teams are thinking when the map is split like this. That's why one team is playing one side, one team is playing the other. You know, there's a lot of things you need to consider when making this decision. And here it's like it's an easy way to see it, right? The global hero plays away from his team.
Almost an escape there. Soxa will prevent PMA from TPing out. He knows he's only got one thing. It's fight or flight.
Never give up. Fight until the end.
Yeah. Taking for a bit of a walk. At least these are like, I know you're dying as a core, it hurts, but you're dying on the enemy side of the map, drawing attention there. So this is space and space created in a way for Niku and Got the Juice. We always had this topic about good deaths and bad deaths. Well, Niku, oh my goodness. He's just not catching up, right busy.
He's having a rough one. After that laning phase, it's just hard to really come back into the game, especially on a hero like Lone Druid, since you have no real innate ability to farm creeps or to really come back.
Good silence there from Kira, landing on both the Grim and the Monkey King. They can't quite follow up with the rest of their spells, leaving Got the Juice for dead.
Another Arcane Rune on the DP, so another ulti used with Arcane. He got kind of lucky there that the rune cycle benefited him a lot. The last rune to spawn was the Arcane, and then the first rune to spawn in the new cycle was Arcane again.
Yep.
So it's kind of funny that he has Arcane again.
RNG's is
Racks
clicking.
getting taken. Pretty easy here for Yandex. There's no way Navi can really contest them. They're just playing this game, waiting for them to throw, kind of. It kind of sucks to play like that, but sometimes it is what it is, you know. You play until the end, until the game is over, and you play until maybe the enemy makes a mistake and you can come back.
And this is also showing how strong a Team Yandex can be when they are really clicking together. Like the games that they've played so far in this tournament, they haven't scored a single win. And now when they come into this series with a game 1, the opponent has a small weakness in that lineup, being that Lone Druid going into the mid lane, and Kira gets a good start. Watson, Kira, when they are ahead, they rarely give that lead away. Like, they are so good at holding on to it. It's just the problem for Yandex is getting to that point. So now that they are in a dominating position, Yandex is... I don't see a way they could lose this game. Of course, I'm not jinxing anything or sending in a caster curse, but just from experience about this team, when they're ahead, they're ahead. They go and take that W.
Yeah, very different from the Yandex we saw the previous 2 days. Right, in this game, they haven't really had a map win yet. So in this game, they're snowballing really well.
We've been waiting for Yandex to show up.
Yeah, they're showing up in this game. Smoke coming out on the DP.
This is a good kill. That Wukong's on top of him. Has a regen rune, which won't really help him here, as he's just stun locked, blown up. Plenty of damage. And also the good thing here for Navi is they didn't use their Ravage yet. get their heroes out of there, they might have a chance for a secondary initiation. Riddies at least will be sacked. PMA taking big punches from Watson. Has a TP of cooldown now, but he got hit by the sharpshooter. An arrow to the knee takes the Tidehunter down. He was just waiting for his teleport to come off cooldown. Niku down bottom. Watson giving a bit of bullying to him, and now Sox and Malady both around him. Overgrowth used for the TP cancel. Kill the bear first, then the hero. Double the money.
Yeah, they got that extra value out of that kill. And when you play against Lone Druid, always kill the bear. Always press spells on the bear and make it low, so make him have to decide either he backs off or he commits. And if the bear dies, it's a lot of gold. It's basically the hero, right? It's the hero is the bear. At least in these modern days, right? There was that time where the Lone Druid hero was actually the real hero. But nowadays, it's just everything on the bear.
Second lane of Rax being targeted again, getting a pretty good core kill into having Exorcism of cooldown. That will be the last high ground glyph.
Tide has Ravage. Let's see if they can mount a defense here. Monkey King, he has his ulti in 10 seconds. Probably not this side. They'll probably try to defend the last side. Let's leave this Rax to die. Monkey King will finish his BKB and then they'll try last fight.
Fight for the last lane.
They are smoked, though. They actually want to fight.
That BKB's
no Exo.
Still quite far away. I don't think he's going to finish. They have to fight without it. Exorcism is out. Oh, dazed. Oh, the smoke popped as he was next to the creep wave. He didn't get the disruption off. But they still end up finding Tira Jr. anyway. Two-man silence coming out again. It's on both onto the bear and to the Monkey King. BP down to half HP. They've got damage. They might be able to with the Ravage hitting everybody except for Soxa in the back. Kira is down. Niku Spirit Bear looks like he's a goner. Disruption safe. Good two-man bushwhack coming out from Soxa. It's really difficult for Na'Vi to fight in those trees, favoring the Hoodwink. Watson targeting PMA in the back line, going to get hit as well. Riddies will be the next one, probably to drop. Got the Juice, going to try and turn around with the Wukongs. Not quite getting Jingu Mastery. Stacks up though. And Watson just two-shot him with a Crystallis crit. And they call GG. 25 minutes. Well, at least Na'Vi didn't get that badly crushed that they'd end up having the worst killing the opponent record, which still stays with Xtreme Gaming, but it was a stomp nevertheless. 25 minutes, 25 seconds. Yandex will get themselves on the board first.
A first map win here for Yandex at this tournament, and Na'Vi, it looked kind of bad this game. They didn't really have plays, so ideally in these sort of situations, you try to shrug it off and go next game. I think this game, they didn't really have a way to play, really. After the laning phase, the game was kind of already set. Of course, and in these competitive matches, the laning phase, they matter a lot. Like, these players are really good at snowballing these leads. At this point, like, they go for all the right objectives, right? You saw the DP go for the 7-minute wisdom, then that kind of snowballs into more kills, the wisdom, supports being under-leveled, and then the game just becomes impossible. So if I were Na'Vi, I would just shrug this game off, not pretend that it didn't happen, try to, you know, extract something from the game. What was the conclusion for them? I would probably say that just the Lone Druid, maybe just keep it at carry for now. Because you don't want to, in your next game, try Lone Druid mid again, probably, which can be an elimination game, right? You don't want to go out losing 2-0 with the Lone Druid mid. So maybe in next game, they'll just ban it or play it on carry, hopefully, so they can play a more standard game.
Yeah, that's what I would maybe like to see is give the Lone Druid and the Monkey King in the draft a new try, but just swap them into Lone Druid carry and Monkey King mid if the matchups are right for you. Keep that option open. Don't completely shrug off the Lone Druid because it is a strong hero according to the tournament stats against the matchups that it has played against so far. And of course, with two Lone Druid players in your team, keep that in your pocket. Keep that available for you. And maybe try it again, but just not in the role, because we did see that Lone Druid mid just doesn't work against the Death Prophet down the mid lane. So
yeah, it didn't really work out for him. I had no idea how that matchup was going to go. I'm not even sure if that's how it's supposed to go, because you don't really see these heroes almost ever, right? You just barely see a Lone Druid mid. But I can respect it. You know, he had a plan. He probably practiced this hero on Lone Druid. It didn't work out. You know, stuff like this happens all the time. So don't get too mentally affected by it. I'm sure Na'Vi at this point, they have enough experience to go next. Don't be too worried about it. and try to win the next game. You know, every game is a unique experience. So you can't drool too much on this loss.
Having to decide some standout player from the side of Team Yandex, I could eye a bit about that Screen Protector, a bit about Sox's Hoodwink. The thing about the Screen Protector reminds me of the old days of the old Screen Protector. You either die 20 times in a game or you don't die at all. So getting a bit of a flashback from this Malady stat line, 1-0-14. Sox also with a 5-0-14 on that Hoodwink. Some really good usage, always around when he needs to be there to just amplify his core heroes to get the damage, get those kills out. But it is really easy to play a support when your cores are snowballing like that, because all they need is a +1 and you are always available for that. So Sox are doing the right things, leading the charge here for Yandex. We'll give him the standout player for game number 1.
I can go with the Sox. He had some good item choices in that game, and also just being a support when you're snowballing and you want to be present in all these fights, and he was. It shows by his scoreline. He's just active in all these engagements. So fair enough, MVP.
All right, well, that is game 1 in the bag. Team Yandex with their first win of this Swiss stage so far. Let's see if Na'Vi is going to be bouncing back. All of that after the break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hey everybody, welcome back, where we are quizzing our pro players on their knowledge of the last patch, 7.41. We got the biggest brain in Na'Vi here. How you doing?
All good. Doing great.
Did you memorize the patch?
No, I don't read all patches.
You don't read the patches?
Yeah, I just play. You know, on experience. You're just in the game, you learn things. You learn this way better and faster.
That's right. That's life, baby. Yeah. We don't come here to read. We come here to learn, baby.
Yeah, straight to the war, you know.
Yeah, you might want to read those patches, though. But anyway, let's go ahead and get into the quiz. Are you ready? We're trying to get as many as possible. It's 3 minutes long, and try to guess right. But if you're stuck, just guess. Okay? We can always go to the next question. Here we go. Which of the following heroes had no spell, base stats, or ability changes? Was it Warlock, Clinks, Leshrac, or Centaur? One of these heroes only had their talent changed. They're innate. Excuse me, they're innate.
Maybe Warlock?
That's right. You're the only person to get that question right.
Because I play Warlock, you know.
That's right. Fellow Warlock spammer. Unlike allied heroes, enemy heroes are able to consume items left on the ground by a forager's kit. True or false?
What is forager's
It's the one with the tree and you dig and
it's
things.
It's like shrooms when you dig shrooms?
Yeah, mushrooms and nuts. Enemies can eat those. True or false?
I remember, I think allies cannot, if I remember correctly.
That is right. Can't give it to allies.
But can enemies? Man, it's hard. I think they can.
That is correct. They can actually eat your nut. Well done. Techies is now able to plant bombs mid-flight using blast off. True or false?
Mid-flight.
Yeah, in the air.
Vici bombs, you know, he right now has a lot of bombs. Like first spell. I think no, it's false. It's not possible.
I'm afraid it is. They changed it. It's not stun anymore. Now it's just an ability, so you can plant bombs in the air. Which of the following does Bloodstone do in the current patch? Gives 15 int, applies a dispel, restores mana, or you can deny yourself again.
No. The last one doesn't work for how many years? For 6 years?
That is true.
I think a Blood Pact restores a % of mana.
That's what it used to do, but it changed. It now gives flat 15 int. Crazy, huh?
What the fuck?
Hey, Kez's Raptor Dance provides magic immunity. True or false?
Magic immunity?
Yeah, like BKB.
False.
That is correct. Yeah, they took that away from him. So sad. Much like Warlock's Black Grimoire, Witch Doctor's Grigri, and all other innate neutrals have been removed. True or false?
No, false. Wyvern has like a book.
That's right. Well done. And Grigri's still there. Partisan's Brand will not do 9% increased spell damage against which of the following? Lone Druid's Bear, Terrorblade's Illusions, Wraith King's Skellies, or Chen's Zealot.
What is Partisan Brand?
It does 9% additional damage to player-controlled units.
Probably Lone Druid's Bear because, or maybe. Yeah, I think Lone Druid's Bear because it's gotta be like a hero now.
You think so, but no,
Or
it
it's
actually
illusions,
is. Yeah, it's Wraith King Skeletons.
What?
He can't control them, you know? Which of the following used to be a newt, but is now a shop item? This one's very easy.
Which one of these?
Phylactrophy, Orb of Corrosion, Specialist Array, or Crown. 5 seconds.
Specialist Array.
That is right. Do we have time for one more? Hit the button. If you,
I guess true.
You guessed true?
Yeah, on last
Well, I'm glad we didn't do it because it was false. But anyway, well done. That is 5 correct, 4 wrong. You know, in college it wouldn't be great.
More than half, you know.
More than half is good.
Gotta look at things in a good perspective.
That's right. That glass is more than half full, my friend. Well done. Congratulations. All right. Your patch knowledge was extremely good for someone that doesn't read them. But would you guys have done better at home? Probably not. We'll find out how other players did here at PGL Wallachia Season 8.
Well, now that we're done and dusted with game number 1 of Yandex versus Na'Vi, we got a good old-fashioned beatdown by Team Yandex. Na'Vi couldn't get their game going at all, losing pretty much all the 3 lanes, and we know how that ends up traditionally in Dota. No comeback for Na'Vi in that one. 25 minutes is all it took. So game 2 gonna have to come with a fresh face and some maybe fresh new ideas. Something you can fall back on, something you've had success with before. The only map win so far for Na'Vi was versus Vici Gaming yesterday. It was the series opener with the Kez, the Doom, the Underlord. Is this a moment when you're facing elimination levels, when you look at your past drafts and try to replicate something similar? Or what goes in the minds of the players right now? They're worried about getting knocked out. They're trying to stay focused on their own game, try to get the most simple, basic things to work. Na'Vi doesn't really strike me as a team that thinks about basic things. I feel like they could still be very flashy, even if this could be the last game of their tournament.
10 seconds.
Well, usually in these high-pressure, stressful situations, you want your players to be as comfortable as possible. So usually I would say CY as a coach, he is probably listening to what his players are saying. He obviously won't just do what they want him to do, right? Because his job is to draft the best draft possible. So he needs to put all those things into consideration and try to have a comfortable draft that his team feels comfortable playing, that every player feels like they have a good chance to win the match. That's already good enough. You know, you don't have to do anything crazy. You don't have to pick some different mid that you're trying out. Like, you don't want to try anything new in this sort of game. You want to play a lot of your comfort, what you're confident in. And a very confident hero that Na'Vi has is the Got the Juice Ursa. I know he really likes playing this hero, especially versus the Underlord. And we see Underlord on 8 this game. So a classic counterpick to the Underlord is the Ursa, which is a hero that can bully the fat heroes really well, right? The passive on Ursa just keeps stacking damage on this sort of hero. So I like Na'Vi's draft already. I think they started in a good fashion, and Lone Druid kind of ignored for the moment.
We'll see if they decide to go back to that Lone Druid or not.
10 seconds.
At least, you know, if Got the Juice locks in that Ursa, because he has also played a bit of Lone Druid as of late in the last couple of days. Had the best success on the hero, though. Going with the Ursa, as he said, more comfortable for him. And now we'll start to look at the support department. DM will continue to play that Underlord, however, for Team Yandex. Hoodwink is out, no Grimstroke, so definitely something new coming out in the support pool.
Yeah, Rubik also getting banned. Rubik, a classic counter to the Underlord. The Rubik stealing the Firestorm is a really big moment in the game. It's one of the strongest spells Rubik can steal in the whole game. So a lot of supports getting banned. Even the Phoenix also banned. So for Na'Vi, Ridus, he has a wide hero pool. He plays a lot of Lion. He plays a lot of Chen. Heroes that can either give the Ursa sustain or that have disables for the Ursa to help her get on top of the Underlord are very good. See the SD being picked. Probably going to be a pause 4. As it was in the last game. Days played it. I was very comfortable on this hero.
Could we see something like an SD Centaur coming up? I feel like that is a pretty solid lane-winning duo.
5 seconds remaining.
Have the bubble and the stun.
It's okay. The thing about the Centaur hero is that a lot of the items he buys got nerfed, right? Crimson got nerfed, Dominator got nerfed. And the hero itself did get slightly nerfed. So, and also Centaur just not really good versus Underlord, right? Underlord is one of those heroes that's actually good versus Centaur. So I don't really expect him to pick it, but we get the Lone Druid picked. So Yandex,
10 seconds remaining.
they see Na'Vi don't ban it and they don't pick it, and they get the Lone Druid from themselves, and they might get the nice Treant combination with the Lone Druid, right? You get that melee hero to go first for the Lone Druid together with the Bear. Very potent lane. I like Yandex's draft a lot. I think makes a lot of sense. They won with the Treant in the last game, so why not go for it again?
Yep, good protection for that safe lane Lone Druid, and also for not so much for the players, but more for the fans and the viewers out there. It's like when you pick an opponent's hero that they just lost with, and you're gonna look to win with it. It's viewers get that kind of emboldened, like what's the word I'm looking for here? In your face treatment, kind of. We're gonna show how to play this hero.
Yeah. For sure. See a Sand King getting picked on the 16-17 slot. I like it when this hero gets picked like this because he can either go off lane or go mid. So ideally on second pick, you want to have one of these heroes that can go to multiple lanes, one of the cores. So your draft isn't as obvious and it isn't easy for the enemy to just counter pick you everywhere. So Sand King is one of those heroes that can do that. It's also a hero that can farm the stacks that the Shadow Demon will be making, right? Shadow Demon, a really nice hero to stack with. He can stack with his E-spell and his right click. He's also max range hero. He benefits a lot from the stacking. I like this little combination. It is not that strong in lane. Ooh. And we see a Warlock, a hero that's been a bit forgotten. In the 7.41 patch, he lost his facet, right? The Black Remor. So that was one of the reasons why this hero was super broken, is that any trade you got in the game where one hero dies and one hero from the team dies, it was always favorable for the Warlock because he would get that extra stack on that book. But ever since that got removed, the hero kind of fell out of pick a lot. Like he used to be that first pick hero no matter what, and now the teams barely even touch him. They just don't care about this hero anymore. But Ridus, he has a lot of games on this hero. He's very confident on it. This is still a fine hero. It's just not as broken as it was before.
Yeah. It definitely was a shock value hero when your +5 hits 6 before any of the opponent's supports. So you could set up a gank with a level 5 Warlock towards, say, the mid lane and just drop the golem on top of the enemy mid laner. Maybe even fight for the 6-minute rune with an ulti at hand. So it definitely was really strong at the previous patch. But we'll see how it works out here. Fatal Bond's nice with the Sandstorm for the early damage. You can push waves nicely, buy some space for Ursa to get his Battle Fury. Team Yandex's response is going to be the puck.
And the puck on 18, right? We've seen this in previous matches as well. We saw Heroic versus Tundra. Heroic getting the puck on 18 when the enemy doesn't have that many stuns. So Na'Vi supports, they have a total of 0 stuns, right? You can't really count the Golem summon as a stun. But Navi's cores, not that bad versus Puck, actually. I think Sand King, probably one of the better ones, because no matter what, Puck cannot dodge his stun. It's not blockable by Linkens or anything. And Ursa, also a decent hero versus Puck, right? It's one of those heroes that when Ursa gets Basher, he can just blink on top of the Puck, and if he ever bashes the Puck, he might just get 1,000 damage instantly in the Puck, right? Puck doesn't like playing against these bursty heroes. So the cores on Na'Vi, not that bad versus Puck, but a decent Puck game already. You know, they're going to ban 2 more counters of Puck. Heroes that Niku plays a lot. The Huskar and the Kez get removed. So Yandex setting themselves up for a nice Puck game.
Still the Pango in the pool, and no ban coming out from Team Yandex on that hero, so just protecting the Puck a bit there. We might see a 24 Pango coming out for Niku. But of course, it is still Team Yandex to pick first with this Navi's final ban on a support. What do you really want to get rid of here? Like another ground controller, like the Shadow Shaman?
Yeah, the Shaman was a really nice pick because it combos really well with the Underlord in lane. You can just hold the hero in the Firestorm. I think they just want another hero that has a Disable or something. Probably Lion, something among those lines. Like a range hero that can have spells versus the Underlord. Versus the Ursa in lane, sorry. Because the Ursa Underlord matchup is very good for Ursa. So you definitely want one of those range heroes, kind of like a Hoodwink hero, that can hold the hero in place so you can take full damage from the Firestorm. That's what I'm looking at for Soxa here. Or he can also go to the route where he picks a melee hero to pull the wave versus the Ursa. Since the melee heroes are really good versus Warlock. They don't take that much damage from the wave, and Warlock doesn't really have an easy way of punishing the heroes that pull the wave. The heroes that come to mind in that manner are the Riki that got banned, the Tusk that is also banned. So what else is left? Spirit Breaker, Clockwork, stuff like that.
Soxa would have to bring in a new hero to the tournament because all 4 heroes he's played for are banned. We'll definitely get a unique one here. Spirit Breaker, I like the idea of that.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker, not amazing versus ST, but it's okay. It's good versus Warlock.
Don't exactly have a lot of direct map presence. You have global presence, sure. Go for the Soxa Muerta.
They choose to go for the laning, all in laning.
And that's there's your answer to the Puck. So instead of the Pangolier, they're going to favor this Night Stalker. They have definitely made some adjustments to this draft on the side of Na'Vi. It's looking a lot more early pressure oriented. Some bit of faster timings. I mean, I feel like if you look at their last game's draft, they had some quite late timings, and they would have to do excellent in the laning stage to meet the timings of what Team Yandex had. Now I feel like it's a lot easier to enable this lineup faster.
I mean, it is. It's going to come down to the laning phase. This game, the NS is a hero that can run around and make stuff happen. So I already like that a lot more from Na'Vi. And the NS also synergizes really well with the Ursa and the Sand King, right? It's a hero that can show the enemy heroes, and then the Ursa and the Sand King, they can choose whoever they jump. They're going to have full vision. So that combo is really good. And it's also good against some of the heroes on Yandex, specifically very good versus Puck, right? You have that silence. And it's also very good versus Lone Druid if you think about it, because you can get that vision into the silence, and then the Lone Druid, he can't really use Savage Roar, and he can't really use his ulti. Of course, he can always use a Roar on the Bear to push the Night Stalker away, and also works on his hero, but NS is pretty decent against the Lone Druid. But at the same time, I think Underlord is one of the better heroes versus Night Stalker as well. It's one of those heroes that has stopping power. He can just place down the pit and play around his team with the aura. So I think a pretty even draft, I would say, and a bit of a curveball with the NS, honestly. I wasn't really expecting it. Niku kind of playing some hipster heroes, some different type of heroes. I like when they play different things. Sometimes it backfires like it did in the last game. But let's hope that this game, it works out a little bit better for them. It would be a shame not to have a game 3 here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You don't want to see Na'Vi go out with a whimper. And same thing for Yandex. Dominating game 1 win. They would love to get this series done and dusted, move over to the next round, and have 1 win under your belt. You could be one of those teams to play 3 elimination series in a row and still qualify for the next stage, the playoff stage. That would require 3 back-to-back days of elimination. At some point, you kind of get dulled and used to it, so you kind of treat every game, if you get used to the feeling.
Yeah, it's the do or die,
Do or die, yeah.
And this game a little bit different from the last one. Last one, you saw Na'Vi breaking trees because of the treant. In this game, they chose not to break the trees. I wonder what their thought process was. Maybe they think that they want to fight on the rune instead of going to the lane and breaking the trees for the treant.
They also did the late smoke. Last time they did that late smoke, they were already down a hero. And the Lone Druid got jumped in mid, but now fighting in the river on both sides. Well, I won't say fighting. Well, he's poking Niku a bit there with a dead shot from Soxa. The only proper ability being used there. And we got the laning stage underway. 3 bounties picked up. Watson getting 1 with a bear and 1 with a hero. Good micro.
Yeah. One of the broken parts about Lone Druid is you can contest the rune without even being there, right? Of course, they can always go on the bear, but it's kind of annoying that you can't really do anything to the bear there, and he just clicks the bounty before you. So one of the perks of this Lone Druid hero.
And now, as you mentioned, it all comes down to the laning stage. It almost always is about the laning stage when it comes to Dota. It just defines so much of what the game is going to give. But you gotta really keep an eye open on Na'Vi this time around. They can't do any worse than that last game, or it's going to be a 2-0 for Yandex right away.
I do expect this game to be a little bit more balanced. I think Niku's going to have a better time on the NS. It's a more reliable hero. And a hero that has been buffed in this recent patch. So he has a lot of different options that he can do. The shard got kind of implemented into his passive, so he can just eat creeps when it's nighttime. So an interesting part is that he can't lose his tower at 5 minutes in this game. He can just eat the siege creep when it's nighttime. So that's a nice thing about the NS. You can just insta-kill that creep.
So far, Niku doing a good job in the early last hits. Does pack a plus 20 right-click damage advantage over the puck. So CS being 11-4. Night Stalker usually regarded as the first 5 minutes can be a bit dull for the hero to play, but in a 1v1, it's very different compared to a double lane. You have a slow movement speed, slow attack animation.
Ironically enough, it might be one of the best lanes for him to be in is the mid lane, since it's just a 1v1 and just a CS battle, since he's so weak in the first 5 minutes. Probably the best lane for him. He gets the most amount of levels, and he kind of gets away with this weak laning phase, right? We saw a lot of S4 playing this hero back in the days.
Oh, yeah.
It was a lot more common than it is nowadays.
Now that's a blast from the past. We get to hear S4 references too often these days.
You need to bring it back. You know, it was really fun to watch this hero run around early.
Yeah, Man was unique.
And now that
PMA barely making it out here with just 1 HP, but Watson will get the catch in the end. First blood for Watson's Lone Druid.
You see the potential of the Lone Druid with the train.
And bottom as well, going to be trading back as well, so will be a support being killed. DM will take that one. 2-0 already for Yandex.
Yeah,
Worst time to die, because the Lotus has just spawned.
Yeah, so Yandex getting both Lotuses, so turning out to be a really good laning phase for Yandex again, which is expected. So Lone Druid, I think this hero is a beast in the lane, and together with the Treant, I think Na'Vi, they don't really have a winning chance in this top lane. I think they're just playing to even out the lane and to farm. The SD at some point is going to start stacking. He started with boots to try to dodge the Treant in the lane. So they're definitely not expecting to win this lane. You don't want to feed, of course, but sometimes these kills happen. Just want to make sure you're getting your levels on Sand King, getting some farm.
Soxa, is he looking to stack? No, he's just going to be consistent with Water Rune. As Daze, one hit from dying, does get the salve off, and a bit of distance there. PMA also being given a bit of chase here by Malady. Trying to cut waves and farm them in jungle.
Good stuff here by the Sand King, just completely avoiding the lane. You know, trying to run away from the Lone Druid and run in opposite directions to split up the lane. You don't want to play this lane straight up. So you see the SD there trying to pull the wave as well. They're just doing everything they can to not play the 2v2.
Also burning dust off of the Train Protectors, so causing a bit of economic damage without getting the kill on PMA.
No, that's minus 90 gold. Treant getting on.
They do get the bubble just in time. Daze was in range for it. And now they're going to turn the favor and actually kill the Train Protector. Not getting in range for the deny. Good body blocking there from PMA. Using that stick for a bit of charges. Daze just needs one Shadow Poison to connect and a right click from PMA, and that should do it. There we go. First kill for Na'Vi. And nighttime starts, so let's see what the Night Stalker is going to be able to do.
It's a nice kill for them, but very costly, right? They use a lot of resources to get that kill, and while that's happening, they're just losing waves. The Lone Druid's super free farming, but better than get the kill than to not get the kill. So nice for them, and now at 5 minutes, the waves, they don't have to go to the tower anymore. They can be aggroed in between the towers, so you see the Sand King just aggroing the siege wave. Very important that he does this, so he doesn't get pressured on his tower. So he's just going to drag this wave all the way around and going to leave the Treant kind of with no option to pressure the lane, really. He's probably just going to stick around for the rune.
5 stacks of Fury swipes up on DM, but Soxa with the Blood Grenade, preventing that Ursa from going any deeper. They are very low here, but still Niku with somewhat low resources locked into this mid lane. Let's use the Midnight Feast to eat the catapult. New ability on the Night Stalker, going to be pretty handy in denying that catapult wave from ending up in a push for your opposing mid laner.
Chiro Jr. gets lucky with the rune. He got lucky with the 50-50, gets a little regen. Not the best rune to really contest the Wisdom. Not that it's bad, but I doubt that the Puck will want to contest the Wisdom with this rune. He's probably just going to play it chill and have his TP ready to help his team on their own Wisdom. Or maybe the NS will go. Let's see what the NS wants to do. Because ideally you don't...
Ascension is being popped, so they are going for the dive onto Kira Jr. And just gets a bit of distance over the Waning Rift, trying to get away with the Jaunt and the Orb. 10 HP on him and pops the rune to regenerate up. Soxa will die, though. Kira still poking Daze here. No teleport coming in just quite yet, so Puck will stand his ground. Niku, he's running out of his ult. He's going to have to let this one go. as that was happening. PMA died in the top lane to Watson and Malady, which leads them to, again, a hero dying just before the next objective spawn. So double wisdoms going for Yandex. They're also under the tower. They're going to try and kill PMA again. He just teleported in. And I have to play careful here.
He got that wave kill. Nice stuff from the Sand King. Kills the wave and gets out.
Another attempt in mid, but the supports get in range. Very difficult. He just hit level 6. Daze is in danger now. Soxa landing an ice calling. They're silencing all of the heroes. But Daze is dead, and that gank attempt definitely falls short.
Yeah, the double wisdom definitely going to hurt Na'Vi a lot, right? The Warlock hero, he doesn't have the Black Remor anymore. So he's just hard stuck at level 3. Yeah. It's not the same as it was before, right? This is why the hero hasn't really been picked anymore. You see the Muerta already level 5 since he got the double wisdom. Even a gate being used here for the rune.
They're really shutting down Night Stalker in a way. Like, not only just for the rune, but to protect that Treant Protector for a moment, so Malady's able to get some safe distance. Niku, he's only been able to pick up that 1 kill on Soxa. That was the tier 2 dive. He is still farming really well. He is second in net worth, 800 gold ahead of the puck. So that blink is just 1,000 gold short. They're going to smoke up. Dark Ascension is also up in 15 seconds. If they can just mass the numbers into top, they're not going to bring the Ursa. Got the Juice is actually thinking about it. Yeah, he's running to the gate, actually, so they will get all 5 members of Na'Vi into the top lane as they're chasing Malady already. Poison is applied. They need another stack. Meanwhile, bubbling up the puck as the Night Stalker has been isolated for the time being, but he's very tanky. 1,500 HP. Nice stun coming out from PMA onto Watson. The Bear's going to be there as well. Here comes the Ursa, just in time. Got the Juice going to be joining in the party, and they need to capitalize on this fight. They've got the Lone Druid down. Can they get more, and how does the Yandex respond? Kira, he's got the coil ready. PMA is already backing out. He's burnt that epicenter. Niku, Dark Ascension still up for about 10 seconds. Need to cause some more casualties and open up that tower. Na'Vi just chasing bodies, catching no one. Puck is coming around again for round number 2. Malady does get taken down. Coil is still available for Kira. They're half HP on the side of Na'Vi. Soxa is pinging out PMA, or actually it was a Malady that this Sand King could get isolated. They could find a response kill on him, trying to go for the TP out. Pitamouse, it doesn't see him. Gets the TP out.
Big rotation there from Na'Vi. They got a lot of kills. They really need that with this NS mid. They really want to get these kills, make the game really dynamic and fast, have Yandex not sit in their lanes and farm. So good stuff there from Na'Vi. They're playing super fast. And they bring 5 heroes, so even the Ursa being there is a really big difference maker, right? If Ursa's not there, maybe they don't kill that Lone Druid that fast. And Yandex on the losing end of that engagement, but it's daytime now. NS has no ult. So let's see how Yandex choose to play this. They're probably going to play it very slow since Puck is kind of low level. He doesn't really want to move that much in this early game. He didn't really get the 10-minute rune either. So they're probably just going to keep farming, and that's a good thing for Na'Vi, right? They don't want to get run over when it's daytime, and they don't really want to react to anything. They want to just farm their stacks, which Sand King will start farming now. Get the 6 on Warlock. So nice stuff coming from Na'Vi. They're in a lot better position than they were in the last game.
That really helped the supports, right? Riggy's getting closer to level 6. They need that golem up, but PMA is going to get initiated on here. DM, Malady, Soxa, Kira, bringing everybody for this kill and contesting those ancient stacks. Didn't quite get that hard cap fully. That was mostly soaked up by Malady on the Treant Protector to help him get some XP.
That good read by Yandex. They know NS has no ult, so he has no interest in really contesting this. So they can't really respond on Yandex. So they make this move, contest the stacks, really good.
And
perfect timing
top
for
tower.
them.
Up the catapult here.
Pushing top tower with the siege wave. Very nice from Yandex. Let's see where the NS will go next. Dark Ascension.
Oh, he's going in. At least onto Soxa right away with the Dark Ascension back up. They'll find a support kill. They can't save the tower. The card he gets the last hit. So they'll trade a kill for a tower.
And Yandex probably happy with that, NS pressing his ult and not really getting that much out of it. And then it's going to be daytime again, right? So then it's freed up for Yandex to make any move they really want to. It's hard for Na'Vi to respond.
At least Ursa did get the bottom tower simultaneously, so it does still favor Na'Vi in that trade. Got the Juice, who is now not too far off the Battle Fury, is not going to have an optimal timing for it, but it's not the worst either.
It's pretty good timing. I mean, he's complete free farm, took the tower, even gated top, and got a kill on Lone Druid, so he's having a really good game on Ursa. And Yandex, they don't really have that many good heroes versus Ursa, to be honest. Ursa has a pretty free game in this game, so I can definitely see Got the Juice popping off. 12-minute rune got picked up by the NS. It was a haste rune. So Puck not really getting any of the runes. Good stuff from Na'Vi controlling the runes. Sanking 800 gold from his blink, so he's kind of far away from that still. Biggest timing is probably Warlock with his golem. So he's just sitting behind the NS. As soon as he has a couple seconds off his ulti, they'll probably press smoke. Maybe they can even contest the enemy wisdom at 14. Let's see how spicy they think they are.
Trying to set up on Got the Juice in bottom.
He gets silence.
Half of his HP gone. Now he gets the ulti to pop.
Oh, Melody's here.
And Melody's here. Yeah, that should be a kill now at this point with Melody showing up. Got the Juice trying to juke in the trees. Does get some healing off of Riddies, dropping the golem defensively. Melody still going in for this chase. Overgrowth connects. They just need a little bit more to kill the Ursa, but that shadow work, it is healing him up just enough to keep him alive. Matt Watson is brought for the rotation. They'll get the Warlock kill. Most importantly for Na'Vi, this Ursa will get his Battle Fury delivered without a death. So who can do it? Just go straight back to the jungle and farm, and they can sack that bottom tower.
A little bit unfortunate there. I think the NS canceled his TP. So then Yandex, they recognized that, and then they just went go dive. They're not responding. So a little bit of miscommunication there. If Na'Vi wanted to fight or not, because they ended up TPing with the Warlock and dropping Golem. I think Sanking, he didn't really want to use his TP, right? He's almost with Blink. And Yandex, they're going to get double wisdom here. Treant even gets the snipe
Again. That's 4 wisdoms in a row.
Yeah.
0 picked up for Na'Vi. One thing you could do right now, which I was hoping they'd make the play, because an 80 rune was just picked up by the Night Stalker, plus Dark Ascension available. This Night Stalker hits like an absolute truck if he gets some free hits, and they smoke up. He has that blink too, so if he finds Kira, Kira is guaranteed dead. I'll tell you that. He sees him now, and there we go. 1, 2, 3 hits. Pretty much the Treant's trying to help him out with the extra armor, and that is not enough to get away from the silence of Niku. So PMA getting the kill, and most importantly, opening up that mid tower.
Yeah, showing why the NS was picked there. Very good hero versus Puck. He just keeps the Puck silenced for 6 whole seconds. And nice little kill. It was really well executed there. You know, the NS, he doesn't have that much day vision, so as soon as his smoke broke, he didn't really see the Puck. Then when he pressed his ult, he will see the Puck.
Yeah.
So he didn't really know that where exactly the Puck was. But nice execution. You know, as soon as your smoke breaks, you know someone's close, you press your ulti to see them.
Yep, and you got to be really fast with that too, because when your smoke pops, you have the advantage. But the moment you press your ult, the enemy gets that sound cue that Night Stalker just ulted. So if they're fast with their fingers, they're going to react to it. But he needs to find the target instantly, blink in silence. If he hesitates for just a little bit there, the target he wants to jump is going to escape. They did lose Daze a moment ago, and now initiating onto the Night Stalker down at the mid lane. DM is quite low on mana though. So he just gets 1 set of spells, and he won't be able to continue. Has a Clarity running. Niku gets away.
He's just going to farm this stack. He sees the stack.
And Niku, again, you've been highlighting the fact that he's getting all the runes. He's keeping this Puck deprived from any power runes.
Yeah, I don't think Kira got any rune in this game. I think he got the first rune, right, was the regen, but after that, I don't think he got anything. Mjolnir up for the Lone Druid, so that's gonna make him farm super fast now. As you see, he puts it on the bear now. Since the bear got to a point where he's just stronger than the main hero. And you see the Ags getting queued up next for the Lone Druid, pretty standard in this meta. So he's just gonna be sitting in the corner on the Lone Druid and have his bear do all the dirty work for him.
They are coming towards his way though. 15 seconds for Dark Ascension to be up. Hoping that somebody extends in that top lane, but it is PMA who cuts the wave. Top tier 1 tower is going to fall. Niku revealing himself to take it down.
Blink on Ursa as well. So Na'Vi, they have most of their timings. Only the BKB missing on the NS for them to run the train, you know, go, go, go.
Yep. Yeah, they've hit their timings really well here in Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Very different game to game one.
And they're looking. The NS uses his TP, trying to abuse the night vision. And again, vision in Dota is everything. The NS, when it's night, he has... Ooh, he sees them.
Yeah, you see everything now. And they got 2 heroes this time around to go into the puck, so they blow up Kira Jr. Last time it was a bit difficult with the kill, with the Treant getting that extra armor, even if you had an AD, but 2 versus 1, that's a whole different scenario. Nico even seems to be getting away with 200 HP. A Golem, that's a bit of a miss. It does connect on Soxa. And Ursa gets the second round. Double kill now picked up. The Bear has been slowed up by the SD ult. So Watson's Bear will also drop and got the juice. That's an extra 300 gold on top of the 600 he just picked up. So that's an extra 1,000 for the Ursa. Takes over the Lone Druid and net worth.
Yeah, that's just the vision game there from the NS, right? He sees the enemy before the enemy sees him. So he gets a perfect double man silence setup. The puck gets deleted before he even gets to press any of his spells. Ursa can go back in with the second round of spells to kill the Morta when he doesn't have ulti. So good stuff there from Na'Vi.
You had eyes there that the Ursa has moved over to the top lane, so DM backs away deeper into the jungle. And they see another hero walking past, so Malady's kind of like the... He's like the bouncer at the bar who's like keeping his eyes closed when they're bringing in the booze. Letting them pass. Gritties, well, now he's left alone with those 2 heroes moving into top, so that's a very easy kill. However, another Kira Jr. death might be imminent with Niku going on the chase. One more hit. Kira tried to land that coil to stun him. Didn't quite work out, but got the juice, got punished at least, and Niku, he'll run away. 638 movement speed. Good luck catching this guy.
Yeah, he's zooming. He's very fast. Let's respond, though. They don't let them get away with this tier 2 dive a little bit too deep there for the Ursa. And you see why the Muerta was also picked in this game. The silence is a really strong tool versus Ursa. Ursa doesn't really buy any items that remove silences.
They're on the hunt. They've seen Nico move in. They're pinging. They have vision on the cliff, but it's actually on the edge of the stairs. So they've been seeing Nico all this time. Malady spotted as well. Now with the sentry and the dust placed down. Watson moving in with the Bear. That's not the target they really wanted to jump on because the entirety of this lineup is ready to counter. DMA didn't get the epi off at all. He got silenced at the last second there. DM secures the kill on PMA. Navi down a member. And Daytime is striking right now, so Niku's making the call to let's back out. Leave it as it was.
Man, this tree is doing so much work. The living armor making the NS's game so much more annoying. He doesn't have exactly that much damage. So the block on the living armor for damage is very noticeable when the NS starts jumping a target. It's what can make Puck live or die in one of these fights. And Puck already has his 4-staff. So.
First time bought as well in the tournament is the statistic highlight there.
An unconventional item per Puck. I mean, I think it's good. I think he needs to buy items to not die. That's the whole point of this Puck hero, right? Is just be really annoying and not die. And in this game, he needs to have 4-staff versus the NS, or else he just cannot play. Yeah. He needs either BKB or 4-staff. So BKB is going to take a while. So I think the 4-staff makes a lot of sense.
He has the BKB also queued. I was also thinking about that. Like, yeah, Yules is not good. You're still going to get silenced by the time you get down. 4-staff is pretty good. And then... Yeah. I was also thinking, like, this is one of those games where a Puck BKB is fully accepted. Now he wants both.
It's good. I mean, he's a very experienced Puck player, so he knows that he just needs to be alive. And again, another double wisdom for Yandex. They end up losing the Torm here for that.
I mean, just look at the hero level graph. If you just press E and look how far the supports are on the side of Na'Vi. They're 8 and 8 to the 11 and 12. Really building up a big difference in experience on the supports.
Yeah, not ideal. And in the most recent patch, the XP shrine did get changed a little bit. So what they changed is that the early shrine doesn't give that much XP, but it scales better into the game. We see a smoke here, Puck getting jumped.
And with the silence and the Dark Ascension. This time the coil snaps on both. The silence is still there. Is it enough with a PMA stun? Yes, it is. Golem also landed on top of Soxa's Huerta. PMA taking a hell of a lot of damage, tanking the tier 2 tower as well. Gets bubble saved by Daze. Soxa dying to the Fatal Bombs, and the Warlock's permanent immolation burning him to a crisp. 2 kills scored there.
They're playing super well. Every time NS has ult, they try to attack. And that leading into the Roshan. I don't think Yandex can really contest. Their hero death timers are just a bit too high. Nice stuff from Na'Vi, a little pick off into the Roche. They also got the Tormentor, so they're doing really well on the objective side.
Dan is on point. Might try and send the Baron, who does have that Ag, so already bullying Riddies a bit there, but the Aegis is already picked up by Got the Juice. Gate is behind the pit. TM catches him with the roots. Gets the blink off as no damage was dealt to him. As the ult even as well used on the Spirit Bear. The Pandas on the chase. Kira Jr. joining in. They really want to punish Na'Vi for taking that Aegis. Not let them walk away unscathed. Get 1 kill. And Malady, who's been shadow pushing that top lane, preventing this lane from pushing at all. Aside from Na'Vi, and now a tier 1 tower to fall as well. So a bit of a response. They still got that Aegis on the Ursa.
Yeah, it was a big win for Na'Vi there. They got the Roche even though they didn't have the NS ult. So you saw them just backing off as soon as they killed the Roche. When you don't have the NS ult, you just cannot take a team fight. And Yandex, they knew that. That's why they wanted to contest, even though they had 2 heroes dead. But Na'Vi able to get away with the Aegis. And you see now the Lone Druid with his Ags. And I think he hasn't bought the Shard yet. So he's just going for the Shadow Blade next on this Spirit Bear. He's going to start assassinating people really fast soon.
Yep, there are some soft supports. I mean, SD and Warlock. Perfect targets for the Bear to hunt. Yeah, they're going to get the jump on the Ursa. Might just blow up the Aegis. He did get his ult. The Ox got 40 HP. He's standing his ground for a very long time. Watson's going to have to back out the Bear. And here comes Nico with a response. Goes for the silence onto Soxa. Gets hit by the PMA Burrow Strike stun. Aegis out, 1 hero dead. Bear gets out. 2 more swipes would have done it. Niku's still on the chase here for DM. Malady trying his best, still has overgrowth. And just drops the gate as he has the Aghanims already up on the Underlord, so the Night Stalker cannot chase any further. They'll trade a support for the Aegis. And I think that's a really big play too, because Nighttime was about to start in 15 seconds. They would have had Aegis, Dark Ascension, Nighttime, and item timings, everything going for Na'Vi, so dulling it with that Aegis taken away. Very important here for Yandex.
Yeah, not ideal there for Na'Vi. And you see again, the silence coming out from the Muerta on the Ursa. It's very annoying for Ursa to play against silences, since the hero doesn't really buy any dispels besides BKB. And you usually rely on your ulti to be able to dispel debuffs, right? But you can't press your ulti if you're silenced. So silences are very good versus Ursa. Probably why the Muerta was picked in this draft. And the Puck as well can be very good versus Ursa, even though the Ursa can burst the Puck. Puck starts with silence. Oh yeah, they're going on the snaking.
Got the roots. Yeah, he forced out his BKB. That's a good one there for Watson and his Bear. And meanwhile in the mid lane, actually Nico in huge trouble. The Night Stalker's being chased here. Nico, they're trying to force out another BKB charge. Not quite successful with Akira, used everything on him. Even the coil.
There's the Bear.
Right, the Bear's going to change things for sure. Just 1 more hit to get the entangle. Can't see where he went though, no detection. He gets away. You'd think a bear is pretty scary to face in the woods, but you know, I think Fuzzy Wuzzy feels a bit scarier.
It's the bear battle.
It is the bear battle.
And they get a little pick off on the Bear there. He has resummon, so not the end of the world. Closing in on the Silver Edge on the Lone Druid. And it's pretty good for Yandex. The longer they can delay this night timing where Na'Vi, they don't really get anything from it, the better it is for them. They always want to try to take team fights when it's daytime and try to dodge when it's nighttime. So MOUZ did a really good job there.
Yeah, he's got the gem of the Night Stalker, so he knows where he is.
Space created. dying in the corner. Waste as much time as you can.
I was about to ask a question about that gem, but it was already bought for Nico. I was going to say, like, what's a good timing here to get a gem for either side? Because it feels like everyone is really vulnerable in this game.
Yeah, probably Navi could have gotten it a little bit earlier, but it's also a really good timing to get it. Especially when the NS, he has all his items, he has his BKB, and he's feeling strong. You definitely don't want the Treant to get a shard, start placing the eyes, and have a vintage advantage, especially when you're playing NS. When you're playing NS, Pugs got deleted.
Don't know what happened there. Thought Kira was going to be able to get out. Had his blink open on everything. It's really like, does Ursa's swipe hit before you get your character to blink away? But looks like he maybe he out-shift queued the blink towards the fountain and he wasn't able to get the hero to turn around. Small things.
Warlock getting caught by the bear. So annoying. The Spirit Bear, he's so fast.
That is also the first wisdom for Navi. Only took 28 minutes.
It's okay, they got the one that gives more XP, so it's not the end
value
of them.
It's all a part of the plan, right?
And funny part is that the bear can take the wisdom. That one's kind of silly. Casual wisdom for the bear.
Is that intended?
Yeah, I mean they changed the bear to be like a hero unit, so then he can take the
How is
the
that
wisdom
balanced?
shine. Not sure. I think also Monkey King Jingu works on the bear as well. Like Slark can also steal stats from the bear, something like that. I'm not entirely sure on that. Don't quote me on that one. But I know that was a feature before. They reverted it, then they put it back or something. They went back and forth. But I do think that the bear's considered like a hero, so all those hero debuffs, they work on the bear as well.
Talking about the bear, there's not a whole lot of buffs in the team to make the bear any stronger than the items that he builds. You see him coming in with that sentry, so PMA just quickly cuts the wave, but Watson's bear could still catch up. Doesn't see where the Sand King's going. Yeah, the Puck actually didn't finish that BKB, so instead of having a 4-staff BKB, he screwed up a Parasma.
Probably feels like he doesn't have enough damage if he buys BKB.
Yeah.
He needs to do damage.
He just wasted his teleport there too. Niku knows this Puck now doesn't have a way out if he saw that animation go off for a second. Soxa is going to be the one to tank this one, so they'll get the big heroes away. Walking in circles here. This is taking quite some time. Soxa's really making them work for this one. I like the amount of damage he dealt, but you know, it's the inevitable end. You fought valiantly. Two heroes locked in on him. Got to choose, picks up the haste rune. It was a small chase from Yandex down the mid lane when they saw the Night Stalker and the Sand King busy
and
with
now it's daytime. And it's
oh, looks like we got a bit of lag going on our comms. I've no idea what it sounds like to the broadcast. Apologies if we're talking on top of each other's. Little lag going on.
Hopefully I'm okay.
Now I hear you. Now I hear you fine. Yeah,
okay.
you were dropping there for a second, but Lelis is back. Or maybe it was just me who was lagging. Who knows? Apologies. Tormentor.
So daytime NS doesn't really want to fight. So Yandex, they know this, so easily take this turn. Let's see who's going to get the shard. Shard on Soxa. Oh, decent shard now. They did change this one as well. They kind of gave the old shard the innate from Muerta, and they brought back the spectral slug kind of. This is the same icon they had for the old Ags, which usually you would shoot a unit and it would become ethereal, but it doesn't work exactly like that anymore.
That was a while
before
ago.
it would, yeah, before a soul would come out of the hero that would be static, but now the hero just becomes ethereal and they're just slowed. So they just take more damage from Muerta. So if you want to do a lot of magic damage, just press the shard on them. A nice shard.
Trying to save Watson's bear. I think it will be successful in it. 1 force staff there by Saksa. And now Roshan is back on the menu, boys. 32 minutes in, it's still daytime. There is the Dark Ascension at least. But they can extend the night if needed. Smoking up, trying to get in position. Malady is already holding on the edge of that cliffside. Neither team has a scan. Actually, sorry, they actually do. It's just grayed out on the UI, but they have 1 charge available. It's going to be a very important moment if they end up using those scans. There's the Dire scan, no connection. So they're going to go and take over. And meanwhile, the Dark Ascension has already popped on the backline. They find Malady. There's the opening kill. 45 seconds gone. Yandex. Do they still go for the wraparound with just 4 heroes and try to contest? Roche is roaring. They're coming out of the pit because Nico's getting all the vision, and they go straight for Kira Jr. Trying to hit the backline. EMA is also in the middle there. They're trying to save Kira, get him out of harm's way. Puck is still phase shifted for the time being, but they're taking so much damage on the Dire side. Yandex has 1 HP on 3 heroes. Na'Vi are taking over this fight. DM and Saksa are both down. And it will also take Kira Jr. and this way secure Roshan for themselves. And it's a big win for Na'Vi. We got a bit of a replay there. Can't hear Lelis at the moment, but maybe a bit of a recap on that fight. It's a really big win on the side of Na'Vi, already getting that first kill with a tree and forcing him to buy back. But didn't really matter too much in the end because they got the vision off that Night Stalker, keeping tabs on Yandex's positions. Still just pushing their advantage, getting the big kills, getting the big team fight win into the Roshan, and now the banner also secured for potential high ground push at some stage of the game. And nighttime is about to start in 30 seconds too.
I think I'm back.
You're definitely back.
All right. Sorry, internet issue there.
Now fighting in the triangle as well. Ursa, he's in the middle of all of this. Just 20 seconds. Niku's probably calling for a momentary pause. 5 seconds for Dark Ascension also to be up. EMA trying to get in range with that epicenter. Watson's bear, he's in the thick of it. They are focusing that bear really well, and that Watson bear is about to die with the puck already gone. Morta coming in with a buyback too, and it's not looking good for Yandex at all. Na'Vi are running over this fight. Everybody clustered up like that. These Warlock Fatal Bonds coming into play with big strength. There's so much AoE. Got the juice with a triple. Niku chasing all the way with that BKB active. Hunts down another. And Watson is the last man standing, and it doesn't look like he's going to be looking too healthy either. Underlord buying back, no gates. Na'Vi just scoring wins after wins, and got the juice, deciding to go in again, refusing Watson from having a bear this game. 60 seconds cooldown.
A big team fight there from Na'Vi. That was even with the Aegis, right? It was only 3 seconds there on Dark Ascension. So, and he's showing off like he's really strong in this game, right? He's been owning 0 deaths to him. Na'Vi going for the racks. Banner placed.
Oh man, what a day and night performance as well in terms of hero picks for Niku. Game 1 was an absolute disaster. Game 2, 6-0-14 Night Stalker. He's living the life. LA-Rax about to drop, got the juice, keeping up the pressure. Kira can't do too much. Does have that nullify already. Keeps throwing it at the Ursa.
He doesn't have a bear on the Lone Druid, so he can't really fight. Na'Vi gonna reset, but they can keep going, right? It's still nighttime. Ursa still has Aegis, so they can probably threaten this tier 2. They also know that Lone Druid only has 1 bear, so he probably doesn't want to fight right now. He wants to wait a couple more seconds before he has double bear. And kind of crumbling for Yandex there after that second Roche fight. NS just proving to be a little bit too strong for this puck. He's having a really hard puck, and the NS just 0 deaths. Bunch of items gonna finish his nullifier next, so no more force staff for the puck as nullifier breaks that interaction.
Well, I think it's quite clear to say which bear is stronger in this game.
It's Fuzzy Wuzzy.
Fuzzy Wuzzy wins this one. My bear brings all the naughty boys to the yard.
MS dropping his ult. He's looking for them. He knows they're in this corner. Gonna spot the Treant soon. Treant has a gem. He's gonna drop this gem. Never mind.
Yeah, nobody to be found.
Nice escape there from Yandex. And SD, he already uses TP bottom. He knows something's fishy here. Gonna run into a puck. Are they gonna use their TPs here? Sees the puck. Sanking already TPing.
Oh, Daze finds Kira. Now they overlap the bubble and stuff. That happens sometimes. But DM is gonna bide Kira the time to escape. Bringing in that Fiend's Gate. Gets the TP
A little bit of a
back home.
mistake there. It happens.
It happens. Yeah, that felt like a very humane error. Happens to the best of us.
So MKB soon on the Ursa to counter the Butterfly on the Lone Druid. And I'm not sure what Lone Druid's next timings are. I'm not sure if they can really hold with this hero. Oh, he's very far away from 25, and I guess BKB is his next item that's queued up, but they have so many tools through BKB already on Na'Vi. They have the Basher and the SD ult to control this bear. Oh, it's gonna get gone on. Not Justice wants to kill this bear. No detection.
Yeah, no room for a dust. This 6-slot Ursa. Yeah, he did hit his level.
Is coming.
He did hit his level 20 timings on the Lone Druid, so 2 talents. He does stand a chance versus Niku, but he doesn't stand a chance versus Scott the Juice. Now they got the outpost as well, so once they've killed the bear, they know the waves are not going to be pushing in. They can start moving over to the dire side of the map and start choking them out once again. Soxa, Pierce the Veil activated and gets hit by the disruption. DMA is going to be there in the front. Second bear coming out from Watson. Got the Juice just tearing them apart. That's one. That's going to be the bear god as well. The bear is out again. Kira will have to do all the hard, heavy lifting all by himself now for the next minute. I don't think it's enough.
70 seconds with no bear. This looks like another Rax here for Na'Vi. Maybe they even go top as well. Even the Golem gets dropped. AC on the NS as well. Makes them take the towers even faster since it applies the minus armor to the towers.
Spawning
I
DM
do
as
want
well.
to keep going. It is daytime. NS has ult. Rose still very far away. Nothing really for Na'Vi if they back off. They can choose just to play the map. Oh, they don't want to play passive. They already press smoke. NS wants to hunt. They're already drawing where they think the Lone Druid is. Let's see if Watson's going to read this and if it's going to TP out.
He's already using the safe passage behind all the tree lines while he's doing his farming patterns, but Daze will find him. Gonna have to come to the rescue here. Dropping the DM gate. They're going mad after Daze. Even the Underlord has 700 movement speed in the water as he comes out of that Fiend's Gate. Good luck
Just
trying
got
to
to
run away.
summon back on the Lone Druid.
And I mean, we've gotten to a point where a support Warlock who had the least XP in the game, it took him a while to get to his Golem, now has a Scythe in his inventory.
Now this puck, he's not going to catch a break in this game. The game just keeps on getting harder and harder for him. Even though he itemizes to try to survive, his timings don't really line up when you're in a losing game, so it's just really hard for him. And Sanking wants to go get silenced.
For a quick hello.
He's kind of alone here.
The very tough.
Half HP.
Tough target to go to, nevertheless. And now Niku is going to be the next one target. Forces top speed KB, and they're going to overlap the roots here, but they're doing quite a lot. Now the bear going to be focused on by Got the Juice, and he's going to tear that one down. He's got it out of the way. Another bear coming out from Watson in 30 seconds. He doesn't have a second because it feels like he always has a bear dead. constantly on cooldown. Not even a fight here. And Niku looking for the TP cancel on the other side of the map. As Soxa's dead, Hero will die. Niku finds him in the trees, drops the mini stun. And that is starting to look like tier 4s are probably on the menu next. Unless, yeah, they're actually pinging the megas. They want to play it clean, want to play it safe. We don't know about the, well, the Underworld buyback is in 1 minute. He just burnt out pucks.
Yeah, the Ursa can probably hit until Lone Druid has his bear attack him. The Mortal respawns. No Naya, no NS ult, but Yandex, no chance for them to really defend this. Ursa is way too strong. He's already 6 slotted, already replaced even his boot slot.
And how do you even fight this?
Stuff from Juice.
I feel like Yandex, their approach to the fight with this kind of lineup, it's very one-dimensional, and it's once the bear is gone, I feel like the fight's just over.
I mean, it is really hard for them at this point. There's way too behind in gold. But ideally, the Lone Druid gets to get his bear, go around and find a support and just insta-kill a support with a Savage Roar. And then they use Overgrowth on a hero that uses BKB, right? In that fight, they did end up getting the Overgrowth on the NS BKB, but the Ursa just kind of killed the bear. So there's way too many things that Yandex need to worry about, while Na'Vi, they're just way too ahead with the items, right? Warlock has a Hex, the SD has Ags already. So it's a hard game for them to win. They kind of need Na'Vi to overextend into them and to have the bear kill one of the supports or something.
That's just how quickly they just delete heroes. Soxa shows for a second and he's instantly gone. Now they spot Watson's bear. Lock him in once again. Muerta coming over the buyback into the outpost. PMA is loading up the epicenter. Hasn't unleashed it just quite yet, but they're doing enough here. Watson's bear is gone. Puck is being controlled by Niku. Perfect target priority here from Na'Vi, and it just looks so easy. As he said, they are so far behind that Na'Vi doesn't really need to lift a finger too much, and we were hoping we'd get a hell of a series out of these two teams, and we are getting that indeed. Na'Vi ties this one up. A very much needed win to avoid elimination. You can see Niku, bit of a smile on his face there too. Lilondra didn't quite work in game number 1, but the Night Stalker, well, he's made up for his error in that previous game. 8-0-18 finish. And of course, Scott the Juice also has a 20 KDA to finish the game.
You know, more Na'Vi than last game. They didn't really have mid in that game. They just had Lone Druid lane. So in this game, just taking a lot of space, making the Puck's life miserable game. He's just diving at them, silencing them, making it really hard for him to. And also, Got the Juice had a really nice game, right? It was, let's remember the pick order. It was Underlord and person. And Got the Juice, he really likes playing his versus the fat heroes. He impact and whenever put into the stuff from Na'Vi. And which teams would and lose next game? Because Lone Druid losing both games and not really looking that good. I'm gonna be honest. Maybe just the teams weren't able to execute it. But in the Lone Druid games, which team is gonna dare touch it? I feel like Na'Vi, they're not gonna touch it, right? Because in this draft, they didn't even try to pick it or ban it.
It's true. I mean, teams pick a hero because they know they're good at it. But in this series, it felt like the team they're playing against knows the hero better than the ones playing it. So yeah, 2 back-to-back losses for Lone Druid, and the series going into the 3rd game. But I want to go back to that draft as well as a whole. When I was asking you about what kind of type of a draft should Na'Vi go for, and that comfort, it really showed in a game like this. They're relaxed, they're having fun, they're enjoying what they do, and they kind of forgot that this is an elimination game. They're showing their best. They're giving that, like you said, old Na'Vi peak performance vibe, and really did wonders for this team to excel in a game too like this. I honestly feel like they forgot this is an elimination game. They're just playing a pub.
Yeah, I think especially in this game, I think when Got the Juice has this sort of start and he's playing one of these really active heroes, I think he shines a lot. I think he's a really good active player. The same for Niku. I think these two players, I think the Na'Vi's at their best when they have good games. To leave PMA to her, I think it's the ideal for them. and I kind of covered it perfectly, right? The Sand King went to a losing lane where he died multiple. So he also won his lane. So it was kind of mirrored, and they got that NS counter pick for the puck. This was worked out for Na'Vi, and the way they want to play, well, they're looking to in game 3.
Of course, the standout player for this one, it has to be Niku. It absolutely has to be Niku here for Na'Vi, as it is, with his stellar performance on this Night Stalker day and night to game 1 and game 2, no pun intended, with a Night Stalker pick here. And heading into a game 3 between the two teams, the next game will eliminate one of these two out of the tournament. The last major runner-ups from the grand finals, and a team full of young blood and energy that continuously is that contender against some of the top teams. And now if they can beat Yandex, that would be one statement in itself. It is, of course, still a Swiss stage and a lot more games to come after this one, but it's a start of something. And that's just how you have to look at it. But, you know, game 3, it's going to be right behind the corner. Me and Lelis, we're going to take a quick break with you guys. Make sure you get your refreshments, whatever you need. It's going to be a long day. It already has been a long day. There's so much more Dota to come. And who will take that next round placement and who gets knocked out? We'll see you guys after the break for game 3.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hey guys, we are back to test the 7.41 knowledge with our players here. Of course, we have one of the biggest brains in Dota right now, Mr. Malady from Yandex. How you doing, boss?
I'm doing just fine.
Very good. How much have you looked at the patch? How much have you memorized it? Are you a research kind of guy or a just go kind of guy?
I think I'm both. I spent quite a lot of time researching on the new patch. Experimenting some new stuff. So I think my knowledge of this patch is quite good.
Fantastic. Well, let's see if that is true. In a timed environment, we have 3 minutes to get through as many questions as possible. Good luck to you. Are you ready to go?
Yes, I'm ready.
Punch it. Here we go. Techies is now able to plant bombs mid-flight using blast off.
It's true.
True. Instant. All right, next. Which of the following heroes did not have a game-breaking bug at the release of 7.41? Meepo, Warlock, Chen, or Rubik?
There's only one correct answer, right?
Yes.
I guess Warlock.
Warlock actually did with the neutral item. He could insta-kill people if they were too close. The Catalyst one. Next.
Yeah, sure.
Prior to 7.41, the Tormentor could deal damage to neutral units. Is that true?
What? Neutral?
Neutral
yes,
units.
it's true.
It was true? That is actually true. It was a change. Well done. Void Spirit's Aether Remnant with Shard can...
False.
What?
Just false.
False. Okay. Holy moly. We're moving on. Which one of the following heroes cannot miss uphill units while flying? Batrider, Winter Wyvern, Dragon Knight, or Lena? Only one cannot.
I have no idea.
No idea. This
Lena.
had changed.
Let it be Lena. I have no idea.
Lena. No, I'm afraid it's Winter Wyvern. Those three were purposely changed so they could. Flesh Heap was nerfed in 7.41b. True or false?
False, it was buffed.
False. It was buffed. You are correct. Which of the following heroes had no spell, base stats, or ability changes? Warlock, Clinks, Leshrac, or Centaur?
Base stats. What the hell? Centaur. No. No.
No, no, no.
Actually, Centaur.
Centaur. I'm afraid it was Warlock. He only got his innate.
Yeah.
All right, you can kill Zeus by popping a Blade Mail and Nimbus.
True.
True! Absolutely, change that damage type. What is the active spell of Metamorphic Mandible called? Bug Out, Arachnid Assailant, Pupate, or Metamorphic?
Bug Out.
Bug Out! That was a tricky one. I'm afraid no. That's a different spell, a weird one. Which of the following was not a concentrated wraps nerf? Cost increase. What?
Cost increase.
Cost increase. Automatically done. Yes, my man knows. Moving on. Oh, okay. Darkseer's Vacuum was once again modified this patch, as it has for every patch. True or false?
What does modified mean?
Well, did they change Darkseer's Vacuum? Anything about it?
There is no interaction between, like, he could get Storm Spirit out of Ball Lightning. Now he cannot. I don't know if it means this or not. So I don't know. Let's go through.
True. I'm afraid it was false. They actually did not touch his vacuum for once. I can't believe it, but yes, you have gotten far above what anyone has ever done on this quiz. Yeah, most people have been doing 4 or 5 questions.
Some of them are incorrect.
Well, I think you did very, very good compared to everyone else. So you were right. Your knowledge was quite correct. And we'll see if anyone has the minds to beat this man here at PGL Wallachia Season 8.
And when moments like these is when the stakes are at the highest. It is a Game 3 for Yandex and for Na'Vi to avoid elimination and fight another day in the PGL Wallachia Season 8 Swiss stage. You're welcome to the B stream where we're watching these elimination matches. If, however, you are feeling like you want to watch teams qualify to the playoffs, head over to the main stream of PGL as we are currently, I think that main stream is also heading over to the second series of a team getting through. I won't give any spoilers and scores. You can go look them up on the mainstream or on various Wikipedia, for example, because here we've got the real meat. We've got teams fighting for their lives and feeling the pressure, how to deal with pressure, and of course with Lelis giving that player perspective here in the commentary desk as well, who's been to situations like these, even at high stakes matchups. You've been to TI a couple times. You know the things teams talk about, what the players talk about, what they go through. Most importantly, the things they discuss after those games have taken place. How do you deal with the downtime of setting yourself up for the elimination day? Your personal thoughts as a player. Do you discuss some things with your teammates on the downtime, like having team lunch or like whatever these things, small kind of grouping up moments that you have with your players? Do players just isolate themselves with their own thoughts, or do they openly talk about things that went wrong and what they want to look and what they want to do when it comes to a really important series?
Usually you have some sort of team meeting and you decide what you guys are going to do for the next series, or how, if there's something you need to change. Or sometimes there's not even a meeting at all and people just chill, relax. The drafters, they get ready for the next series because you can't really change that many things between days. Most of it is just the order of picks that you can do. It's like the most effective thing you can spend your time on is theorizing what is better for your team in terms of the draft. But in terms of gameplay, usually it depends on player to player. Some players, they like to be isolated and zone in before the game starts. Others, they rather have team talk. They rather do the draft prep. It depends a lot from team to team, and it also varies a lot from the team dynamic to different teams. But I'm sure these teams, they're just keeping it calm, keeping it chill.
10 seconds
especially in a kind of a LAN environment like this for PGL Wallachia. It's very relaxed. There is no stage, so it's very calm in the studio. So they just want to keep calm and play their best Dota.
Yeah, I think in a team environment, it is good that you don't end up constricting yourself to overthinking. The team's going to bring you down pretty quickly and be like, hey, don't overthink it. Just relax. You do want your teammates to be in the best possible mood, the best possible attitude when the D-Day is about to happen. So I love to hear like thoughts on the mental pressure side of things from players and teams. How do they deal with it? Because most of video gamers, e-gamers, whatever you want to call it, they might be a bit introverted. So all the support that you get from an organization, the people around you, helping you push to that next level. And of course, when it comes to overcooking your thoughts, we're opening with a Slardar, strong hero for Na'Vi. Classic hoodwink opener here for Team Yandex, one of the top 3 picks in the tournament in terms of how consistent, how often this hero is being picked. Slardar does lean things towards a potential minus armor draft. Can you cheese your way through a game 3 with almost full-on minus armor? I've seen a lot of East European teams pull it off. I've seen it a lot with North American teams back in the day also do it. Have 1, 2, or 3 heroes who do physical damage and kind of lean together. Because we're not playing an aura patch, like you said. We might not see Guardian Grease. We might not even see Crimson Guard too often.
Oh, you definitely want to combo the Slardar with other physical damage cores, especially cores that can jump together with the Slardar. No, ideally, you jump with the Slardar with the Shard, you crush, and you try to burst with that, what is it, 2-second stun with the Corrosive Haze. So they can definitely do a minus armor strat. I think you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. I think the Slardar gives you a lot already to kill the Torm, to kill the Roche. And it's also a flex core. They can go mid and off lane. So here, I think Na'Vi, they just want to pick their standard picks. You know, it's an elimination game. You don't want anybody feeling a bit out of place. So Rubik, a very common hero for days. He's level 30 Rubik. And the funny part is they pick Rubik into Ench, right? Ench considered to be a counter pick to Rubik because Rubik doesn't really deal with the units that well. And Ench is a hero that doesn't really have spells Rubik to steal. but they go for the Rubik anyways. I personally think that Rubik doesn't care as much about Ench in this patch. I think the laning thing is... It used to be a lot worse than it is nowadays. I think Rubik with his new innate, he can trade a lot better with Ench. And you see both supports getting picked for Na'Vi, so they can keep the starter pick open. And they go with the Veno, another very common 5 in this patch. A hero that got changed a lot, the way his spells work. And he got benefited a lot.
Leaving things still open for the Na'Vi core side with this double support follow-up on the Slardar. Still with the Pango in the pool. Has been untouched in this series, which feels a bit weird. Considering I think we saw only Pango in the first 2 days of action. Now Na'Vi and Yandex both moving away from that. And if you want armor, if you want high armor, you bring in this guy. You bring in the Terrorblade, one of Watson's, you could almost say, legendary carry heroes. He's excellent on it. It's his bread and butter.
And TB, kind of a forgotten hero, right? You don't really see this hero that often. The reason for that is that the illusions, just the way his innate worked, it got very nerfed in a recent patch, but it did get buffed in the 7.41 patch. I haven't followed TB that much. I'm not sure exactly what happened to his innates and to his facets, but the reason TB is picked is because of the starter, mainly. TB is a very good hero for starter. He's naturally high armor, and in the laning phase, starter doesn't really pose a threat to TB. And even if the starter ults the TB, he loses, what, 20 armor, but TB has like 40. And he buys a bunch of agi items that give him more armor, so he doesn't really care. So it's more of a, I want TB because I see Slardar and Rubik. TB is also decent versus Rubik. His spells are not the best Rubik to steal, but you could say, oh, he can steal Reflection and stuff. I mean, he can. Reflection is the best spell he can steal, but Illusion's kind of useless for Rubik, so is Meta. And even Sunder. Sometimes Sunder is just kind of useless for Rubik. It's hard for him to use it that well. Let me retrace that. Not useless, but hard to use.
Yeah, hard to use. Hard to find a good moment to use it too.
Exactly.
Never a good moment for it, really. I was thinking about when you were saying not too familiar with the TB currently, more about like how not how the hero works, but like how the hero has been changed. I've seen quite a lot of offlane TB, but then they locked in the Brewmaster, so that's gonna stick it with Watson. I've seen DM play when the offlane TB meta was still a thing. I think I see the occasional pub offlane Terrorblade still work out pretty fine. Still good in some matchups. Very difficult to deal with because of all that heavy armor. And we see a lot of physical picks coming in from the +1 role, making it a good offlane matchup for him. But it's Brood Mama time. So talk about cooking drafts or not. This is a hero that Na'Vi does go back to from time to time, so it's not really a surprising pick.
10 seconds remaining.
If it was any other team, I might be like, wow, they're playing Broodmother. Like, where's this coming from? But this is something that Na'Vi has played quite frequently and quite often.
Yeah, got the juice. He's been playing a lot of Brood. Not sure specifically why the Brood has been picked. I'm not sure how the matchup works versus TB, if it's a good matchup for Brood or not. I do know Brood is very good against Brewmaster, right? It's a natural Orchid buyer for Brewmaster, and Brewmaster doesn't really buy Dispels. He wants to go into that Ags, into that Vlad's, AC. He doesn't really buy any Dispel items. He doesn't want to buy Lotus. He doesn't want to buy Manta. Before, you would see Brewmaster with Radiance Manta, but you don't really buy Radiance anymore on Brewmaster, so Brood, a natural Orchid buyer. And a unit hero. Unit heroes are also very good against Brewmaster. He doesn't really deal with the units that well when he's not ulted. So I definitely understand the Brood versus the Brew. I just wonder how this matchup is for TB versus Brood. Who has the upper hand in the late game? And if Na'Vi, they just want to play tempo, they probably want to play tempo. And I think TB definitely has the winning matchup later on into the game. If both teams are the same net worth, I think TB definitely has the edge there on that carry matchup.
At least they got some good lockdown on that Terrorblade to prevent that Sunder from going off if we see something like a Orchid, Bloodthorn on Broodmother combined with Slardar and Rubik with the stuns. So even if you Manta dodge or use Manta to dispel one, there's still going to be a fall-off from Na'Vi, giving those small windows to take a TB down and fully focus him.
10 seconds remaining.
Like you said, the Brewmaster does struggle too, so he's also a good target for an Orchid. Definitely an item pickup here for the Broodmother. As they're getting rid of the Pango and the Void Spirit on Na'Vi's side, the puck was banned first by Yandex, and another mid to be removed from Niku.
A lot of mids already banned, saying King, Puck, Pango, even the Beastmaster could have gone mid-band. And kind of the same, right? A hero that can happen with the supports. Even the Coddle getting banned there, Navi.
You know what? If I look at Navi's lineup right now and I'm thinking a mid for Yandex, if this was an OD patch, it's...
Think about is very bad versus Rubik.
Yeah.
Astral is annoying. Isn't it about Rubik time? Some heroes become so annoying to pick because of this Rubik hero. So it's a very polarizing hero, the Rubik, right? It's either like really good or it's really bad.
Yeah, I'm looking at the uncontested hero pool where this Broodmother, this is the first of the tournament, pick or ban. OD would be another in there if they're considering it, but only not something you consider, something you just throw on the fly. You're like, pick me OD, I'll do it.
We see Navi with the Invoker. All right.
Niku Voker.
Very comfortable pick for him. I think he's level 30 Invoker. And I think in the first game, this hero even got banned by Yandex. Or from Navi. Last draft, it got kind of ignored. But gets picked here. So none of the Invoker counters are really in the pool, right? The Puck is banned. The Quap is banned. Even the Void Spirit's banned. The TA, like all these heroes are really good. Like they come to mind first versus Invoker are banned. So let's see what Chiro's going to play. Maybe Ember still in the pool. Okay Ember game. You know, it's good against Rubik. Can kill the spiders from Brood.
Oscar was also left in the pool, if I look correct. But the Kunkka, they'll have a way to deal with the Zoo.
And I think, did Yandex play versus South American Rejects? They did, right? They lost to the Kunkka mid, I believe.
They did, yeah.
All right, so taking a page out of South American Rejects books, Team Yandex, Dark Mago's presence being acknowledged, right? The Kunkka spammer, probably one of the better Kunkkas in competitive. And I know Chiro also plays this hero a lot when the hero used to be meta. So Kunkka used to be a really, really good counter pick to Invoker because he deals really well with the Forward Spirits, and the constant harassment of Invoker is really hard for him to deal with. Especially since Invoker doesn't buy boots and he's low mobility. When Kunkka just presses all his spells on Invoker, he just kind of dies. So I like the Kunkka, and it's also decent versus the Brood. You can insta-kill the spiders. I like the Kunkka pick. I think it makes a lot of sense, and she plays this hero. That's the most important thing, is they're not picking some random hero just for him to play. Like, he actually plays this hero.
It is in his top 10 most played heroes, so the Kunkka, the last time he's played it was in 2025 in February, so it's been over a year. Not sure if that also translates to his competitive statistics. Let me look. Yeah, 2 months ago was the last time he played Kunkka in a competitive environment. Just hasn't really been playing it in pubs, but of course pub stats have kind of disappeared from us in the last year, 2 years or so.
You know, maybe after that loss to Kunkka, he got inspired and he played some Kunkka games, and now he feels confident to play it. Because the Kunkka definitely looked good in Dark Mago's hands in that previous series.
But it is an elimination game now, so one draft for both teams. They've picked what they wanted. I don't feel like either team was really stressed or panicked in any of those picks. Maybe that Kunkka is the wild card in the sense that you weren't probably expecting Yandex to pick it up as you've been painting the picture. But are these winning drafts? Are these drafts that feel slightly out of the box?
I think they're both winning drafts. You know, when you see TB, this hero wins games. Very strong carry. And Invoker, this hero also wins games. I think the late game for both heroes is very strong. And Invoker being kind of a direct counter to the TB. TB doesn't really like playing against a lot of magic damage. And Invoker, he fits that stereotype perfectly, right? He's that ranged spellcaster that does a lot of magic damage from far away. And TB doesn't really like playing against that. So I think both teams, they're probably feeling comfortable, right? Which is probably the most important thing in an elimination game. If both teams feel like they can win and they have the picks that they want.
His build is intriguing, though, on the Invoker. This is a BZM Dominator Invoker. Some Nico also taking a page out of Tundra's playbook. Quick glimpse on If you look at Pro Tracker and what the pros are playing in pubs, it's Meteor Hammer, it's Octarine, it's Ags. Any of those, there are no Dominators out there. I wonder if he sticks with this. Is it because of the Enchantress?
Honestly, I couldn't really tell you. I'm personally not really an Invoker player. I do know that the Dominator combos well with the Forge Spirits. Like, it's nice. You have like that extra unit, and the Dominator gives you a lot of sustain in lane, especially with Kunkka, since he does so much physical damage with the Tidebringer. To me, that's why he's going for the Dominator. Because most Invokers nowadays, they just buy the Meteor Hammer, and they use the Meteor Hammer to farm with the Kaya. Because the Kaya gives you that mana loss, and you can also just press the Meteor Hammer on 2 camps at the same time. And it also helps you kill towers. So most Invokers have been going for the Meteor Hammer, but maybe it has to do with the sustain and just the lane matchup in this game. Because it definitely has fallen out of favor, right? The Dominator got a lot nerfed after that Dominator TI. So people stopped buying it.
Yeah, it's not very trendy, for sure. So far, looking at the first 1.5 minutes of action, PMA does have a big wave for him in the top lane, but he's only picked up 1 last hit. He's gonna start having to landing those there with the Snillerine Crush.
Starter has a hard time pushing the wave or dealing with multiple creeps stacked on top of him, so it's a very common theme where he's kind of just holding the wave where he has a bunch of creeps pushing into him. Especially versus TB, right? He can't really deal with the TB illusion. This is why TB got picked. Is that Starter, all his spells are physical, and TB is a high armor hero. So it's really hard for the Starter to deal with the TB in the lane. TB kind of just gets ultra free farm.
Yep. And also with the Enchantress versus the Rubik matchup that you brought up in the draft. And we're going to have ourselves a first blood, and DM gets denied by Saksa. So Saksa gets the first blood. No kill for Na'Vi out of that, their offlane duo.
A big denied there from Saksa. They were going to get a little trade there. Of course, better for Yandex if they have the first blood, but Brood would probably be okay with that trade. But Saksa coming in big with the deny. And the most annoying part of playing Veno is this, is that when you go on the enemy and then they just deny each other, it feels really bad. One of the worst feelings it is for a Venomaster player to get heroes denied when he goes on them.
Outside of that, so far so good. Every core is farming. It's getting their share. You have to be careful with the Brewmaster when you die once in the lane, that if you teleport to die again, you're going to have to take a long walk back. Well, Malvi and Daze trading some hits there. Enchantress, of course, has the higher regeneration.
And Rubik already running low on regen. Didn't get the Lotus either. Starter kind of controlling the wave behind the tower. They're doing some pulling shenanigans. As this lane is definitely hard for Na'Vi. Both their heroes. Vacuum, Rubik is Cypress Ench, and TB is good for Starter, so want to do what they aim waves, and they don't try to lane.
Niku's starting to fall a bit behind the Kunkka, 22-14. Kunkka, of course, slightly higher damage. You do get points in Exort to help your farm. You get a bit better with the Tidebringer advantage. So when we start to feel the difference here, Kunkka hits level 5 first. Might get access to Ghost Ship before. I wonder if supports are willing to move towards the mid lane. Hoodwink would be a great hero to send in there for a gank.
An expected outcome. Again, it was Kunkka as a counterpick to the Invoker. And he's having a really good time on
Might even get a kill here with the Torrent, sending him into the air. Has a Fairy Fire. He'll pop at the Cold Snap with the tower. No creep wave under there, so helps isolate Kira, preventing a death.
And as you said, the Kunkka is definitely communicating with the supports that he's going to be level 6 soon. And that any rotation, they can definitely get this kill. Similar to the first game where he was playing DP, right? And they dove the Lone Druid. And they got his tower and all that stuff with the 5-minute siege. Kind of the same thing going for Kira in this game.
And a kill attempt into the top lane as well. Daze is dropping low, but nice stun combo there from Daze and PMA, keeping Watson at bay. He only just got Metamorph of cooldown. If he had it there, that would have been a dead Rubik. Daze is going to have to back away. Now finding Kira is actually being kited by Riddies. That Venomancer is really proving to be a nuisance, and now the cold snap. Kira's pretty much down here. The Enchantress is parked right next to him. Melody's just staring him into his soul like, yeah, I see you're dying. I can't do anything to help you, bud.
He was waiting there for the perfect moment to deny, but uncharacteristic mistake by the Kunkka. He went a little bit too deep and got punished by the Veno TP, so a good amount of space here for an Invoker. When these sort of things happen, when you're in like this losing matchup and you end up getting a kill on the enemy, it's a really big swing for the losing matchup, which is the Invoker, right? Yeah. He's almost same level now as Kunkka. He's closing in on the level 6 and on his Dominator, so that the small things.
Yeah, slowed down the Kunkka from hitting a 6 right away and getting an instant kill. Now he's got an 80 rune and the boat ready. Malady with Soxa, both applying pressure down in mid. Soxa hiding in the trees for now. They see Niku's position with the ward. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they recognize that DM has been left alone. Sunstrike's going to connect onto the Brewmaster. So Na'Vi overpowering this lone Brewmaster. They're missing quite a lot of hits, so Riddies will be the one to get the kill in the end. And Niku gets dove under the tier 2 tower. So they get a response. And that opens up the mid-tier tower to fall under 7 minutes because the catapult's already here.
Yeah, good stuff from Yandex. Very similar to game 1, right? They get the counter pick into the 6-minute rune, into both supports coming mid and overwhelming the enemy mid. So Kunkka has a really good game now. Super snowballing. Let's see if he can keep it up like he did in the first game on the DP. Now Kunkka, he definitely wants to start contesting the Invoker camps and keep running at this Invoker with his supports. While Na'Vi, they're kind of dodging the Kunkka, right? You saw them go for the Brewmaster kill. So they identified that they're weak in this mid lane and they don't want to play through it. So they kind of just come bottom and pressure the tower bottom.
Yeah.
So good read there by Na'Vi.
Comes Kira just waltzing about the rest of this tower.
Yep.
Should be able to deny it if they wanted to. Leave it up for now. Have a TP point.
Meanwhile, Hoodwink takes the mid lane for some levels, so nice stuff there from Yandex. Kunkka saving tower. He's back mid for the rune timing. Encho already coming over. So let's see if Na'Vi, they want to fight. Probably not. They're just way too weak.
They are, and they're falling behind quite rapidly. It's a 3k gold deficit. Niku hasn't even finished the Dominator recipe yet for the Invoker. He is 600 gold to the next core, and almost, what, 1,500 gold behind a Kunkka at 8 minutes. Of course, Kunkka rapidly does farm. He doesn't need a whole lot of levels to enable his game, but the Invoker being this far behind, there's definitely a bit of a window here for Yandex to take over.
Yeah, you already see the both supports contesting these two camps that Invoker primarily wants to farm. So Yandex, they know exactly what they want to do, how to snowball the game.
Got the catch on Niku. One stun to another with a boat coming in. Next mark, send him back in, and Kira to secure this kill.
And another ulti used with Arcane Root for Kunkka, so super nice for him. He's going to have his boat up in another minute. So he can choose to use that whichever way he wants. He can even do smoke to the Brood, or he can even go top when TB has meta. Let's see what he chooses to do.
At least the Brood is farming pretty well for Na'Vi. Like, Got the Juice hasn't been punished in the lane because of the Brewmaster matchup, but let's see what happens now. All of his spiders are gone. One does not quite connect on DM. That's level 6, but can't get the Primal Split on a spot to catch the Brood, so he's able to walk away. Still being hunted, dodges the Hoodwink Bushwhack. More and more spiders. They just can't get the vision to get the X mark on him, so he'll be able to walk away. Good moves there by Got the Juice. Really utilizing the juking moves there of the Brood.
Yeah. And you saw there why the Kunkka was picked as well. So he has a 1E lane versus Invoker, and you can also just one-shot the spiders. So it's really annoying for Brood to play against this sort of stuff.
Oh, they're gonna kill Niku again on the same spot. Yeah, he's like, they've seen me a couple times in this area. He buys his own sentry for the D-ward. Of course, all that extra gold for D-warding himself. That's worth.
Good stuff here from Yandex. They just know that the Invoker wants to farm these two camps, and they just keep running at him. They just don't let him farm. If he wants to farm, he has to take the singular wave under the tower. And we saw also this happen in the series where we casted Tundra versus Heroic, I think. And at some point, the Invoker got so annoyed that he just went to the bottom camps of the map and he just started farming there, which is probably the correct choice, honestly. Like he's just not being able to farm.
And VP also did that. Like when they had like the Venomancer and Fly and all, they just took over this map at like 8-9 minutes in. They're all over your jungle.
Yeah, I guess it's just a reoccurring theme when you pick Invoker and you get counterpicked. The hero definitely is very slow and can be very susceptible to this 5-minute move that you lose the tower, right?
Yep. Animal popped in the top lane. Deleting Daze. YMA still sticking at the trees there. Maybe bring in some people, but Got the Juice actually rotated into top looking for an opening, but it was Yandex who struck first, so he just instantly TP straight back to the jungle.
Yeah, and the game's not really looking good for Na'Vi. They're kind of getting pressured in every lane. They don't really have a pressure point in this game. They lose the mid tower pre-10 minutes, and now they're going to lose their safe lane tower. So good stuff from Yandex, rotating on the siege waves to kill the towers. And it's looking grim for Na'Vi. Like Veno not really having the impact you want him to have, and Invoker just losing his lane so horribly that... I mean, he didn't really lose his lane. It's just what happened at 5 minutes. I'm not really sure if there was anything Na'Vi could have really done to not let that happen, right? The Kunkka had an 80 rune.
It definitely would have helped if he had a better timing on the Dominator. Now it feels like a slower farming item than the Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, but he's a level 30 Invoker. I'm sure he has some sort of reason why he's doing it.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, it's kind of just like a farming item at the end of the day. You know, you buy this first item just to... Yeah, both items help him farm.
I'm just thinking about some of the stubborn players in Dota who are like, I know I've died 5 times, but I'm not changing my build. Riddies is being chased here on the bottom side half of the map. Got the Juice is also like, please don't bring them here. I'm trying to farm, man. Keep them away.
I guess Na'Vi, they're just waiting for the Sorrow to have Blink Dagger, so then they can actually make a move. It becomes a lot easier. He's almost there. Even though he's laning against TB. He has decent net worth. The Ench left the lane pretty early, so Sardar had a lot of space to farm. But the TB also has a lot of space to farm, right? Uncontested, top net worth, and probably going to continue to be a top net worth to the whole duration of this game on TB. Because he's just not being contested. His tower is almost... Actually, not really full HP. A little low. But it's still alive at 13 minutes. So, really comfortable spot here for Yandex.
Yeah, both tier 1s have been taken in the bottom lane, but every other tier 1 still standing. Okay, there's the mid tier 1 that's lost on the Radiant side. That fell pretty early. It's kind of expected. Now fighting at the bottom lane with a boat. Connecting onto Got the Juice. He's got his insatiable hunger on, so if he can just hit some targets, he should be able to regenerate through the damage. Malady and Saksa are applying to him. And it's going to be enough. Sunstrike's coming in. Saksa will be the one to fall first. Kira is going to bring in Riddies with the X mark. Bit of poison and bit of plague spreading there. Support trade. They keep Got the Juice alive. That's the key component here for Na'Vi. Ace. Stole X mark.
A really nice spell to steal. So the way that interaction works is the Rubik can press X on whoever is X'd, and he can just kind of cancel out the spell. It's kind of bugged. So every time Kunkka goes on someone with X, Ruby can just save them and just insta-press the X, and it kind of just cancels it out. So a nice spell for him to steal.
It's a guaranteed Sunstrike now for Niku, so you know that X mark's going to be dealing damage.
That's true.
Kind of reminds me of the... What are we comboing with our LC duel today? Are we bringing a Dagon guy? Are we bringing in some more global heroes? Are we bringing in Nature's Prophet? Yeah, now we got X mark Sunstrike. Kira is being
Have
chased.
the starter smoked up.
Sunstrike is loaded up on the Invoker, so if they do get a catch on Kira, we'll get a nice extra burst of damage in here. Got the Juice. It's going to be following, trying to go for the TP out. There's the Sunstrike on top of him. His TP is out for the count, as Kira is also dead.
A nice rotation from Sardar with the blink reveal, getting the core kill. Nice read of the map. A lot of space there for the Brood, right? He gets to push out the wave all the way to the corner, and then he's going to farm his way back all these camps. Super good space for him. Meanwhile, Yandex are just looking at this enemy triangle. They see that this is super stacked. Brewmaster halfway through his Ags, so not at his peak yet.
Gotta love a Midas on a brew.
Yeah, it kind of just turned into the standard after Radiance got nerfed. The percentage mischance, the way it just interacts not on the aura anymore and only on the hero, hurt the hero a lot, so to have farm, he just has to buy Midas.
Good moves there down in bottom with Got the Juice going for the initiation on the Hoodwink and knowing the Rubik to get close enough, land the X mark, drop up with a Fade Bolt, clean up a kill. Manta almost done, just 900 gold short from the recipe.
Almost Manta there for the TB as well. It's already coming on the courier for him. Shard queued up next, so he can continuously turbo farm. So Watson, he's super free farm. I'm kind of concerned for Navi in this game. Invoker, he's going for the meteor next, so he can sustain his mana usage. But Navi, they're kind of just getting the scraps around the map, right? They're not really leading the game in any ways. And it's more on Yandex to mess up. I think soon they can play for the Roshan if they really want to. TB can always kill it with meta, and she can tank it with the creep and with Untouchable. And as soon as this Brewmaster has Axe, it's going to be really hard for Navi to actually take a fight against the Brew.
He's in a world of hurt here with Malady and with Kunkka, making them work for this kill. Playing around with the X mark there in the trees, but he'll be taken down eventually. And a question about the TB. Okay, this is going to be a bit of a noob question, but it feels like we're going back to the old TB, except he's slightly buffed with the Dark Unity, now no longer giving a penalty to the damage bonus. So I feel like this is a stronger TB than the one we had before.
It's stronger to kill the waves from far away, right? But it's weaker than it was before, because before when the illusions were close, you would actually get a percentage buff. So they would do more damage when they were close to it. So it's better to actually split push and kill waves from far away and farm safely than it is to actually pump out the damage in the team fights.
Right, yeah. Like before you had the penalty if you were far away and you got the buff if you were nearby. Now you just get the buff when they're nearby. It's like a 60% increase in their damage.
Yeah. So no more penalty. It helps them farm a lot.
Yeah. Best of both worlds.
Shard coming from the TB, so he's going to farm in faster now. Just has attack speed, movement speed, all the good stuff.
Yeah. And also another game where we're going to get the Enchantress building an Ags as his first big item after the drums. So again, we're going to get little friends in this game. But let's look at this game.
I like
towards bottom. A haste rune on Kira, hoping to find somebody, but PMA already blinked to safety. They know they're coming. Reedies will show himself, dewarding a sentry, so he's done for. At least it's not any of her cores. Got the Juice got away. PMA got out.
Nice stuff from Yandex. They keep on getting pickoffs. So you see Navi, it's hard for them to really take a team fight and be in position to actually challenge Yandex, so they kind of just end up feeding on some supports while the cores keep on farming. Pretty standard. You know, it's better for the support to die than for the core to die.
They did stop the economy bleeding as well, because it was a 4K lead, now 3K. The graph has slowly started to turn in Navi's favor. Especially now with the Invoker being able to farm a whole lot faster, will allow him to catch up with everybody else. Has the Meteor Hammer with the Dominator. Kira scouting quite deep in here, gets eyes on Got the Juice, doesn't quite get the Torrent X-Mark to connect. Spider too fast.
See TB coming over with the block. Take. They're going to be a free tower. Just let it contest. The Ags finish now on the Brewmaster, so I'll be really sure that it's going to be a good fight for them, because this Brewmaster, this hero is very good against Venom. It's a classic counter to Veno, and if Veno presses all his spells, he can also just press his ult, and it doesn't really matter.
Niku's in a very peculiar position in the river. Didn't actually see Kira for a second, but one of the melee creeps showed his location. He was setting up for the full combo and actually didn't get anything out. Got hit by the tornado. Still on the chase. Ghostwalk is loaded up. PMA will go for the blink initiation onto the Kunkka, and now that causes Niku to actually get away and the Kunkka to ruin that combo. Primal Split being used. They really want this Invoker. Looks like they're going to get him in the end, as well as he is slowed down to a crawl. He's also chasing Reedies down the mid lane. Illusions are putting pressure onto the Minimancer. TP coming in from PMA.
Yandex keeping up the pressure. First Brew ult used. Getting a core kill on the Invoker. And Wisdom's coming in 30 seconds and the Roche is top. So let's see how Yandex they want to play this. Do they want to go for the Wisdom first? Do they even want to go for the Wisdom actually? Do they want to go for the Roche? I feel like the Roche at this point, their bottom lane is kind of a problem. So they probably won't just go into the Roche since Brew has no ult either.
Saksa was pinging both of the Wisdoms. Looks like he's going to be the one to contest it. There's nobody coming from Na'Vi, so he'll get himself a free level 10 out of this.
And meanwhile, Brood gets the solo Torm kill. Something that's not very common anymore these days, that a hero that can kill the Torm solo. So really big injection of gold there for the Rubik that gets the shard. And we've casted some Rubik games. The Rubik shard is super broken. The repositioning has been buffed in the recent patch. One of the reasons why the hero has been showing up more is that he gets that save spell.
Yeah, that has to be the first thing on the list for the next letter patch to get a slight nerf. I think it's way too strong.
It's definitely over-tuned. I think if they reduce the distance that he moves a little bit, maybe by 50 units or something like that, it will be balanced enough.
DNA is going to get surprised here. No idea Kira was actually right next to him, so that's a bit unfortunate for the Slardar. He runs into the entire team of Yandex.
And it was the Shadowblade reveal on the Kunkka, so PMA playing an almost perfect game up to here and getting picked off slightly before he gets his BKB. Well, unfortunate for him. And now that Yandex has fixed the bottom lane, they're probably going to be looking at the Roche since Torm is already dead. TB continues to send some illusions, so his bottom and mid fix the wave, and Invoker getting on top.
Yeah, it's again the second primal split of the game, and it's only on the Invoker. So you get the TP out. Kira, yep, X mark is there. TP cancelled. Nowhere for Niku to go. And something I also caught. Well, they caught the Broodmother. That's a big kill. If they can get him, he always seems to escape, and this time it will not happen. Watson's got the damage. Finish him off. I was talking about this Saksa Hoodwink and his item build. We're going to get a Blink Hoodwink. I really like you've brought it up, was it yesterday or on the first day when we were casting, that you like that players are bringing in different types of builds for different types of heroes. This has got to be like the 5th different Hoodwink build or starter item that we see. And him getting that Blink Dagger is going to be a very interesting catch. As they find PMA, he should be okay though.
I mean, the Blink Dagger, always a good item, right? Just having the ability to blink. Probably maybe better than Aether Lens, so you could argue that he should buy Aether Lens so he can cast the spells from further away, but he wants to get that perfect positioning for that Bushwhack on the Invoker and the Rubik, right? These backline targets are just going to be behind. He wants to follow up on the Brew ult that can go pretty deep into the fight and hunt these supports. He wants to be able to follow up on that. And Roche being attempted by Na'Vi instead of by Yandex.
They don't know about this. There's no vision next to the Roche pit. They could get away with an Aegis steal. Yep, doing a hell of a lot of damage to it with all that minus armor. They'll be able to get it. Plus a shield for PMA being picked up, and Yandex are moving towards the Roche pit, but that tornado doesn't quite connect onto the Kunkka. However, Aegis secured, got the juice.
Good stuff there from Na'Vi. In this game, even though they're losing a lot of gold, they got the Torm, they got the Roche. So Na'Vi, as I said before, they're a really good comeback team. They know how to stem the bleeding and to keep scaling into the game. So good stuff by them. They're not completely out of this game, not yet.
Yeah, they're certainly building up to a potential point where they are going to be strong. That X-Mark seems to have caught the TB Illusion instead of the Slardar, as he was able to blink. Well, wait, actually, that was the Rubik one. Never mind.
No, the Kunkka pressed his X, and then the Rubik did the bug thing, where, I mean, it's not a bug. It's just how it's always worked. Where he just presses X mark on the Slardar, and then it cancels it out. The X mark, it respects the last time it's been casted. So it kind of overrides the older X mark.
Ah, so that's the way it works. Okay,
yeah.
I was very confused about that. But you did bring it up earlier. I just didn't know what it was. So you cannot
really
have
good.
2 instances of X mark. You can only have 1.
Exactly. And the new one overrides the old one.
Right.
So you can blink out, get X'd by the Rubik, and then you're chilling.
Well, that makes X mark a really strong spell for the Rubik to have then.
Yeah, especially because he has the extra cast range on his passive, so it's super easy for him to cast it.
Yeah, X mark is such an old spell in the Dota spell catalog that trying to fix that or change that interaction somehow is probably going to be some spaghetti code nightmare for the devs. Well, let's see Navi feeling strong enough to at least go for a smoke and make a move. Who are they going to run into? Kira Jr. right next to them. BKB early pop here, and they still got the stun lock on him. This could be a very awkward death for him. Still on the run. PMA's faster than he is. Still slowed up, but no catch. Watson has been brought in. PMA is going to get caught, hit by the sharpshooter. Got the juice, charging forward. Melody's going to be the target. He spots first. Not doing a lot of damage to this hero, and Enchantress is still pretty strong. Especially with all the damage with the Sunstrike, they've got it. When Radies will actually get the kill with the Noxious Plague popping. Good invasion there from Navi.
And the Brewmaster had no TP to respond to that, so they kind of just dropped the Ench. And the end result pretty good for Yandex. They only lose the Ench, the Kunkka gets out, and they continuously farm the side lanes. So Brewmaster closing in on his AC and TB with the Scotty already. So they're hitting all their timings.
It could have been a whole lot worse, but a 9-second BKB charge was burned from Kira.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Those seconds will wear down, and if you start to think about X-Mark as an offensive ability from Rubik, still one of those abilities that pretty nicely counters a BKB buyer. If you just manage to wait that 2 seconds and go for the cast, you're not protected. Technically, you have a 2-second BKB.
Yeah. So Aegis, 2 more minutes on Aegis on Brood. And Yandex, I think they're not really scared of this Aegis. It was just a bad position there for them to fight. Kunkka getting caught first and have to use BKB. So TB positioned himself in a nice way in the enemy jungle. If they want to fight him, he's ready to fight with the Scotty. And the lanes are going to start being a problem for Navi. You see that the Sardar, he cannot deal with the lane that TB pushes. He kind of just cannot kill these illusions. And really the only hero that can kill them is kind of Invoker. Brood also doesn't want to waste his time with these TB illusions. So the lanes are constantly being pushed by Yandex, and that just gives them a lot of information about where Navi is on the map. It becomes very obvious for them where they are. And of course, the Ench with the Ags, she gets 2 creeps being able to be enchanted. So that also helps with the map a lot.
And also with the way Yandex is playing this map, does make it more difficult for the Broodmother, who is very reliant on web movements, to actually find a good farming pattern for himself, because they're constantly getting interrupted by Yandex.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's one of the reasons why Brood doesn't TP around as much, right? He doesn't really want to TP back to lanes. He kind of just wants to play in this area. And TB is really good at forcing enemies back, right? You see the Invoker with his boost of travel doing the job. You know, he's doing the cleaning up of the lanes, fixing the lanes constantly.
Close call there for days. He's dodging pretty much every spell. Now the boat and the X-Mark's coming in, so that should be the end of him, but he lifts himself to safety as he gets hit by the stun. Still gets caught. Stolen boat. Not much of a relief for him, so he'll end up getting days. That does bring in the entire Yandex squad together for that kill, so it allows Navi to again spread out on the map. Niku can defend top, Broodmother heading over to bottom. Just love the level of play from both of these two teams. It's like, you know you're probably going to run into a big team fight, so you have to bring the numbers, but as soon as you do that, the opposing team just responds with a shadow push.
Yeah, it's also one of those games where it's very high stakes, right? Whoever loses this game is eliminated, so you see teams playing a bit conservative, right? They don't want to make too many mistakes, they don't want to take too many risks. So there's a lot more clumping together than usual, than in regular games. You could argue that, you know, it's not ideal. It is not ideal, but we're all human, right? And people, they don't want to make small mistakes and risk it. So there's a lot more clumping together, even though they don't have to be this together on the TB, Kunkka, and Hoodwink top.
Yeah, you'll end up kicking yourself in the head if you lost the game to so-called silly mistakes.
Ooh, Invoker getting caught. No
Talking
BKB.
about maybe a mistake, at least being in the wrong place at the wrong time, because oh, he lifted the courier instead of the Invoker. Niku might still be in harm's way, but they're coming to help him out, and Niku is dead, but the Conquer's dropped down to half. Watson is also going to be in a stun lock, and they're BKBing around him. He can't find a Sunder target unless it's an ally, so DM is coming in with Primal Split. DMA very much burnt out of his BKB duration now. He has to back away. Riddies is left for dead inside a long little French route. He's stuck there forever. But they are backing away. They are very low on HP. Kira, Watson both have to go back straight to the fountain after that fight. Oh, that Rubik lift hitting the courier instead of the Invoker. Niku might have been able to get away.
I didn't even know you could lift the courier, to be honest. That's a kind of funny interaction. But yeah, I mean, kind of a choky play there from the Rubik. Not pressing the spell correctly on the Invoker. Cost him a lot. I think the Invoker definitely would have lived there if he lifted him out. He died on the last Tidebringer that Kunkka got on that range creep. So costly fight there from Na'Vi. BKB used on the Brood. BKB used on Sardar, so they kind of used all their spells and they didn't really get any kills, right? I don't think a single hero from Yandex died there. Tormentor is up, so they're positioning themselves on the bottom part of the map ready here for Yandex to see if they go for that. And then go for the Roshan, which is in 1 minute going to be potentially spawning top.
Yeah, conveniently spawning right after.
So he's going to get the shard here. This will be Kunkka, Brew, or Hoodwink. Right, Brewmaster.
Liquid Courage.
Pretty nice little shard, a little buff.
It's pretty fitting. The East European player gets the Liquid Courage. No stereotype there.
Nope.
I'm Finnish, so we're built different.
And Kunkka going for the Daedalus, so he wants to go with the full all-in damage build. I like it a lot. I think he doesn't need to buy any of these control items. I think he just needs to do damage. He needs to come out of that Invis and kind of one-shot one hero. And if he one-shots the Veno, it's really good. He can also even maybe one-shot this Invoker, which did buy Shivas, which is a really nice item for Invoker now that increases the AoE of his spells. And also in this game, you always want to buy armor items versus physical damage lineups.
Here are getting scouted out by wards. They're still dead set on finding Riddy's Veno. Niku is here. Interrupting them for a second. Maybe try and force out a Primal Split, but not a lot going in that way. That Meatball's also not going to apply all of its dots onto the Cold Snap. Veno does respawn back in 40 seconds. He's not long gone. That was too close to comfort. He's going to have to walk away from the tornado as well. DM is really feeling that one. Yeah, he's got a bit of a smile on his face there. It's like, yep, that was a close call.
And she's going to heal him up to full, and they're going to be ready to go again. 11k up for Yandex. Butterfly on the TB, so Brood cannot really touch the TB at this moment, and TB also cannot touch the Brood with his Butterfly. Stronger getting jumped first.
Still don't have that Veno for a couple seconds. Got the Juice is also caught by the Root. Now turning in for a proper fight. Kira Jr.'s losing this battle heavily to Got the Juice, and they're bringing in the numbers. Big lift coming in as well, and Niku with a setup. Watson still gets the Sunder up, but he's disarmed on the spot. Sunstrike to the face, and Na'Vi will take down 3 and maybe look for a 4th, but the Enchantress trying to TP out. No, sir. That's taken away from him as 4 kills for Na'Vi in rapid succession. They even got Riddy's Venomancer to join in just in time. They all clustered up for a perfect fight for Na'Vi.
Where was the Brewmaster in that fight? He just wasn't there. He was farming bottom or something. So it was just a 4v5 fight. A 4v5 Brewmaster, 20,000 net worth. So that was a...
Yeah, he's bottom. As you can see, he just took the gate bottom, so he's nowhere near. Kind of like the triangle fight with in the Dire Triangle. There was also the same situation. They didn't have the Brew nearby, but Got the Juice got a fair on 1v1 with Skira, and then they all cluster up on the same spot in the river. Niku is loving life when he gets his AoE spells on 3 heroes. 3 big heroes, too.
And what a costly mistake there for Yandex. They lose a Rax. Their gold lead is pretty much gone, and now they're even going to go into the Roche on Na'Vi. They can definitely kill this Roche before it goes bottom. It will roar, so they will know. But no meta for 30 seconds. I don't even think Yankees can contest this. Brewmaster hold Blues actually? Maybe they can. Sort of kind of do some feeding right there. And they're running as fast as they can.
Talk
Roche
about
running fast,
offlaners in
though.
the wrong place at the wrong time. See if they can make it in time into the Roche pit. 1500 HP. Soxa, BKB up already and got the juice protected. And he will take the Aegis. He left the banner in the pit. He doesn't care about that. Just get away with your life still intact. Kira is on the chase for this Brood though. Slaps him with a Tidebringer. And he's still getting range for an X-Mark. Nope, it's just turns into nighttime, so he loses the daytime vision. He got the Aegis. But yeah, the offlaners back-to-back, both in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Kind of sus positioning there from the offlaners, you know? All right,
I wonder what the thought process was there.
Maybe he didn't expect them to TP on the outpost like that on the Sauter. Because the Brewmaster was there before, so maybe he already broke his blink and he didn't have BKB. So he was just done there. And Invoker almost has his Ags. So Invoker is going to be a really big problem for this TB now. And Brood also very close to the Bloodthorn. An item that will make him be able to kill the TB. Even though he has Butterfly. And TB, he has no way of really dealing with this Broodmother Butterfly. He's just kind of immortal when he's in the fight with his Insatiable Hunger. They just don't do enough damage to this Brood. They only do physical damage, right? And Brood with the Butterfly just dodging all the hits. Big timing here for Na'Vi.
Yeah, Yandex has not really... They haven't really pressured the map in the way you'd maybe suspect them to have with this lineup, and when they do, it feels like Na'Vi is strong to fight them, so they're also very cautious about their map movements. These tier 2 towers have stood for a very long time at the top and the mid lane. They never seem to get there and move around to the high ground, so Na'Vi is slowly crawling their way back into this game. Now this Invoker has already picked up an Axe with a BKB, 8 seconds still with a Shivas. Very strong Niku too.
Yeah, he chose the Sunstrike Ags. So he's going to have that Cataclysm to combo well with the Sordar jump. So this Ench, he can die really fast. So can the Hoodwink. They're going high ground.
Oh, look at that building is melting. But so is that first life almost gone on the Broodmother. But so is Kira. Kira is already out for the count. Na'Vi backing down into the low ground. Yandex, they're still holding on the high ground despite a loss. It didn't take long for that building to just lose half of its HP though. Can't let that happen again.
And no BKB on Brood this time. So they actually want to force it. Little Friends doing a lot there. Remember, it's an undispellable root.
Yep, all the spirits are just hitting the Broodmother there. Not quite getting through that Aegis though. Nakachu still has 2 lives. Alacrity, Insatiable Hunger, he hits for 550 damage with every click. DMA gonna get the initiation out onto DM, but this is gonna be without the Kunkka. He's got a bit of healing here, but he doesn't get the chance to get away, and no Primal Split either. Na'Vi taking over this top area. Watson still has a 9-second BKB, holding on to it. Gem is also recovered. Na'Vi still keeping up the push. They only go when they have Insatiable Hunger and Alacrity ready.
Yep, there it is. And melt down these towers.
Just do so much damage to the buildings. It's ridiculous. Soxa in an aggressive position with a Blinken on the Hoodwink, and he gets killed because of it. Was hoping somebody could follow up with some damage, but no one can get close. Very aggressive blink position there by the Hoodwink. Dr. Juice will continue doing what he started, and that's a top lane of racks recovered. Na'Vi for the first time in this game in a net worth lead.
That's crazy, right? First time net worth lead, and they're already 2 racks up. This team is just very good at these comeback games. They know how to use their timings really well. They know exactly when they need to fight. They're really clutch at pressing their buttons in the team fight. You know, got the juice the way he presses his BKB and the way he positioned himself. Excellent by him. And what is Yandex's game plan now? Brewmaster, he has a refresher queued up. Yeah, it feels like the TB just doesn't do enough damage.
Honestly, I feel like, do you need the damage, or should you just pick up a Hurricane Pike here so he could position aggressively? He has Manta, he has BKB. I think you could stand your ground.
The thing is, the Brood just doesn't die, right? That's why he has the MKB queued up. The Brood just, it kind of ignores the TB because he has Butterfly.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, Malady, DM, dangerous position to be in as they're taking the outpost. At least you got the sprint, so you're able to jump backwards. Out of harm's way.
Yandex have vision on the cliff there, right? Deworted about the spiders. Nice from Got the Juice.
Yeah. They can't let this tier 2 fall, because that would mean a Mega Creep situation opening up as Kira is getting tossed around, over, back and forth. He just doesn't stand a chance. Malady is now being the next target. That's going to be a second hero to fall as the Enchantress hasn't got enough in the tank. 2 heroes dead. PMA with a Blink Sun onto the backline, onto DM. Watson now getting to dish damage. The lead stays. DM will be gone. Gottaju's already picking up the double kill. DMA running away. More staffed forward and out of harm's way. DM now popping the primal split. They got a TP cancel on the Venomancer. Gottaju's is going for the TP out. He will be able to. Leading the Veno behind. So 2 supports killed. The tier 2 stands, but that's 3 buybacks for 2 support kills. That's gotta feel a bit bad.
And very costly there for Yandex. Kunkka, he's actually so not tanky. He's actually so squishy. He just died in a lift into a bushwhack. The Brood just killed him in almost 3 hits. So Kunkka definitely can't be the one going first, right? He needs the Ench to either tank for him. You see there in that engagement with the Corrosive Haze. The Brood just doing so much damage.
Yeah, what about that hero with 43 armor?
Yeah, he's just
Watson got
sitting
to
far
dish out
behind.
damage, but like he got to deal damage only when Na'Vi fully commit. Like these are still soft commits that they're doing on Malady onto the Kunkka. You really just want to stand your ground and, you know, stand and fight, stand and deliver. The good old highwayman.
And you see, as soon as those buybacks are pressed, the communication is just back, back, back. They use their buybacks. And now, if they get a pick off on the Kunkka, they know he has no buyback, and that can lead into a game-winning scenario for Na'Vi. So, very disciplined. Only losing the Rubik there with those buybacks. I mean, the Veno too, but it's okay if you lose the supports. Big win there for Na'Vi. And Sardar closing in on his level 25. When Sardar gets 25, then the game starts getting a bit weirder, because you can't really dispel his Corrosive anymore. And even the TB that has 43 armor, it's kind of annoying that he just loses 20 armor and he can't dispel it. You always know which one is the real one, so even if he can't really Manta and do any Manta shenanigans. Oh.
And it is going to get harder as well with that Hex coming up soon on the Invoker. Not too far off of it now. PMA sees a courier flying into the Brewmaster. He would get a piece towards his refresher. He would have finished his refresher. That's a no.
It looks like they're going to take this
actually,
too.
Brew has just used his primal split to farm in the top area, so there's a 100-second window Na'Vi doesn't necessarily know about. If they get that tier 2 and start sieging, he might not even have primal split up by the time they're in the high ground.
And that has to be a misclick, right? No way he's using ult to farm. Doesn't sound very effective for Brewmaster.
Na'Vi don't have info on that though, so they will just read the lane movements and mass TP to top.
TP'd back trying to see if the Brewmaster was going to go for that Wisdom Rune. He ends up not going for it. They're going to leave it for the Sardar, I think. Yeah, he's running over. He's swimming over for that Wisdom. He wants to get that 25.
And now there's an 80 rune for the Broodmother to pick up. She's going to start hitting hard without any buffs. And you get a 70% base damage bonus as well from your Insatiable Hunger and the Alacrity on top. You do not want to end up with this Australian spider. I feel like any spider in Australia is going to kill you, so I don't want to go to the country. It's one of those.
And it's going to be a late Roche spawn. Yandex doesn't know, so that's why they're smoking over to take this area. But Roche is only up in a minute and a half, and they don't know that the Brood has a DD either.
Oh, we got a 3-man stun there as well. Quick reaction there. Seeing that the smoke is coming in, or at least he didn't know that there was any coming smoke, but he reacted super fast to it, and Yandex are scrambling. Watson's trying to hold his ground. He's stun locked through, gets the Sunder from his ally, from Malady, and he's trying to do as much as he can, but he will also run out of firepower eventually. And your major LAN final runner-ups are eliminated from the tournament. Na'Vi will continue to the next round. We talked about this team being a comeback team. They showed it here.
Yeah, they did really good. I mean, the game was in a really bad spot, right? They were 11k down, and just that fight mid, that Brewmaster wasn't there, that 4v5 fight, it just cost him so much, right? It cost him so much momentum, and it gave Invoker so much time to actually keep scaling and make TB's game really hard. And got the juice. Well, what a performance for him. He bought all the right items, had really good timings, pressed his spells really well. And very impressed by Na'Vi being able to come back into this series.
Yeah, this was also this game 3. They were playing from behind, from the get-go. Niku had I wouldn't say a horrible lane, he had a rough lane. He was countered. They picked that Kunkka for a reason. It was also a nice adaptation for Yandex to pick up that Kunkka for Kira. As you pointed out, it was something the SA rejects on Dark Mago was very strong against them with that hero. So I was like, I'm gonna pull it off here because it seems to work so well. It did work really well. They took over the map. They controlled the game. And here you can see 33 minutes in, it's still an 11k lead with all their buildings still standing. But this one river fight just does so much for Na'Vi. They're slowly been building up their items, building up their heroes, getting stronger with every passing minute. And then when they finally get to unleash it in a very favorable way, that's how clean a team fight can almost look. You just lose a Rubik and you clean up all of their cores. The Brewmaster ain't there. And also another thing to highlight, the offlaners, well, PMA kind of, he won the game in the end for this team because he got that smoke pop 3-man stun. But we had a couple fights where the offlaner was nowhere to be seen or was dead or didn't have an ult.
Yeah, one of the reasons why Yandex lost this game, right? That mid fight, the Brewmaster wasn't there. He was like gating or something. Maybe he didn't have TP. But definitely some communication issues there. Because if Brewmaster's not ready for that fight, no way Yandex can even take that fight. So good stuff from Na'Vi. They played really well in this game. It's very hard to make these sort of comeback games. And they're really good at this. They're really good at recognizing when they're strong, when they can go for things, right? They got that Ninja Roche before Yandex could even react, and kind of sloppy gameplay from Yandex. They didn't get the first Roche, they didn't get the Torm, and they were 11k up, right? They got the second Torm, but they never got an Aegis in this game. And if you don't get Aegis in Dota, usually the game is hard, right? You can't really win. I mean, you can win, of course, but the game is harder than it would be if you had the Aegis.
So it ends up being a reverse sweep in an elimination series. Na'Vi got crushed in 25 minutes in game 1 and 2 Ws in a row, knocking out the ESL 1 Birmingham Grand Finalist Team Yandex out of the tournament on the first day of eliminations. So Na'Vi will get to play again tomorrow for another elimination series. They're going to have to repeat that course for as long as this Swiss stage lasts. So tomorrow will be another. The day after tomorrow would be again if they win. Yandex out of the tournament. Got the Juice Broodmother will be the standout player brought up for this game. Hard to pick up a single player because I feel like this was a team effort from Na'Vi. You could put them all there in this graphic if you wanted to.
Yeah, Got the Juice, one of those players that he recently came into the scene, and he's really good. Every time I see him play, he impresses me a lot. I think his decision-making, his hero pool, and everything, he just seems like a really high impact carry in all the games we see. So props to him. Definitely deserved MVP this game.
I could also say maybe if he was on the field, you could give the MVP to CY, the coach as well, because he's kept the guys calm, composed, got them comfortable heroes in 2 games in a row when it really mattered, when they were facing elimination. So well done, Na'Vi. We'll see them tomorrow again in another series. Yandex, we say goodbye to them, but we're not done for the B stream, as we still got one more elimination game coming up right after this one. It's going to be MOUZ. It's going to be Tundra, the winner of that last major, playing for another elimination match. We'll find that after the break here with T-Panda and Lelis. Hope you guys enjoyed this one, and we'll definitely have a great series coming up next after the break.
With 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, every move.
All right, welcome back, folks. PGL Wallachia Season 8 with the Swiss stage. Third day continues once again in the Elimination Series bracket, where we just knocked out the first team out of the tournament, and it's time to knock out a second one here. With T-Panda and Lelis with the commentary, we've got MOUZ and Tundra going up against each other's. We have a team that hasn't won a game. We have a team that has gotten 2 best-of-3s going all the way to Game 3, yet they are still standing in this spot, and Tundra is the one that has been able to stretch the series. They haven't won Game 1. They've tied it up twice, only to fall short in the third.
Yeah, and another elimination series that has a previous PGL Wallachia winner. MOUZ on the brink of elimination from also winning a PGL Wallachia. I think Tundra hasn't won a PGL, right? They won other lands. I don't think they have one. But surprising, right? Surprising that these considered to be one of the better teams are fighting for their lives here on the third day of the tournament. Not what most people expected, right?
Yeah, you could say the expectations for Tundra were maybe a bit higher. Then again, stand-in situation. I feel like Tundra's a team that has been playing so many times, multiple tournaments with a stand-in in their lineup, and then everyone just kind of like, they just shut them out. They're like, they don't have a chance. They're not going to win with a stand-in. Yet they still thrive really well. But this one seems to be a bit of a hit or miss. Maybe might fall into the miss category. Though they're winning games, their opponents haven't. MOUZ yet to score a single map win in this tournament, so they are probably in a spot where they might end up questioning themselves a bit of like, what are we doing, guys? And I hope they don't fall into that mentality, because this is where you need to win. If you lose Game 1, you're probably going to start to like properly question that in yourself. Like, are we capable of beating a team like Tundra anymore?
10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want those doubtful thoughts in your mind, especially in an elimination match. You want positive vibes. You want your team to lift each other up, and everybody to think that you're capable of winning. And you already see some directed bans here from MOUZ at 33 in BZM. The Doom getting removed. The Beastmaster that can be flexed for Tundra on all 3 roles. And the Invoker, which has gotten them their win yesterday on Tundra. They won a really good game off that BZM Invoker.
Tundra esports
And a hero that keep going back to every time they're in a bad spot. So just removing that immediately. And Tundra removing more of the meta stuff, including a Monkey King ban in there, respect for Crystallis. And of course, the hero is very good in this meta.
It certainly is. And I really like that Crystallis is picking up his hero in the first phase, because I think the second phase, one more ban that Tundra would have would be directed again against Crystallis, and they could just end up having a draft where the carry would not have any presence. So they're just locking in that lone druid right away from the get-go. And I do think that's a good approach from MOUZ here, opening up.
And we see a very similar opener than we did from the last series, where Lone Druid is heavily prioritized by one of the teams on first pick. And you see the insta response with the Underlord on 9. So for the people watching out there and don't really understand this, the Underlord has percentage-based damage spells, and it's very effective versus the Lone Druid Bear and when he's ulted. And of course, the Root is also really good against Lone Druid and his Bear, since he relies on the Savage Roar Dispel. If he gets stuck in that route, he just gets perma-stunned there and takes full damage from Firestorm. So a very good pick from Tundra on 9. And the Lone Druid, a very hit-or-miss hero, right? It has high win rate, but a lot of times the stats can be really deceiving, since the teams that are quote-unquote playing better, they kind of just win anyways. So then they end up just winning with the Lone Druid on their team.
Yeah.
But Lone Druid did lose both games in the series before this. And got ignored in the last game. Exactly. So let's see if MOUZ... I don't think I've ever seen Crystallis play Lone Druid. Maybe he played it in this tournament previously. But one of those heroes that comes back into the meta, people aren't really ready to play it. Like these carry players, this hero has been dead for forever. And when this sort of hero kind of comes back, it's not every player that can pull it off in a really nice way, right?
Crystallis has played 7 games of Lone Druid in the last few days. So basically, since the tournament started, he has started playing Lone Druid as well. And he's, I think, 6-1 outside of the competitive games. So he's figured it out pretty quickly. I'll be interested to see how he runs the hero. Does he do anything different? It's kind of hard to look at inventories because all the items are on the bear. So you're just looking at branches.
Standard. Yeah, they just buy the same items every game. They just buy the treads into Maelstrom, into Shadowblade, Shard. Then it kind of changes a little bit. Some people buy Disperser, BKB, all that stuff. Ags, right? It's the Maelstrom, Ags, Shadowblade. Every game, it's the same build. Which is kind of lame, right? It's kind of lame when this sort of thing happens, where some hero is just considered super broken, and then it just gets played on repeat with the same items every game. It's a little lame, but it is what it is.
It is nice when there's a lot of variance, when the hero is not tied to the items that you buy. You have like ways to build it into a different direction. That was how old Dota also taught us that a core hero can be very good as a support hero, and the other way around, when they're not directly tied to the items that you always have to build because you're playing it as a core.
Exactly. A little bit more of the same here for both teams. Tusk getting picked up, a very common support hero in this meta. Can be played as 4 or 5. Got very benefited with the 7.41 patch where Drinking Buddies became a shard. And Veno that also got super buffed in the recent patch. A lane winner. His spells are super good in this meta. And MOUZ kind of sticking to their style where the Yamich usually plays some melee hero. And then he runs around making a lot of space. The PGL Day 1, he played a lot of Pudge. I don't know if a lot of viewers remember that, but he owned on Pudge in that PGL. So on the clockwork in this game.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Pudge, unfortunately, an uncontested hero in the course of these first 3 days here in Season 8. Haven't got to see that hero played by any team, not even banned by any team.
Yeah, the hero kind of just died off.
The most iconic hero in Dota history, and nobody wants to touch it. That's also a bit of a sad story.
I mean, nobody wants to touch it in competitive, but in pubs, that hero's in all of my games.
Yeah. That's never gonna change. Silencer. So So we're going back to this now, but a different team. It was Malady who was... He insisted to pick the silencer. Now we didn't see him play it in the previous series.
10 seconds
But Tundra
remaining.
want to bring it up for Whitemon. I know Whitemon plays the hero. He knows how it works. The place of the hero. Sure, we're not going to touch upon that. And we're seeing the same trend. So we're seeing a support hero that is kind of feeling unproven against a hero being picked after it that's normally countering it. Silencer should counter the Ember, but people are still picking Embers and Storm Spirits and whatnots into the Silencer and feeling happy about it. What is this trend? And have we figured this out? Have the players already figured out why they're doing this? Because I'm questioning.
I mean, it can look kind of weird, and it definitely can. Even in the game, you can see like the silencer pressing his E on the Ember, and then the Ember just dying to the global.
10 seconds
But
remaining.
Ember probably is the hero that MOUZ they feel the most comfortable playing,
5 seconds
and the hero that
remaining.
combines the best with the Venom and the Clock that they have in their pool. So it's more of a comfort pick, what they think is good for their lineup, than thinking too much about the enemy's lineup. Because sometimes you can get lost in this counter pick thing where, oh, Ember's so bad against Silencer, but we can't play Ember. But what else do you want to play? Oh, I don't really have any other heroes I really want to play. Then, all right, just play the Ember, bro. It's kind of how it is. You know, Ember with the Maid Slayer, he's probably going to be tanky enough to be able to survive the Silencer spells. So it's not that big of a deal. But I do agree with you. It definitely looks a little odd.
Yeah, it is a good point of view to bring up. Like, teams would rather execute their strategy and not just build we're countering what our opponent is doing, because that's no longer your gameplay. You're just answering to what the opponent has. So it does spell confidence. Bring in this one up here. Of course, you can itemize versus that global silence. It won't be that much of an issue. You see Underlord already out there, so you definitely want some item to dispel the root on this Ember. And just getting rid of those annoying matchups here, as I think also going back to that Silencer thought is Lorinov Storm Spirit, which we know is iconic. It's a hella good hero on a hell of a good player. So kind of blocking that from ever being picked. And now protecting the Ember with a natural Husker ban, which is like a straight up lane counter. The Viper, another really annoying one for the Ember to play. So this is also some really good drafting from MOUZ.
And protecting the Ember. You know, I don't think I've ever seen BZM play Viper or Huskar. I don't really remember him as a Viper Huskar player. Maybe he does play it, but definitely something that would be out of his comfort zone, right? You remember BZM more about the Spirits, Invoker, heroes like even the Monkey King, which is also banned.
And his Shaker.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes.
Sometimes.
When it used to be meta, when the hero used to be good, then he was really good at Shaker. But now that the hero's kind of garbage, it's just hard to make the hero look good. You know, the hero's just pulling him down.
Yeah, you're right.
The last pick here for MOUZ, they're going to pick the Boom hero. And a lot of his heroes are banned. The last 4 bans for Tundra were offlaners. So not that much left in the pool for him.
How would you feel about a Primal Beast? Someone who goes in with the Ember, causes a lot of activity on the map. You have wave clear.
I personally don't like Primal that much. I think there's multiple stuns on Tundra, multiple roots, slows. It just... I feel like Primal's such a hard hero to pull off. So many things kind of... They make the Primal's game super hard, especially when he goes into the off lane, into kind of a losing lane. I think Silencer, Tiny, they'll just smack this Primal down. Like Primal Clockwork lane, it sounds super trashy. But Boom's probably just going to play one of some Centaur, Bristol, Timbersaw. So a decent hero in this game. Brings a lot of damage, right? It's very good against strength heroes. So Underlord, Tusk, Tiny, 3 strength heroes that are not very good against Timber. So I can see the logic behind the Timber. Timber not really being a super high prioritized meta hero. But it did get buffed in the most recent letter patch. They made his numbers a little bit better for the hero to be at least pickable.
He's had a pretty interesting build on the last Timbersaw game he's played. He's got the Consecrated Wraps, sure, that helps the Timber move a lot more. You get to shrug off some of that magic damage with the Power Dreads. And it's like, does he go Wraps right away? I think like Kai Assange is also a pretty strong item on the Timbersaw in general.
Choose your hero.
And we see
what he decides to pick up. It's going to be a Storm versus Ember, though.
I think the Timber build, he was probably just going to buy Kaya for the mana with Soaring, and then after that, it varies a lot. Yesterday we saw 3-3 playing Timber, and he just went for an Octarine rush. Expecting Boom to probably buy... What is it? Kaya definitely wants to Wraps this game. There's a lot of magic damage, and then maybe an Ags too, since they don't really have any Dispels on Tundra, and nobody really wants to buy Nullifier. I can see an Ags as well. Timber's just been out of the meta for a while, so it's hard to really predict what they're going to buy. And you see the Storm Spirit getting picked up for Tundra, kind of like the last hero left in the pool, really, that can help the Silencer and the Tusk play the game. So a lot of times when you see Storm, you think about Ember being a counter pick, right? Because he buys Mage Slayer and he has a root for the Storm. But again, it goes back to what is the best hero Tundra can have on their team for themselves. And they think it's a Storm. So then they just pick Storm, even though, quote unquote, like it's not the best matchup versus Ember.
How do you think the lanes are going to go in terms of winning lanes? Or do we get most of them just tied out? You kind of mentioned the Underlord lane already earlier on here, but do you feel like MOUZ or Tundra has more winning lanes? And is that a good thing for them in the early game? Or are they just going to be happy that one team's going to be winning lanes, but they don't necessarily get like a snowball going off of that?
I think it's a mirrored laning stage where there's a ranged 5 that's going to be pummeling the offlaner, and both teams have this melee 5 that's going to start, the melee 4 that's going to start with boots and try to pull the wave and manipulate the wave in some manner, right? So it's going to come down to execution when they pull the waves, if they get too harassed or if they get a kill or something like that. I think the safe lane of both teams is definitely favored. I think the carry is going to free farm in both side lanes, and I think a Storm Ember, it's probably going to be just a draw. I think the Storm usually farms against most heroes. And the Ember too, he's going to have that shield to block a lot of the Storm's magic damage and static remnant. So I think the laning phase is going to be pretty even. Expecting the Tusk to rotate early to the safe lane and try to get some kills on this Timber Saw. And the same for the Clock. The Clock wants to pull some waves, then rotate to his safe lane, try to get some kills on this Underlord.
30 seconds to battle.
Also something to point out about starting items on the side of Tundra. You brought it up on the first game that 33 was the designated smoke buyer for the team because they had IOs in the lineup. They were kind of forced to buy their entire bank empty from consumables and other type of items. So 33 had to buy the smoke. This time he didn't have to.
Yeah, it is interesting how I wonder if they like pre-plan it and they say, oh, or it's just an in-the-moment thing where the supports say, oh, can you buy smoke? And it's like, oh, I can buy smoke. I have a couple gold missing, right? It's probably some in-the-moment thing. It's probably nothing really crazy. It doesn't matter that much who buys the smoke, really. It's like 50 gold. Whoever can fit it into the starting build.
Yeah, it's a very niche detail. It's like something we... If somebody caught that topic in the on the first day when we were covering the Tundra series, it's definitely something to highlight and note that doesn't always have to be the supports who buy the smoke. Notes for your pub games, folks. Also, I think if I read this correct, I didn't actually test this in the lobby, but I did look up the some of the gold that these heroes had. Starting gold is unreliable.
All right, so then you lose gold if you feed
could
first
lose
blood.
gold for feeding, yes.
If you haven't used all your gold, right? Like these mid laners, so I guess in the last game we casted, it's really bad if the mid laner dies because they kind of just hold gold for the bottle.
Yeah.
So they kind of lose a little bit of gold. Right. And
Ari
Tusk
first bloods. Yeah, there we go. Crystallis will pick that one up.
And they have a really strong lane here. The Veno Lone Druid, they have two really annoying level 1 heroes. The Lone Druid just... And there they go again on the Underlord.
Straight to the 33 Underlord, yeah. A lot of damage being dealt up here, and that's a second round of roots going on to the Underlord. So Crystallis will pick up a second kill already. We're not even 1 minute over into the laning stage. And MOUZ is off to a rapid start there for their Lone Druid.
And that's why these heroes are picked in competitive, right? They usually, the first reason that a hero is picked is that it's a strong laner. And they have Veno Lone Druid, a really strong lane. And it just starts showing the first minutes they get a bunch of kills, they have a bunch of slows. It's really hard for the enemies to counterpick this lane. So Yeah, there we see why these heroes are picked early and why they're being picked in the meta. Tusk trying to pull the wave, do some shenanigans, but hard against Veno. All right, he's going to manage to get this wave. But Veno pulling the creeps in.
Trying to get behind the math of that entangle because it only does 90 DPS, only 90 DPS. Right? It's pretty high still with the entangling clause and the entangle itself from Crystallis. But you notice when it pops, it feels like it does like 40% to the enemy that you're using it on, like right away when it pops. And then you have the Venomous Gale that the reason why you're highlighting this lane as being so strong is Crystal was able to get a second round of entangles going because of all the slows.
Yeah, the slow is really powerful with the Lone Druid. You can just keep getting hits on. It's kind of like a Monkey King or Ursa sort of hero. It's like that here, you get that stack on the enemy, and you just keep hitting them when they're slowed. So the Veno with the Lone Druid lane, really strong lane. I think we saw this in the previous series too, right? I think it was a Veno Lone Druid lane. Or was it Veno versus Lone Druid? I don't remember. But
there was also the Crystal Maiden and the Lich that we've seen just bringing in that extra aggression for your pause 1. They really seem to synergize well together in the first 1-2 minutes in the lane.
Yeah.
One slow and a damage dealing pause 1's all you need.
And both offlaners struggling a little bit with the CS and with their resources. Underlord's doing okay now, you know, they kind of fed those 2 kills, but he's almost level 3. He has his boots already. He can start pushing the wave in with his Firestorm. And Lone Druid, one of his weaknesses is that he doesn't have a way to quickly push the wave, right? He kind of has to slowly click all the creeps down. So one advantage there for the Underlord is if he really wants to pull the wave, push the wave into the enemy and pull the next wave, he can easily do so with the Firestorm.
Yep. Really hoping to get another entangle going here and all the way under the tower. Can't really follow up on that. But
See
pretty good movement
coming
from
in mid.
both 33 and Ari. Yeah, sending the Tusk down mid. You've got Yamich here joining in Lornoff. Just going to split the water runes. EZM will get his
classic pause 4 movement, right? They move around for the water rune, try to secure it for their mid. If the
it does come with cost.
Yeah, it comes with the cost of sacrificing your offlaner a little bit. But Timber, he's kind of chilling compared to the Underlord. He got the wave behind this tower. So definitely a good laning phase coming out for MOUZ. Tusk trying to gank mid.
Got a rotation from Whitemon into the mid lane too, but Lornoff buys a bit of time there with a slight, but there's so many dots on him. Not sure if he lives through this. An Arcane Curse was going to tick for a very long time, but the Tango and the tower region is going to help him out. Ike going all in onto Whitemon. BZM is also close to, he's at deny range. Does have bottle charges, magic 1 charges, and a fairy fire, so he's going to be okay. Neither mid laner dies. Yamich, level 2. He's quite deep here. Let's get the cogs. Got Ari stuck in him. He's just going to farm the cogs for the, well, at least 1 extra last hit.
Yeah, a lot of heroes in this mid lane. Definitely favoring MOUZ there. The Underlord is basically just not even laning bottom anymore, since the Lone Druid's already level 5. So rough start here for Tundra. But they're really good at coming back as well. They're really good at playing the map. So laning phase for Tundra, at least, I would say it matters less than it does for a lot of these teams. I think they're just really good at playing the map and not beating too much.
Yeah, absolutely. Tundra is and has been that team that a lot of other organizations watch replays of. How they play when they're playing from behind. How do they make all those moves happen while still being able to push out waves, not lose that many objectives? You just gotta analyze and replicate game after game after game. And Tundra, they're so familiar with their gameplay style. It's almost like clockwork. As in the mid lane, Ike will probably be the one to fall first, and Lornoff is trying to retaliate only onto either Whitemon or BZM. They make the decision to focus the Silencer first, but BZM, he hits level 6. There's a chase with the Remnants though, and Lornoff is going all in for that one, with the Arcane Rune helping him out too, so he's got his spells off cooldown a lot faster. Yamich can't get in range of Ari with those brown boots. He's able to walk away, but that's going to be the first kill for Tundra. It's still going to be a trade favoring MOUZ.
Nicely played there by Lorinov with the
And
arcane
33. He's level 3 as well. He's being pressured by a level 6 Lone Druid. So he's got no business in this lane anymore.
And Tundra, they want to fight this Wisdom Rune. Ember's coming over. 4 heroes here for MOUZ. Silencer. He's TPing as well, so it's going to be a 4v4 here for the Wisdom. I think they're going to be a little bit too late for MOUZ here. Silencer might just pay with his life.
And there is challenging the Wisdom Shrine, so it's still being contested. Boom was able to pick up the other on the other side of the map. He's not taking part of this one. Silencer has already fallen under the tier 2 tower. And Crystal will be able to get the second Shrine of Wisdom too.
It's crazy that the bear can take the Wisdom. That definitely shouldn't be like that. Because he just parks his bear on the Wisdom and they just cannot take it.
Working as intended. Get some OS Frog into chat. Ari. He lost his courier. Now he might lose his life. He's very low on HP here. The bear will get another killing spree now for Crystallis, who's 1,000 gold ahead to the next player. He's getting away.
And he's kind of doing a different build. He's just going for the defusal first. And then he has a Maelstrom queued up. So maybe he feels like he won the lane so hard that he can buy defusal first this game. And maybe he's already predicting that he was going to want to buy Disperser in this game. So since there's a lot of stuff to dispel. So interesting. Most launchers, they just buy the Maelstrom first, right? Smoke coming out
Yeah,
from
that
Tundra.
was a topic during the draft of if he does the Lone Druid any different. So it is pretty nice to see variations. Of course, Diffusal, again, a very timing-based item. Let's see with Boom into top lane versus 4. Good timing to hit on the Timber Saw. But it is, of course, a very strong guy, so you've got to fully commit to this kill, which they will get in the end. Whitebot also picks up a Suffer and Silence stack from that.
Yeah, gets a little Galvanized stack on Storm too, but
And that
Storm,
too.
no mana. So just walk over mid, push out the wave, and probably go back to base. And you see Ember, he's just contesting the Underlord camps in the corner. It doesn't want to let him farm. So good stuff here for Lorinov, identifying that the Underlord just going to sit here and farm. But he can't farm if the camps are just blocked where he farm to. And the same thing that's Veno doing, right? He's just farming the enemy triangle. The good stuff by MOUZ, identifying where they can be strong. And they know exactly what Tundra wants to do. They want to farm these camps to get their way back into the game. I've been already farming that Ancient.
Yeah. Ike setting up his office here.
One of the reasons why this Veno hero is really strong is that he can do this. He wins his lane, then he moves into the enemy triangle and just starts just farming everything, blocking a bunch of camps, being super annoying.
It does open up MOUZ to pressure the mid tier 1 tower as well. With the triangle under control.
The Lone Druid gated top. He's already pressuring this top tower while they get the rune mid. So MOUZ just winning every lane. They're just getting everything they really want. Veno's gonna end up feeding, but it's all good. He farmed the camp. He's being super annoying. He identifies that they have a ward there. Meanwhile, they take the top tower and Ember secures the DD rune. So space created there by the Veno. Not the worst of the deaths.
Yeah, not at all. Nobody to defend the top tower, which fell simultaneously. And now maybe finding a pick off of Whitemon, who extended a little bit too far and instantly pays the price for it. Crystallis on a dominating spree now. With that Diffusal Blade, he's truly a hero killer right now. And only the reason why they also wanted to go for that Diffusal Blade is that they're on such a high roll and Tundra doesn't have any tools to respond with.
Yeah, rough game for Tundra.
Boom, he's going to get hit by the Fiendscape, and PZN is also pretty low on HP here. Boom, that Chakram running on top of him, trying to stand his ground for as long as possible. He's doing so much damage. Ember comes through the gate. Lorinov is like, thank you for the pass. But he doesn't have spells available right now. He's going to have to wait for a bit longer. Another Remnant. Does he go all in with that Remnant jump? He could. But he's going for the Tusk. Just snowballs to dodge. Be able to get away from the arms of Lorinov. He'll find a kill with that, and that opens up a potential other towers. V-Tune is the one left behind. A double for Lorinov. Crystallis might Nope, he doesn't even lose his bear. Gets the shield wall from the Ash Legion shield, but the tower's hitting him, so he lives. TP's home. Can't recall him back in action. Yeah, they're winning all lanes, getting away with net worth. Tundra, there's not much that they can do.
I mean, what they can do, they just try there. They try to kill the Timber. There as 4 heroes using the gate, but Timber's items, he had a really nice inventory right there. He had all the components for the consecrated wraps in his inventory. So he had the shawl, the vitality booster, all those small things made a really big difference for him to live there. So props to Boom by just buying those small little items, making him live. And MOUZ, they're just super snowballing this game, you know. The Ember just getting every single rune, going to every fight with the rune, making it super hard for Tundra to actually respond. And they're in a really bad spot at this moment. But the Ember's going to get Maid Slayer, and they're just going to do 0 damage on Tundra. The Ember's going to go first. Together with the Venom, they're just going to break every movement that Tundra really tries to do on the map.
Yeah, they can't really set up on Tundra with these kills either. They sent 4 heroes to the top jungle trying to punish Boom, who did finish, almost finished his consecrated wraps. He finished it after the fight, but he had that casual cloak in his inventory. They have a level 4 silencer with no global silence, so they can't secure a kill anywhere on the map. That global could really help them. And it could have actually maybe turned 1 or 2 things around in that previous fight. They just don't have access to them, to their ultis on Tusk and Silencer.
Comes back to that Wisdom contest by the Lone Druid,
and the smoke gank. He's gonna die again. Yeah. Shot comes out. Really easy job there for Crystallis.
And you see them coming back to this area right on Tundra. They continuously come here to try to gank the Timber. Since when you have Underlord, you don't really want to play through the Underlord lane. So it makes perfect sense for Tundra to do these sort of moves. But MOUZ, they're very aware, and they smoke into the jungle to catch them off guard and protect the Timber, not let them get bullied by the enemy.
Tundra's feeling the pressure all over the map, but what are the items that they really need? Is it just 6s on their supports and try to go for a smoke gank play, or is there something big that you see could potentially help Tundra get back in? They need to find some answer.
Yeah, they really need the global, and they probably need the Atos on the Underworld. So with the Atos and the global, they can definitely kill heroes in pit. They can just perma-pit this Ember, and he can definitely die. And he's going crazy on Ember.
The Silence is going to die again before he gets... Oh, he just got level 6 at least. Ari picking up the Shrine of Wisdom enables him to have global for the next time. Ornov is diving BZM under a tier 3 tower. Just no respect whatsoever. He's going to get the kill anyway, but the Haste Rune is still active, but the double root's going to be there. 33 is going to get a big kill if he can get it. And he might be able to dodge the next attack, but nope. Earn heal coming in from Yamich. And these Ash Legion shields, they've got 3 of them in this team. They're just blocking all the hits the towers are dealing to him.
Nice item. And MOUZ, they just keep snowballing this lead. Silencer has global now, so maybe they can try to do a smoke gank to kill this Lone Druid. They can easily kill any target they go on. They can pop the global. With the Storm Jump, this Lone Druid easily can die. But let's see if they can make the move not be so obvious, right? The problem is, usually in these games that you're losing, is that every move you make is just very obvious since you're not pushing out lanes. So they need to make it in a way where someone is showing and fixing the lane while the Storm and the Silencer maybe smoke is too, and they get a pick off. Rune coming in 30 seconds. They can also smoke for the Rune. See if they can contest this Ember on the Rune. They can also easily kill the Ember.
It is that simple, you know, just kill him forehead, but you need a couple conditions to be met. So they can just go for it.
I mean, the sooner they make this move, the better, because the game is not going to get an easier state for them. And you also just don't want to sit on global, like, off cooldown, right? It's just there, and they're not pressing their ultimate. Usually you want to press your spells. Nice rune for Storm. Going to be a bit tankier in the next fight. Storm. Does he want to run top? Do they want to defend this tier 2 on Tundra? They definitely don't want to let the towers die for free here. Yeah, they're going to smoke and contest MOUZ in this top area of the map. But they're already set up with the Venom wards and everything, so...
There are 2 heroes. There are 2 heroes that are riding on a streak, Crystallis and Lornoff. Those could be the big money in the bank kills if they can find them. Damage, perfect position there. The Cogs zoning out the rest of Tundra. Allows Crystals to get away. Now they're jumping onto BZM. Get the ball lightning to safety. Tundra still moving around. At least they didn't use the global yet.
Didn't really get the jump that they were looking for, right? You want to jump a hero from the smoke with global. The clock ends up breaking smoke there with ward, so really good for MOUZ. They know exactly what's happening, right? They're expecting Tundra to come and defend this tower. So they play it chill. They don't take direct confrontation.
And yeah, this is really nice. Like Tundra, the only way that they can do like small dot damage to a pushing bear would basically be like Firestorm, which you mentioned a couple of times why the Underlord is being picked against the Lone Druid, because it deals the most damage to the hero. But if they don't get like proper poke, then you still have that Essence Distiller on the Clockwork that's just going to bring that bear back to full HP, and they can continue going again. There was a quick moment there on the bottom side of the map to go for a bit of a fight, but Whitemon isolated. Global will be up at 25 seconds until the silencers back up again.
That was close there for the Ember. I think if Sancer had pressed his global there, he would have died. But he probably didn't have his camera on the Ember, on the Sancer. And it's rough. Sometimes if you press global wrong, then the game might just be over. Because the threat of having global sometimes is even more important than using the global itself.
I've heard those words quite often as an Enigma player. The threat of the black hole is bigger than using the ability itself.
Exactly.
And you sometimes see that in pro games, right? You have like a 34-minute game with 0 Ravages on a Tidehunter, because like the conditions are never met for a good Ravage to ever be used. So you just rather hold on to it.
Exactly. Lone Druid almost with the Mjolnir. I wonder if the MOUZ... Yeah, Timber's pretty deep. He is very tanky though.
And Yamich interrupts. That's a lovely hook shot. That hits all 3 heroes, stunning them all. And Whitemon gets killed by the Cogs off this Clockwork. Now 33 is being targeted next. Snowball is there to buy some time. But that does mean MOUZ is getting closer and closer into position. Only allows Ari to blink to safety after the Snowball. 33 is still dead. And Crystallis with his bear and the rest of the boys from MOUZ going to be sieging the high ground at 19 minutes. 10,000 gold ahead. Tundra with only 3 kills so far. Could this be one? Onto Lornoff's Ember. Oh my goodness. Can they just kill him already? They cannot. BZM dies inside the cogs, inside a washing machine. And Lornoff makes it out with 40 HP remaining. That's just salt in the wound.
Yeah, and that's the Brawny enchantment that he has on his crippling crossbow. That's why he lived. I mean, also the fact that he's 10,000 net worth at 19 minutes, right?
Yeah. Could make a difference. It's got so much going his way.
And MOUZ not really slowing down, right? They don't want to go for this Roche. They don't want to go for Torm. They just want to keep hitting the towers, pressuring the enemy. They don't want to give Tundra any space to breathe. And another smoke coming up. They just want to keep on going. Smoke for the 20-minute rune.
Ari goes himself, does have that blink though, so he has a way to move that in and out. Nobody's been playing in the bottom half of the map, so Crystallis just finds casual 3 bounty moves sitting there. More net worth for the team. That's like 1,000 gold right away for the team.
Yeah, the bounties are really important. It's always nice to pick them up. It's like a mini objective. They did get nerfed the amount of gold they give, but still gives a decent amount. And MOUZ end up together here at the Torm. Makes sense for them to take it. Venom's still no shard and Clockwork's still no shard, so 2 really valuable shards to get. See who's gonna get it. Nice shard for Venom.
Yeah, extra annoying plague wards in there. Nice. Plus the cast range on a support Venom having an extra distance on the Gale is really nice because it doesn't put your hero in that dangerous of a position now.
Exactly. It's very nice for this hero. There's a lot of aspects of this hero that just been greatly improved.
Look at the Venomous Scale spell and the green circle around the hero is like really, really big. But at the same time, that could be a kill after a very long time. Getting the Clockwork. Whitemon is the hero who actually gets the streak. BZM would have loved to have that. But you'll take anything you can get at this point. Lornoff still chasing Ari. Will end up being a trade. Might be burnt up to not get the blink off. He does get the blink off, though. There's going to be a bit of a heist, but they've got to way more damage compared to the HP pool of this Tusk. They'll get the trade going. That was the first kill since the 10-minute mark when Ari was able to kill Ike on the Venno. There's a global silence for an even bigger kill. V-Tune. That's a Shadow Blade reveal for a pretty sizable kill. He'll die for it.
Probably worth it, you know, when you're in this losing situation. Definitely good to trade kills like that, especially on a higher net worth hero. But
I mean, look at his net worth bouncing up. Like, he's suddenly caught up to the Lone Druid, who has had a free farm game, by the way.
Yeah, I'm just gonna delay them from taking the Roche too. So nice little trade. They end up using the global for that though. So MOUZ is probably gonna be on the go train. They have no global. They cannot fight us. So they're just gonna keep on running at Tundra. Let's see how the Clock and the Venno, who they're gonna follow, where they're gonna go. Clock, of course, the easiest catch hero. They draw some lines around top. They know that the enemy is top. And Tundra doing what they know best. They're farming the map. Getting the maximum amount of gold and value from the map without feeding. You know, you see the Storm in the corner, the Underlord also in the corner, Silencer in another corner.
Got a Wisdom too.
Yep.
Small wins. Take anything you can get at this point is Tundra. MOUZ would like to get everything, but they're going to have to fight with an Ari kill. EZM is already out. Actually, is he out?
Still has a flower.
Okay, Boom didn't actually get the Timber Chain to connect. The good old school Timber Saw, when you keep moving forward and you cast the Timber Chain, it actually takes you further. This time he fell a bit short. So BZM's able to walk home.
Still no Roche attempt for MOUZ. I wonder if they're going to try to kill it before it goes bottom. Looks like the Lone Druid is going to walk over to it soon. Yep, he's banging it.
Regroup. We're just going to solo it.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably going to kill this Roche and then try to go high ground. The Lone Druid, maybe Ember can take this Aegis and he can play super aggro. Makes a lot of space. Ember also has the gem already.
There's a dire scan. Ari and V-Tune are going for a wraparound. Can they get in time? Are they going to go in there at all? V-Tune is just cutting waves. No, it doesn't look like they're interested.
I mean, unfortunately, they don't have a way to scout it easily. So they probably know that it's happening, but the call is probably just to farm and try to get more gold. Try to delay the game as much as they can. Try to get the next set of items.
Only kill if you can kill. Otherwise, dodge.
Ember going for that Bloodstone after the Lotus. So, for a lot of people that don't know, Bloodstone is also an item that got changed. It is now built with Veil. So basically what Bloodstone does now is it just applies the Veil aura in a 1200 radius around you. So it's a very good item for heroes that just do magic damage. That's why you see it more and more on these heroes. It looks a little bit odd, right? An Ember with the Bloodstone, the item got changed.
It definitely feels a bit odd, but then it all makes sense.
Yeah.
It feels like it was always Ember who had the Shiva on his quick buy. Get that extra damage output, the vision of the slow and all. So it's still kind of tied to it. Meanwhile, a global silence is used onto a Lone Druid in the top lane, and they will take down Crystallis with the gate used by 33 there. Going in. Look shot by Yamish, looking for the response kill onto the silencer. Bloodmont will drop. They got the big reward, and that's another kill for V-Tune.
Good stuff there by Tundra. Just getting this Lone Druid kill over and over. Every minute that he dies, it's just more space that's created, more time to get the farm to finish their items.
Off-lane battle.
Timber is kind of feeling himself here.
They're kind of following each other's there, but there's the backup arriving for Tundra to help out with that Timber Summon. Lorinov is here, locking in BZM. He's burnt all of his mana. He probably wasn't expecting the Ember Spirit to be joining here as well. Trying to dance around the Pit of Malice. And no such luck. Another Gleipnir gets reflected back as well from the Lotus Orb, and it caught B2 and 33. Now the Ember going for the deep chase here. Got Whitemon and V2 still in front of him. But that Tiny is a bit too tanky to deal with. Man, I didn't actually know the Gleipnir would work that way. That it bounces back. But honestly, I felt like it's going to be like a Rod of Atos. You cast it into Lotus, it just bounces onto you. But instead, it sent an entire Gleipnir AoE projectile back. And instead of rooting one guy, you just rooted yourself and your teammate.
Yeah, I also didn't know it worked like that. The AoE just gets reflected.
Well, the more you know. Ari just being annoying on this Tusk.
Yeah, he's been really spot on about the blink after snowball. Hits it every time. And MOUZ getting slowed down a little bit. Lone Druid having 2 painful deaths, and they're going for him again. Is he going to sniff this one out? He does have the Ag, so he can just have his hero in the corner now and not have to risk it. But Tiny, he knows he's coming.
Coming in hot.
He's ulted though.
They drop the ward, they turn around, quick 180, and then another 180. V-Tune is hesitating.
They want to wait the true form out.
Are they just trying to... Yeah, I'm communicating maybe with 33. Can you please gate here in a second?
Yeah, they're just waiting for it to run out, and they're just going to go for it.
I think about 3, 2, 1. And now they've all just been revealed.
All right. Close one for Crystallis.
Yeah, there we go. Reward happens as well. That's some Spidey sense right there.
Yeah.
Ari finds Crystallis on the other side of the map, and he's so busy microing his bear, he doesn't even realize that's a Tusk next to him. The perks of playing a Lone Druid and being busy with your bear.
This part is just way too funny. It's just his hero with no items is jungling these camps. And he doesn't even have his camera on his hero. He's just so bothered with the bear. It's way too funny.
They did burn V-Tune's BKB charge there, so he had to BKB teleport back home. 9-second charge is spent. Boom, give him a bit of chase there on BZM. We'll jump back to home. But Tundra are refusing to give a pick-off to MOUZ for an invitation to the high ground. So they've been stalling it nicely. Aegis is expiring in 10 seconds too.
Yeah, it doesn't look like MOUZ is very interested in going high ground. They can just continue farming, increasing their lead. Doesn't look like Tundra really have the means to be able to fight them either. The Ember just has way too much HP, closing on his BKB next item. And also the gem that was picked up on MOUZ pretty early also just helps them with the map control. Really hard for Tundra to get a move on the map or even place vision. Everything just gets dewarded. Even a pipe on the clockwork. Recognizing that they only basically do magic damage besides the Tiny on Tundra. So Glimmer on Veno, pipe on clock, wraps on the Timber, a lot of magic resistance items, even the Maid Slayer. So almost every hero on MOUZ is a magic resistance item.
It's got to feel good as an offlaner for Boom that he can focus on items that are meant for him, as his supports are buying the auras for the team.
Absolutely.
At least the auras that are reducing the efficiency of your opponent, as the Spirit Bear is quite nicely locked in here. Did anybody get the money for it though? It looked like it. Looks like a creep got the last hit.
If the creep gets the last hit, you just lose the gold, right? It doesn't get split.
Yeah, it looked like nobody got it. I just saw a plus 42, and I know a bear is not worth 42 gold.
Yeah.
And that is yet again another V-Nightfall teleport there for V-Tune. BKB TP home.
So what are Tundra waiting for? Or are they just trying to farm. You know, I mean, they're probably at this point just trying to stay alive in the game, but what item are they really waiting for? Maybe the Underlord BKB now, and he's going Bloodstone next as well. Maybe when they have the Bloodstone, they'll feel like they have enough damage to kill a target. But their whole timing, their whole game plan with the Silencer kind of, it fell flat, right? They didn't really get any pickoffs with the Silencer. And again, we're seeing this hero being picked, but not really having that high impact as we would expect.
And I do feel like maybe Tundra is just happy the way the game is going right now, because they've just damage checked how quickly that bear will die. They know that they can kill it. They might put more emphasis on it. There's two separate fights going on at the same time. So it's a bit of a support battle. Yamich will take down Ari. D-Tune, remember, no BKB on him. Whitemon is dead. Boom will take that one down. Voronov, BKBing up to take the man fight versus 33. He also charges himself up just to get away from this Ember Spirit, trying to TP. Oh, very optimistic, but it works. He will get back to the fountain with both of her supports gone. And now Crystallis has managed to push in the top wave, as that bottom fight was taking quite a long time. So all the waves are now pushed in front of Tundra's base. Not about the bear, but about the boom. Up to half HP, 4,000 HP on this Timber. Already chewed through half of it.
That's still tanky. They don't really have enough damage on Tundra. I think he can definitely kill the Spirit Bearer, but killing heroes just a whole other story for them.
Hopefully they got the money out of that bear this time. They're going to need everything that they need. The Global Silence is going to be spent. Ari, the Lotus Orb snowball by the looks of it. And the chains are now connecting onto 233 and V-Tune, and they've lost 33. V-Tune's BKB popped up. He's going man mode. He doesn't have a tree available for him right now. BCM will jump in onto Lorna. Hope it's going to be enough, but it's not going to, as they're going to lose the Tiny, the buyback, and almost a dieback for Ari as he gets back to the safety of the fountain. The MOUZ, they've finally gotten that little ticket inside their base. Finish off a tier 3 tower. Looks like they're still not going to be getting any of those other buildings unless BZM, who just maybe over-jumped a bit. He's got no mana left, just enough to get back to the high ground. Ari there for the rescue. Crystallis still applying the pressure with the bear. Now setting his sights towards the buildings and opening up that lane of racks.
And that was, most of that fight was even without the Spear Bear. The Spear Bear died earlier, and it's just been like a 4v5 fight until the... Because when the bear dies, the interesting dynamic is that he needs to resummon it on Lone and then the bear needs to run across the map to get to the fight. Because the Lone they don't even come to the fights. They just sit in the corner. So that downtime was just that whole fight. It was just a 4v5 even without the bear. That's how strong MOUZ are. They're just kind of playing without the Lone.
And now he picked up the Shadow Blade on this Spirit Bear, so he's going to go and give it a try. It's going to be the Shadow Blade reveal. Ari is right next to the gate. Not the one Crystallis would be looking for with this bear. He found.
Wisdom is up. Ari going to get it. Nice little snipe. But Wisdom probably not enough to be able to skew this game. Roche going to be up in 10 seconds. MOUZ just probably going to wait for that to take the Roche and go high ground with the banner. The banner is going to make it a lot easier for them to get these buildings. So I think for Tundra, they need to really contest this Roche. They're setting up for a kill on the bear.
Still gets caught.
You see him.
That's money for V-Tune. He is 4,000 gold behind the next hero. I mean, for a big portion of this game, V-Tune was able to keep up. Then the bear got too strong that they had to start focusing on the bear, which also meant that they're going to be farming less as they're trying to interrupt the Spearbear's movements. That has really hindered Tundra's capability of keeping up with the farm race. So MOUZ's network has just increased and increased, especially with that bottom fight and finally taking the bottom lane of racks. Now another Aegis. A banner is in the pit. Should be picked up by the Veno.
And Ember gonna probably finish his Ag soon, and then they're gonna go for the high ground push. Ember's just so farmed. He actually has so many items. He's having such an amazing game on Ember.
Clean. 9-0-11. You need help to call a 9-11 Lauren off Ember.
And Timbersaw also has a shard to make the high ground even easier and make them have to rely even less on the spear bird hitting the towers. Because that flamethrower gonna eventually destroy these buildings. And Ember has finished his item. Let's see if they want to go high ground now with this next wave. Let's see if Venom wants to place banner here.
B2 steps on the low ground, but Boom does have a gem. He sees him, and oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage coming out from the Timber Whirling Death, dropping the Tiny so damn low. Again, BKB TP home. The only thing he can do in that situation. Whitemon dies to Lornoff in the back line. EVM's trying to hold the front. Lornoff is just sieging that tier 3. Bear is on its way. Crystallis. Fresh silver edge usage. Let's see if the Bear can get in position to catch somebody off guard. Remember V2 does not have a BKB. If he gets hit by one root, that's pretty much your hero stuck in the front. You will die there. 33 is holding on to his. Just to have that repositioning tool available. Bornoff gonna get targeted this time around. They're gonna try to commit onto him. V2 is not hitting him though. He's just trying to walk away and get into a safe distance. They've dropped down to half HP. 33 is going to do the Nightfall as well. This route goes through a BKB. It will prevent him from escaping. And the rest of the route now on V2, on VZN. He's feared in the middle of all of this, and Boom will pick up the kills. And that is game 1 in the bag for MOUZ. Might have taken a while, but they got the job done in the end.
And rough game here for Tundra. Didn't really have any openings for them to come back this game. They tried to farm their way back into the game. But MOUZ just snowballing so hard off that laning phase with the bottom lane. The Veno and the Lone Druid were just too strong for the Underlord Tusk lane. Underlord fed a bunch in lane. Didn't really have a way to come back into this game. And yeah, MOUZ, a very snowbally team. And they played this game super well. Shout out to Lornoff, 10-0-15. And that is against Silencer, right? Ember versus Silencer. He showed why he doesn't care about that matchup.
Well, the myth has been broken then. You know, now we know why the Silencer's not really feared by these mid lane picks. They usually worry about some sort of crowd control on the opposing side, especially a big ability like the Global Silence, but ends up having the game also with the most hero damage, 33.6k ahead of Boom's Timber with 32.8. Not sure how the Lone Druid Bear damage is being calculated, but he definitely tops the chart on that one. BZM did try his hardest on this Storm. I mean, he's done a respectable 25k damage in this game too. But not as much impact as the Ember did. You can see Ember, Storm, both heroes very reliant on those power runes. One hero controls the runes, and then there's this big discrepancy between the two mid laners because the other has access to the map and the other doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. This game was one of those games where Ember just keeps on getting every single rune, and every 2 minutes you fight him, he just has a different buff on him, and then the game just starts getting super hard. Especially in games where Silencer has a really bad game like this, where he gets global silence really late into the game, and he misses a bunch of opportunities. Because every minute that the rune spawns and you're not using global to contest the Ember on the rune is a minute that you're kind of losing when you're playing the Silencer hero. So that Wisdom Shrine fight, it shows why this Lone Druid hero is actually super broken. He has a super broken laning phase. The Bear can just walk over and contest the Wisdom, and it just hurts the supports on the enemy team way too much. The Silencer took way too long to get level 6, and he couldn't really find his place in the game.
Yeah, the Lone Druid ends up having 5,500 net worth in the first 10 minutes of the game, so that's a whole different level of net worth once again. Actually, he had 5k already at 8 minutes, so didn't really get that much bigger inside that 2-minute time span. Still, this Lone Druid's definitely proving why that win rate is also high. Not always, but in this case, it is a win, and MOUZ will take the lead in this series. It's going to be maybe a Lornoff standout player, I guess. I mean, did do a pretty good job in that mid matchup too. BZM, who's also been hot and cold in these last 2 days. Then again, Tundra has lost every game won so far, and they've always tied it up. So, you know, I'm sticking with my script. Whoever handed it to me, I have no idea who gave it to me, some shady character, but it said that Tundra loses game 1. It has happened so far in all of their 3 series, and they have tied it right after, but time will tell. Lornoff, MVP for this one, and game 1 in the bag for MOUZ with a 34-7 win in the end. Do you believe in the Tundra magic for game 2?
I think they can come back for sure. I think in this game specifically, I think the laning phase was way too rough. Maybe they need to address this lone druid hero, not give this hero, or maybe pick it themselves. Because it did the game they played, I think yesterday, they were laned with the Underlord Hoodwink lane. It turned out pretty well. I think the problem was just they had the Tusk Underlord lane this time. And that lane, not amazing against the double ranged lone druid Veno lane. So maybe they need to give a little bit more respect for the Veno hero. They needed to, instead of picking Silencer, maybe take a range hero that can lane well against Veno and not have the lane be so hard from the Underlord, because he kind of didn't really have that much impact, because when the enemy carries level 6 and you're level 4, it's kind of rough, right? You can't really challenge him. He kind of just takes the tower, especially Lone Druid, a hero that can snowball the game really hard. He just goes from tower to tower, takes all the tier 1s, and then the game's in a really bad spot. So I think maybe focus more on the laning phase for Tundra in the next game, and maybe don't let the Lone Druid get through. Or they can try to play it against it and maybe address a little bit more about the Veno support matchup, because the Veno bullied the Tusk really hard in this lane.
It certainly did, but all those questions will be answered after the break as we return for game number 2, which could be the last game of the day with MOUZ and Tundra. We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
To test our pro players' knowledge on the last patch with the most knowledgeable man in the world. It's Whitemon from Tundra. How you doing, Whitemon?
I'm good, I'm good.
All right, very good. How much did you study the patch when it came out?
Actually, I still didn't read all the patch.
You still have not read the entire patch notes?
Yeah.
Been out for a while, Whitemon. Okay? What number patch are we on right now?
741B. Is it correct or what?
Yeah. All right, okay. Let's get started. You want to move as fast as possible and pick the right ones. It's all about how many we get correct. Are you ready?
Okay.
All right, let's punch it. Here we go. Which of the following spells does not have 10 bullet points of change information on the original page? Elder Dragon Form, Ring of Fire, Finger of Death, Deploy Turrets, or Divided We Stand. Each one of these has 10 bullet points except for one. Which is the shortest? If you don't know, you should guess. We're ticking down the clock here. What's the simplest one?
Tinkers deploy turrets?
No, that's very complicated, Whitemon. It is not that one. It was Finger of Death, I'm afraid. So sorry. On to the next. Kez's Raptor Dance provides magic immunity. True or false?
False.
That is correct, Whitemon. Well done, they removed that. Which of the following does Bloodstone do? Gives 15 int, applies a dispel, Blood Pact restores mana, or you can deny yourself again.
Applies basic dispel?
Used to. They removed that in the new Bloodstone. It gives 15 int now. So sorry, Whitemon.
15 int?
Yeah, well, okay. Well, we just improved your game a little bit. Partisan's brand will not do increased spell damage to which of the following? Lone Druid's Bear, Terrorblade Illusions, Wraith King Skeleton, or Chen Zealot?
Wait, what is Partisan's brand?
It is a neutral item that gives 9% additional damage to all player-controlled units.
Oh, that one. I see. I guess Illusions? Terrorblade Illusions?
I'm afraid not, Whitemon. It's the Skelly boys. Skeleton boys. Don't. It's okay. You can kill Zeus by using a blade mail in Nimbus now. True or false?
False.
No, that's true, Whitemon. You're really pissing me off. Let's go to the next one. Techies is now able to plant bombs mid-flight during blast-off.
Yeah, true.
That one you know. All right, true. Have you done that?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I try some. Yeah.
Unlike allied heroes, enemy heroes are able to consume items left on the ground by a forager's kit. True or false? If you drop a nut, an enemy can come and gobble it up. Real?
I think true.
That is true. You're right. You can do that. You shouldn't. Which of the following heroes did not have a game-breaking bug in 7.41? Meepo, Warlock, Chen, or Rubik when it first came out? Only one didn't.
Yeah, I mean, Meepo and Chen for sure. Rubik or Warlock? Maybe Warlock?
Everyone says that one, but no. With the Catalyst, it could insta-kill people. Very sad. All right, last one, 10 seconds. Darkseer's Vacuum was once again modified. True or false? Did they change Vacuum? Whitemon?
False.
False? That is correct. They did not change Vacuum. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, not too bad. Whitemon, we play a lot of these games. I think this is the best you've ever done at one of these. How does it feel to be your own personal record of 0? This is good. You feel good?
I don't know why they keep inviting me to play the game. I'm so bad.
Whitemon, we need to consistently see your improvement every single Wallachia. This is the best we've done yet. Thank you so much. Incredible performance.
Thank you.
And we'll have you back next time for Season 9. But right now, you're still with PGL Wallachia Season 8.
Numai nicy.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Time to get yourselves ready, because it could be potentially the last game of the day, and maybe for Tundra, unless they follow the script, what they've been doing for the last couple of days, winning Game 2 in a best-of-3 series, tying it up and stretching it into a final match, because MOUZ, they take game number 1, and they face the same scenario once again. We're pretty much ready to start off the draft for game number 2. Tundra, again, with their backs against the wall, Ellis. It seems to be the theme every day. MOUZ get their first tournament win as well.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about matchups, I feel like this matchup for Tundra is probably like one of the worst matchups in the tournament. I think MOUZ one of the more snowbally teams, like a team that really wants to snowball from lanes and win early. And Tundra one of those teams that they kind of just, they farm until they win, kind of. And I feel like games that end really fast are probably not ideal for Tundra. So I feel like this matchup for them is one of the more unlucky ones. Like we saw in last game, the game was just a super snowballed game. Even though it took 40 minutes, the game looked kind of over at 20, right?
Yeah.
So Tundra, they already make some adjustments from the last game. They see the Veno is banned this time. A hero that gave them really big problem in the offlane. But the Lone Druid is in. Let's see if Tundra, they want to first pick the Lone Druid and have Vtune play it. I'm sure he's more than capable of playing the hero.
I also do wonder if that's the adjustment that they're going to be making when... it's a great topic to bring up, the play styles of specific teams. MOUZ has been a team that has finished games in record time or taken over the game very, very quickly, and they will always stick to that trend. How does Tundra respond to it? Do they change something in their gameplay style that is probably not their bread and butter? But they go for the Lone Druid, so they will stick to their script, they'll stick to their plans.
10 seconds remaining.
Not necessarily overpowering your opponent in the first few minutes of the game.
5 seconds remaining.
And a bit of a change up for MOUZ. They get the Alchemist, a hero that is banned a lot of the games, right? It's just the constant gifting Ags thing, super toxic. But interesting enough, the Quap is already banned. Probably the best hero to combine with the Alchemist because of the Ags upgrade. So here they're probably going to ban one more good Aghanims combo. Or maybe some... Yeah, maybe the Void Spirit. Or maybe they're just going to ban a hero that's good against Lone Druid. Maybe they'll ban the Underlord here. But Alchemist definitely a hero that doesn't really suit the type of game that MOUZ wants to play. That's like a super snowbally game. So maybe this was a good move from Tundra, letting them have the Alchemist and forcing them to kind of play a little bit more farmy around the Alchemist. I mean, I'm trying to guess here what their logic is. You know, you never know. Maybe it wasn't really intentional to leave the Alchemist in, and they weren't expecting MOUZ to even pick Alchemist. But it's hard to really know exactly what's going through their heads, especially because they have so little time to actually decide which adjustments they want to make in between games for the draft.
Yeah, that's what we do here. We can only sit and guess and hope that we're right. The chat's going to crucify us anyway when we predict the heroes wrong. Don't worry. It's a trend that never changes. But that does change the gameplay style a bit. Yeah, with the Alchemist and the Lone Druid, and now MOUZ reinforce it with a Tusk, so they get a bit of kill potential early with these two.
Yeah, Tusk, another really picked hero by MOUZ, like constantly being picked. Melee hero that suits Yamich's play style very well. Combos very well with the Alchemist as well. Of course, Alchemist with the Acid Spray, with the physical damage. You know, that combination is very strong. And Ike also very good at Tusk. I don't think the Tusk will go as a 5 with the Alchemist in lane, but you never know. Maybe he will. And Tusk also very good versus Lone Druid. He's a hero that brings a lot of burst damage, and he can definitely burst the Lone Druid before he even gets to get his ult off and be that tanky hero. So we see the Rubik getting picked up, another common meta hero. Very good against Alchemist Rubik. All the spells he can steal from Alchemist are super value for Rubik, especially the Unstable Concoction. That one is super nice. And the Acid as well, also super good for Rubik. So I like this Rubik pick a lot. And let's see if they want to go for that Invoker on Tundra, which they did yesterday. They did when they were backs against the wall against Heroic. They did pick that Invoker. It did give them a better late game in the game that they won. think the Invoker kind of popped off, but they also lost with it yesterday. And in the first game, it was banned. That's why I mentioned it now. It's not banned this time.
Yeah, I was curious if that's intentional for MOUZ to not ban the Invoker this time around and focus more on 33's Doom. Not a lot of teams are really showing Doom being a hero they don't want to play against. The Doom statistics are still quite heavily more bans than picks. 17 bans and 5 picks only in 22 matches. Out of, if we take, for example, Hoodwink, that has been part of 48 matches. So there's double the Hoodwink appearances.
I mean, I think mostly against Tundra, it's just the respect ban, right? 33, he plays probably the best Doom. So they just want to get rid of that hero. And for them, it worked out pretty nicely because Alchemist is probably not the best hero versus Doom since Doom stops all the region from the ulti. So it ended up being even better for them that they get the Alchemist with no Doom in the game. And we see that Grimstroke getting picked again, a hero that's been showing up a lot recently, mostly to counter Pangolier with his ulti, but also has been showing up in games where Pango is just banned as well. So just a hero that had been buffed in the recent patch. I personally don't think this hero's that good, but the teams have been picking it more and more. So a little bit of a flavor pick of this patch. Of course, it's a decent hero versus a Tusk. If Tusk ever tries to snave with Snowball, he's just going to blink into a Soulbind and get linked and get leashed. So he won't be able to blink save with Snowball. Well, maybe that's their logic.
Yeah. But I'm also kind of questioning the Shakiro pick here. I know Immortal Faith is he is a well-established coach already by now. He's achieved quite a lot during the course of his career as a coach, but basic Dota sense kind of says you don't pick Shakiro into a Rubik because then you can't level up your ice path in the game at all.
I mean, it is very good for the Rubik to get the ice path, but I think the Shakiro is mostly just focusing on the laning phase. I think the Jakiro versus the Rubik in the lane is still really good for the Jakiro, even with all the nerfs that he now has to use mana to press his E spell. But and it's an Ike special. Ike was spamming this a couple months ago when the hero was super meta. You can also argue the same for the Tide, right, with the Rubik. The Rubik can steal Ravage, he can steal Gush, all these good spells. But if you start thinking too much about the Rubik in the game, then you just can't pick any hero. You know, sometimes you just gotta pick the hero that you think is good. Yeah, you just gotta do it and forget about this Rubik hero. He might not even have impact in the fight. You know, maybe you can just jump in first. I think before, when Dota the map was a lot smaller, it was a lot better for the Rubik because it was super easy for him to steal Ice Path. Now that the map is so big, there's so many angles you can attack from. Rubik, he suffers a lot from the open areas where Alchemist can jump him, Tusk can jump him, Tide can jump him. So there's more options now to respond to that Rubik stealing the Ice Path.
Yeah. Unless we see something wild like a mid Rubik coming out of this game, because they did pick a Timber Saw again. 3 strength heroes against you, so we already saw the effectiveness of Boom picking up that Timber in the previous game. How much damage he does to the enemy pause 1. The Tiny really struggled to stand his ground. But that did mean MOUZ can now opt to ban the Invoker. Just set their sights on banning BZM heroes, unless we see something like a Timber mid, but I don't think that's too frequent these days, putting Timber into the mid lane.
Esports turn to ban.
And Timber not really a BZM hero. They probably want to ban heroes that can probably buy Vessel versus the Alchemist, or even the Mage Slayer, so Ember gets banned, which would be a really nice hero for Tundra. It also combines really well with their supports, right? They want a hero that can abuse the Inkswell, and that can set up Rubik to press his spells in a nice way. So one of the Spirit heroes, something like that.
5 seconds.
Void Spirit's still in. Maybe you can take that. And a really nice Timber game, as you said earlier. The Timber kind of just swaps sides this time. And he's playing against 3 strength heroes. So a lot of value for that Timber Saw hero. He can do a lot of damage really fast. And Void Spirit gets banned as well. Another hero that would make a lot of sense with the Tundra support. So for BZM, they can pick Invoker, but it definitely can make the game kind of awkward, right? It's another hero that's really slow, kind of like Timber. A hero that doesn't really do much when the enemy gets BKBs, and it's kind of a slow start to the game. You don't really help your team that much, and there's also like no setup for Sunstrike. So not the best Invoker pick. I can see them picking it just because of comfort. But I think picking something that makes the supports game better makes more sense. Maybe a Storm. A Storm not the best versus Tide, of course, because of the Shard. But not too many options left. A lot of heroes got banned already.
It's falling back to the Shaker, Voker. Maybe a Keeper of the Light. That could be a vessel builder.
Yeah, Coddle can be good, but against Tide, not very good. They go for the Sand King, which is that hero that abuses the Ink Swell really well, and they really needed like a Initiator stun, because they don't really have any stuns. So I think the Sand King is okay. It's probably not their first option. Their first option was probably like Ember or Void Spirit, something like that. But the Sand King's not bad. It's not like a bad hero or anything like that. It fills the boxes that they needed the hero to do. And an instant Storm pick from Lorinov. So
Lord of Storm.
Yeah, he's gonna... Last game he played against Storm, and this game he is the Storm, so he wants to show BZM how it's done.
Well, he's a world-renowned Storm Spirit player. There were a lot of cases and a lot of previous playoff segments of tournaments where if Lorinov gets his Storm Spirit, he will guarantee pretty much a win. He has such a high win rate on this hero. And you gotta be worried again. This is again a snowball-y lineup here for MOUZ. They can get the Alchemist and the Storm Spirit both running. BZM playing a hero that might let Lorinov also control the power runes and that way control how the side lanes are going to be played. Tundra's going to have to find answers fast. They can't let this game slide away from their hands, which MOUZ is really good at. How do you think they're going to answer the early game the best?
Yeah, it definitely feels like the Storm is going to have a really good game this game. The only real good hero versus Storm on Tundra is the Grimstroke. So if MOUZ, they can get rid of this Grimstroke, maybe the Tusk can jump him, or the Storm can even start the fight on him, then Storm's just going to have... He's going to have a free lane versus Sand King, because Storm versus melee heroes, the melee heroes just kind of end up eating all the static remnant. So they lose a lot of HP with that. And he's just set up to have an amazing game. Like the Tusk is going to come mid, contest the Water Rune from Sand King. And the Storm can even contest the stacks that Rubik's probably going to make for the Sand King and the Timber. So I think Lorinov, he has everything he needs to have a phenomenal game this game. I'm more intrigued about who will the Alchemist give Axe to in this game? Will he give it to Tide? Because the Storm one is not that good, really. Like, the impact it has is not as impactful as, say, like a Void Spirit or a Quap. Not that it's bad, but I think it combos better with the hero when he's like 25 or when he has more items. So, I guess it's only really Tide, right, that he can give it to. I mean, he can give it to the hero, but giving it to support doesn't really feel that impactful.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that amazing. I feel like there are... If they opt to give it to the supports, it would mean... If the game is going well for Yamich, if he's been part of a lot of kills early on and he finishes a quick Blink Dagger, the Blink Kick could be a very powerful tool. If you want the Vortex on the Storm, it would be nice to also have an Axe on the Jakiro for the pure damage Macropire. So it's like one thing is dependent on the other. So I agree with you. It's not an easy choice for that Axe.
And maybe he doesn't even gift Axe this game. Like, I feel like it's not that mandatory. I mean, it's nice because he gets the extra bonus damage, but I feel like he can also just play normal, buy normal items, and then when Storm already has items, he can just buy the Axe. He'll probably be fine anyways.
The battle begins.
For an Aghanims to get extra 21 damage. Feels a bit limited, but we'll see how this game ends up going. A lot of moving pieces in here. Of course, with Tundra, that early game has to go better than it did in the previous game, where MOUZ just fully took over the map. They got to play their style of Dota. Tundra, in a way, got to also play their style of Dota, but it never really gave them an avenue back in.
Yeah, they're definitely a very snowbally game for MOUZ. Tundra didn't really get to play last game. Let's see if it's going to be any different this game.
It is weird to say they get to play their game, but then again, they don't get to play the game. It's like, but that's how it kind of went.
Yeah, it can be kind of confusing.
Boom is already being pressured quite a lot by Vtune on that bear, and actually diving under the tier 1 tower, as you can see on the left side of your screens. Vtune will get the first blood, going for Tundra, doing exactly what Crystallis did on the Lone Druid in game 1.
And the Tusk going for the wave, and well played there by the Grimstroke, using grenade and getting that double entangle with the Lone Druid. I guess that's why this hero is just that broken, right? It's just his laning phase is just way too broken. You can just get that kill on the first wave when the enemy is trying to pull the wave with the blood grenade, and it's already enough to be able to snowball the lane.
Yeah.
He even bought a Orb of Blight on Lone Druid. So the Lone Druids, they mess around with these items a lot. I know that some of them, they like to buy the Orb of Frost. It's like Vtune, he wants to get the extra damage on the Tide, the Orb of Blight.
Yep. Ari gonna get pressured as well in the bottom lane. I got kicked out of the server for some reason, but luckily we still have our official feed still showing for you guys. Might gonna be pushed back, another thrown stunned by the Owl. Bit of poke and prod.
And this bottom lane gonna be a little rough for the Rubik. The Jakiro bringing a lot of harass. Very good hero versus Rubik in lane. There's the Rubik really low, having to spend a lot of money on resources. But Timber not that bad versus Jakiro, since he gets 2 charges for every hit that Jakiro hits him, right? The Jakiro does the double hit. So he gets 2 charges on the reactive armor. So eventually the Timber, he will be able to chill in this lane. And he'll kick out the Alchemist, but that's like level 4, level 5. At that point, I feel like the Alchemist is already going to be jungling. So then Jakiro will probably just have to go top. But in the meanwhile, he'll make the Rubik lose a lot of net worth.
And the Grimstroke rotation to the bottom lane. The Inkswell goes a bit wide, though. Whitebond was afraid that he's going to pick up all the aggro. So he ends up being alone, and that's going to be the first kill for MOUZ, secured by Yamich. Now would be able to pick that one up from an attempted dive that backfires a bit there.
A nice rotation for the Tusk. Fast fingers. You know, he sees the Grimstroke bottom and he immediately TPs with no hesitation.
Yep.
Doesn't want to let the Grimstroke skew this lane too hard. And the Grimstroke keeping mid.
Something really big to highlight. That mid lane, we'll get to that in a second. EZM feels like he ends up taking more damage than Lorinov does because he's tanking the tower. Very close to getting the kill there. He'll have some bottle regen to work with, though, so he'll live. But yeah, the battle of the sentries is really what you do versus a Sand King in that mid matchup. Is whoever controls the sentry in the river is technically the one winning the lane. And now the CS is pretty even, but for a moment there, as Lorinov did get the D ward out, he was like 7 or 8 last hits ahead of the Sand King. It does play a big role.
Yeah, the Sentry War is... It's kind of funny. Some people hate it, some people like it. I think it's kind of a bit random sometimes. You just place a Sentry, you don't get it, and then the guy just kills your Sentry. You just can't see him. If you want to buy another one that's minus 50 gold, so it just keeps draining your gold. So it's only there's a lot of like... There's a lot of finesse to it. It's like know when to place a Sentry, where do the Sand Kings place a Sentry, if you place on the high ground, low ground, all those little things, they add up. But this Sand King, that go definitely hurt him a lot, right? He lost a lot of resources, ended up losing a lot of HP. And Storm is kind of just chilling in lane. Sand King kind of forced to do this thing where he pulls the wave into other camps because he doesn't want to lane straight up. But Rubik already started stacking. First stack here at 5 minutes, ends up missing the hard camp stack.
And that was the only play you could really do before the Storm hits level 6. You always want to try and kill him before a Spirit gains access to their ult, be it Fire, be it Storm, or being Ember or Storm. That's the two heroes that usually try to punish pre-6. So that was the one play that they had. It didn't work out, backfired a bit. He will get to his ulti now, and Storm can at least try to fight for that 6-minute rune and maybe find a continuation from it. Because this wave will grant him that level 6, which he's probably trying to rush as well while he's bringing the creep under the tower. There we go.
He brings another Sentry.
The Sentry Wars.
Yep. sinking.
And now he's got that remnant, as you can see, they can really start applying pressure, but the TPs are coming in from Tundra. Can BZM just stand his ground a bit longer? No, he didn't get the FB off. That would have been clutch if he did. Voronov has got that blood grenade ticking. He won't be able to run to the rune. It seems like it's going to be in bottom. Yamich will take the Invis away, so the Storm